Introduction. The narrative centers around the conclusion of Neza conquers the demons, where Neza returns to the mortal realm to cultivate his powers. Accompanied by the Dragon Girl, who is training under the guidance of Guanyin Bodhisattva in the Bamboo Grove, Neza, alongside his senior brother Jian and Lei Zhenzi, combats evil spirits to ensure the survival of the Leaf family. They prepare to join forces with the Dragon Girl to oppose the tyrant Zhou in accordance with the heavenly mandate. Chapter 1. The Imperial Edict. At this moment, Neza, having just subdued a monstrous sea creature by the shores of the Eastern Sea, lightly touched the ring on his pinky finger, his thoughts drifting to the Dragon Girl. It had been over a month since their parting, and he wondered how she was faring in her training at the Bamboo Grove. Surely, her days without him must be dull and tedious. With a sigh, he softly called out to the ring, Dragon Girl, Dragon Girl. In the Bamboo Grove, enveloped in an ethereal mist, the Dragon Girl, clad in azure, wore an expression of indifference, as if the world around her held no significance. With a serene demeanor, she clasped her hands together on a lotus pedestal, murmuring, Let go, for the good shall transcend the heavens. The compassionate Guanyin offers no harm. In this world, the great compassion is concealed, and I take refuge with its retinue. Suddenly, a familiar voice emanated from the ring, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she thought, This troublesome Neza has finally remembered to seek me out. Little does he know that time drags on painfully here. They say a day in heaven equals a year on earth, yet it feels as though many years have passed. Recalling the times when Neza was always by her side, never straying far, she reflected on her days of training under Guanyin's tutelage, which had indeed yielded significant progress in her cultivation. However, she still found the notion of a single day to be exceedingly lengthy. I have just begun. What shall I do from here on? Neza called out again, Dragon Girl, are you there? If you keep silent, I shall ignore you for 3 years. No, wait, 3 months. Well, 3 months of silence. The Dragon Girl replied teasingly, Oh, you big lotus root, what's this? Can't even last 3 days without seeking me out? If you're so capable, try not to reach out for 3 years. After all, I've only been here for a few days, she rolled her eyes. Neza retorted, Come on, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm merely concerned you might miss me. Don't forget, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be able to return home. And what's this about 3 days? I've been here for several months. By the way, your father entrusted me with the task of vanquishing the sea monster at the Eastern Sea, which I handle with ease. You owe me a favor for this when your training bears fruit. Neza wore a proud expression. The Dragon Girl scoffed, TSK, TSK, TSK. I would have thought you were half dead from battling demons, seeking my assistance. Neza sighed, Fine. I won't hold it against you. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitated to speak further. Sensing his unspoken thoughts, the Dragon Girl rose from the lotus pedestal and, flying to a nearby stone by the Lotus River, sat deep in thought. Neza, I miss you. Neza abruptly halted, leaning against a stone pillar, seemingly lost in contemplation as he replied, I'll come to see you once I'm done with my tasks. Don't worry, they'll keep an eye on the Dragon King as well, so you can focus on your training. The Dragon Girl responded, Very well, but do take care of yourself. I would rather you not come to me, seeking Guanyin's help. With that, Neza mounted his windfire wheels and went to report back to the Dragon King before heading home. Memories linger. Water Sprite, Princess, I am fully aware of your journey battling demons and monsters. Look. With that, the Water Sprite rose and lifted the stool, revealing a crystal ball hidden within. Little Dragon Girl, what is this? Water Sprite, Princess, this is a crystal ball. Through it, you can observe all your actions outside. It was precisely this that the Serpent Princess used against you. Little Dragon Girl, no wonder the Dark Messenger and the Fish Princess have been haunting us incessantly. Water Sprite, indeed, that is why I seized the crystal ball when they were absent. After they discovered my theft, I pretended to shatter a fake crystal ball, while the real one has remained hidden with me. Water Sprite, with a mischievous grin, Princess, would you like to see what Neza is up to? At this, Little Dragon Girl blushed. I want to see him. Shintang pass. Neza returned home exuberantly, calling out, Mother, Aunt Yang, I'm back. Aunt Yang. The young master has returned. Neza. Aunt Yang, where's my mother? Aunt Yang. She is inside with your father. Neza entered the house. Li Jing, you're back. Just in time for dinner. Although Li Jing was delighted to see Neza, the joy on his face quickly faded. Mrs. Li, Neza, wash up and eat. You're all dirty. She ruffled Neza's hair. Neza, I know. Mother, what's wrong with father? He seems preoccupied. Mrs. Li smiled awkwardly. It's nothing. Hurry and wash up for dinner, be a good boy. Neza looked at Li Jing with suspicion. Oh, during dinner, Li Jing suddenly remarked, every time you return, you stay for a few days and then leave. You are busier than I, the general of Chintang Pass. Neza chuckled awkwardly. Well, it's because the Dragon King entrusted me with slaying demons and monsters. And you know my relationship with Little Dragon Girl. How could I stand idly by? Li Jing nodded and continued. By the way, today the king sent a decree to seek beauties from Chintang Pass to enter the palace as consorts. However, having spent most of my life either at home or in the barracks, I have never encountered any beauties, and I wouldn't know what the king prefers. With that, Li Jing furrowed his brow. Neza, I find it strange there are so many beauties in the world. Why must they search in our small Chintang Pass? Mrs. Li, dear, you don't understand. The king has issued decrees across various states and counties to seek beauties, and Chintang Pass is no exception. Neza, very well. Let father choose a few for him. It will be quite good for ordinary women to ascend to nobility by entering the palace. Father, don't worry. How about this? He'll have Duan Wuzhu help you choose. He was quite skilled at charming beauties back in the day. That little fox was utterly captivated by him. Cough, cough. Oh dear, let's not bring up those old tales. How embarrassing. Neza, caught off guard, chuckled awkwardly. Let's eat. Chapter 2. Purple Wisteria Mountain. A few days later, Neza, invigorated and ready for action, set forth with his 5 magical treasures, preparing to visit Mount Xianyuan in Shushan to pay his respects to Master Tai. It had been quite some time since he last saw his master. Traveling at swift pace, he arrived at the Shushan region in less than a day. After flying for half a day, Neza sensed the ethereal energy swirling around Mount Xianyuan and felt that his master must be nearby. Upon closer inspection, he spotted the Golden Light Cave. As Neza arrived at the entrance of the cave, he exclaimed, Master, Master, is I Neza? I have returned to see you. With that, Neza's figure suddenly vanished, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the ethereal realm of the abyss. Neza, you have come. Master Tai said with a knowing smile. I calculated your arrival. It is indeed time for you to return. Neza, overwhelmed with joy, replied, Master, I have missed you dearly, you cannot imagine. He was about to launch into a lengthy discourse when his master, with a gentle smile, interrupted, You need not elaborate. I am already aware of the events that transpired along your journey. Although I have been cultivating in the abyss, I am still informed of the happenings outside. You have endured much, and I have not misjudged you. Neza beamed with pride. Tai continued, However, do you understand why I have invested so much in your development? Why I hold you in such high regard? Neza, momentarily perplexed, soon regained his confidence, boasting, Naturally, it is because I, your disciple, possess wisdom and a divine connection. He patted his chest in assurance. Tai chuckled and shook his head. Neza, do you not realize that with great power comes great responsibility? The burdens you carry extend beyond what you perceive. Since you have subdued the 5 great magical artifacts, besides assisting the little dragon maiden in calming the seas, there lies a more significant task before you, one that you promised to Guanyin Bodhisattva, the great love for humanity. The trials you must endure are only just beginning. Neza inquired, but what must I do? Tai replied, The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged in due time. You shall know. Recently, demonic entities have been rampant in the Jizhou region. You should investigate. Your disciple obeys. Neza responded, preparing to take flight. Wait, Tai added, I have not yet finished. Here is a treasure pouch. You may encounter troubles on ZY Mountain. In times of hardship, open the pouch. It will lend you assistance. Neza beamed with excitement. Thank you, Master. I shall depart at once. Since aiding the little dragon maiden in subduing the seas, Neza had grown significantly in both maturity and confidence. I am invincible, he declared. A flash of golden light illuminated the sky as Neza, brimming with enthusiasm, soared on his windfire wheels. He thought to inform his parents. For this journey to Jizhou to vanquish demons could take several days. It was prudent to say farewell. In an instant, he redirected his course toward Chintang Pass. In Jizhou Mountain, the rooster spirit remarked, Sister, we have been cultivating on ZY Mountain for hundreds of years. It is dreadfully dull. Why not transform into human form and explore the mortal realm? I have heard. Just then, a magnificent and graceful 9-tailed fox transformed into human form. Startle me. Sister, you can change at will, the rooster spirit exclaimed. With celestial essence, one can take on forms transform. The fox morphed into an enchanting and beautiful woman. Sister, do you think I look lovely? The rooster spirit inquired. Indeed, you are beautiful, but in comparison to me, you still lack some cultivation, the fox replied with a roll of her eyes. The rooster spirit, eager to please, said, Sister, your 1,000 years of cultivation is profound. Please take me to the human realm for some fun. She playfully tugged at the fox's sleeve with an alluring demeanor. All right, you're quite bothersome. Let's go. The two exquisite women shimmered with green light and soared away from Zy Mountain. After bidding farewell to his parents once more, Neza set forth on his windfire wheels toward the vicinity of Zy Mountain. The Li Jing couple had long grown accustomed to their son's extraordinary nature, understanding that his mission to vanquish demons and protect the world was of utmost importance, knowing he would not remain home for long. Neza swiftly arrived near Zy Mountain and suddenly sensed a surge of demonic energy. His eyes sparkled with excitement. There are monsters. Just what I need. It's been several days since I've had a good fight with one. I can hardly wait to unleash my prowess. There must be quite a few of them, given this energy. With a chuckle, Neza halted in a forest, shouting, 9 dragons divine fire shield. The shield soared into the air, radiating a brilliant golden light before returning to Neza's side. Divine fire maiden, have you detected anything? He inquired. Indeed, my lord, replied the divine fire maiden. This place is imbued with potent heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, and the demonic aura is dense. It appears to be a gathering spot for demons to cultivate their powers. We must exercise caution, for we do not yet know whether these creatures are friend or foe. What is there to fear? Neza retorted. Monsters ought to be afraid of us. With my 5 treasures in hand and boundless magical power, they will tremble at my approach. The Qian circle interjected, My lord, we mustn't speak so lightly. Since the venerable Tai Zhenren has sent you to inspect the Zy Mountain area, there must be a reason for it. The wind-fire wheel, unable to contain itself, exclaimed, My lord, I've been flying for quite a while now. I can hardly keep going without first satisfying my hunger. This place seems rich in natural resources, with an abundance of wild fruits to be found. Neza rolled his eyes and sighed, let's go eat. It's all you ever think about. The treasures accompanied Neza into the jungle, frolicking and playing along the way. Suddenly, a flash of green light darted by. Who goes there? Neza abruptly ceased his playful antics, his brow furrowing. Wind-fire wheel, Qian circle. At his command, the treasures swiftly returned to his grasp. What a delightful feast, no. What an exquisite human, exclaimed the exquisite chicken spirit, who suddenly appeared before Neza, accompanied by a 1,000-year-old fox demoness. Without hesitation, the chicken spirit reached out to caress Neza's handsome face. Neza quickly reacted, swatting away her hand and stepping back in shock. How dare this blind demon take advantage of me? He fumed, his anger palpable. Meanwhile, the little dragon maiden had just concluded a conversation with Neza in the bamboo grove. As thoughts of him flooded her heart, she extended her palm, invoking the essence of 10,000 waters. A crystal ball materialized in her hand. Essence of 10,000 waters, behold the vast sea. The crystal ball revealed an image of Neza at Zy Mountain, where a seductive woman was caressing his handsome face. The little dragon maiden's eyes widened in disbelief. Gritting her teeth, she seethed, what is this nonsense? It hasn't been long, and he's already flirting with another woman. That insufferable Neza. I swear I shall chop you up and stew you with lotus roots. With that, the little dragon maiden leaped from her stone bench, cursing and fuming, never having been so agitated before. Chapter 3. You sever my celestial silk. I sever your foxtail. Although the little dragon maiden had spent a considerable amount of time cultivating her mind and spirit in the bamboo grove. An unexpected visual shock shattered her tranquility in an instant, leaving her unable to continue observing. Essence of water, gather, she exclaimed in exasperation, sweeping her sleeve to secure the crystal ball, especially since the figure she had glimpsed within was someone she could never forget. A presence deeply etched in her heart despite her devoted practice. In a sudden emotional upheaval, the little dragon maiden clenched her fists and hastily exited the bamboo grove, muttering furiously to herself, that wretched lotus root has drifted even further away from me. In the past, I never dared to confront the female demons. Yet in this vast world filled with countless spirits, I find myself compelled to challenge a female demon. Surely, my frustration is justified. Day after day, I am tormented by this. Her voice escalated in a frantic crescendo, her feet stomping in agitation. I must see which demon possesses such poor judgment. At that moment, Neza focused intently and discerned a pheasant spirit, accompanied by a 9-tailed fox. "Boss," he murmured to his companion, "this nine-tailed fox appears quite formidable. We must proceed with caution." Indeed, in an age rife with malevolent spirits, the most powerful entities, aside from those wielding exceptional magical prowess, were the demons themselves. Their cunning and diverse tactics made them exceedingly difficult to confront. The fox demon before them, pure as snow, was a prime specimen of her kind, an exceptional nine-tailed fox, whose rarity in the demon realm was comparable to that of Neza, with a millennium of cultivation and a repertoire of transformative abilities. She reigned over the vicinity of Zy Mountain, a notorious figure known to all spirits. At that moment, the fox demon Yu Zhao's eyes gleamed with a green light as she gazed at Neza. This individual possessed a rare celestial essence, radiating an aura of profound vitality. If I could absorb his essence, my powers would surely ascend to unprecedented heights. With a seductive smile, Yu Zhao approached, intercepting Jiumei, the pheasant spirit, as she moved closer to Neza. "Dear sir, please do not take offense. My sister is rather naive and lacks understanding. Do not hold it against her. Just look at you, so handsome and exuding an extraordinary presence. It is evident you are no ordinary person." Instantly, Neza's demeanor brightened as he regarded the nine-tailed fox, confidently stroking his temples. "Ah, flattery will get you everywhere. You are quite remarkable yourself," the pheasant spirit interjected. Unable to contain her indignation, "Sister, he is merely a brash youth. Why bother flattering him? Just devour him instead." Neza, wearing a mischievous grin, retorted, "Devour me? I doubt anyone has been born who could dare to do so. It would be wise for you to relinquish your powers and understand your place." He waved dismissively, "Lest I be compelled to take action." The pheasant spirit stared in disbelief at Neza, struggling to comprehend how he could utter such foolhardy words with such nonchalance, as if struck by a thunderbolt. "What are you, a mere child? Do you not realize who we are? In Zy Mountain, who does not know my sister and me? You must be a fool." Immediately, the fox demon Yu Zhao shot a fierce glare at the pheasant spirit, causing her to fall silent, too intimidated to speak further. Yu Zhao then turned her gaze to Neza, her eyes suddenly blazing with a fierce crimson glow. Her demeanor shifted from gentle to merciless, as she unleashed her enchanting allure to ensnare his very soul. Neza felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him, and he instinctively released his Qianquan circle, clutching his head. Yet, his eyes were already entranced, wide open and ensnared by the fox demon's beguiling spell. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from the nine dragons' divine fire, proclaiming, "Nine dragons' fire, return the soul. Command the heavens, dispel the evil and avoid the demon." Instantly, a brilliant golden light enveloped Neza, revealing a colossal golden barrier that surrounded him, repelling the nine-tailed fox with a powerful force. "Great fire goddess, are you all right?" Neza quickly regained consciousness and affirmed, "I am fine." How infuriating. With determination, he clenched his fist and shouted, "Qianquan circle, go." The Qianquan circle surged forth at an incredible speed towards the nine-tailed fox. Neza, soaring forward, declared, "Today, I shall let you experience my might." As he wielded the fire spike spear, it blazed with intense flames, swiftly piercing towards the fox demon. The Qianquan circle was deflected by the fox's magic, crashing into the rooster spirit. Thus, the fierce battle commenced, with Neza facing off against the nine-tailed fox and the rooster spirit in an intense confrontation. The cunning nine-tailed fox employed devious tactics, and despite Neza wielding 5 powerful artifacts, they were evenly matched. The fox, realizing Neza's formidable strength, thought it unwise to prolong the fight and resolved to end it swiftly. "Nine sister." The rooster spirit glanced at the nine-tailed fox, who nodded in agreement. They both prepared to unleash their ultimate attacks. The nine-tailed fox swiftly retreated, revealing several massive tails that obstructed Neza's assault, while chanting, "Nine heavens' mysterious origin, flying fire and flowing clouds. With my spirit, I shall obliterate the immortal." Countless white threads shot towards Neza like sharp needles. Simultaneously, the rooster spirit let out a fierce roar, manifesting 9 heads that released a lethal toxic mist directed at Neza. Reacting quickly, Neza retreated, and the Hungtian Ling flew forth to shield him, charging towards the nine-tailed fox. "Neza, be careful." The Hungtian Ling darted at an astonishing speed towards the fox, radiating red light that dispelled the toxic mist and ensnared the nine-tailed fox along with its 7 enormous tails. The fox struggled violently, and Neza rushed forward, but 2 of the tails immediately launched a counterattack against him. Neza seized hold of them, while the rooster spirit unleashed all its magic to aid the nine-tailed fox in breaking free. The fox's eyes glinted with a fierce red light as it roared, "Heaven and earth, break!" The Hungtian Ling was ultimately shattered, scattering around them. Neza's eyes widened in fury. Hung Tianling. With flames erupting from his feet atop the wind-fire wheel, he executed a 360-degree spin, severing the two tails that bound him. Hung Tianling, return. The scattered Hung Tianling instantly flew back and rejoined Neza. With a cough of blood, Neza realized his spirit was wounded. Concerned, he supported the Hung Tianling. The nine-tailed fox let out a pained scream, and the rooster's spirit, sensing the dire situation, assisted the fox and fled. Neza prepared to pursue. But the Hung Tianling coughed up more blood, forcing him to abandon the chase and focus on healing the artifact. In the purple bamboo forest, a divinely penetrating voice resonated. Little dragon girl. Startled, the little dragon girl immediately knelt, clasping her hands in prayer, Avalokiteshvara. Although the form of the Bodhisattva did not appear around her, it was clear that the message was conveyed directly to her. Avalokiteshvara, little dragon girl, all is governed by karmic ties. Remain calm and trust in Neza. He is on a mission, dedicated to the welfare of all living beings, and everything is preordained. But, Bodhisattva, Neza, the little dragon girl urgently explained. The great sage interrupted the words of the little dragon maiden, assuring her that there is indeed a reason behind everything. In the realm of illusions, you and Neza have forged a bond that transcends lifetimes. When Neza, in the future, restores justice and attains enlightenment, he will surely repay you. For now, focus on your cultivation in the purple bamboo forest to enhance your abilities. One day, Neza will undoubtedly require your assistance. After saying this, the great sage's voice fell silent. Although the little dragon maiden felt a twinge of reluctance, she calmed herself, recognizing the wisdom in the words of Guanyin. Neza, dear Neza, please do not forget about us. What am I thinking? I must concentrate on my training, and, when my powers have grown, I shall transform the large lotus root into lotus powder. With that thought, the little dragon maiden rose and returned to the purple forest. Chapter 4. The earth and sky town Neza immediately supported the Hunyuan ruler, sitting down to circulate his energy and heal the artifact, assisting in the restoration of its spirit. After a moment, Neza opened his eyes to find the Hunyuan ruler's face pale and gently called out, Linger, wake up. However, the Hunyuan ruler did not respond. Suddenly, the wind firewall cried out, Linger, how could you leave us so soon? You just returned, and we promised to always accompany our leader in vanquishing demons. How can you depart so quickly? I truly cannot bear to lose you. Tears streamed down its face. Slowly, the Hunyuan ruler opened her eyes and softly replied, I'm not dead yet. Please do not curse me. Neza, Linger, you are awake. Wen Xiaogu, close your ravenous mouth. With a look of disdain, as he glanced at Wen Xiaogu, the pressing matter at hand was to descend the mountain quickly and find a suitable place for Linger to rest. The Qian Kuan circle remarked. Neza agreed, let us depart. The day is waning. We shall settle accounts with those two monsters later. Even if I have to turn the entire ZY mountain upside down, I will find them and avenge Linger. Neza and his companions wandered through the forest until midnight. Wen Xiaogu raised his hands to the heavens and lamented, Heavens! This ZY mountain is so vast. Where's the way down? We have walked for so long, yet it is still mountains. I have not eaten for an entire day. The goddess of divine fire nudged Wen Xiaogu, who hesitated before approaching Neza, saying, Boss, continuing like this is not feasible. We need to stop, fill our stomachs, and rest. When dawn breaks, and we can see the path clearly, we shall continue our journey. Neza sighed. It seems there is no other choice. Let us rest here. He leaned against a large tree and sat down, while the magical artifacts found spots to rest as well. At this moment, within the Xinyuan tomb cave on ZY mountain. Sister, how are you? The chicken spirit asked anxiously. The nine-tailed fox spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting her teeth in fury. How despicable. They severed two of my tails, and left me gravely injured. I shall repay this debt of severed tails 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Another mouthful of blood was expelled. The chicken spirit, alarmed, urged, Sister, you should not speak. Quickly cultivate to heal your wounds. The nine-tailed fox, her form flickering as she returned to her true shape, lay on the stone platform to cultivate while instructing the chicken spirit, My injuries are severe. Mere cultivation will not suffice for recovery. You and Fox Chi-Chi must venture down the mountain to capture some vigorous young men and boys to assist in my healing. The chicken spirit did not dare to delay, replying, Understood, sister. Focus on healing. We shall return swiftly. Neza rested silently against the large tree, lost in thought, simply gazing at the ring upon his finger. A few months prior, while accompanying the enchanting little dragon girl on a quest to reclaim the four seas and vanquish demons, I found myself in a similar predicament, enduring the elements amid the dense Jingman forest. Yet, The absence of little dragon girl by my side left an inexplicable void in my heart. Sigh. If only I had confided my feelings to her sooner, perhaps our circumstances would have unfolded differently. How I long for those days spent with the delightful little fish. Alas, I shall not dwell on the past. Tomorrow I must continue my journey. With that thought, Neza closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, Neza awoke to a startling sight of several magical artifacts surrounding him. Hey, what are you all doing? Why are you staring at me instead of sleeping? Is there something on my face? He exclaimed, jumping up. Boss Feng Xiaoge, you're the reason we couldn't sleep. Just look at my dark circles. Feng Huoluan pointed to his own tired eyes. The goddess of divine fire stifled a laugh. Boss, you were mumbling about little dragon girl and little fish all night long. We couldn't possibly get any rest. Neza interjected. All right, enough. I see you're simply not exhausted enough to sleep. We need to hurry down the mountain. After wandering through the forest for yet another day without finding their way out of Zy Mountain, they encountered numerous demons along their path, all of whom seemed to evade them. Feng Xiaoge, utterly fatigued, leaned against the Qianquan circle, gasping, "This is unbearable. We've been walking all day and are still trapped in this forest. We must have taken a wrong turn, or perhaps we are cursed." Neza, with hands on his hips, contemplated, "We must devise a plan. We need to ask someone for directions." But who could they ask? At that moment, Feng Xiaoge remarked that there wasn't a soul in sight. It would be easier to inquire with little dragon girl. Neza's eyes lit up. Feng Xiaoge, you're brilliant. Let us ask little dragon girl. Feng Xiaoge was taken aback as Neza called out to the ring, "Little dragon girl, little dragon girl." Meanwhile, little dragon girl, engrossed in her meditation, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Neza's voice, but quickly pouted and shot him a glance. "What do you want?" Neza, beaming, replied, "Do you happen to know how to descend Zy Mountain? We've been wandering for 2 days and still haven't found a way down." Little dragon girl shot him a knowing look. "If only you had heeded my advice to read more, you'd know that Zy Mountain is vast and sparsely populated. Finding your way out is quite challenging. However, Zy Mountain is located at the intersection of Longmen, Xiujiang, and Zhuke villages, with its central area elevated and surrounded by lowlands, abundant with ponds, springs, and streams. To find your way out, you must seek the source of water and follow its flow." Neza's face lit up with understanding. "Oh, I see now. Thank you, little dragon girl. I'll treat you to sweet syrup sticks another day." Little dragon girl scoffed. "I'm not interested. Just stay away from those female demons, and I'll be grateful." Neza replied, "How do you know? I just fought off 2 female demons." He glanced around as little dragon girl rolled her eyes. "I had a hunch. I know exactly what you're like. Without me to keep you in check, I can only imagine how you've let loose." How could Neza not be amazed? After all, you are the most enchanting princess of the 9 provinces, 8 desolates, 7 mountains, 6 harmonies, 5 lakes, 4 seas, 3 realms, and 2 instruments. No other demon can compare to your beauty. The little dragon girl smirked playfully. "All right, please take care and descend the mountain early," she expressed with concern. With that, Neza, along with his magical treasures, made his way towards the water source. Following the stream, they finally descended the mountain before dawn. "Look, boss, there's a small town ahead, Diquan Town," exclaimed Windfire Wheel, eyes sparkling with excitement. "What an impressive name. Surely, there must be plenty of delicious food inside." Neza, hands on his hips, smiled and shook his head, calling out, "Treasures, return." Instantly, the 5 magical artifacts returned to Neza's possession. He added, "As outsiders, we are already conspicuous. It's best if I lead you into town." The town was indeed bustling with people, as expected from a place nestled between mountains and waters. Neza found an inn and ordered, 2 rooms, please." Once back in their quarters, the magical treasures emerged and gathered around a table. The innkeeper brought up the dishes, only to be taken aback upon seeing so many guests. "When did so many people arrive? I thought it was just a big eater." Wen Xiaogu, upon seeing the food, lost all sense of reason and immediately began to eat. Neza awkwardly chuckled. "It's fine, innkeeper." Chapter 5. The Return of the Little Dragon Girl. After the meal, the misty heavenly silk and the flame goddess returned to their rooms to rest. Neza, however, lay on his bed, hands behind his head, contemplating. His master had sent him to the Jizhou region to vanquish demons. According to the 2 demons he encountered, it seemed the most formidable ones in that area were indeed them. If he could eliminate them, he could report back to his master and return home. He was determined to rid the world of all evil beings, to become a stalwart man, so that the little dragon girl would see him in a new light and no longer underestimate him. Once peace was restored, he would seek out the little dragon girl and find a picturesque place to spend eternity together. Lost in thought, Neza chuckled aloud. The Qian Kuan circle, wind fire wheel, and fire dragon exchanged glances. Has the boss been enchanted and is still under its spell? He seems quite off, Fire Dragon remarked seriously. Wind Fire will stroked his chin thoughtfully. I believe you might be onto something. With that, the three of them leapt from their beds and rushed to Neza's side, exclaiming, Boss, are you all right? Neza turned, instantly dropping his smile. What do you want? Go back. Don't come near me. You're the ones with issues. I was merely pondering. Is that so bothersome? He shooed them back to their beds. The next day, as the three prepared to leave the inn, a woman burst in, urgently addressing the innkeeper. Old man, our son went up the mountain yesterday morning and hasn't he returned? Do you think something has happened to him? The innkeeper immediately set aside his ledger. Hasn't he returned? What are we waiting for? We must report this to the authorities. The anxious couple dashed out, leaving Neza and his companions exchanging glances. Neza declared, Let us follow them and see. They trailed the elderly couple to the county office, where they found a crowd of men and women of all ages gathered at the entrance. Once again, Neza and his companions exchanged glances. Neza remarked, Could it be that all of them have come to report to the authorities? This Dikuan town appears rather pleasant. How can the law and order be so chaotic? Just then, the fire dragon pulled over a relative who was preparing to lodge a complaint and inquired, Excuse me, madam. May I ask if you are all here to report a case? The anxious lady shook her sleeves and replied, Indeed. Our town has generally been peaceful, but overnight, many men and children have vanished. I have heard that 34 people are missing, and the magistrate's office is already overflowing with people. She added hurriedly, I cannot chat any longer. I must join the queue. Neza stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, Based on my experience, such a sudden disappearance of numerous individuals must be suspicious. It surely involves some malevolent spirits at work. Upon noticing that the 5 great treasures mirrored his gestures and expressions, stroking their chins, wearing solemn faces, hands on hips, and tapping their feet, Neza urged, Let us inquire about the appearance of these monsters, so we can capture them and restore peace for the people. After some time, Neza and the 5 treasures returned to the inn to discuss their findings. Neza recounted what the villagers had said, suggesting that there were likely 2 monsters involved. He speculated. Could it be? Looking at the 5 treasures, he declared, The wind fire wheel must be those 2 demons. The mixed heaven silk concurred. It is quite possible. They were severely injured by our leader, and in their haste to recover, they would resort to draining the vitality of humans, particularly targeting strong adult males and children. Such selective feeding typically indicates a higher level of cultivation in demons. Thus, it is highly likely that those 2 are indeed the culprits. Neza suddenly slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, How despicable! If those 2 demons have grievances, they should confront me directly. Preying on innocent, defenseless citizens is utterly contemptible. I am determined to capture them and provide the townsfolk with justice. The fire dragon added, Based on my previous experiences, demons usually prowl at night when they are most vigorous and vulnerable. Therefore, we should choose to strike under the cover of darkness. Neza stood up, extending a finger and declared, Very well, we shall take action tonight. With that, he clenched his fist in determination. As night fell, Neza and his companions made their way to the outskirts of the town, hiding in the woods along the path leading into the town. Neza and the 5 treasures climbed trees to wait. The wind fire will called out, Hey leader, do you think hiding here is effective? Neza raised a finger to his lips and whispered, Be quiet. We must not alert the snakes in the grass. After a night of waiting, Neza and his companions returned to the inn empty-handed, feeling disheartened. Neza pondered aloud, This doesn't make sense. Something must be amiss. It should not have turned out this way. It must be Wind Xiaoga's fault for alarming them. At that moment, sounds of playful scuffling echoed from the room. In the Xianyuan tomb, the henpecked spirit exclaimed, Sister, I have returned. After consuming so much vitality from the man, has your condition improved? The fox demon, having assumed her human form, replied with a satisfied expression, Indeed. I have recovered significantly, but the injury from my severed tail requires more, and even more potent essence. The henpecked spirit responded, Fear not, sister. I have learned that Neza and his companions have gone to Dikuan town. We shall capture them and provide you with a feast. The henpecked spirit's greed was palpable. The cunning Ji Jing continued to recount how, the previous night, she and Hu Chichi were preparing to venture out to capture a man for their sister, only to uncover an unexpected revelation, ultimately bringing back a captive. A devious smile adorned her face. The 9-tailed fox demon slowly opened her eyes and inquired, Oh, who is this? Bring him forth. At that moment, a man clad in black and bound tightly was presented before them. Upon seeing him, the fox demon remarked that he was a minion of the demon clan's emperor, who was rumored to be deceased. How did one of his subordinates manage to escape to my Ziwei mountain? With that, she turned, flicking her sleeves as she strode majestically to her throne, exuding an air of authority. Please, do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I will divulge everything I know. I merely seek a place to live in peace. The fox demon, Yu Zhao, playfully traced her long fingernails and asked, Oh, what do you know? Is it enough to barter for your life? The remnant of the demon palace knows who severely injured you a few days ago. I witnessed Neza's arrival and was too frightened to utter a sound. The fox demon's eyes narrowed fiercely as she demanded, Speak. What is that person's name? What is his background? Why do you fear him so? The remnant of the demon palace, trembling, knelt and retreated a step, saying, His name is Li Neza, hailing from Qintang Pass. It was he who, alongside the little dragon maiden, defeated the demon clan's emperor. Later, Lady Yuheim returned to the demon palace, declaring the emperor's death and the dissolution of the demon clan. Since then, we have heard nothing of her or of Neza and the little dragon maiden. Oh, I also heard that the little dragon maiden followed Guanyin to cultivate, and Neza is no longer with her. The remnant of the demon palace revealed all he knew about how Neza dealt with the demon clan's emperor. The fox demon, with a fierce gaze, seemed to ponder deeply, and then suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha, Li Neza, the real show is just beginning. With that, her hand reached out, draining the life force from the remnant of the demon palace. Ji Jing, perplexed, asked her sister, How do you plan to confront Neza? The demon clan's emperor was a formidable ruler for millennia. We have taken refuge in the Xianyuan tomb of Ziwei Mountain to avoid his subjugation, unwilling to serve him. If Neza could slay the emperor, how can we possibly contend with him? The nine-tailed fox demon elegantly replied, Even the mightiest have their vulnerabilities. Once we discern his weaknesses, we need not fear him. Go, fetch the celestial yin-yang rebirth mirror. Yes, sister, Ji Jing responded. If I ascertain his identity, I can employ the mirror to unveil all that pertains to him. If my conjecture holds true, the little dragon maiden represents Neza's greatest vulnerability. Shall we not exploit this? Do you think Neza will utilize his treasures when he is with the little dragon maiden? Ji Jing nodded in understanding, enlightened. Indeed, sister, you possess great wisdom. As the scene shifted, the nine-tailed fox demon transformed into the little dragon maiden. One cannot deny that the fox demon's mastery of this skill was truly remarkable. Her appearance and demeanor were astonishingly lifelike. Were it not for the sinister yet enchanting smile gracing her lips, one might genuinely believe she was the little dragon maiden herself. At that moment, Neza suddenly slammed the table, growing increasingly agitated as he declared that today he must capture those two fox demons. Even if I have to turn over Mount Zy to find them, I will certainly do so. Every passing day increases the danger for the people. I cannot wait any longer. With that, he dashed out, unstoppable even by the 5 great treasures. He immediately followed in pursuit. In the woods of Mount Zy, Neza called out, Demons, come out. Show yourselves and engage me in a fierce battle of 300 rounds, or else I shall find your lair and destroy it. After shouting for a while, just as Neza turned around, a familiar voice echoed, Who did I think it was? It turns out to be the irritable little master. Neza, what are you hiding in the shadows for? The chicken spirit and the nine-tailed fox appeared simultaneously. The nine-tailed fox had no intention of hiding. Today, she would settle the score for her severed tail. Neza smirked wickedly, beckoning with his finger. Come on, I fear your remaining tails may not be safe either. With that, Neza shouted for his treasures to return to their positions. A golden light enveloped him as he charged forward, engaging the nine-tailed fox and the chicken spirit in battle. After only a few exchanges, the two sides launched into an intense duel. Neza thought it strange. They seemed much weaker than the last time they fought. It was evident that their previous injuries had not fully healed. With this thought, Neza smiled confidently, altering his gestures to enhance his magical powers in the duel. The chicken spirit and the nine-tailed fox exchanged glances when suddenly a familiar figure descended from the sky. Neza, I am here to help you. Before she even landed, upon hearing her voice, Neza looked up in excitement. It was the little dragon girl. Chapter 6, The Return of the Little Dragon Girl. The little dragon girl descended from the heavens, clad in a delicate yellow gown, resembling a celestial being coming down to earth. Indeed, she was a fairy. Neza gazed intently at her descent, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, Little dragon girl, what brings you here? His features radiated joy. It had been over 4 months since they last met. From their first encounter by the sea to their time at the Kunlun Academy, they had never been apart for so long. Previously, Neza would often dismissively claim that the little dragon girl was unattractive, but now, as she appeared before him as a celestial beauty, he suddenly found her stunning beyond belief. Little dragon girl, please do not speak. Guanyin Bodhisattva informed me that you were in trouble and sent me to assist you. As she spoke, the little dragon girl unleashed her magical powers to aid Neza in the battle. The chicken spirit and the false nine-tailed fox exchanged glances, quickly retreating with the words, "Today, you have an ally. We shall let you go this time." And they fled in haste. The nine-tailed fox, intent on draining Neza's essence, had meticulously prepared, mirroring the little dragon girl in every expression, leaving no trace of deception. Seeing the two demons escape, Neza initially intended to pursue them, but the sudden appearance of the little dragon girl rendered him speechless, his feet seemingly no longer obeying his will, and he had no desire to chase them. Perhaps Neza himself was unaware of how much he had missed the little dragon girl. Just as Neza prepared to approach her, the wind-fire wheels rushed in, pushing him aside. "Little dragon girl, it has been so long since we last saw you. We missed you dearly. Have you been well in the heavens? I heard there are many heavenly peaches. Did you manage to taste any? Your complexion has noticeably improved. Is it that the heavens?" Feng Xiaoge, in a moment of excitement, babbled incessantly as if his mouth had suddenly been unsealed. Neza glanced at him with a disapproving look and, pulling away the Qinkuan circle, interjected, All right, can we discuss this back at the inn?" After saying this, Neza muttered under his breath, "I still don't know if they came to see you or me. I haven't even had a chance to speak." He felt quite aggrieved. Feng Xiaoge promptly shifted the topic to the little dragon girl, exclaiming, "You have no idea how much our leader misses you. Every night, he dreams of calling your name." Ahem, Neza coughed twice and retorted, "Feng Xiaoge, what on earth is a fine magical artifact like you doing with a mouth? Can't you keep quiet?" Feng Xiaoge, feeling wronged, fell silent. The little dragon girl was momentarily at a loss for words, her face flushing with embarrassment. As they journeyed, Neza urged the magical artifacts to proceed ahead while he and the little dragon girl lingered behind. His exhilarated steps circled around her. "By the way, little dragon girl, did Guanyin Bodhisattva mention when you would come to assist me? Honestly, those demons are no match for me. I don't need any help," Neza proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "Truly a forthright man." The little dragon girl replied, "I'm not sure either. Guanyin Bodhisattva only said that I should come to you in times of trouble." She swiftly changed the subject. "What, do you not wish to see me? If you don't want to see me, then I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to depart. Neza hurriedly grasped her hand, pleading, No, I was wrong. It's not that I don't want to see you. I merely didn't wish to disrupt your cultivation. How about this? I'll take you to Dikuan town for a stroll and treat you to something delicious and fun. It's been ages since we went out together." The little dragon girl chuckled softly. "Now that sounds more agreeable." As Neza turned around, the little dragon girl wore a fleeting, sinister smile that vanished as quickly as it appeared. She then followed him. Upon returning to the inn, dusk was approaching. After the group retired to their respective rooms, Neza lay in bed, tossing and turning, relishing the delightful thoughts that filled his mind. Meanwhile, in the little dragon girl's room, she paced back and forth, contemplating that once the 5 magical artifacts rested, she would go to Neza's room and summon him out. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The little dragon girl snapped back to reality, asking, "Who is it?" Neza, whispering through the crack of the door, replied, "It's me, Neza. Open up quickly." With a cunning smile, the little dragon girl thought to herself, "How convenient that he has come to me." She opened the door, allowing Neza to enter. With her hands behind her back, she approached the door, her fingers pressed together as she silently recited, "Barrier set, lock." Neza walked over to the table and sat down, hesitating for a moment before rising and looking at the little dragon girl. "Do you remember the times we fought side by side to reclaim the seas? We faced life and death together so many times. And I never imagined that one day we would be separated for such a long time, perhaps even longer in the future." As he spoke, his gaze fixed firmly on her. Neza took the little dragon girl's hand, adding, "If it weren't for that time, I went to the East Sea to find you." The little dragon girl transformed. "I might have never realized that there are things I, Neza, could not bear to part with." With this, Neza broke into a grin. "And that is you, my little enchantress." As Neza was about to continue speaking, the little dragon maiden interrupted him, shifting the topic and blushing as she remarked, "Oh, I know, Neza. We've not seen each other for so long. Do you miss me?" Suddenly, the enchanting little dragon maiden wrapped her arms around Neza's neck, her face gradually drawing nearer to his. Neza found himself utterly flustered by her unexpected fervor. "Weren't you in training with Guanyin? I thought you would have cultivated a heart free of desires. Why have you become even more passionate? Is it possible that my charm is simply too great?" At that moment, Neza recalled the blissful scenes of marrying longer in the illusory realm and awkwardly separated the little dragon maiden's arms, asking, "What is the matter?" "Little dragon maiden, Rest assured, my sole focus now is on vanquishing demons and upholding justice. I shall not allow anyone or anything to occupy my heart. I will forever remember my promise to you, so you need not worry." The little dragon maiden felt a surge of urgency. She pulled Neza down to sit and turned, perching herself upon his lap as she declared, "I don't want mere words. I want you to prove it." With that, she pressed her lips against his. Neza's eyes widened in shock. Though he sensed something amiss, it felt as if thunder had struck his mind. The person before him was none other than the little dragon maiden, whom he had longed for. He intended to resist, yet his mind seemed paralyzed. In that fervent kiss, the little dragon maiden opened her eyes, her crimson gaze captivating Neza's widened stare. Instantly, his own eyes transformed into a similar shade of red, leaving him defenseless and enchanted by the fox spirit's beguiling magic, rendering him incapable of resistance. It is known that the allure of the nine-tailed fox, honed over millennia, is irresistible even to the most formidable celestial beings. At that moment, without the protection of the 9 dragonfire cover, Neza was entirely vulnerable. Moreover, having faced life and death alongside the little dragon maiden, there was no other in this world who could cause him to lose his reason. Perhaps it was longing, or perhaps the unresolved emotions from their earlier separation that led Neza to unwittingly fall into this trap. As the fox spirit grew more invigorated, she boldly pushed Neza onto the bed, restraining his limbs and voraciously consuming his rich essence. Neza, now dazed and unable to resist, found the image of the little dragon maiden flickering in his mind, as if her past words echoed in his ears. "I promise to gift you a vow. I assure you, should you encounter danger, I will be the first to rescue you. If anyone bullies you, I shall retaliate on your behalf. Regardless of where we go or what we become, whenever you need me, I will always be by your side to protect you. Wake up, little dragon maiden. No matter what transpires, my commitment to reviving the aquatic clan for you shall remain unwavering. If possible, I wish to accompany you until the very end. Even if you transform into fish paste and I into lotus powder, we shall always remember each other, shall we not? The unchanging bonds we share are the most precious, such as familial love and promises. I vowed in Shangding village that I would always protect you, ensuring that we remain inseparable through all lifetimes." Neza was acutely aware that he could not perish, absolutely could not perish. His promise to the little dried fish had yet to be fully realized. With the last vestiges of his consciousness, Neza shed a solitary tear, whispering with all his might, "Little dragon girl." The little dragon girl responded with a sinister smile, declaring, "No one can save you now." With that, she hurled Neza into the air, her back unfurling 7 enormous tails, unleashing a torrent of power to siphon his essence, enveloping the entire room in a vibrant display of sorcery. Gradually, the severed fox tails began to grow at an astonishing rate. In the purple bamboo forest, the little dragon girl was tending to the koi in the lotus pond when she suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over her, as though a great calamity was imminent. At that moment, the ring on her finger flickered with silvery light before dimming. She softly called, "Neza." Instantly, she conjured a crystal ball filled with water essence, peering into its depths. The crystal ball revealed Neza in a room, being drained of his essence. Alarmed, the little dragon girl gasped, "This is bad. Neza is in trouble." Without a moment's hesitation, she stowed the crystal ball, her sleeves billowing as she prepared to fly to Neza's aid. Just as she was about to depart, Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared before her, instructing, "Take this and return swiftly. Do not let Neza know you have been, lest it disrupt his cultivation." With little regard for anything else, the little dragon girl accepted the elixir and took flight. In Neza's moment of dire peril, a brilliant white light illuminated the room, and the little dragon girl instantly arrived at Neza's chamber. She directed a powerful strike towards the figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. The 9-tailed fox demon reacted with remarkable quickness, evading her attack and revealing its true form, swirling elegantly as it covered its mouth in a mocking laugh, declaring, "I shall not play with you any longer." With that, it vanished in an instant. The little dragon girl swiftly caught Neza as he fell from the sky. At that moment, he was barely clinging to life. She hurriedly laid him back on the bed and produced the elixir given to her by Guanyin, administering it to Neza without delay. Moments later, she shook Neza's arm, pleading, "Neza, wake up. You must hold on." Yet, Neza showed no sign of response. His temperature continued to drop, and his complexion turned ashen. Tears welled in the little dragon girl's eyes. Witnessing Neza's decline, she could no longer contain her sorrow, letting her tears fall upon his hand. She cried, "Neza, I forbid you to die. You get up. You promised me you would never leave again. Wake up and look at me. Do you remember what you told me?" As memories flooded back, a battle hymn resonated, echoing the theme of love amid trials. After a brief interval, a voice calling Neza from deep within his mind gradually became clearer. It was the little dragon girl, her voice tinged with sorrow. Outside the inn, torrential rain fell. Neza struggled with all his might to open his eyes, wishing to comfort the little dragon girl, but he could not manage to do so. He murmured, "Little dried fish." At once, the little dragon girl ceased her weeping, astonished as she grasped Neza's hand, tenderly caressing his cheek, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Neza's complexion began to improve, and his temperature gradually returned to warmth. With tears in her eyes, the little dragon girl said to Neza, "Big lotus root, I forbid you to die. Do you hear me? When you were possessed, you awakened me. I believe I can awaken you as well. Please, recover swiftly." At that moment, the penetrating voice of Guanyin echoed in the ears of the little dragon maiden. "Longer, Neza is unharmed. Return swiftly." She wiped away her tears, reluctantly releasing Neza's hand as she rose to her feet. With 2 fingers joined, she dispelled the enchantment on the door, and with a swift motion, shattered the teaware on the table. With tears glistening in her eyes, she cast one last glance at Neza on the bed before transforming into a beam of white light and soaring away. The 5 treasures heard the sound of shattering from the little dragon maiden's room and rushed into Neza's chamber. Upon witnessing the broken teaware and the pale-faced Neza, they exchanged puzzled glances. Chapter 7. Neza's battle with the Fox King. The 5 treasures were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, the goddess of divine fire exclaimed, "Where is the little dragon maiden? Why is the master on her bed? Could it be?" The magical silk glanced at the shattered teaware and the weakened Neza, concluding that their leader seemed to have lost a substantial amount of essence. "Curse it, we ought to have stayed close to the master." The fire dragon suggested they wait until Neza regained consciousness to ask what had transpired. The following morning, Neza abruptly opened his eyes and sat up in bed, exclaiming, "Little dragon maiden." This startled the 5 treasures. They quickly gathered at his bedside, each speaking over the other. Yet Neza appeared to hear none of it. Upon regaining his senses, he inquired, "Where is the little dragon maiden? Have you seen her?" "Master," Feng Xiaoge replied, "you are in such a state, and still thinking of the little dragon maiden? You were found in her room, and we have no knowledge of her whereabouts. We entered to find you lying there, looking so frail." Feng Xiaoge clung to Neza, feeling aggrieved. Neza, feeling disdain, pushed him aside and prepared to seek out the little dragon maiden. The 5 treasures blocked his path, insisting he lie down to rest, and asking what had happened the previous night. Yet Neza remained tight-lipped, simply stating, "Don't ask, it's bothersome. I'm fine." At this moment, Neza was consumed by intense frustration, never having been so thoroughly deceived or humiliated. Such a disgrace he would never admit. That wretched fox demon had the audacity to masquerade as the little dragon maiden. This grudge would not go unavenged. That night, Neza tossed and turned restlessly. "I must find the little dragon maiden. Did she come last night?" In a daze, he could not ascertain if it was his longing for her that clouded his mind or if she truly had visited. As he stood and took a few steps, he halted once more. "No, if the little dragon maiden did come, then she must know everything. How will I explain myself to her?" Lost in thought, Neza stamped his foot in frustration. "That insufferable fox demon has drained my essence, likely enhancing its powers, making it even more formidable in the future." At that moment, the 5 treasures rushed into Neza's room. The Qianquan circle said, "Master, we shall stay with you tonight, to prevent a repeat of last night's incident." The fire will chimed in, "Indeed. You are already a being devoid of corporeal form. We cannot allow a recurrence of last night's events." Neza, perplexed, asked, Three devoid forms?" The fire will replied, "Yes. Bodiless, soulless, and spiritless. What else could it be? Your essence is of utmost importance. Without it, restoring your corporeal form is far from simple." Neza rolled his eyes, seeking a reprieve from this incessant banter. Feng Xiaoge swiftly concealed himself behind the Qianquan circle, exclaiming, "Boss, I admit my fault, but I speak the truth. Shouldn't we be contemplating how to confront the fox demon now?" Neza, unclenching his fist, strode to the table and seated himself. "It appears I must unveil the treasure left by Master Tai. The fox demon has greatly enhanced her powers. She will not be easily dealt with, especially her beguiling fox charm, which is notoriously elusive." At this moment, the 5 magical treasures snickered quietly. Neza quickly realized he had let something slip and awkwardly diverted his gaze, retrieving the pouch given by Master Tai. Upon opening the pouch, a brilliant golden talisman burst forth, adorned with peculiar symbols. While others might not recognize them, Neza was well aware of their significance. With a confident smile, he explained, "This is the Ta Ching demon-slaying talisman. You have never seen it before, as you were confined to the cave guarding that old monster during our time at the Immortal Academy. This artifact is formidable. I distinctly remember it from our studies in Kunlun. Unlike ordinary yellow or purple talismans, this golden talisman is specifically designed to combat powerful demons. Once struck, the target cannot hope to escape. The fire dragon, intrigued, inquired, "Is this what was used to subdue the demon emperor?" "Indeed," Nezu affirmed. "Apart from Master S formations and the suppression of the Yuxian wheel, the energy of this golden talisman was instrumental in the creation of the Yunxian cave." "Such power. Then why doesn't Master Tai possess more?" Feng Xiaoga interjected. Nezu shot him a glance, irritated. "Do you think this is as common as bamboo slips? Master has likely spent an extensive period refining just this one. Such a crucial artifact must not disappoint him. I shall use it to confront the nine-tailed fox." In the Xianyuan tomb cave, the nine-tailed fox, adorned in a resplendent golden robe, gracefully approached the grand hall. As she turned, her flowing sleeves danced in the air, her pupils transforming to a striking gold, exuding an aura of majesty rivaling that of the former demon emperor. Inside the cave, numerous demons had gathered to pay their respects. Alongside 36 fox demons and 9-headed roosters, all kneeling in unison to congratulate the queen on achieving her exalted golden form. Long live the queen, whose divine prowess is unparalleled. The 9-tailed fox erupted into raucous laughter. "At last, I have forged my divine form and returned to the pinnacle of Yuzhou." In that moment, her strength rivaled that of the demon emperor, making her exceedingly formidable to confront. Meanwhile, Nezu and his companions soared above Ziwai Mountain, searching for the fox demon Yuzhou's whereabouts. Eventually, they sensed a potent demonic energy emanating from the southwest of Ziwai Mountain, so intense that it caused a heaviness in their chests as they approached. They recognized this familiar aura as that of the 9-tailed fox, who had consumed Nezu's essence. Nezu focused his gaze and declared, "Xianyuan tomb cave. At last, we have located her lair." He internally cursed the old witch. "Having consumed my essence, she must regurgitate it all." With that, Nezu shouted, "Fire spear, go!" The fire spear ignited in a blaze, hurtling toward the stone door of the Xianyuan tomb cave with astonishing speed. The ground trembled violently, followed by a thunderous boom. The stone door of Xianyuan tomb was pierced directly by the fire spike spear, collapsing and crashing into the grand hall. Then, Nezu descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in the hall, where the fire spike spear immediately flew back into his hand. After receiving the spear, Nezu performed a dazzling display of weaponry, pointing it at the 9-tailed demon fox, declaring, "I have arrived. Prepare to meet your demise." The fox demon, Yuzhou, looked at the confident and flamboyant youth before her, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief as she exclaimed, "You're still alive? Truly, you have remarkable luck. Since you find life so tedious, allow me to grant your wish." With that, the fox demon vanished in an instant, appearing before Nezu and seizing him by the throat, forcefully launching him outside of the Xianyuan tomb. In response, the Mingtian Ling shot forth from Nezu's body, ensnaring the 9-tailed fox. Nezu immediately clenched his fist around the Qinkuan circle, which transformed in midair into countless spinning circles, striking the fox demon from every conceivable angle. The fox swiftly countered, tossing Nezu aside, who then mounted the wind-fire wheel and charged once more at the 9-tailed fox. It must be said that the 9-tailed fox, having significantly increased her power, was now on a completely different level. Despite Nezu's fierce and relentless assault, he failed to land a single blow on her. Her speed was astonishing, and Nezu found himself locked in a grueling battle with his 5 magical treasures. This confrontation stretched from day to night, ascending from the peak of Ziwai Mountain to the 7th heaven. Nezu constantly sought opportunities, searching for weaknesses in the 9-tailed fox's defense. The moment she revealed a vulnerability, he would strike, delivering the concealed Ta Qing demon-slaying talisman into her body, thereby achieving victory. Once activated, the talisman would automatically absorb demonic energy, and only the blood of its caster could dispel it. Nezu fought tirelessly until dawn, enduring countless defeats only to rise again. The cunning fox demon remained vigilant, never allowing a crack in her defenses despite the prolonged battle. Frustrated, Nezu clenched his teeth, closed his eyes in determination, and when he reopened them, he revealed the manifestation of his 3 heads and 6 arms. The fox demon, rushing in at lightning speed, was taken aback by Nezu's sudden transformation, realizing her oversight. Nezu's 6 arms immediately unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes against the approaching fox, catching her off guard and landing several hits. Nevertheless, she relied on her formidable physique to withstand the assault. At that moment, Nezu silently urged himself, "Now is the time." One of his hands struck the nine-tailed fox, a flash of golden light erupting from his palm as he retreated several dozen meters, withdrawing his manifestation. He quickly recited, "The convergence of yin and yang. The heavens command the demons and monsters. The primordial chaos transforms. The limitless Tai Chi endures. By urgent decree, break." Suddenly, the earth shook, and the fox demon Yu Zhao felt a wave of searing heat coursing through her body. In a panic and fury, she demanded, "What have you done to me?" Neza responded, "I am merely fulfilling my duty." As Neza spoke, he swiftly brandished his fiery spear and sword towards the nine-tailed fox atop the wind-fire wheels. The fox felt itself rendered immobile, as if its very being were on the verge of splitting apart. Helplessly, it watched as Neza thrust the spear through its body, his likeness appearing in multiple directions, piercing it repeatedly. The sensation of its body fracturing became increasingly palpable. The golden pupils of the fox widened in despair as it relinquished all resistance, withdrawing its magical abilities. Allowing Neza to pierce through, it emitted a chilling scream. Ultimately, after Neza's final strike, the fox's body shattered in midair. With a graceful halt, Neza did not glance back at the obliterated fox, a confident and triumphant smile gracing his lips. At that moment, lesser demons, such as the chicken spirit, witnessing this scene, scattered in terror. Neza then ascended the wind-fire wheels and set his course towards the South Sea. Chapter 8. The Four Seas Offering Master receives the edict in the purple bamboo forest. The little dragon maiden knelt beneath the lotus seat of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, her hands clasped in reverence. "Bodhisattva, I have returned to report." The Bodhisattva replied, "Little dragon maiden, I am aware of the turmoil within your heart. Although you are fated to be intertwined with Neza, he bears the heavy responsibility of saving the world as the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. His entanglement in personal feelings has clouded his judgment, leading him into peril." The little dragon maiden acknowledged, "I understand now." The Bodhisattva continued, "Your summons back is also due to the Jade Emperor's call for you to the Lingxiao Hall. The West Sea Dragon King has abdicated, and the West Sea Prince Moang has been officially bestowed the title of West Sea Dragon King by the Jade Emperor. You are designated as the offering master of the Four Seas. Upon your visit, you shall receive this decree and confer the role of the West Sea Dragon King temporarily. After paying respects to your father in the East Sea, you may return to continue your cultivation." The little dragon maiden replied, "Yes. I shall proceed to the Lingxiao Hall to pay my respects to the Jade Emperor." After paying homage to the Bodhisattva, the little dragon maiden felt a whirlwind of emotions. She was concerned for Neza's well-being. Yet, having absorbed the Bodhisattva's words, she hesitated to interfere with Neza's earthly trials. Their passionate bond was undeniable, but the prospect of their prolonged separation weighed heavily on her. Nevertheless, she was elated at the thought of soon reuniting with her brother Moang and her father. Setting aside her worries, the little dragon maiden arrived at the Lingxiao Hall. Announce, the little dragon maiden. Upon her conferral, a silver floral insignia adorned her forehead, enhancing her exquisite beauty beyond that of celestial beings. Moang and the little dragon maiden descended to the shores of the East Sea. As Neza arrived at the South Sea, he encountered the Bodhisattva and, after kneeling to pay his respects, inquired about the little dragon maiden's whereabouts. The Bodhisattva informed him that she had gone to the East Sea to pay homage to the Dragon King. Without delay, Neza bid farewell and hastened to the East Sea. Meanwhile, Moang and the little dragon maiden paused, overwhelmed with emotions as they gazed at the East Sea. Months prior, the Four Seas had fallen to the demon clans, and they had endured much in this realm. Moang had never been able to let go of his feelings for the little dragon maiden, silently harboring them within. Turning to her, Moang asked, "Dragon sister, has your time spent in the presence of the Bodhisattva been fruitful?" The little dragon maiden replied, "Indeed, brother Moang. My experiences alongside the Bodhisattva have been immensely rewarding. Perhaps soon, I shall no longer be the little dragon maiden of the past." Moang suppressed his longing for the dragon maiden, clasping her hands and assuring her, "Do not worry, dragon maiden. I shall take good care of the Four Seas and your father. Focus on your cultivation, wherever and whenever you may need me. I will exert all my strength to assist you." Just as the dragon maiden prepared to withdraw her hand from Moang's grasp, a boisterous voice erupted, "Moang, what are you doing?" The irate tone unmistakably belonged to the tempestuous Neza. The dragon maiden was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to retract her hand. Neza rushed to their side, slapping Moang's hand away and exclaiming, "Who gave you permission to hold the dragon maiden's hand? Just because you did, you think it's acceptable?" With that, he pulled the dragon maiden away. Moang, incensed, retorted, "What? You have a problem with it? If you disagree, let us settle it with a duel." Neza, impatient, responded, Come on then. It's been months, and you still reek. Emoang shot back. Yes, I may smell, but at least someone desires me. The dragon maiden stifled a laugh, glancing at Neza, and interjected. All right, Neza, you must not speak ill of my brother Emoang. He means no harm. Neza rolled his eyes at Emoang, then took the dragon maiden aside, saying, Dragon maiden, I have something to discuss with you. Though vexed, Emoang, being the chosen one of the dragon king of the four seas, maintained his composure, finally stating, Dragon maiden, I shall await you at the East Sea Dragon Palace. Very well, go ahead, brother Emoang, the dragon maiden replied. After Emoang departed, Neza sighed. Oh dear, dragon maiden, what do you see in Emoang? What quality does he possess that surpasses mine? He is neither as handsome nor as formidable. Just a moment ago, the dragon maiden had been reveling in her thoughts. But now she looked at Neza incredulously. Emoang is merely a brother to me. My affection for him is that of a sister for her brother. What nonsense are you speaking? Neza, noting the newly celestial beauty of the dragon maiden, retorted with a hint of arrogance. Really? Then why was he holding your hand? He continued, if you do not harbor feelings for him, then whom do you like? The dragon maiden turned her gaze aside, saying, the one I admire is a supreme demon lord. Yet he has vowed to stay by my side, promising that no matter where I am in the world, he will be the first to rush to my aid in times of danger. He has also pledged that regardless of how I may change, he will always recognize me and call my name. With a sudden shift in demeanor, the dragon maiden teased, what a pity, though, a mere fox demon has bewitched him. TSK. Though she was agitated, the rare opportunity to be with Neza made all her anger dissipate upon seeing him. Perhaps only Neza could infuriate her to such an extent, yet simultaneously, only he could make her feel at ease. Neza, initially elated by her words, nearly stumbled upon hearing the latter part, feeling utterly embarrassed. Is that so? How infuriating. This person is utterly foolish. He cannot even recognize the most exquisite princess of the dragon maiden, the most beautiful in all realms. Xiao Longnu stifled a smile and mused, indeed, from now on, vanquishing demons and monsters will inevitably lead to encounters with various creatures. With his intelligence, I shudder to think how many times he might be deceived. Neza, feeling incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at her, but swiftly changed his tone to one of earnestness, declaring, this shall be the final instance. I will never again fall prey to a monster's trickery. I promise to recognize you and never mistake you again. Xiao Longnu steadied her gaze, looking intently at the increasingly handsome Neza, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Taking his hand in hers, she leaned closer and said, Neza, do you know? The life I lived within the illusory realm was my happiest memory. I truly wish it were all real, that you had never left my side. When we parted from that realm, it was the most sorrowful moment for me. My heart felt as though it had died half away. Every day spent in training was filled with thoughts of you, longing for you endlessly. Neza, feeling a pang of sympathy, furrowed his brow and comforted her, little fish. I understand. You must wait for me. Every promise I made to you, I shall fulfill. Do you remember what I said within that illusion? We shall be together through countless lifetimes, never to part. Once I have completed my mission of saving the world, I will surely seek you out. From that moment on, we shall never be separated again. Xiao Longnu stood up, gazing deeply into Neza's eyes, and said, let me gaze upon you a little longer. Let me imprint your face in my memory. You must always remember me too. Remember that I will be waiting for you in the bamboo grove. Neza nodded solemnly, reassuring her, fear not. I will be by your side every day, surely to the point of annoying you. Ha! Neza chuckled in his endearing, foolish manner, eliciting a shy smile from Xiao Longnu. After their heartfelt exchange, Neza escorted Xiao Longnu back to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea before heading to the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain to report to his master. Chapter 9. New companions. After bidding farewell to Master Tai, Neza mounted the wind fire wheels and departed from the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain. His master had not specified what he should do next, only stating that opportunities awaited him ahead. Leaving in a state of confusion, Neza's spirits remained high, feeling that everything was progressing smoothly. Particularly after hearing Xiao Longnu's heartfelt sentiments, Neza's resolve to uphold justice for the world intensified, no matter how arduous the path ahead. He vowed to persevere, for the sake of the people and for Xiao Longnu. As Neza leisurely soared above the Shushan region, he suddenly noticed the breathtaking scenery surrounding him, resembling a poetic masterpiece. Last time, in his rush to find his master, he had overlooked the beauty of Shushan. Passing over Qianyuan Mountain, Neza thought to himself that he must bring Xiao Longnu here to admire the view together someday. While wandering and marveling at the exquisite landscape, Neza exclaimed, Nature truly is a divine craftsman. Just then, he caught sight of a distant peak shrouded in ethereal mist. With arms crossed before him, he accelerated his flight, unaware of how long he soared, until he unknowingly arrived near Zhongnan Mountain. How peculiar, he pondered. I just saw that mountain enveloped in celestial energy. Why is there nothing remarkable here? Merely mountains, rivers, and trees. After circling for a while, he prepared to change direction. However, just as he turned to leave, he suddenly heard the resounding sounds of combat ahead. Instantly alert, Neza descended and moved towards the source of the commotion, eager to uncover the truth behind the disturbance. At this moment, a strikingly handsome youth was engaged in a fierce battle against a towering stone monster, armed only with his bare hands. Neza approached for a closer look and noted that although the youth possessed an exquisite visage, with thick brows and large eyes reminiscent of a delicate flower, he was unfortunately devoid of hair. Yet, his physique suggested he was quite robust, with well-defined muscles. Opposite him loomed the colossal stone creature, whose every step sent branches crashing to the ground. Its grotesque appearance was astonishing, as its body was a haphazard assembly of stones, tightly packed together. Neza, feeling a surge of anxiety, muttered to himself about the creature's unsightly form. Without hesitation, Neza extended his hand, summoning the fire spear, and charged forward, invoking his magical power to strike at the stone beast, declaring, "You wretched monster, today you have the misfortune of encountering me." As he spoke, a large chunk of stone shattered from the monster's chest, only for the broken fragments to miraculously return and reattach themselves as if they possessed a will of their own. Neza, taken aback, thought, so this is possible. Both the stone creature and the youth halted their combat, exchanging a bewildered glance before turning their attention to Neza. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, Neza asked, "What are you two staring at? Are you going to continue fighting?" He then turned to the youth, reassuring him, "Do not fear. I am here to assist you and will reduce this ugly brute to ashes." The stone creature remained silent, but it was the youth who spoke first, asking, "Who are you?" "I am merely practicing with the mountain deity here. This is a trial bestowed upon me by my master." Upon hearing this, Neza nodded with a calm demeanor and clasped his fists together, apologizing. "My apologies for the interruption. I shall take my leave." At that moment, the youth gazed intently at Neza, pondering how he had not descended the mountain since his adoptive father entrusted him to his master in his youth. He had not encountered many people, and this individual appeared familiar, seemingly of his own age. His inexplicable curiosity and sense of novelty compelled him to call out, "Hey, what is your name?" Neza halted, turning back to the two still in a state of bewilderment, and pointed to himself, asking, "Me? Are you referring to me?" The youth nodded. Neza chuckled, "I am Neza, residing in Chintang Pass, and I am a disciple of the great Master Tai." The youth then turned to the stone creature, clasping his fists in excitement, and proclaimed, "I am Ba Qinggang, a disciple of the Yunzongzi from the Yuzhu cave on Mount Zhongnan. It seems we are indeed fellow disciples, as both our masters are students of the primordial heavenly sovereign." Neza was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Really? Ha ha ha. My sincerest apologies for the earlier disruption during your training." The youth continued to gaze at this refined companion of his age, saying, "This is the mountain deity, who accompanies me in my practice every day." Neza laughed. "Then don't you find it unbearable to be confronted by such an ugly stone monster daily?" The youth, unfazed by Neza's jest, found it rather amusing and joined in laughter. Responding, "The mountain deity is quite kind. He is the only one who has accompanied me throughout my life." As he spoke, Ba Qingang's attention remained fixated on Neza. After years of no comparison, gazing daily at the densely packed stone mountain deity, encountering the handsome Neza felt like witnessing a celestial being in all its splendor. Suddenly, Neza ceased his laughter, expressing sympathy. "Have you truly been without friends for over a decade? How unfortunate. Have you never ventured beyond the mountains? What of your parents?" At this moment, the mountain deity interjected, addressing Ba Qinggang, "I must attend to pressing matters. You and your new friend may converse at your leisure." Ba Qinggang bowed respectfully. "Farewell, esteemed mountain deity." After watching the mountain deity depart, Ba Qinggang replied, "I was abandoned by my parents at a young age, and I know not who they are. I have only heard from my master that it was the Duke of Shibo, Ji Chong, who discovered me, performed an oracle, and declared that I am no ordinary person, destined for a mission to uphold righteousness in the world. He took me as his adopted son and found my master so that I could learn from him." Neza scrutinized Ba Qinggang closely and noticed the uniqueness of his eyes, a striking shade of pale blue unlike any other, as if they contained the vastness of the cosmos. He casually remarked, "Oh, I see you are quite ordinary, except for your lack of hair. Is your master a monk?" With that, He playfully poked Ba Chun-gang's shiny head. Ba Chun-gang, feeling shy, rubbed his head and smiled. No, my master is like yours. A sage of profound understanding. I was born without hair. My master told me I would never grow any. He also mentioned that I would one day sprout wings. And only after I have grown these wings can I descend from the mountains to vanquish demons and uphold justice, fulfilling my destiny. Upon hearing this, Neza could not contain his laughter. Your master must be pulling your leg. No hair but wings? Ha ha. He doubled over, clutching his stomach. I've never seen a person sprout wings. I know about transformation into a bird, but wings? Ha ha ha, how absurd. Ba Chun-gang, feeling displeased, furrowed his brow and retorted. It is not absurd. My master never deceives me. If he says I will grow wings, then I shall. Neza inquired teasingly, have you grown them yet? Where are they? Let me see. Ba Chun-gang replied, I simply have not grown them yet. I have leapt from the summit of Zhongnan Mountain countless times in hopes of sprouting wings. Yet, each time I returned battered and bruised, without wings. With that, Ba Chun-gang lowered his gaze. Neza, feeling a pang of sympathy, patted Ba Chun-gang's shoulder. Oh, I was merely jesting. Everything is contingent upon fate. Your wings have yet to manifest, because the time is not right. He leaned closer to Ba Chun-gang, covering his mouth conspiratorially. Let me share a secret. Ba Chun-gang turned, eyes wide with curiosity. What secret? Neza whispered. I possess 3 heads and 6 arms. They also manifested by chance. Ba Chun-gang's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Show me please. Neza immediately dashed away, playfully exclaiming. Nope, I won't show you. Just won't. The two engaged in a spirited chase, frolicking through the forest. Chapter 10. New companions. Neza felt an immediate kinship with the young man before him, recognizing many similarities between them. Perhaps it was because they were both born extraordinary, destined to bear great responsibilities, that he felt an inexplicable fondness for Ba Chun-gang. Neza introduced his 5 magical treasures to Ba Chun-gang, and the two of them continued to play and frolic in the woods. For Ba Chun-gang, today marks the most joyous day in over a decade, since he can remember. He has followed his master, diligently practicing day after day, with no friends and scarcely a word spoken. Yet today, he converses with someone of similar age who shares countless enchanting tales of the world below, stirring a deep yearning within Ba Chun-gang to sprout wings and soar down the mountain to witness the delights spoken of by Neza. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting, and Neza prepares to take his leave. Ba Chun-gang, reluctant to part, gazes at Neza and laments. I have not properly entertained you during your visit to Zhongnan Mountain, nor have I introduced you to my master. How can you leave without even sharing a cup of tea? Suddenly realizing his own thirst, Neza touches his throat, prompting Feng Xiaoge to eagerly respond. Then let us not stand on ceremony. Let us go drink tea and enjoy some snacks. With that, he gestures for Ba Chun-gang to lead the way to Yuzhu Cave, as if Ba Chun-gang were the guest. Neza, with a sigh, muses that such hospitality is excessive. Yet the mention of food and drink has made him momentarily forgetful. Feng Xiaoge promptly turns and playfully nudges Neza forward, eliciting an eye roll from Neza in response. Upon arriving at Yuzhu Cave, Ba Chun-gang ushers them into his simple room, adorned only with a few weapons, bamboo scrolls, a large stone bed, a stone table, and stone stools, presenting a clear view of its contents. Ba Chun-gang swiftly serves his homemade fruit juice, pouring it for Neza and his companions, exclaiming, Neza, please share more of your stories. They are utterly fascinating. Like a curious child, Ba Chun-gang's excitement is palpable. Neza, with a proud smile, responds, I shall recount them later. First, I wish to pay my respects to my master. Since I am here at Yuzhu Cave, it is only proper to do so. Ba Chun-gang nods in agreement. Very well, I shall take you to meet my master. Upon reaching the main hall of Yuzhu Cave, they find a venerable Taoist priest, with long black hair and a flowing beard, seated in meditation. Ba Chun-gang announces, Disciple Ba Chun-gang pays respects to my master. Today, while out training, I encountered my uncle's disciple, Li Neza, and have brought him to pay his respects. Neza adds, Disciple Li Neza pays respects to my uncle. Yanzongzi slowly opens his eyes, appraising Neza with satisfaction and nodding. Indeed, you are a fine young man, worthy of being the most esteemed disciple of Tai Junren. Neza, puffed with pride, replies, You flatter me, uncle. I have come to pay my respects and, on behalf of my master, extend his regards to you. Yanzongzi nods approvingly. I foresaw your arrival at Zhongnan Mountain and your encounter with Chang'an. This is a significant opportunity for him. Chang'an, you have been cultivating by my side for over a decade. I have foretold that the day you sprout wings will be the day you leave the mountain. Whether you sprout wings depends on the fateful connection between you and Neza. I can only speak thus far. The rest lies in your own understanding. With a gentle stroke of his long beard, he vanishes from the cushion, leaving Neza and Ba Qinggan exchanging puzzled glances. Upon returning to Ba Qinggan's chamber, the two were preoccupied with pondering the significance of Yun Zhongzi's words. Once inside, Neza promptly recounted his past experiences, including his fierce battles against the Demon Emperor and his efforts to aid the little dragon girl in reviving the aquatic clan. Ba Qinggan listened, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. The tales were simply incredible, evoking admiration, envy, and longing within him. Engaged in lively conversation, they lost track of time, and soon night had fallen, with the 5 treasures already occupying Ba Qinggan's sole bed in slumber. As dawn approached, the fragrance of blossoms and the melodious chirping of birds awakened Neza. The two had dozed off at the stone table during their animated discussion. Stretching, Neza glanced across the table, only to find Ba Qinggan had vanished. He hurriedly roused the 5 treasures, exclaiming, "Awaken, day has broken. We must bid farewell." Pacing back and forth in the room, he wondered where Ba Qinggan had gone so early in the morning. He had intended to say goodbye. Just as Neza pondered this, Ba Qinggan bounded back, a large bundle of exotic fruits in hand. Brimming with excitement, he exclaimed, "Neza, you're awake. Look, I gathered these unique fruits from Zhongnan Mountain before dawn. They are delicious. You must try them. I know you're leaving today, so take some for the journey." Upon hearing about food, Feng Xiaogo approached and, with a serious demeanor, patted Ba Qinggan's shoulder, saying, "No need to be so polite. We are all brothers." As he spoke, he reached for the fruits. Neza, beaming with joy, remarked, "Don't mind him. My companion can be a bit forgetful when food is mentioned." Ba Qinggan, with a simple smile, replied, "It's all right. I gathered these for you. Take them all." Touched by the kindness and innocence of this youth, Neza patted Ba Qinggan's shoulder and said, "I feel a special connection with you. I will come to visit again. If you ever grow wings, come to the Li residence in Qintang Pass. I'll treat you to many delightful dishes and show you wonders you've never seen, and we can vanquish demons together." Ba Qinggan nodded earnestly. "Neza, you are my only friend and my best friend. Please remember to come see me." After promising, Neza bid farewell to Ba Qinggan and set off on the journey home with the 5 treasures. Chapter 11. A visitor arrives. Upon arriving home in Qintang Pass, Neza joyfully called out, "Father, Mother, Aunt Yang, I'm back." Aunt Yang rushed out, her face clouded with worry. She raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet, her eyes indicating that there were guests inside. Neza's eyes sparkled as he glanced at Aunt Yang and then back into the room, exclaiming, "Guests have arrived. Who is it?" Aunt Yang, tense, gestured for him to lower his voice and instructed him to return to his room, promising to summon his father and mother shortly. Neza was perplexed, sensing that something was amiss. He stepped in front of Aunt Yang and made his way towards the main room. Upon entering, the scene that met his eyes ignited a fury within him. Clenching his fists, he observed that in the room, both Li Jing and his wife were kneeling, while a middle-aged man sat with an air of arrogance. Disdainfully regarding the supplicants, he scoffed at Li Jing, saying, "Your antics are futile. The king desires beauty. After all this time, what have you procured? Although our king has only recently ascended the throne, he is not to be trifled with by lowly subjects like yourselves. If you fail to present the beauty the king seeks, your kneeling will be of no consequence. Heads will roll." Neza, witnessing this man's oppressive demeanor towards his father and mother, felt a surge of indignation. As he stepped into the room, he declared, "I wondered who it might be, only to find a wretched creature that is neither man nor woman." Li Jing and his wife were aghast at Neza's words and gestured for him to be silent. The arrogant man, upon hearing Neza's remark, glared at him, exclaiming, "Li Jing, is this the son you have raised?" Immediately, Li Jing turned to Neza and said, "Neza, this is Lord Yuan. You must show him respect. Kneel and apologize at once." Naturally, Neza refused to kneel, pointing at Yuan and retorting, "Father, he is merely a eunuch. Why should we bow to him? Does he deserve such reverence?" Yuan glared fiercely at Neza. "Ah, brave words indeed, Li Jing. I hope you do not find yourself weeping for mercy in the future." Li Jing hastily replied, "My lord, my son is still young and does not comprehend the gravity of his words. Please do not hold it against him. I assure you, I will fulfill the king's orders with utmost dedication. I implore you, do not blame my son's indiscretion." Neza was incensed and pulled at his parents, insisting, "Get up. Do not kneel to him. He is not worthy, and we have no desire to prostrate ourselves. Go back and inform your king that if he seeks beauty, he may have fists instead." Startled, Mrs. Li quickly covered Neza's mouth, while Li Jing scolded, "Silence. Return to your room. This matter does not concern you." "Mrs. Li and Aunt Yang promptly pulled Neza back to his room, and he was reluctantly dragged away. Meanwhile, Yuan, having chastised the kneeling Li Jing, forcefully pushed him aside and strode out of the Li residence, entering his carriage. Enraged, Yuan squinted his eyes, contemplating the indignities he had suffered, both from the king and this insolent child. Li Jing, await your reckoning. You shall regret this. Chapter 12. The Imperial Edict, to execute Neza. Mrs. Li admonished, Neza, you were far too impulsive just now. Your father has always steered clear of courtly affairs, dedicating himself solely to training soldiers and managing Chintang Pass. He wishes to avoid the intrigues of the court, desiring only a peaceful life for our family. You must understand that Lord Yuan is not someone we can afford to offend. Mother, Neza replied, he has so brazenly oppressed father and you, dismissing us entirely. Why should we endure his tyranny? He is merely a eunuch. What right does he have to treat you and father with such contempt? Aunt Yang interjected, young master, we are not versed in court matters. Please heed your mother as counsel and refrain from arguing with your father. Neza turned his head away, asserting that he had not spoken incorrectly, and questioned why they should fear him when neither he nor his father had committed any wrongdoing. At that moment, Li Jing stormed into Neza's room with a grim expression, reprimanding him. Do you have any idea what trouble you've caused today? If you do not comprehend, then do not meddle. You are still young and know nothing of the bloodshed and treachery of the court. That Lord Yu is the most favored by the king. To offend him is to invite disaster upon us. Neza, filled with indignation, retorted, Father, while I may not fully understand, I do know that a person must possess integrity and dignity. I refuse to bow to him. He is unworthy. As for that king who favors such a eunuch, seeking beauty across the realm, indulging in wine and debauchery, this is nothing but decadence. Upon hearing Neza's rebellious words, Li Jing, consumed by rage, struck Neza's face with a resounding slap. You shall not speak of the king in such a manner. I can tolerate your usual recklessness and mischief, and I will not hinder you in your pursuits. However, the king's conduct is beyond your judgment. At that moment, Lady Li rushed over, gently caressing Neza's cheek, tears streaming down her face. Must you always resort to violence? You have struck our son. She gazed at Neza's hurt expression with concern. Li Jing, momentarily overwhelmed by his wife's tears and Neza's aggrieved demeanor, stammered, I only wish to prevent further calamity for Neza. His words were simply too extreme. Neza fell silent. He was no longer the petulant child who would run away from home in a huff. Regaining his composure, he chose not to argue with his father any longer. Please leave. I am weary and wish to rest. He then ushered everyone out of the room. Once the door was closed, the 5 magical treasures emerged. The fire goddess gently patted Neza's shoulder, asking with concern, Are you all right, boss? The other treasures remained mute, unsure of how to console their leader. Neza laid down on his bed, determined to ignore everyone, remaining silent. A few days later, Yuan arrived at the Li residence accompanied by a retinue. As young eunuchs proclaimed loudly, Imperial Edict arrives. Li Jing and his wife knelt to receive the decree. Before announcing the edict, Yuan sneered disdainfully. He read aloud, Li Jing of Chintang Pass has served as the general for over a decade, maintaining integrity and diligence. I, the sovereign, find much solace in this. However, I have recently been plagued by troubling dreams in which a young man, riding on a fiery wheel, brandishing a sharp spear and adorned in crimson silk, threatens my life. This unsettling vision disturbs my peace and compels me to seek your assistance, beloved minister, in capturing this rogue and eliminating him to ease my troubled heart. Upon finishing, Yuan mockingly addressed Li Jing. I have heard that your son rides the fiery wheel, wields the blazing spear, and is draped in the celestial silk. Could this thief from the king's dreams be none other than your esteemed son? Do not let personal ties cloud your judgment. I have already informed the king that this individual is none other than the son of Lord Li. You have but one day to apprehend this criminal. Otherwise, I shall personally lead the charge. Ha ha ha. With that, he turned and departed. Li Jing, after hearing the edict, felt as though struck by lightning, remaining motionless for an extended period. Lady Li, upon hearing the decree, fainted on the spot. Li Jing and his wife had just regained their son, reveling in the joys of family life, when unexpectedly, the king issued such a decree. Li Jing was devastated, as was Mrs. Li, while Aunt Yang felt the pain of the Li family's misfortunes, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Neza was in his room, wielding the Qinkuan circle, completely unaware of the turmoil outside. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoge burst into Neza's room, shaking him and exclaiming, Big brother, we must flee at once. I was just in the kitchen looking for something to eat, and while passing through the hall, I heard. Neza, growing impatient, shrugged off Feng Xiaoge's hand, saying, "What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? What did you hear?" Feng Xiaoge stammered, "I heard that that fellow Yu Han sent a decree from your father, and it seems to say that the king wants your father to kill you." Neza cast a sidelong glance, cocked his head, and laughed. "Is that so? My father would never harm me. That king, does he truly possess the ability to kill me?" Feng Xiaoge pondered this as well, for after all, how could a father bring harm to his own son? Moments later, Mrs. Li and Aunt Yang hurried into Neza's room, explaining the circumstances and urging him to pack his belongings and leave immediately. Neza, unconcerned, replied, "Mother, Aunt Yang, I have just returned home. I cannot leave. Besides, my father would never kill me, and that king lacks the power to do so. You need not worry." Just as he finished speaking, Li Jing rushed into Neza's room, placing his hands on Neza's shoulders. "Neza, quickly gather your things and go. There is no time to waste. You must leave. Aunt Yang, help Neza pack." Aunt Yang immediately began to gather Neza's belongings. Neza pulled the clothes from Aunt Yang's hands, furrowing his brow in distress. "Father, I will not go. I have just returned, and I have yet to show you my filial piety. Why should that king wish to kill me? I have done nothing wrong. What gives him the right to decree my death?" Li Jing, in a state of urgency, replied, "My son, I lack the time to explain. When a king demands the death of a subject, the subject has no choice but to comply. But you are my son. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Do you understand? You must leave immediately. This is a military order." Though Neza was reluctant, seeing his parents' unwavering resolve compelled him to take his leave from the Li residence. Mrs. Li, tears streaming down her face, pleaded with the 5 magical treasures, "I am deeply sorry, Neza. As his mother, I have failed to protect him. You are his brothers and sisters. You must safeguard him and ensure he comes to no harm. I kneel before you." The 5 magical treasures, and Neza quickly supported Mrs. Li, saying, "Please, do not kneel. Neza is our leader and our brother. We will protect him. You can rest assured." With tears in his eyes, Neza looked sorrowfully at his mother, saying, "Mother, I am unfilial and have caused you more grief. I will return to see you. Please take care of yourselves. You and father." With that, he knelt and bowed 3 times to his parents. Li Jing, with tears in his eyes, helped Neza to his feet, saying, "My son, take care of yourself out there. Do not worry about your father. I will find a way to persuade the king to rescind the decree, and I will bring you back." Neza wiped away his tears, knelt to bid farewell to his parents once more, and then soared away on his wind and fire wheels. Chapter 13. Excessive Bullying. Neza and the 5 magical treasures had not ventured far. He was deeply concerned that his departure would endanger his parents, so he merely pretended to leave, quietly waiting outside Chintang Pass. The following day, Yu Han arrived at the Li residence with a troop of elite soldiers. Li Jing stepped forward, clasped his fists, and dismissively addressed Yu Darren. Yu Han glared at Li Jing, pointing a finger at him and bellowing, "Where is Neza?" Li Jing replied with righteous indignation, "I, Li Jing, have devoted my life to the king without any ulterior motives. I believe I have never wronged the king in any way. If the king demands my life, I, Li Jing, shall not utter a word of dissent. However, Neza is my son, the very essence of the Li family. Though he may be a bit unruly, he has committed no grave wrongdoing. I implore you, Yu Darren, to intercede on my son's behalf before the king. I shall forever be grateful." Yu Han sneered and retorted, "Spare me your platitudes. Hand over Neza at once, or face the consequences." Li Jing, setting his fists aside, turned and replied, "Neza has gone. You will not capture him. I, Li Jing, shall bear any blame alone." Yu Han seethed with rage. "Very well. Explain that to the king yourself. Seize Li Jing and escort him to Chaoga." As he spoke, he ordered his soldiers, "Let the king decide his fate." A band of elite soldiers apprehended Li Jing, who turned to Lady Li and said, "Madam, take care of yourself. Do not worry about me." Yu Han, with a dismissive flick of his sleeve, coldly commanded, "Take him away." Meanwhile, outside Chintang Pass, Neza wandered through the woods, sighing, "I have left like this. I wonder how my parents are faring." "Feng Xiaoge," he called, "you are swift of foot. Go back to Chintang Pass and inquire about my parents. I am truly worried for them." "Yes, boss," Feng Xiaoge replied. "Wait here for me. I will find out and return promptly." "All right, go," Neza replied. After Feng Xiaoge departed, Neza leaped into a tree and settled down to wait in silence. He thought to himself, "If I cannot return home, where should I go? If I wander too far, I shall be uneasy about my parents." That Yu Han is truly detestable. Lost in thought, Neza clenched his fists and struck the tree with a punch. "It is all my fault. If only I could have endured a little longer, I would not be in this situation, unable to return home. Why hasn't Feng Xiaoge returned yet? It has been ages. I am growing anxious." Neza exclaimed. Boss, do not fret, Han Yuanling comforted. Just wait a little longer. Everything will be fine. Moments later, Feng Xiaoge suddenly appeared before Neza, causing him to stumble in shock. Boss, it's bad news. Feng Xiaoge said urgently. I found out that our father has taken all the blame upon himself and has been escorted to Chaoga by that Yudaran. I chased after him, and he has been placed in a prison cart. Neza clenched his fists in frustration, exclaiming, This is outrageous. What about my mother? Lady Li is still at the Li residence and is safe for now, Feng Xiaoge responded. Good. We shall go to Chaoga and rescue the prison cart. Boss, we must not act impulsively, cautioned the Qiankuan circle. The escorting of Zhao Ge must certainly fall under the direct orders of the king. If the time comes, the king. With a sigh, Qiankuan Quan continued, saying that we shall not hesitate to act when the moment is right. The fire goddess and the mysterious silk nodded in agreement with Qiankuan Quan's suggestion. After some hesitation, Neza decided to follow to Zhao Ge first and then devise a plan. At Zhao Ge, Yuhan presented himself. I, Yuhan, pay my respects to the king. Li Jing has allowed the thief Neza to escape and is now escorting him to Zhao Ge. Upon hearing this, the king will make his judgment. At that moment, within the Xianxing Hall, a man nearing 40, with a robust frame, sharp brows, and a commanding presence, slowly savored a cup of wine, addressing Xian Li Jing. He waved his hand, signaling the performing dancers to withdraw. Li Jing was brought into the Xianxing Hall, surrounded by officials engrossed in the performance, who cast curious glances at him. Upon entering the grand chamber, Li Jing knelt and declared, This sinner, Li Jing, pays his respects to the king. The king of Zhou responded, Li Jing, why did you allow Neza to escape? He is the very thief who haunts my dreams. Yuhan interjected. This Li Jing is audacious, having privately released a criminal, showing utter disregard for the king, let alone any notion of loyalty. Li Jing immediately raised his head, pleading, Your Majesty, I assure you, I did not. Neza is my son, devoted solely to you, without any ulterior motives. He has done no wrong. As a father, I cannot bear to see him unjustly condemned. Your Majesty, please consider. He bowed deeply in reverence. You audacious one, Yuhan exclaimed. Are you suggesting that the king has erred? Li Jing hastily shook his head. No, that is not my intention. The king of Zhou waved dismissively. Enough? I shall make my own decisions. Since you have acted independently to free Neza, his punishment shall rest upon your shoulders alone. You shall face execution come autumn. Li Jing was struck dumb, his heart heavy as ashes, tears brimming in his eyes as he bowed. This sinner thanks you for your grace. Suddenly, a youthful yet resonant voice interrupted. Hold on. I, Neza, am here. With that declaration, Neza burst into the hall, standing beside Li Jing, eyes blazing with hatred directed at the king and Yuhan. The king of Zhou straightened in his seat, scrutinizing the young intruder. Recognizing him as the very thief from his dreams, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, he ordered, Seize him. At once, several guards rushed into the hall to apprehend Neza. Clenching his fists in fury, Neza gritted his teeth, his arms trembling. After a moment, he relaxed his grip, allowing himself to be subdued, and looked up at the king, stating, I, Neza, am here. Any punishment I shall bear alone. It has nothing to do with my father. Release him. Seeing that Neza had lost his will to resist, the king reassured him, Fear not, I shall not unjustly implicate others. As long as you submit to your fate, Li Jing shall be exonerated. Li Jing, wide-eyed, called out, What are you doing here? Leave quickly. I am old. My death is of little consequence. He closed his eyes in anguish, tears flowing. Neza, witnessing his father's torment, felt his own eyes welling up, saying, Father, I am an unfilial son, bringing you trouble. I will not allow you to suffer for my sake. In my next life, I shall still be your son. Upon finishing his words, Yuhan waved his hand, commanding the guards to take him away. Chapter 14. Neza enters prison at this moment, deep into the night. Neza lay tossing and turning in his cell, reflecting on the brevity of his existence. It was incredulous that he, Li Neza, should meet such a premature end. A wry smile crept across his face as he thought of the perils he had faced while vanquishing demons. He had not succumbed to their clutches, but now found himself resigned to his fate here. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks on us. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Neza glanced at the ring on his finger, his brow furrowing as he traced its contours. He had promised the little dragon girl that he would fulfill his mission and seek her out, to accompany her through countless lifetimes. Yet now, a wave of regret washed over him. If his life were to be sacrificed for the Li family, it would not be in vain. But what tormented him most was the promise he had made to the little dragon girl. In light of these reflections, Neza summoned his 5 magical treasures and spoke to them. My father has devoted his life to loyalty and service for the Li family. This time, I may truly perish here. After my death, go to the little dragon girl, stay by her side to protect her, and tell her not to wait for me any longer, if there is a next life. At this juncture, Neza's eyes closed in anguish as he lowered his head. The 5 treasures gathered around him, embracing Neza, their eyes brimming with tears. Is there truly no other way? They implored. With but a command from you, we could whisk you away. No one could stop us. Neza released their embrace, leaning against the cell door. I could escape. But what of my parents? My father would never flee. His sole desire is to serve faithfully. Ah, it is what it is. I accept my fate. The 5 treasures understood Neza's turmoil, yet were at a loss for words of comfort, their hearts heavy with sorrow. In the Yuzhu cave of Mount Zhongnan, Jian Zhengzi calculated the fate of Neza and discerned his plight was also an opportunity for the disciple, Ba Qinggang. He summoned the boy forth. Ba Qinggang bowed, Master. You called for me. What is your command? Jian Zhengzi adjusted his beard and replied, Your companion Neza is in grave danger. You must hasten to rescue him. Delay may bring dire consequences. Ba Qinggang looked up at his master and promptly responded, Yes, Master. I shall go at once. Wait, Jian Zhengzi interjected. You have no weapon by your side. Allow me to gift you an armament. As he spoke, a staff, radiant with golden light and adorned with exquisite carvings, materialized in his hand. Ba Qinggang exclaimed, What is this? Jian Zhengzi presented the staff to him. This is the golden staff, crafted through the convergence of celestial energies and my own cultivation for your use. Take it and swiftly rescue Neza. After bidding farewell to his master, Ba Qinggang soared towards Chaoga. Meanwhile, Neza remained wide awake, his thoughts consumed by his parents and the little dragon girl. With less than 2 hours until dawn, he longed deeply to see the little dragon girl just once more. He gazed through the small window of his cell, catching a glimpse of the starlit sky. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted at the prison entrance, causing all the guards to collapse instantly. Neza, momentarily blinded by the brilliance, raised his arm to shield his eyes. When he focused again, he saw Ba Qinggang. Neza, Ba Qinggang called out with concern. How delightful to see you. Neza exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. It is truly wonderful to meet you before my end. The wind howled as Guanyin excitedly clutched the bars of his cell, asking the bald young man, Are you here to rescue the boss? Ba Qinggang, not paying him any mind, aligned his fingers and chanted, Electric shock stone, fall, open. Immediately, the lock on the cell door fell away. Ba Qinggang rushed into the cell, grasping Neza's hand, urging, Hurry, come with me. My master sent me to save you. Neza, who had been elated to see Ba Qinggang just moments before, suddenly wore a frown and withdrew his hand, declaring, I cannot go with you. My parents will be implicated. You must leave. I do not require your rescue. Ba Qinggang, his handsome face unperturbed, patiently reassured Neza, Do not worry. My master divined before I left and assured me your parents are safe. Trust me. Neza, surprised, asked, Really? Ba Qinggang affirmed, Yes. Now come with me. Neza glanced at the 5 magical treasures and exclaimed, Let's go together. With that, he extended his arms to reclaim the treasures and followed Ba Qinggang out of the cell. Some time later, the 7 of them found themselves in the forest. Neza laughed heartily. Those who seek to take my golden head will find it impossible. The one capable of slaying me has yet to be born. Ba Qinggang inquired, Neza, where shall we go next? Neza replied, First to Qintang Pass. I must see for myself that my parents are unharmed before making any plans. Ba Qinggang nodded, saying, I will accompany you. My master instructed me to take my time returning and gain experience on the way down the mountain. Neza agreed, Very well. Since you saved me, you shall follow me from now on. I will protect you. In the early morning, Yuhan arrived in a flurry at Longda Hall. Your Majesty, it is dire news. The little thief Neza has escaped. Please, Your Majesty, dispatch troops to pursue him. At that moment, King Zhou was in Longda Hall holding court with his ministers. Summon Li Jing. Li Jing entered the hall, lethargically kneeling and addressing the king. This humble minister, Li Jing, pays homage to Your Majesty. King Zhou stroked his beard, inquiring, Li Jing, are you aware that your son Neza has escaped from prison? Li Jing widened his eyes at the king and Yuhan, feeling a fleeting thrill within, but quickly resumed his composure, replying, This humble minister knows nothing of it. I have been confined to the post house under guard, awaiting summons, not having left even a step. Yuhan interjected, boldly, Jing. It is clear you conspired with Neza to facilitate his escape and now dare to deny it. At this moment, the Prime Minister Baigan interjected, Your Majesty, I have heard that Li Jing's son Neza is a formidable hero, known for vanquishing demons. Escaping from prison would not pose a challenge for him. Li Jing is a loyal man. I believe Neza's escape has nothing to do with him. Queen Zheng urged King Zhou, Your Majesty. Li Jing has served diligently for over a decade. Now that Neza has escaped, why not decree that he shall never return to Chaoga? This way, he cannot threaten your life. Li Jing is a loyal elder. Do not alienate the ministers. King Zhou stroked his beard, nodding in agreement with the queen and Baigon's counsel. Seeing this, Yu Han quickly said, Your Majesty, Neza. Enough, interrupted King Zhou. I shall make the decision. You need not speak further. Before Yu Han could finish, King Zhou declared, Li Jing, your son Neza has committed a heinous crime. Given your unwavering loyalty and notable contributions over the years, I shall grant you leniency. Henceforth, Neza shall not enter Chaoga. Let this matter be settled. Do you have any objections? At this moment, Li Jing, grateful that his son remains alive, disregards all other outcomes and immediately bows in gratitude. Chapter 15. A new journey. After leaving the court, Li Jing mounted his steed, preparing to return to Qintang Pass. His heart was heavy with conflicting emotions. He pondered how to explain the situation to his wife. Fortunately, his son's life was spared, yet he could no longer enter Chaoga. In this vast realm, all land belongs to the king, and the prospect of seeing his son again seemed increasingly improbable. Neza and Ba Qinggan had just tracked down Li Jing's whereabouts, and upon reaching a secluded area, they could hardly contain their excitement as they descended from the sky before him. The sudden movement startled Li Jing's horse, and upon recognizing Neza, he dismounted and rushed forward, embracing his son. My child, I have failed you as a father. I could not protect you. Come home. Your mother must be greatly worried. Neza immediately knelt, expressing his filial regret. It is I who am unfilial, burdening my parents. I have seen the decree from the king proclaiming that I shall never enter Chaoga again. Returning to the Li residence would only bring trouble to you and mother. As he spoke, his eyes reddened with emotion. Li Jing anxiously replied, If you do not return home with me, where else can you go? Father, I can seek out Master Tai, Neza responded, turning to Ba Qinggan. This is my dear friend, Ba Qinggan, who will accompany me. Once I fulfill my mission, we shall reunite. Do not worry. I possess 5 magical treasures, 3 heads and 6 arms, with boundless power. No one can harm me. Please take care of yourselves until I return. Li Jing nodded with relief. After exchanging a few more words, Neza bowed in farewell. At this moment, beneath Zy Mountain, a massive 9-tailed white fox lay languishing on a rock, bloodstains at its mouth from thirst, unaware of how long it had been there. Suddenly, the 9-tailed white fox opened its eyes. Its golden pupils slowly brightened, and the numerous wounds on its body began to heal gradually. It thought to itself, how despicable. Fortunately, I withdrew all my magical powers to protect my essence. Otherwise, I would have perished at Neza's hands. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. I shall have my vengeance. But now, my body is riddled with wounds, and I cannot even maintain my human form. Who will come to my aid? At that moment, a woodcutter passed by, and the 9-tailed white fox focused its gaze on him. Gathering the last remnants of its magical power, it called out in a beguiling voice. Young man, help me please. The woodcutter, hearing the voice of a woman, looked around in search of its source. Suddenly, he spotted the enormous 9-tailed white fox by the riverbank, and terror struck him. He fell to the ground, exclaiming, A monster! There's a monster! Just as he prepared to flee, the fox's eyes turned crimson, emitting a faint red glow that pierced the woodcutter's gaze, rendering him entranced and helplessly drawn closer to the 9-tailed white fox. In an instant, the woodcutter transformed into a withered corpse, a sight most grotesque and terrifying. At that moment, the 9-tailed white fox felt a surge of comfort, and its wounds began to heal at an accelerated pace. Shortly thereafter, the white fox rose to its feet, shook off the dust from its fur, and with a wicked smile at the corner of its mouth, bounded towards the village below. At the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, Neza had just arrived at the vast celestial realm of his master, Tai. Kneeling before his master, Neza lamented, Master, I am unable to return home. The king of Chaogu is truly despicable. He seeks to slay me based on a mere dream, leaving me without a home to return to. Tai Jinren stroked his beard and smiled benevolently, saying, Neza, do not be overly anxious. All of this is predestined. In these tumultuous times, you must focus on your cultivation. Chun Gang has yet to develop his wings and requires the serendipity of your encounter. You both shall experience the world together, and when the time is ripe, a greater duty will be entrusted to you. Neza and Chun Gang clasped their hands to their foreheads in reverence and greeted their master. Upon leaving the celestial realm, Neza sighed. Chun Gang patted Neza's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, Neza, do not lose heart. You have me and the 5 magical treasures by your side. Neza cast a wry smile at Qin Gang, replying, I am fine. It's just alas, let us move on. In the purple bamboo forest, Guanyin Bodhisattva and the little dragon maiden were deep in meditation. Suddenly, Guanyin slowly opened her eyes and addressed the little dragon maiden, dragon child. The little dragon maiden, upon hearing her voice, also opened her eyes and replied, Bodhisattva, your disciple is here. Guanyin continued, as I practiced the profound wisdom of the perfection of wisdom, I perceived the emptiness of the 5 aggregates and sought to alleviate all suffering. I, Guanyin, can no longer bear the suffering of the world. Thus I send you to Zy Mountain to rescue the people from their plight. Consider this your training. Be cautious and do not harm lives. Simply return to me afterward. The little dragon maiden responded, Yes, Bodhisattva, I shall go investigate the cause immediately. With that, she transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Chapter 16. Encounter at Greenvine Village. At this moment, Neza and Qin Gang, accompanied by the 5 magical treasures, journeyed together, frolicking through the mountains and rivers like unbridled wild horses, carefree and joyous. Neza turned to Qin Gang and said, Did I not tell you? Isn't the world below incredibly entertaining? I assure you, the food and drink you've experienced so far are merely a taste of what is to come. I recall the times I spent with the little dragon maiden. Neza boasted to Qin Gang, who, in his youthful innocence, listened in astonishment, eagerly chasing after Neza to witness it all for himself. As they arrived at Luoyin Town, Neza said to Feng Xiaoge, Now that we are in Luoyin Town, would you like to visit your sister Mei? Feng Xiaoge, filled with excitement and emotion, asked, Leader, can I really go? Neza, seeing his enthusiasm, urged, Go quickly. Before Neza could finish his sentence, Feng Xiaoge dashed off, disappearing from sight. Neza chuckled and shook his head. Turning to Qin Gang, Neza said, Let us find an inn to stay. He led Qin Gang to the inn. The innkeeper glanced at Neza and remarked, Ah, it's you again, young master. Are you here to stay or to dine? I see you have not brought your esteemed lady today. Neza cast an awkward glance at Qin Gang, then turned to the innkeeper and chuckled, Ah, my wife is at home, and I have merely stepped out to handle some matters with my brothers. The Qianquan Circle, the Hunyuan Silk, and the Spirit Fire Maiden behind him stifled their laughter. The innkeeper, grinning, inquired, How many rooms will you be needing, young sir? Neza replied, 3 ordinary guest rooms. He thought to himself that without the presence of the little dragon girl, precious resources were not to be squandered, as the days of being penniless were indeed arduous. The innkeeper, with a sycophantic smile, remarked, You are fortunate, young sir, to secure the last 3 ordinary rooms. I assume your lady keeps a close watch over you. With that, he led the group upstairs. As they ascended, the inn was bustling with patrons of all ages. The stairs were even lined with bedding. Neza halted, bewildered, and asked the innkeeper, What is happening? Why are all these people here? The innkeeper sighed and explained, Our town has been quite full lately. We have seen an influx of refugees fleeing for their lives. Every inn is overcrowded. The villages near Zy Mountain have been deserted, and those from farther towns have come here. I suspect our town will be lively soon enough. Neza, perplexed, pressed for answers. What has transpired? The innkeeper continued, You may not be aware, being an outsider, but a fortnight ago, in a village at the foot of Zy Mountain, hundreds perished overnight. It is said to be a plague, though some dispute that, as the victims were found lifeless, desiccated. Several nearby villages have also suffered significant losses, prompting the survivors to flee here. It is rumored that the deaths are spreading to towns not far from us. The government has sent investigators, but they have uncovered nothing. Strange, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Neza and his companions exchanged stunned glances. After returning to their room, Neza slammed his palm onto the table in frustration, exclaiming, How could there be so many monsters in this world? So many lives lost. I must hunt down the culprits and exact justice. The Qianquan Circle, the Hunyuan Silk, and the Spirit Fire Maiden nodded, their hearts aching for the innocent lives claimed. Qin Gang asked, What shall we do next? The Spirit Fire Maiden recalled the innkeeper's words. The deaths began in the village at the foot of Zy Mountain. The source must lie nearby. The Hunyuan Silk added, The deceased transformed into withered corpses overnight. This is no plague. They were drained of their essence. It is utterly abnormal, affecting all, regardless of age or gender. At that moment, the Qianquan Circle snapped his fingers as if struck by a revelation. Could it be that the 9-tailed fox demon still lives near Zy Mountain? Neza immediately countered, Impossible. I killed it myself. It cannot still be alive. The Spirit Fire Maiden cautioned, One can never be too certain. The Hunyuan Silk nodded in agreement. Qin Gang suggested, How about we visit the villages near Zy Mountain? Neza nodded in agreement. Let us seek out Feng Xiaoge, and they promptly set off. Upon arriving at Fu's courtyard, they observed a group of children, with Feng Xiaoge assisting Sister Mei in chopping firewood. Neza called out, "Feng Xiaoge, Sister Mei." Upon seeing Neza, Feng Xiaoge rushed over and exclaimed, "Boss, something grave has happened. Do you know that many villagers have perished?" Neza interrupted, saying, "I am aware. I came to find you precisely for this reason. Come with me. We must depart to investigate the nearby villages at Ziwai Mountain and apprehend the fiend." Feng Xiaoge hesitated, whimpering, "But, boss, Sister Mei needs my help here." Neza rolled his eyes in exasperation. Just then, Sister Mei approached and reassured, "It's fine, Dafeng. I'm accustomed to it. You and Neza go and capture the monster. It is for the greater good." Feng Xiaoge protested, "But Sister Mei, how will you manage alone?" "Do not worry. I truly do not require assistance. The children are quite sensible," Sister Mei comforted. Neza, growing impatient, insisted, "Feng Xiaoge, did you hear that? Lives are at stake. Hurry and come with me." With that, the group set off. Meanwhile, at Green Orchid Village, the little dragon maiden was on the outskirts when she suddenly heard cries for help. "Help! Help!" Rushing towards the sound, she encountered a young, frail man, visibly exhausted and unsteady on his feet, stumbling toward the village. The little dragon maiden quickly approached him, asking, "What is wrong?" The young man, startled by her presence, knelt and pleaded, "Save me. There is a monster that wants to devour me." He then fainted. The little dragon maiden frowned and called out, "Hey, wake up. Don't faint on me. You haven't said anything yet." After supporting the feeble young man back to the village, she secured a guest room for their stay. Once in her room, she touched her ring and thought, "I wish Neza were here. He would know how to capture the monster. Sigh. The great sage sent me down the mountain to train and rescue the people, yet for 2 days, I have found no clues. This monster is quite cunning. So many died suddenly at night without a sound, such a stealthy menace. Neza, oh Neza, it has been so long since you sought me out. I didn't want to disturb your training, as per Guanyin's last words. How vexing." Neza and his companions inquired around and finally arrived at Green Orchid Village, the site of the most severe incidents. Upon entering, the village was eerily silent, with doors tightly shut. Neza was already accustomed to such scenes in villages plagued by monsters. He instructed Feng Xiaoge to knock on doors and inquire about the situation, including the monster's methods and timing. After several unsuccessful attempts to get a response, Neza declared, "Stop knocking. Let us go directly to the village chief's house." After some inquiries, they reached the chief's residence, whereupon learning they were there to capture a monster. The chief welcomed them. Neza asked, "Do you know how many monsters there are? When do they usually commit their crimes? What do they roughly look like? Oh, and have any living people ever encountered these monsters?" The old village chief slowly spoke. "Our village has always been peaceful, but half a month ago, over 100 people suddenly died in Wangjia village overnight. A few days later, our village began to experience deaths as well, and the numbers are increasing daily. Many families have fled, but as the village chief, I cannot abandon my post. A few days ago, some Taoist priests claiming to exorcise demons came, but they were all killed, drained of life. It was a terrifying sight. Every night, there are fatalities, and as of now, no one has managed to escape." Neza furrowed his brow in anguish. "How cruel. To kill so many people. Do they die every night?" The village chief confirmed, "Indeed." Just then, a villager rushed in and whispered something into the chief's ear. The chief's eyes widened in shock. "What? You say that Tai Zhu, who has been missing for several days, has returned? Quickly, take me to see him." Neza supported the village chief, saying, "Take it slow. Who has returned? Why the urgency?" The chief, filled with excitement, replied, "You don't understand. Our village's Tai Zhu went up the mountain a couple of days ago. He said it was safe to go out during the day, but then he went missing for 2 days. Now he is back, and I heard he escaped from a monster. I must see him." Neza insisted, "We need to know what the monster looks like." With that, they followed the village chief to Tai Zhu's home. As they arrived, Tai Zhu's family was in tears, gazing at the emaciated and pallid figure of Tai Zhu lying on the bed. The village chief turned to Tai Zhu's elderly mother and asked, "Is this Tai Zhu?" Tears welled up in his eyes. How could such a robust young man have turned into this? Neza could not bear to witness the scene. Baking stepped forward, placing his palm on Tai Zhu's forehead, channeling some vital energy into him. Instantly, Tai Zhu felt a surge of strength and regained consciousness. Neza smiled. "Well done, Baking." Neza then asked, "Tai Zhu, did you see the monster? What did it look like?" With a pale complexion, Tai Zhu recalled, "I remember going to fetch water by the river when I heard a woman's voice calling me. Curious, I searched for the source of the voice, and then I saw a beautiful woman, incredibly beautiful. Without realizing it, I walked towards her, and when I came to, I felt utterly drained of strength. I knew I had encountered a monster and fled with all my might. By the way, I remember her eyes were golden at first, then turned red. And then I lost control. Just when I was running out of energy, a stunning fairy saved me and brought me back. Upon hearing this, Neza clenched his fists in fury. How infuriating. They are still alive. He struck the wall in anger. The magical artifacts comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, boss. Tonight we will hunt the monster together." The group returned to the village chief's home, where he offered them shelter. However, Neza and his companions preferred not to intrude and decided to stay at an inn instead. At that moment, the little dragon girl emerged from the inn, intending to check on the recently rescued individual to see if they had regained consciousness, hoping to glean information about the monster. Neza and his companions arrived at the inn. As the little dragon maiden traversed another street, she brushed past Neza. A peculiar sense of familiarity engulfed him, accompanied by an accelerated heartbeat. Neza turned to survey his surroundings, but found nothing amiss, so he continued into the inn. At that moment, the little dragon maiden felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Sensing the presence of someone familiar nearby, she too glanced back, yet saw nothing. Chapter 17. Encounter at Green Rattan Village. Too recently, the nine-tailed fox demon had been voraciously consuming vast amounts of essence, regaining some strength, yet it was still far from the pinnacle of its former glory. Although her essence was potent, she required exceptional resources to restore her full powers. The fox demon calculated that the dark and toxic fruit, which had accumulated the essence of heaven and earth for millennia atop Guanyin Mountain, should be ripe for harvest soon. Consuming that fruit would not only restore a significant portion of her strength, but would also enhance her abilities considerably. However, such rare treasures were typically guarded by formidable spirits, making them difficult to acquire. Thus, the nine-tailed fox demon's recent consumption of human essence served not only to heal, but also to amass strength in anticipation of the fruit's ripening. As night descended, the fox demon prepared to descend the mountain and forage in the village. The little dragon maiden, sensing the demon's direction towards the iron pillar, followed its trail. Neza and his companions employed their usual strategy, laying an ambush on the vital path leading into the village. As the fox demon crept forward, she detected pure essence approaching. Having frequently consumed essence lately, she recognized the scent all too well. Excitedly licking her lips, the nine-tailed fox demon thought, "Tonight promises a feast." Stealthily, she approached to investigate and spotted the little dragon maiden cautiously searching through the woods. A wicked smile spread across the fox demon's face as she mused. "Isn't this the little lover of that brat Neza? If I can't find him to exact my revenge, then I'll savor you first." With that thought, the fox demon transformed into a frail man and rushed towards the little dragon maiden, exclaiming, "Help! Fairy sister, save me! There's a monster." Upon hearing the cry, the little dragon maiden hurried over and helped the man to his feet, saying, "Do not fear. Where's the monster?" The man, panting in terror, replied, It's behind me. Fairy sister, please save me." The little dragon maiden immediately moved in front of him, scrutinizing the direction he pointed. Where? There's nothing ahead. As she turned around, the man's eyes had already transformed into a fiery red, fixed upon hers. In an instant, the little dragon maiden lost consciousness, her body going limp. To ensure success, the fox demon unleashed her full enchanting power, flooding her eyes with a crimson glow. Caught off guard, the little dragon maiden succumbed effortlessly. Moments passed as the fox demon invoked her dark sorcery, levitating her own body along with the little dragon maiden's into the air, preparing to siphon the rich essence from within her. Meanwhile, Neza felt a surge of anxiety, every hair on his body standing on end, his pores expanding as an ominous premonition washed over him. Furrowing his brow and glancing around, he suddenly gasped in realization. Without a moment's hesitation, he flew towards the direction of his instinct, racing ahead with fervor. Dust swirled in his wake as Jing and the 5 magical treasures had no time to react, trailing behind him in frantic pursuit. After a brief moment, the seductive powers of the fox spirit began to wane, and the discomfort from the draining of her essence intensified for the little dragon maiden. Gradually regaining her awareness, she realized that the fox spirit was feasting on her vitality, while her limbs were completely bound by the enchantment. In her agony and helplessness, the only name that echoed in her mind was Neza's, as she struggled to utter, "Neza, save me." Suddenly halting in his frantic dash, Neza closed his eyes and attuned himself to the cries of the little dragon maiden. Instantly, he opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "It's the little dragon maiden." Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the source of his connection. Just as the nine-tailed fox was indulging in its feast, a flash of golden light surged towards it from behind. The fox spirit felt an instinctual shiver run through its fur, a primal warning of impending danger, prompting it to evade swiftly. At that moment, the little dragon maiden began to fall from the air, but Neza swiftly maneuvered through the sky, catching her tightly in his embrace. Propelled by inertia as they soared together for a considerable distance. As the little dragon maiden opened her eyes, disbelief washed over her at the sight of the one holding her, Neza. With a furrowed brow, Neza called out, "Little dragon maiden, it's me, Neza. Are you all right? Have you been hurt?" They soon descended, the little dragon maiden collapsing into Neza's arms. A sudden wave of happiness enveloped her, momentarily causing her to forget the looming threat of the fox spirit. She reached out to caress Neza's face, her heart brimming with joy as she exclaimed, "Neza, it's truly you." Neza gently helped her to her feet, positioning himself protectively in front of her, his gaze sharp and focused on the nine-tailed fox. The little dragon maiden, with her eyes solely on Neza, revealed a long-lost shy smile, for she knew that as long as Neza was by her side, she was safe. At that moment, the 5 magical treasures and Bachan arrived, ready to engage in battle. Noticing the unfavorable turn of events, the fox spirit swiftly transformed into a pristine white nine-tailed fox and fled with remarkable speed, its swiftness rivaling that of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight, leaving Wind whistling song astonished, prepared to pursue. Neza advised against the chase, stating, "It's too dark. We will find her and eliminate this fox soon enough." He then turned to the little dragon maiden, gently touching her arm and inquiring, "Are you hurt? What brings you here?" With a smile, she pouted slightly, feigning grievance. "Oh, Neza, why did you take so long? I was terrified just now." With that, she embraced Neza tightly. This scene felt so familiar to Neza, who also wrapped his arms around her, soothingly patting her back. "It's all right, it's all right. I'm here now." At that moment, the 5 magical treasures averted their gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Bachan was thoroughly entertained, eager to witness the unfolding affection between the two. Chapter 18. Back at the inn, a sweet episode. After their embrace, Neza and the little dragon maiden separated, gazing at one another with undeniable affection in their eyes. As the little dragon maiden looked into Neza's eyes, she offered a sweet smile, occasionally pouting and playfully wrinkling her nose. Neza, displaying a bright smile that revealed his pearly white teeth, had eyes that sparkled like crescent moons. The two seemed oblivious to the onlookers around them. Eventually, Fire Dragon cleared his throat, prompting Neza and the little dragon maiden to turn their heads shyly towards the assembled audience, causing Neza's face to flush a deep crimson. The celestial Silk and the goddess of fire clasped their hands, gazing at the two before them, overwhelmed by the sweetness and happiness of the moment. At long last, the leader beheld his longed-for little dragon maiden. It was truly touching. The whirlwind of flames chuckled softly. "Ah, leader, it is getting late. Let us return to the inn. We shall take our leave. You two can stroll leisurely behind us." With a mischievous grin, he nudged the 3 enamored companions surrounding him. One must admit, these 5 treasures bore witness to the blossoming relationship between the pair, occasionally displaying a remarkable understanding. As the 5 treasures turned to head back to the village, Bachan remained rooted in place, gazing foolishly and affectionately, touching his bald head with a silly grin, until the Chinquan circle turned back to fetch him. Along the way, the little dragon maiden linked arms with Neza. Despite the night's dangers, she felt an extraordinary joy, for Neza was particularly gentle this evening. Previously, they would bicker after exchanging merely a few words. In this moment, Neza had never found the little dragon maiden so enchanting and agreeable. A surge of tenderness swelling within him. Perhaps it was due to the last encounter where he narrowly escaped execution at the hands of King Zhou, igniting a profound desire to see her again. Perhaps it was their first unambiguous confession by the seaside. Or perhaps the repeated near loss of the little dragon maiden that made this fiery rogue treasure their precious bond even more. "Little dragon maiden, were you not cultivating in the purple bamboo grove? Why did the great sage summon you down the mountain?" Neza inquired. The little dragon maiden replied, "The great sage, observing the suffering of countless citizens near Zuai Mountain, could not bear the plight of humanity and thus sent me down to save them. That is why I appeared here. And you, how did you find your way here?" Neza chuckled. "Do you remember Luyan Town?" The little dragon maiden nodded, and Neza continued. "Bachan and I learned of this place while passing through Luyan Town, so we came here to capture monsters." As he spoke, Neza gestured towards Bachan. The little dragon maiden looked at the bald figure ahead and asked, "Is that him?" Neza nodded. Along the way, Neza recounted the events of the past few days, omitting the tale of his imprisonment and near execution. He only mentioned how Bachan had saved him. As they conversed, Neza clenched his fists and exclaimed, "That vile fox demon! It escaped unscathed last time, having drained my essence, and now it re-emerges to wreak havoc. Just then, the little dragon maiden pouted, glaring at Neza. Releasing her hold and standing still, recalling how the nine-tailed fox had transformed into her likeness to siphon Neza's essence. Realizing his misstep, Neza hurriedly laughed and awkwardly reassured her. Next time I encounter that fox demon, I shall surely dismember it. Now, let us hasten, it is quite late. Reluctantly, the little dragon maiden allowed herself to be led away. By the time they reached the inn, night had fully descended, with the village plagued by monsters. Not only were the various shops closed, but the inn had also shuttered its doors early. Neza exchanged a glance with the whirlwind of flames, who promptly soared to the upper floor of the inn and entered through a window to unlock the door for Neza and his companions. The little dragon maiden remarked, "You are also staying at this inn. I am lodging here as well." Neza replied with tender affection, "Is that so? What a coincidence." After Neza bid good night to Ba Chun and the 5 magical treasures, he turned to the little dragon maiden and inquired, "Which room are you in? Allow me to escort you." The little dragon maiden nodded with delight and accompanied Neza to the upper room. Upon reaching the door, she entered, while Neza lingered outside. An awkward silence enveloped them for a moment, until Neza, with a mischievous grin, leaped into the room and shut the door behind him. "Big Lotus, what are you doing? Don't you have a room of your own?" The little dragon maiden exclaimed. Neza recalled his earlier experience at the inn, where he was almost drained by a fox demon, and the recent peril the little dragon maiden faced. Concerned for her safety, he casually remarked, "Oh, come now. It's not our first time sharing a room. What is the fuss? Besides, this room is splendid, and the bed is quite spacious." With a cheeky smile, he continued, "Why don't we just share the bed?" The little dragon maiden, hands on her hips, retorted, "Big Lotus. Get out of here, you shameless rascal." Neza replied, "The fox demon has already set its sights on you. I cannot leave you alone. Tonight, I shall be your gallant protector." With that, he dashed towards the bed and leaped onto it. The little dragon maiden, stifling a laugh, quickly adopted a serious demeanor, rolling up her sleeves as she approached the bed to contest for her spot. Since their heartfelt confession by the seaside, Neza had long regarded the little dragon maiden as his one and only beloved, shedding the hesitance of the past. He yearned to become extraordinary, believing that perhaps one day, when he truly became the third prince, he would feel worthy of the most beautiful princess in all realms, the little dragon maiden. After their playful tussle, the little dragon maiden, on the verge of tears, complained, "You are so annoying. You don't give me any leeway." Aware he had gone too far, Neza soothed her. "Please don't cry. I was merely teasing you." He quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of apology, saying, "I was wrong, Princess Little Dragon. Please don't cry." Seeing his attempts were in vain, Neza embraced her tightly, saying, "Don't weep. I shouldn't have bullied you. It's just been a while since I saw you, and I wanted to make you laugh." The little dragon maiden, feeling his warmth, wiped her tears and replied, "You've finally come to your senses." They then settled together on the bed. Nestled in Neza's arms, the little dragon maiden nuzzled against his neck, enveloped in bliss. Being fond of someone makes even their scent delightful. Neza held her close, inhaling the sweet fragrance of the little dragon maiden, which ignited a warmth within him. Suddenly, he released her from his embrace, his eyes widening as he sat up abruptly. Noticing his sudden change, the little dragon maiden sat up as well, concerned yet bashful. She grasped his arm and asked, "What's wrong, Neza?" He, utterly flustered, stammered, Haha, it's nothing. Why is it so hot in here?" He waved his hand in front of his face, mumbling awkwardly to himself, "Why is it so warm? What is going on? Oh dear, it's so hot." The little dragon maiden gazed wide-eyed at Neza, her cheeks flushed as she declared, "I shall not bother with you any longer. I am going to sleep." With that, she turned away, her face still warm and a playful smile gracing her lips as she closed her eyes. Neza, feeling the heat of embarrassment, quickly turned over and buried his face, attempting to fall asleep to alleviate the awkwardness. As dawn broke, Neza and the little dragon maiden descended the stairs together, only to encounter Feng Xiaoga, who was stuffing his mouth with dumplings. Feng Xiaoga froze, fixated on the two as they emerged from upstairs. At that moment, Jian Kuan, the mixed heavenly silk, the fire goddess, and the fire dragon, along with Ba Chinggang, also exited their rooms, leading to a moment of shared astonishment among them. Feng Xiaoga hastily swallowed his dumpling and exclaimed, "Old buddy, you and the little dragon maiden were quite chummy last night." He punctuated his statement with a gesture of 2 thumbs up. The others stifled their laughter in unison. Neza's expression soured, his eyes narrowing as he retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? I merely woke up early to call the little dragon maiden." With that, he hurried down the stairs. while the little dragon maiden followed him with a smirk. At that moment, Ba Chenggang sidled up to Feng Xiaoge, also forming two thumbs up and inquiring. What does this mean? The group erupted in laughter, and Feng Xiaoge replied, Oh, it simply signifies great joy and happiness together. Ba Chenggang nodded in realization, chuckling. So that is what it means. As the group gathered for breakfast, Ba Chenggang leaned towards Neza and said, Neza, I too wish to share in your joy. As he mimicked the gesture of two thumbs up, the table erupted in laughter, leaving Neza in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 19. The poisonous fruit of Xianshun. After the meal, the group ventured to Ziwai Mountain. Resolute in their determination to capture the fox demon and prevent it from claiming any more lives, Neza swung his arms, summoning his magical treasures back to him. The 5 artifacts returned, and he took the little dragon maiden by the hand as they soared on the wind-fire wheel, diligently searching the expanse of Ziwai Mountain alongside Ba Chenggang. The trio meticulously explored every crevice and cave of Ziwai Mountain, refusing to believe they could not uncover the hiding place of the 9-tailed fox demon. One could not deny the vastness of Ziwai Mountain, even with the speed of the wind-fire wheel. Neza, the little dragon maiden, and Ba Chenggang had scoured the mountain for 2 days and had yet to explore all the caves. Feeling fatigued, they decided to find a place to rest. While circling the summit of Ziwai Mountain in search of a suitable resting spot, they suddenly spotted a colossal cave, naturally formed and masterfully sculpted, immediately capturing their attention. Neza and Ba Chenggang exchanged a glance before heading toward the imposing entrance. Upon reaching the cave, they noted its height of over 10 meters. What secrets lay within? Could the 9-tailed fox demon be hiding here? At that moment, Ba Chenggang summoned his golden staff, cautiously leading the way alongside Neza, while the little dragon maiden followed closely behind. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they soon felt the ground tremble violently, the disturbance clearly emanating from within. Neza and Ba Chenggang halted, their senses heightened as they peered into the cave's dark depths. After a moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, prompting the 3 to cover their ears in shock. In a fleeting moment, the tremors intensified, and Ba Chenggang fixated on the depths of the cave. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as if a terrifying sight had met his gaze, and he bellowed, Run! Neza immediately grasped the hand of the little dragon girl, leaping onto the wind-fire wheels and soaring towards the cave entrance at full speed. The 3 of them sprinted with fervor, only to witness a colossal shadow erupt from the cave, a massive hand descending upon them. Neza instinctively pushed the little dragon girl aside, and the trio narrowly evaded the gigantic blow. Once they landed safely, they looked up to behold a gargantuan creature, a super gorilla towering over 10 meters, a beast larger than even the sea monster. It was Neza's first encounter with such a creature, and its speed surpassed their own frantic dash, sending chills down their spines. Ba Chenggang swiftly approached Neza, declaring, I will distract it. You 2 escape in different directions. It cannot chase all 3 of us and won't pursue too far. Neza and the little dragon girl nodded in agreement. At that moment, the beast thumped its chest and roared. Ba Chenggang retaliated with a powerful strike, drawing the creature's furious attention towards him. In a heartbeat, it charged at Ba Chenggang with remarkable speed, shaking the ground with its might. Ba Chenggang narrowly dodged and, with clenched fists, sprinted to lead the creature away. Neza then took the little dragon girl to a secluded spot on the side of Ziwai Mountain to hide. Turning to her, he said, Stay here, dragon girl. I must go rescue Chenggang. The little dragon girl grasped Neza's arm, insisting, Neza, I want to help you. Neza gently patted her shoulder, urgency lacing his voice. I cannot bear the thought of you getting hurt. With that, he elegantly turned, waved his cloak, and leapt onto the wind-fire wheels, racing towards the direction where Ba Chenggang had fled. The little dragon girl clasped her hands together, her face alight with admiration. So handsome. As Neza accelerated towards the looming shadow, he thought, Chenggang, please be safe. The beast pursued Ba Chenggang into the forest, its speed not only swift but capable of covering 10 of Ba Chenggan's steps in a single stride, making escape impossible. Ba Chenggang could only direct it toward the densely wooded area, attempting to slow its advance, yet he remained outpaced. The handsome Ba Chenggang furrowed his brow in calm determination. Just as the beast was about to deliver a thunderous blow, he halted abruptly, swiftly wielding his golden staff. Like a flash of lightning, he darted in all directions, striking at the creature with his magical prowess. However, it seemed futile, as the beast only grew more ferocious. With a forceful stomp, Ba Chenggang launched himself upward, soaring above the creature's head. Executing a graceful spin, he brought the golden staff crashing down toward the beast's crown. Alas, the creature's hide was extraordinarily thick and harder than iron. Upon impact, Ba Qinggan felt a jarring pain resonate through his hand. The beast let out a deafening roar, thrashing its head violently, dislodging Ba Qinggan from atop. Just as he prepared to flee, the beast's hand clamped down on him, and Ba Qinggan felt a sharp crack in his arms, as though his bones had shattered. At that moment, the Qinquan circle soared through the air, rapidly enlarging as it collided with the colossal beast. Observing this, the beast discarded the Ba Qinggan it held, striking the Qinquan circle back forcefully. Neza promptly diminished the Qinquan circle, adorning it upon himself, and turned to catch the Ba Qinggan. "Neza, how are you?" Ba Qinggan inquired. "Neza, I'm unharmed. But it will be arduous for us to overpower this giant creature," Ba Qinggan replied. Neza gritted his teeth, assisting Ba Qinggan to his feet. "Even if we cannot defeat it, we must still try." With that, he mounted the wind-fire wheels and charged forth. Meanwhile, the little dragon maiden was deeply concerned for Neza. This was evidently a guardian spirit of the celestial treasures, exceedingly difficult to contend with. However, as this thought crossed her mind, she sprinted towards the massive cave entrance. Nearby, a pair of shadowy eyes observed Neza and the beast engaged in combat from the depths of the cave, a sinister smirk gracing its face. "You may engage in your own demise at your leisure. The Xianshin poison fruit shall belong to me." Having confirmed that Neza and the beast were embroiled in a fierce struggle, the nine-tailed fox demon made its way toward the cave. Upon entering, the little dragon maiden arrived at the cave's entrance, glancing within before resolutely stepping inside. The cave was shrouded in darkness and extended deep into the earth. The nine-tailed fox, fearing the beast's return, transformed into its fox form and sprinted at full speed into the depths of the cave. The little dragon maiden, worried about Neza's safety, also accelerated deeper into the cave. Moments later, the fox demon reached a dead end in the cave, whereupon it beheld a dark red fruit, roughly the size of half a palm, floating in the center of the cavern. The fruit glimmered with a translucent sheen, appearing almost fragile. Surrounded by a potent aura of spiritual energy, Ba Qinggan was meditating, seeking to mend the bones in his arm, eager to recover swiftly in order to assist Neza. At that moment, Neza was locked in fierce combat with the beast, when suddenly, the beast ceased its engagement and dashed towards the cave. The little dragon maiden, propelling herself forward, soon reached the cave's depths, where she spotted the enormous nine-tailed white fox drooling beneath the fruit. Without hesitation, she concentrated her energy to form a sword in her hand, thrusting it toward the fox. The nine-tailed fox, sensing danger, evaded the strike and lunged towards the fruit with its gaping maw. Seeing this, the little dragon maiden unleashed an attack, chanting 10,000 waters essence. The strike hit the Xianshin poison fruit, causing it to veer off course. The fox demon's large mouth did not fully consume the fruit, merely biting a small piece. At that moment, the Xianshin poison fruit began to levitate, seemingly imbued with sentience, swiftly escaping towards the cave entrance. Such treasures, which have accumulated the essence of heaven and earth over millennia, like the jade immortal wheel, possess awareness and will flee when danger approaches. Observing this, the little dragon maiden immediately pursued outside. Meanwhile, the fox demon, having swallowed the small piece of the poison fruit, felt a tremendous rupture within, discomfort enveloping its being as its bones and meridians creaked ominously. Reluctantly, the nine-tailed fox abandoned the chase, reverting to its human form to meditate and digest the poison fruit. At this juncture, Neza and Ba Qinggan returned to the cave entrance, eager to uncover the unfolding events and to find the little dragon maiden. They beheld the beast halting at the cave's mouth as the poison fruit emerged, followed closely by the little dragon maiden. Chapter 20. Transformation. Upon seeing the little dragon maiden, Neza immediately flew forward, embracing her and escorting her to a place of safety. As Ba Chun just steadied his gaze, he beheld the poisonous fruit of Xianshan. Having grown up under the tutelage of his master on Zhongnan Mountain, he was well acquainted with the treasures of heaven and earth, having witnessed his master collect such bounties. Naturally, he recognized this fruit. He rushed forward, intent on seizing the elusive poisonous fruit, but just as he was nearing it, a colossal beast suddenly struck him with a mighty paw. "Ba Chun!" Neza shouted in alarm. Soaring through the air, Ba Chun felt a searing pain as his chest shattered, blood gushing forth in torrents, staining the ground. The poisonous fruit became tainted with his blood, and in an instant, it trembled violently, drawn towards him before entering his very being. At that moment, Ba Chun was engulfed in excruciating agony, as if he were being torn asunder. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the poisonous fruit, the beast abruptly froze in place before crashing to the ground. The divine treasure vanished, and the guardian spirit beast fulfilled its purpose and dissipated. Neza and the little dragon girl hurried towards Ba Chun, eager to assess his injuries. They beheld Ba Chun's garments torn asunder, revealing his alabaster skin, which suddenly cracked, emanating golden light and formidable magical energy that was blindingly intense. Neza and the little dragon girl found themselves unable to approach, as Ba Chun's back muscles were violently ripped apart, exposing glistening white bones that grew at an astonishing rate. Moments later, amid Ba Chun's anguished cries, a pair of colossal, majestic wings unfurled. At that instant, strange runes appeared upon his radiant forehead, adding an air of dominance to his handsome visage. As the golden light faded, Neza and the little dragon girl no longer heard Ba Chun's harrowing wails. Instead, they beheld the striking youth, his upper body bare, with magnificent black wings spread wide behind him and crimson runes adorning his forehead. His flawless skin showcased perfectly chiseled muscles. An awe-inspiring sight indeed. Neza's eyes widened in excitement, exclaiming, "Qin Gang, you have grown wings. Ha! Truly, destiny has favored you. You have finally sprouted wings." The little dragon girl, however, turned her face away, bewildered as she gazed at Neza. "What is happening? A person can grow wings? This is utterly astonishing." Ba Chun, regaining his innocent smile, looked at his hands in disbelief. His shattered arms had miraculously healed. He glanced back at his wings, bubbling with exhilaration, and declared to Neza, "Neza, I've done it. I've truly done it. Ha! No longer am I Ba Chun. I am Lei Zhenzi, imbued with the power of thunder." Neza nodded in approval and rushed to embrace Lei Zhenzi, the two of them joyfully bouncing together. Moments later, the little dragon girl suddenly exclaimed, "Wait. Don't celebrate just yet. There's a nine-tailed fox in the cave." Neza and Lei Zhenzi immediately halted their revelry, preparing to venture into the cave to confront the nine-tailed fox. Just as they were about to enter, the enormous cave trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Neza swiftly grabbed the little dragon girl, exchanging a glance with Lei Zhenzi. One leaped onto the wind-fire wheel, while the other unfurled his massive wings, soaring hundreds of meters away, watching as the vast cave caved in with a thunderous roar. Chapter 21 Reunion with old friends. As Neza and his companions beheld the colossal chasm that had collapsed, they exchanged concerned glances. Neza furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "This is infuriating. We still do not know whether that fox demon is alive or dead." "Thunderbolt, the companion," replied Neza, with such a massive expanse of stone weighing down. "It should be impossible for it to survive." The little dragon maiden gazed anxiously at Neza and asserted, "One must see the living and the dead. I promised the Bodhisattva Guanyin that I would witness the fox demon's corpse with my own eyes. Even if I must overturn every stone, I shall find its body." Neza nodded in agreement. "The last time I killed it, it miraculously survived and went on to slay countless innocents. I cannot allow my past mistakes to cause further suffering to the people." At that moment, the little dragon maiden elegantly performed a hand gesture. Reciting an incantation, waves of essence, the universe unfolds, from the mysterious source, the primal chaos. The great transformation of the moon, the weak waters harnessed, the rivers converge. Upon finishing, she spread her arms wide, unleashing her magical prowess in a magnificent display. Instantly, the waters from the numerous springs, lakes, and streams of Zy mountains soared into the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Neza, in awe of the scene, exclaimed, "Little dragon maiden, you can summon the waters of rivers and lakes without the aid of the golden water token. How magnificent!" With pride, the little dragon maiden replied, "Just wait and see. The best is yet to come." She then subtly altered her gestures, transforming the floating torrents of water into sharp ice arrows, poised to strike. Seeing this, Thunderbolt hurled his golden staff, which spun rapidly through the air. With his fingers brought together, he intoned, "Wind and thunder, tremors of the earth, gather swiftly. The essence shall converge, and at my call, come forth." With a mighty roar, he invoked the storm. As he completed his incantation, the skies darkened, thick clouds gathered, and dozens of lightning bolts converged upon the golden staff. Neza, wearing a confident and audacious grin, declared, "Excellent. Today, we shall engage in something grand. Fire-tip spear, universe ring, heavenly silk, dragon fire shield, heed my command." With that, his magical artifacts shimmered brilliantly in the air, expanding to colossal sizes. The trio simultaneously unleashed their spells upon the collapsed chasm. Thousands of ice arrows soared toward the massive stones, while Thunderbolt wielded his golden staff to channel the gathered lightning down upon the fallen debris. Neza's magical tools darted through the rubble, carving a wide, clear path through the mountains of stone. The scene was utterly astonishing. After sharing satisfied smiles, the three descended to commence their search for the nine-tailed fox. However, after scouring the ruins for what felt like an eternity, they found no trace of the elusive fox. Neza clenched his fists, realizing with dread that his worst fear had materialized. The nine-tailed fox had undoubtedly escaped. The little dragon maiden took Neza's hand, offering comfort. Neza, do not despair. We are here with you, and we shall surely find the nine-tailed fox. Thunderbolt nodded in agreement with her words. Frustrated and furious, Neza exclaimed, after all this effort, it still eludes us. Last time, I failed to kill it, and it went on to claim the lives of hundreds. Now, having consumed a small piece of the Xian Shun poisonous fruit, its power must have greatly increased, and I cannot fathom where it may strike next. This is maddening. The five treasures comforted the leader, assuring him that with so many of them, even if they turned the entire Zhuai mountain upside down, they would surely locate the nine-tailed fox. Do not worry, they said. Neza, regaining his composure, declared, let us proceed. We must find that wretched fox. With that, the group began their search across Zhuai mountain. Despite the arduous journey, Neza felt a sense of joy, reminiscent of the days spent alongside the little dragon girl, vanquishing demons and reclaiming the seas. Though perilous, those times were filled with adventure. As the search continued through the day, night fell, forcing them to rest in the woods. At that moment, Fire Dragon and Windfire Wheel returned with an abundance of fresh fruit. Look, leader, see what we have found. So many fruits, exclaimed Windfire Wheel, followed by a satisfied burp, while Fire Dragon chuckled behind his hand. Neza, rolling his eyes and ignoring them, took a few fruits and squatted beside the little dragon girl, offering them with concern. Are you tired? The little dragon girl, indeed weary and seated beneath a tree, smiled and shook her head at Neza's caring inquiry. As long as she was with Neza, no matter how exhausting the journey, it brought her happiness. Neza smiled back, gently ruffling her hair, urging her to eat. Have a bite, fill your stomach, and then we shall rest. We must continue our search tomorrow. The following morning, the group awoke and resumed their quest in the forest. 2 days passed, and they found themselves in the northwest of Zhuai Mountain. A small stream meandered nearby, its waters shimmering under the sunlight. Neza joyfully skipped over to wash his face and quench his thirst, followed by the little dragon girl, Thunderbolt, and the five treasures. Suddenly, with a mischievous grin, Neza splashed water towards the little dragon girl and the others. Enraged, she muttered an incantation and retaliated with a significant splash, drenching Neza, who resembled a drowned rat. The sight sent the group into fits of laughter, and a playful water fight ensued by the stream. Just as they frolicked, the magical silk suddenly called out, Leader, leader, look over there. The group halted and turned to where the magical silk pointed. Several corpses floated down the stream. The sight of the bodies made Neza's group recoil in horror, and they quickly turned to vomit. After a moment of stunned silence, they followed the stream upstream. As they walked, nearing the outskirts of the village, Neza and the little dragon girl furrowed their brows, pondering if the nine-tailed fox was responsible for this. Continuing forward, they suddenly heard rustling from deeper within the woods. Neza, eager to confront the detestable nine-tailed fox, dashed into the trees without hesitation. Neza, wait for me. The little dragon girl called out as the entire group rushed into the forest. They soon encountered a monstrous chicken demon poised to attack a villager. Neza shouted, Stop! The chicken demon turned, panic-stricken, dropping its prey. It immediately knelt, pleading, Please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Don't take my life. I was simply too hungry. Upon witnessing the scene, Neza, filled with indignation, exclaimed, You have slain so many, yet you dare to ask for your freedom? You must be dreaming. As he spoke, Neza extended his hand, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the chicken spirit. However, the dragon maiden hurriedly grasped his arm and implored, The Bodhisattva Guanyin instructed me to descend and rescue the people. And she also advised against taking the life of the nine-tailed fox. How much more so for this mere chicken spirit? If it truly repents, we should grant it mercy. Neza, however, retorted, What if I spare it, only for it to return to its wicked ways? Hearing the dragon maiden's words, the chicken spirit, in a flurry of panic and fervor, nodded vigorously and exclaimed, I repent. I truly repent. Great immortals, spare my life. I promise. I vow that I will no longer harm anyone. I beseech you, grant me mercy. The dragon maiden, with a heart still inclined towards kindness despite her divine training, could not bear to see the chicken spirit in such despair and looked at Neza with a pained expression. At that moment, the innocent Lei Zhenzi chimed in, Neza, since it promises not to harm anyone again, let us spare it. At worst, we can strip it of its powers, ensuring it cannot cause further trouble. The magical artifacts nodded in agreement. Neza glanced at the dragon maiden and conceded, Very well. He then concentrated his energy, striking at the chicken spirit's essence, which resulted in the chicken spirit spitting out a mouthful of blood before kneeling in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed immortals, for sparing my life. Seizing the moment, Neza posed a question. I will inquire, and should you lie, I shall not hesitate to end your life. The chicken spirit obediently nodded. I shall divulge everything. Neza pressed further. Do you know the whereabouts of the nine-tailed fox? The chicken spirit replied. Wasn't the queen slain by you? Is she not dead? Neza, growing impatient, said. What I ask is whether you know its whereabouts, yet you pose a question to me. The chicken spirit's eyes darted as if struck by a thought. I do not know where the queen. Oh no, the nine-tailed fox is. But I have heard her mention a connection with the turtle sage of the island of illusions. If you cannot find the nine-tailed fox, perhaps you could inquire with the turtle sage. He may have information. Neza and the dragon maiden exchanged glances, and Neza, brimming with excitement, declared, the island of illusions. This is indeed promising. We are well acquainted with the turtle sage. The dragon maiden chuckled softly, correcting, it is the island of illusions. With that, the group set forth on their journey, Neza joyfully bounding ahead, eager to revisit familiar grounds. Chapter 22. Reunion with old friends. The group arrived at the seashore. Neza, with arms outstretched, inhaled deeply, exclaiming, ah, how refreshing. After spending so long in the forests of Zy Mountain, I finally behold the vast ocean, island of illusions. Here I come. The dragon maiden, casting him a playful glance, also raced to the shoreline, shouting, island of illusions, I have arrived. Elated, she reflected on the events since their last encounter with the demon clan at Divine Anomaly Mountain, which had fallen into the island of illusions. Not only would she reunite with the turtle sage, but also with the water spirits and her beloved siblings. The thought of soon seeing them filled her with excitement. The 5 treasures and Lei Zhenzi stood by the seaside, inhaling the faintly salty and refreshing air. Xiaolongnu addressed the ocean, pondering whether her elder brother would find a way to allow the water spirit to be reborn after returning it to the divine mountain. Neza comforted her, assuring her that the treasures are indestructible. Have you forgotten? I once thought the Qianquan circle was lost, yet it eventually returned to my side. The Qianquan circle nodded in agreement, stating that even if the spirit of the treasures perished, it could be revived through recultivation. Neza took Xiaolongnu's hand, saying, do not worry. Longer, we shall set off for the empty island to see your elder brother and sister with the water spirit. Xiaolongnu smiled and nodded at Neza. With that, the group set off towards the empty island. After flying over the sea for quite some time, they finally arrived at their destination, only to discover that the empty island had transformed completely into a vast island known as the Divine Island. At that moment, a formation activated, and several turtle soldiers quickly surrounded Neza and his companions. Leading them was Zhu, now the head general of the turtle clan, who was both surprised and delighted to see Neza and the others. He immediately sheathed his weapon and led them to meet the turtle immortal. The turtle immortal was engaged in a conversation over tea with the grand princess of the Divine Mountain, Bai Zhe, when turtle soldiers entered to report the sighting of Neza and his party. The turtle immortal and Bai Zhe exchanged smiles and instructed, quick, bring them in. Before they could enter, Neza's voice rang out, no need. We have already arrived. The turtle immortal rose from his seat, observing Neza's remarkable maturity and handsome demeanor with great satisfaction, and then turned to Xiaolongnu, taking both their hands and saying, you two have endured much. Xiaolongnu smiled back, replying, now that the seas are peaceful, I have been following Guanyin Bodhisattva and have gained a great deal, improving my skills significantly. I cannot say it has been hard. At that moment, Bai Zhe also stood up, greeting Neza and Xiaolongnu with, it has been a long time. Xiaolongnu's smile faded as she excitedly exclaimed, sister, I have returned to see you. Bai Zhe nodded with a gentle smile, then turned her gaze to Neza, saying, it has almost been a year. You both have indeed matured considerably. Is there something of importance that brings you to the Divine Island? As the leader of the spiritual beasts of the Divine Mountain, Bai Zhe possessed the ability to perceive the true nature of all beings, having protected the Divine Mountain for thousands of years. Following the recent battle at the Divine Mountain, it had been a while since she had seen Neza and Xiaolongnu, and Neza's aura now radiated a remarkable maturity and charm, capturing her attention more than once. Though Bai Zhe could discern the truths of the world, she remained oblivious to her own sentiments. Come, everyone, please take a seat. The turtle immortal beckoned to Neza's group and instructed the turtle soldiers to serve tea. After everyone was seated, the turtle immortal expressed his surprise, saying, wait, I don't believe I've met this person before. The handsome bald fellow. Who are you? Neza chuckled and replied, ah, I forgot to introduce him. This is Lei Zhenzi. My dear friend, The turtle sage gazed intently at Lei Zhenzi, nodding in acknowledgement of his extraordinary demeanor, recognizing him as no ordinary individual. Indeed, this era is teeming with talent. Young heroes abound. I find myself growing old. It is truly your generation's time to shine. Flushed with pride from the praise, Lei Zhenzi quickly found a seat, his smooth head glistening. At that moment, the little dragon girl returned to the matter at hand, addressing the turtle sage. We have come to inquire about something. Do you happen to know of the nine-tailed fox of Ziwai Mountain, named Yu Zhao? Upon hearing the name Yu Zhao, the turtle sage momentarily froze, then fell into a reverie. Chapter 23. The Turtle Sage's Memories. 8 millennia ago, during an age when ancient humans, demons, gods, and mythical beasts wreaked havoc across the vast lands, battles between these entities were commonplace. At that time, the turtle sage, still a mere 2,000 years old, was but a young turtle sage. On one occasion, while exploring the bamboo groves of the ancient Ji Mountain in the east, he was ambushed by a fierce beast and gravely injured. Stranded in the bamboo forest for over a month, as he lay on the brink of death, a melodious flute sound resonated through the grove, imbued with profound magical energy, gradually healing his wounds. From that day forth, at a specific hour, the enchanting flute would play, aiding the young turtle sage in mending his injuries. Within a week, his wounds had completely healed. Grateful and curious about the source of the flute's ethereal melody, he ventured toward its origin. After a short distance, he encountered a woman clad in flowing white garments, her face veiled, holding a jade flute. Though her visage was obscured, the fiery red floral adornment on her forehead was strikingly apparent, its alluring shape captivating. A delicate jade pin was fastened at her waist. Despite her femininity, she exuded an extraordinary presence, her every movement radiating elegance and nobility. At that moment, the young turtle sage felt a profound sense of admiration and respect for her. The woman in white smiled lightly. Have your injuries healed completely? The young turtle sage bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed one. I am eternally grateful. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall repay this debt of gratitude. The white-clad woman chuckled softly. There is no need to wait for another day. Let it be today. As a member of the turtle clan, you excel in aquatic skills, while I, an ancient nine-tailed fox, am not adept in water. If you could carry me across the sea, that would suffice as repayment. What do you say? Eager to repay his savior, the young turtle sage readily agreed. At the shore, he transformed back into his true form, bearing the woman across the sea for over half a month until they reached the western coast, where they bid farewell, never to meet again. 3 millennia passed, and in the celestial realm, in an effort to maintain balance against the terrestrial demons and beasts and to prevent disturbances in the human world, the heavenly artifact, the celebration cloud, was summoned to suppress the magical powers of all demons and beasts. The powers of these creatures drastically diminished, leading many spiritual beasts to withdraw from human conflicts and retreat into the illusory realm, seeking a life of tranquility. Meanwhile, a faction of demons and beasts, defying fate, sought to overthrow the ancient divine fox, Yu Zhao Qian, who was then the reigning force in the demon realm. Later, Yu Zhao Qian engaged in a fierce battle with hundreds of demonic beasts for several days, ultimately being forced to the peak of Ziwai Mountain. Among the ranks of those who sought to eliminate the ancient divine fox Yu Zhao Qian, there were members of the Turtle Clan and the Turtle Sage, who joined the crusade against Yu Zhao Qian purely for the sake of peace in the realm. In the end, weakened and unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the demonic beasts, Yu Zhao Qian's primordial spirit was scattered across Ziwai Mountain. The Turtle Sage, recognizing his savior, found himself in a dilemma. After all, Yu Zhao Qian had indeed wreaked havoc on the world for millennia, yet had once saved him thousands of years ago. After the annihilation of the ancient nine-tailed divine fox's primordial spirit, the turtle sage implored the demonic beasts to allow him to preserve a fragment of her essence. Although they consented, they decreed that this fragment could only remain on Ziwai Mountain to fend for itself. Even if it were to be restored after millennia, it would lack its original memories and would require a new form, cursed to never leave Ziwai Mountain, lest chaos ensue in the world. As several thousand years passed, the primordial spirit of the ancient divine fox gradually healed within the Xianyuan tomb cave on Ziwai Mountain, nurturing new life and giving birth to a young nine-tailed fox, who from the moment of consciousness called herself Yu Zhao. This is the origin of the fox demon Yu Zhao. The turtle sage, regaining his composure, recounted this tale to the assembled crowd. They were momentarily taken aback, realizing that the previous incarnation of the nine-tailed fox could indeed be seen as a formidable hero. Chapter 24. Encountering the golden and silver medals again, Neza remarked, according to your account, that fox demon has been cursed. Should she leave Zuai Mountain, chaos will surely follow. Do you have any inkling as to where she might venture? The turtle sage shook his head, responding, I am uncertain. She should not stray far from Zuai Mountain. Have you searched the area? Neza, disheartened, slumped into his seat, crossing his legs, and lamented, we have practically turned Zuai Mountain upside down. Yet there is no sign of Yu Zhao. Ever since the cave collapsed, she has seemingly vanished from existence. No body, no trace. The little dragon maiden, deep in thought, furrowed her brow and said, Neza, what should we do? Neza replied, how would I know? We must search. Did you not hear the turtle sage? If the fox demon departs from Zuai Mountain, calamity will undoubtedly befall the world. At that moment, the little dragon maiden set aside her concerns about the fox demon and approached Bai Zhe, saying, Sister, I have something to discuss with you. Could you step outside for a moment? Bai Zhe nodded and followed her out. The little dragon maiden inquired, Sister, I deeply miss the water spirit and my elder brother and sister. Do you know where they are? Bai Zhe smiled gently and replied, they are in the secret chamber training. Your brother has been watching over them day and night. Since the defeat of Qiongqi, the chamber has been transformed into a training ground for the water spirit and the fire liuli. The little dragon maiden, filled with joy, asked, Really? Can the water spirit and my sister truly be revived? That's wonderful. I want to see them. Then, like a child who has erred, she lowered her head and asked, Sister, may I? Bai Zhe gazed at the little dragon maiden with a slight smile, saying, Oh you. Just when I praised your maturity, you revert to your former self. This time, you mustn't cause any trouble. I will take you to see them shortly. Little dragon girl nodded vigorously like she was pounding garlic, extending 3 fingers to assure. I promise I will obediently listen to my elder sister this time, and will not cause any trouble. After saying this, Neza and the 5 magical treasures, Lei Zhenzi and the others, went to the guest room to rest, having not slept well on their journey and feeling utterly exhausted. Just as Neza was about to enter the room, he noticed that little dragon girl had not yet returned and inquired of the attendant who had accompanied them. Where is little dragon girl? The attendant replied, Princess Little Dragon has gone with the elder princess to see the 3rd princess. Neza's interest was piqued as he exclaimed, I want to go too. Take me with you. The attendant hesitated, saying, Without the elder princess's command, we cannot casually bring anyone to interrupt. Neza rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Forget it. If you won't take me, just go. As soon as the attendant left, Neza jumped out of the room with a mischievous laugh, saying, You think I can't find it myself? The water spirit and fire liuli are just cultivating in a hidden place. And isn't a hidden place just a secret chamber? I'm truly a genius. Haraha. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe and little dragon girl arrived at the secret chamber. Upon seeing her elder brother Ao Jia and second sister Qing Wan guarding the water spirit and fire liuli, she excitedly ran over, shouting, Elder brother, second sister. Ao Jia turned upon hearing the familiar voice, his face lighting up with surprise and joy. Little dragon girl. Elder brother. Long Air has come to see you, second sister, the water spirit, and the 3rd sister. After saying this, she glanced at the water spirit and the 3rd sister. Nearly dazzled by the sight before her, 2 girls around 12 or 13 years old, resembling the water spirit before their refinement, clearly a pair of sister flowers. Ao Jia looked at the water spirit and fire liuli, saying, After I brought back the golden water token and silver water token to the divine island, they have been diligently cultivating here, thus allowing their primordial spirits to be reborn and to begin their training anew. Little dragon girl joyfully gazed at the water spirit and the 3rd sister, exclaiming, That's wonderful. I was so worried before coming here. At that moment, the water spirit, who was meditating facing fire liuli, heard the familiar voice, opened her eyes, and upon seeing the princess she yearned for, immediately reversed her gesture to conclude her practice. Leaping down from the training platform and rushing towards little dragon girl, fire liuli, seeing this, also concluded her practice and slowly descended from the training platform. The water spirit and little dragon girl embraced, with the water spirit saying, Princess, I haven't seen you for a long time. As she spoke, her eyes turned red. Little dragon girl, feeling a pang of sympathy, replied, It is my fault for letting you suffer in the dragon palace. However, the snake queen and the demon emperor are dead, and the 4 seas are now peaceful. You and the 3rd sister should cultivate here with peace of mind. Once you have fully recovered, come to the bamboo grove to play with me, all right? At this moment, fire liuli also approached, and little dragon girl was about to call her 3rd sister, but felt it was odd to address a 12 or 13-year-old girl that way. Fire liuli and little dragon girl exchanged smiles, and little dragon girl playfully remarked, I don't even know whether to call you 3rd sister or little sister now. Fire Liuli came over and hugged little dragon girl, saying, "No matter what, we are the best of sisters." Bai Zhe and Qing Wan looked at them with warm smiles and then exited the secret chamber, allowing them to converse privately. At this moment, Neza entered the secret chamber, muttering to himself about how the water sprite and the little dragon maiden had been inseparable since childhood. If his original spirit were to be restored and he were to be revived, the little dragon maiden would surely be overjoyed. After all, she was also considered a half-disciple at the Celestial Academy, and he was eager to see how their cultivation was progressing. This secret chamber was still winding and convoluted. Now that the Qiongqi was no longer present, why had it not been made simpler? Just as he grumbled about this, he turned a corner and collided head-on with the princesses Bai Zhe and Qing Wan. Unbeknownst to Bai Zhe, the reckless Neza knocked her down. Quick to react, Neza immediately extended his hand to help Bai Zhe up. They exchanged glances, but suddenly Bai Zhe averted her gaze, feeling shy. Neza, supporting her, inquired, "Are you all right?" I didn't mean to." Qing Wan, displeased, remarked, "You are so clumsy. Look at what you've done to my elder sister. By the way, what brings you here?" Qing Wan had not formed a deep bond with Neza. In her heart, he remained an outsider. Bai Zhe gently grasped Qing Wan's hand and reassured her, "I am fine." Feeling awkward, Neza quickly rolled his eyes and stammered, Haha, well, I got lost and ended up here without realizing it. What a coincidence that you are here too." He clapped his hands, as if genuinely surprised. Then, he promptly declared his intention to take his leave and turned to walk away. "Neza, wait." Bai Zhe called after him. He turned back and asked, "What is it?" "Is there something else, Your Highness?" Bai Zhe smiled gently and said, "There's no need to be shy about visiting your good friend, the water sprite. If you wish to see her, just come directly." Neza's eyes sparkled with joy as he asked, "Really? Then I shall go in and see her. Thank you, Your Highness." After Neza left, Qing Wan turned to Bai Zhe, perplexed. "Elder sister, this is a secret chamber. The golden water token and silver water token are so important. How can we allow outsiders to enter so easily?" Bai Zhe lowered her head slightly, seemingly shy, and replied, "He is not exactly an outsider." With that, she departed, leaving Qing Wan in a state of confusion. Chapter 25. Bai Zhe's Concerns, Sweet Moments. After a discussion in the secret chamber, Neza led the little dragon maiden out. Along the way, she looked at him and said, "Neza, do you remember the last time we were in the secret chamber?" Neza smirked and replied, "What secret chamber? I don't recall." The little dragon maiden, immediately frowning, muttered, "You big lotus root, I'll get you for that." With that, Neza took her hand and escorted her back to her room. Bai Zhe also returned to her quarters, and as she gazed at the cup on her table, she unwittingly recalled the first time she met Neza. At that time, he had lost his memory and was still lynxy. Bai Zhe had already seen his true form as the spirit pearl, powerful and astute, who had helped the divine anomaly mountain repel the demonic army and eliminate the Qiongqi. He was upright and virtuous, single-handedly assisting the little dragon maiden in reclaiming the seas and defeating the demonic emperor. He was truly a rare talent in this world. If only he could remain at the divine anomaly mountain, peace and stability would surely follow. Lost in thought, Bai Zhe suddenly snapped back to reality, muttering to herself, "What am I thinking?" Yet, how could such a youthful and spirited Neza not stir one's heart? For millennia, the guardian Bai Zhe has prioritized the safety of the mystical mountain above all else, with every consideration stemming from the welfare of its spirit beast tribe and magical artifact clan. It is this unwavering dedication that has kept Bai Zhe's heart steadfast throughout the ages, devoid of any fleeting moments of distraction. The following day, Neza convened once more with the 5 magical treasures and Lei Zhenzi to deliberate on potential locations for the 9-tailed fox demon. Meanwhile, the little dragon girl retreated to a secret chamber to accompany the water spirit and fire glass. Understanding the depth of the little dragon girl's longing for her companions, Neza resolved to linger a while longer. That evening, Neza poured himself a jug of wine and sat atop the roof, gazing at the starry sky. The little dragon girl, seeking him out, arrived at Neza's room. Spotting her from above, Neza flashed a mischievous grin and called out, "Looking for me?" She glanced up, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she soared to join him, asking softly, "What occupies your thoughts?" Neza, taking a sip of his wine while contemplating the heavens, mused, "I wonder where the 9-tailed fox demon is concealed. What is my true mission?" As he spoke, he turned to the little dragon girl. The words he intended to say caught in his throat. He recognized that their time together was fleeting. Once the fox demon was captured, she would return to her master to continue her training, and their next meeting was uncertain. With earnest eyes, the little dragon girl awaited Neza's revelation, yet he remained silent, choosing instead to drink in quiet contemplation. Leaning against his shoulder, she confided. During my training in the purple bamboo forest, I often longed to find you. But my master urged me to focus on my cultivation, advising that fate would unfold as it should. Some connections are not to be forced, yet others are preordained. I believe that once you fulfill your mission, she stood, gazing at Neza as she continued, will the one I hold dear come to the purple bamboo forest. Riding the wheel of fire, wielding the fire spear, draped in the celestial silk, and adorned with the 9-dragon divine fire cover? Neza, setting down his cup with a smile illuminating his face, replied, yes, I will. Saving the world is my life's ambition. Once my mission is complete, I seek not fame or fortune, but to cherish you for eternity. I shall surely come to the purple bamboo forest and marry you. Their eyes locked in a tender gaze. Neza's attention drifted to the little dragon girl's lips. Under the moonlight, emboldened by the wine, he found her lips irresistibly alluring and leaned in to kiss her. Their lips met, and she closed her eyes, reciprocating the kiss, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck. The exquisite sensation released the pent-up longing they had felt during their time apart, culminating in their first kiss. At that moment, the 5 magical treasures and Lei Zhenzi stood below, enraptured by the scene. Feng Xiaoge intertwined her fingers, blushing and shyly whispering, how romantic, how sweet. Meanwhile, the fire spirit maiden and celestial silk exchanged knowing glances, pleased that Neza had finally awakened to his feelings. The fire dragon remarked, if this continues, we may soon be celebrating a wedding feast. Do you think Neza and the little dragon girl will have children? Inquired the Qianquan circle. I've already envisioned it. A boy learning the Qianquan circle from me. Lei Zhenzi, momentarily taken aback, suddenly exclaimed, oh, I understand now. Neza and the little dragon maiden are a couple. Surely, you must not have seen the first part. Neza and the little dragon maiden, startled by this revelation, hastily parted their lips, their faces paling upon noticing the row of spectators below. The little dragon maiden, her cheeks flushed, shielded her face with her sleeve, and finding it insufficient, pulled at Neza's cloak to cover herself, lamenting, this is utterly mortifying. Neza, biting his lip in embarrassment, glanced awkwardly at the little dragon maiden and then at the 6 individuals below, indignantly retorting, when did you all arrive? Feng Xiaoge shyly replied, not long ago, really. It was when you, boss, declared your indifference to fame and fortune, yearning only to be with her for eternity. Please, continue as if we are not here. Neza's eyes widened as he descended from the rooftop, declaring, I will dismantle you today. Disturbing their moment of intimacy was one thing, but this was intolerable. Just as Feng Xiaoge was hiding, he poked his head out and inquired, what do you mean by intimacy? Have you and the little dragon maiden? The little dragon maiden, covering her forehead atop the roof, shook her head in exasperation, both angry and amused, saying, oh, Neza, your loose tongue. This is impossible to explain now. A collective O? Echoed from the group as Neza realized he had let slip a secret. Becoming increasingly flustered as he chased after the 5 treasures, engaging in a playful scuffle around the island. Chapter 26. The Jade Brush in the Early Morning. Neza groggily opened his eyes, recalling the previous night's disruption caused by the 5 treasures. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him as he thought, my first kiss has been laid bare for all to see. He had been so preoccupied with confronting them that he hadn't considered whether the little dragon maiden was upset. If she were angry, it would be difficult to mend things in the future. With these thoughts, Neza sprang from his bed and dashed out of his room in search of the little dragon maiden. Arriving at her chamber, he found it empty and muttered to himself, where could she have gone? Neza began to wander around Divine Island, inquiring of anyone he encountered if they had seen the little dragon maiden. After a while, he turned and spotted Guanyin hastily leading the little dragon maiden and Bai Zhe towards the turtle immortal's abode. Little dragon maiden, Neza called out. She turned to him and replied, hurry, Neza. Guanyin says the turtle immortal has found a clue regarding the 9-tailed fox demon. Neza, filled with excitement, rushed to her side and asked, is that true? Let us go together. The group arrived at the turtle immortal's room, only to find it in disarray. Antiques strewn about haphazardly. The turtle immortal sat at a table, intently examining a jade brush. Neza pointed at the jade brush and asked, what is this? The little dragon maiden, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, oh, I know. Is this not the jade brush worn at the waist of Tamamonome? The turtle sage nodded, acknowledging the cleverness of the little dragon maiden. He recounted the time when the primordial spirit of the ancient divine fox, Tamamonome, scattered upon Mount Ziwei, leaving her magical artifacts dispersed. He had fortuitously collected them, yet after several millennia, he had forgotten their whereabouts. After an extensive search within his chamber, he finally located a jade brush. Its purpose remained a mystery, but it had long been attached to Tamamonome, forming an undeniable bond over the centuries. He believed that deciphering the secrets of this jade brush would lead them to the fox spirit, as such artifacts recognize their masters across lifetimes. Neza took the jade brush, murmuring to himself about the artifact's connection and pondering how to unravel its secrets. The turtle sage shook his head, indicating that this was beyond his knowledge and that they must solve it themselves. Feeling fatigued, he urged them to find their own solutions, declaring that he could assist no further. With that, he ambled out of the room. Neza and the little dragon maiden exchanged concerned glances. Neza suggested they return to the divine anomaly mountain for further investigation. Bai Zhe and the little dragon maiden nodded in agreement, accompanying Neza back to the mountain. Meanwhile, in the Xianyuan tomb cave on Mount Ziwei, the nine-tailed fox turned, observing Neza and his companions through the yin-yang rebirth mirror, where they were studying the jade brush in the turtle sage's chamber. The fox smirked with malicious delight, taunting, "Foolish child Neza, does he still wish to contend with me?" The nine-headed rooster spirit, puzzled by the fox's sinister grin, inquired, "Sister, what do you see?" The nine-tailed fox replied with satisfaction, "You performed admirably this time, deceiving Neza and his companions into seeking the turtle sage. They have finally obtained the jade brush, which is of utmost importance to me. I shall use Neza to recover the jade brush I lost in my past life." "Excellent." The nine-headed rooster spirit flattered her. "Of course. It is my honor to alleviate the queen's burdens. Had it not been for your aid in restoring my primordial spirit, I would have perished long ago." Its expression darkened as it continued. "Neza, just wait. For injuring my spirit, you shall regret it." Upon returning to their chamber, Neza, the little dragon maiden, and Lei Zhenzi began to examine the jade brush. Neza, stroking his chin, picked it up as if to smash it on the ground. Lei Zhenzi quickly intervened, asking, "Neza, what are you doing?" This jade brush was not easily found by the turtle sage. The little dragon maiden added anxiously, "Big Lotus, have you lost your mind? Why would you destroy it? We needed to locate the fox spirit." Neza awkwardly chuckled, "I was merely jesting. How about we all channel our magical energy into the jade brush and see if we can awaken its powers?" Everyone nodded in agreement. They immediately rose, shifting their stances to infuse magical energy into the brush. The artifact levitated above the table, but it remained inactive. After a moment, they withdrew their energies, and the jade brush fell back onto the table. Neza frowned at the group, sitting down once more as he suggested, "What if this brush requires a spell to activate it, much like the golden water talisman?" The little dragon maiden concurred. It must indeed require a spell. Ancient artifacts typically demand incantations for activation. However, we have no knowledge of any incantations. A group of individuals found themselves ensnared in yet another predicament. Neza sighed, lamenting, "Alas, we have returned to square one. It would be better for me to shatter this wretched object." Chapter 27. The Seizure of the Jade Brush in the Xianyuan Tomb Cave. The nine-headed rooster demon and fox Chi-Chi approached the grand hall and inquired, "Elder sister, you summoned us. What are your commands?" The fox spirit Yu Zhao turned, her sleeves swaying gracefully as she descended from the dais. "The jade brush has been located," she declared. "Time is of the essence. I intend to dispatch you both to Divine Island to retrieve it for me." The nine-headed rooster demon exchanged glances with fox Chi-Chi. "Sister, we are no match for Neza, especially with all his newfound allies," she protested. Fox Chi-Chi nodded in agreement with the sentiment expressed by her companion. With unwavering confidence, the fox spirit Yu Zhao reassured them. "You need not worry, follow me." The two demons trailed behind Yu Zhao until they reached a mural. The fox spirit recited, "Where there is emptiness, there is substance. The interplay of yin and yang, the illusory and the real, swiftly manifest, open." Instantly, the mural vanished, revealing a stone door. Yu Zhao channeled her magical prowess, and the door creaked open, allowing the trio to step inside. Beyond the stone door lay a chamber carved from rock, a sanctum untouched by others save for Yu Zhao. In the center stood a magical array, within which hung a resplendent jade flute. Gazing upon it, Yu Zhao remarked, "It has been nearly 5 millennia since the demon tribes, the dark forces, the spirit beasts, and the artifact clan conspired to shatter my essence. It is time to settle the debts owed to them. Once I reclaim the jade brush, this world shall descend into a hellish realm." After uttering this, she summoned the jade flute, which floated into her grasp, shimmering as if resonating with its rightful owner. Turning to the nine-headed rooster demon and fox Chi-Chi, she recounted, 5,000 years ago, a coalition of dozens from the demon, beast, and artifact clans cast my essence down to Ziwei Mountain, scattering my magical artifacts. Only this jade flute has remained by my side, safeguarding the last vestiges of my spirit. It aided me in regaining my memories when I reconstructed my corporeal form. Now, I am determined to seize the jade brush. and with its power, I shall unify the realms of demons and spirits, unimpeded by any foe. With that, she entrusted the jade flute to the nine-headed rooster demon. Sister, how do I wield this flute? The demon inquired. Yu Zhao responded, I shall impart to you a melody. Commit it to memory. Closing her eyes, she concentrated, a droplet of blood forming at her brow, which she then placed in the rooster demon's hands. To unlock the jade brush, you must drop my blood upon its tip. Then, play the melody I teach you, and the brush shall heed your call, aiding you in repelling Neza and his companions. Killing them would be even better. Upon hearing this, the nine-headed rooster demon leaned closer, as Yu Zhao transmitted the melody into her mind through her magic. Once she was finished, she turned to Fox Chi-Chi. I will impart to you a soul-stilling tune, capable of rendering one unconscious, to be played when necessary. After bestowing the melodies, Yu Zhao augmented their powers, ensuring they possessed sufficient magical energy to wield the jade flute and the jade brush. Thus, the nine-headed rooster demon and Fox Chi-Chi set forth towards Divine Island. At this moment, Neza was still in his chamber, diligently studying the use of the jade brush. He employed the divine fire of the fire goddess, water, the electricity of thunderbolt, and even offered incense and recited all the incantations he had learned throughout his life. With the jade brush dipped in ink, he scribbled away, yet remained unmoved by the results. In a fit of despair, Neza slumped onto the bed, lamenting that he was at his wit's end. It's futile. We should seek out Mount Zy instead. It is far better than this aimless endeavor. Xialong, propping herself up with one hand on the table, was equally listless, unable to conceive of any solutions. Oh, let us not dwell on it any longer, Xialong. How about a leisurely stroll? Perhaps a change of scenery will inspire us. Yet, Xialong remained unresponsive, unwilling to budge. Neza seized her hand and dashed toward the seashore. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi returned to his own quarters. The room was left with only the jade brush resting upon the table. At that moment, the nine-headed rooster spirit and Hu Chi-Chi instantaneously arrived at the enchanted isle. Observing Neza and Xialong in a tender exchange along the coast, they exchanged knowing smiles. Hu Chi-Chi exclaimed, they have emerged. Let us infiltrate Neza's chamber and steal the jade brush. The two stealthily entered the enchanted mountain, disguising themselves as its guards, and set about searching for Neza's room. They narrowly evaded discovery several times, but fortune favored them, and after much wandering, they finally located Neza's chamber. Just as they prepared to enter, they suddenly spotted Bai Zhe approaching Neza's door, prompting them to swiftly hide. Meanwhile, at the shore, Neza turned to Xialong and inquired, wasn't it that day on the rooftop when Feng Xiao and the others caught sight of us? Did it not vex you? I had indulged a bit too much that day and acted impulsively. Please don't be angry. At first, Xialong chuckled shyly at Neza, but in an instant, her expression hardened as she retorted, what? Are you having second thoughts? Neza interjected, let me assure you, do not use my drunkenness as an excuse to deny my actions. If you refuse to accept it, She raised her hand as if to strike him. Neza quickly grasped her outstretched hand, hastily clarifying, that is not what I meant. Xialong interjected, if that's not your meaning, then what do you mean? Neza, flustered, attempted to clarify, you misconstrue my intent. What I mean is not as you perceive. Do you understand my meaning? Xialong, now bewildered, pressed, what exactly do you mean? Embarrassed, Neza scratched his head and replied, what I mean is that a true man never regrets his actions nor denies them. I merely feared you might be upset due to my recklessness. And if the most beautiful princess of the 9 realms were to cast me from the enchanted isle in anger, I would have to return on my knees, begging for your forgiveness. Oh, this handsome and charming man. Xialong was utterly captivated by Neza's words, bursting into laughter. Neza, you mustn't backtrack. I have committed all your words to memory. With that, she embraced his waist, and the two nestled together by the sea. Meanwhile, the eldest princess, Bai Zhe, paced outside Neza's door, knocking softly, but received no response, indicating he was likely absent. With a heavy heart, Bai Zhe turned and departed. Jiao Tu Zhiji Jing and Hu Chi-Chi exhaled in relief, placing a hand upon their chests, as they stealthily infiltrated Neza's chamber. To their delight, the jade brush lay upon the table. The pair exchanged astonished glances, marveling at the ease with which they had succeeded. Quietly seizing the jade brush, they prepared to exit Neza's quarters. Just then, Lei Zhenzi emerged from his room and spotted the two guardians of Xinyiashan exiting Neza's chamber. Puzzled, he thought, isn't Neza out with the little dragon girl? What are these two up to in Neza's room? He immediately called out, halt, caught in the act. Jiao Tu Zhiji Jing and Hu Chi-Chi shivered in fear, too terrified to look back. Lei Zhenzi sensed the growing oddity and inquired, Neza is not in his room. What are you two sneaking about for? The duo exchanged a glance and simultaneously turned to unleash a magical assault on Lei Zhenzi. Forewarned, he dodged their attack and shouted, "Who are you?" Hu Chi, preparing to flee after launching an attack, replied, "We are thieves, of course." The two sprinted down the slopes of Xinyiashan, while Lei Zhenzi summoned his golden staff, flapping his wings as he pursued them, proclaiming, "Thieves have infiltrated Xinyiashan." Chapter 28. The Seizure of the Jade Brush 2, a high-octane narrative. At this moment, the guardians of Xinyiashan, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene, and Bai Zhe, who had not ventured far, also joined the chase. Lei Zhenzi soared through the air, wielding his golden staff as he harnessed the power of thunder. The surrounding skies darkened, and bolts of lightning converged upon his staff. Neza and the little dragon girl, noticing the turmoil above, exchanged knowing glances and exclaimed in unison, "Something is amiss at Xinyiashan." Without delay, Neza mounted his wind-fire wheels, taking the little dragon girl with him as they flew towards Xinyiashan. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi, gathering the surrounding lightning, aimed it at the fleeing thieves. Jiu Zhiji Jing and Hu Chi attempted to evade the strike, but the lightning descended too swiftly. Though they were not directly hit, they were still thrown to the ground by the resulting explosion. Quickly shedding their disguises, they helped each other to their feet. At that moment, Bai Zhe, Qing Wan, and the other guardians of Xinyiashan arrived. Lei Zhenzi glared at Jiu Zhiji Jing, declaring, "It's you. I spared you last time, yet you remain unrepentant. What did you steal from Neza's room? Hand it over." Jiu Zhiji Jing brandished the jade brush, a smug smile gracing his face as he replied, "Huh? You are the foolish ones, easily deceived. Dream on if you think I'll return the jade brush." Just as he finished speaking, Neza and the little dragon girl flew in from the distance. Before they even touched the ground, Neza declared, "Refuse to relinquish the jade brush, and you shall pay with your lives." With utmost authority, they descended simultaneously. Neza pointed his fire spear at Jiu Zhiji Jing, exclaiming, "You are as obstinate as ever. This time, there will be no escape." With that, Neza, the little dragon girl, Lei Zhenzi, Bai Zhe, Qing Wan, and the others prepared for battle. Neza brandished his fiery spear while riding the whirlwind, charging towards the enigmatic Qi Ji Jing and the cunning Hu Chi. Qi Ji Jing swiftly evaded, while Hu Chi ensnared Neza, prompting the others to join the fray. A fierce battle ensued. Qi Ji Jing extended her palm, revealing a drop of her essence, which she let fall onto the tip of a jade brush bestowed upon her by the nine-tailed fox demon. In an instant, the brush shimmered with newfound brilliance, its tip glowing a vivid red. Subsequently, Qi Ji Jing swiftly produced a jade flute and began to play a melody taught to her by the nine-tailed fox, causing the brush to ascend and vibrate rapidly in the air. Strange golden runes erupted around the brush, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. Observing this, Qi Ji Jing intensified her playing, and the brush selected one rune amidst the chaotic whirl, elegantly inscribing a demonic talisman in the air. Upon completing the final stroke, the talisman expanded, morphing into a colossal nine-tailed fox apparition, towering over the onlookers. Though merely an illusion, it exuded an undeniable aura of majesty. Its forehead adorned with a fiery red floral mark, identical to that of the nine-tailed fox's former incarnation, Tamamonome. In the blink of an eye, Neza kicked Hu Chi away, who, spitting blood, bellowed at Qi Ji Jing, urging her to act without hesitation. Qi Ji Jing, seizing the moment, signaled the illusionary nine-tailed fox to attack. Bai Zhe, Qing Wan, and the dragon girl summoned their weapons, momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Before engaging the phantom nine-tailed fox in combat, the illusion proved formidable, exhibiting astonishing speed and strength, even unleashing fiery breath. Alarmingly, the specter seemed to disregard their assaults. When Lei Zhenzi struck with his staff, it effortlessly passed through the apparition, only for the illusion to retaliate with a swift claw, sending him sprawling. The group found themselves at a disadvantage, prompting Neza to intervene and confront the nine-tailed fox spirit directly. Frustrated, Neza felt as if his fists were striking cotton. Neither the fiery spear nor the universe ring could penetrate its defenses. He resorted to navigating the air, devising strategies to counter the elusive foe. Meanwhile, the dragon girl and her companions shifted their focus to Qi Ji Jing, launching an assault on her. In response, Qi Ji Jing resumed her melody on the jade flute, summoning two additional phantom nine-tailed foxes, one marked with a blue floral emblem and the other with a white one. The blue apparition lunged at Bai Zhe and Qing Wan, while the white one targeted the dragon girl, igniting a fierce melee. At that moment, Neza found himself in a relentless chase with the fiery-hued illusion, albeit as the prey. His attacks with the spear and ring proved futile, as the phantom fox occasionally belched flames in his direction. In a decisive maneuver, Neza ascended to the rooftop, pivoted, and unleashed a spell through his fiery spear. The approaching illusion was instantly repelled. Elated, Neza exclaimed to his comrades that brute force was ineffective, urging them to employ their magical abilities. Inspired by his words, the group unleashed spellbound attacks through their respective weapons. At this moment, Lei Zhenzi gathered the surrounding lightning with his golden staff and struck towards the phantom nine-tailed fox adorned with blue flowers on the battlefield. The phantom fox was hurled backward by the lightning, rolling several times on the ground before launching an immediate counterattack. Lei Zhenzi, wielding his wings, incessantly unleashed lightning strikes around the phantom fox, temporarily ensnaring it. He then called out to Qing Wan, urging her to assist Neza and the little dragon maiden, assuring her that he would hold the fort. Qing Wan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the little dragon maiden and the phantom nine-tailed fox embellished with white flowers were entwined in a fierce exchange of water elemental attacks, seemingly unable to reach a conclusion. The little dragon maiden, opting for a change of strategy, soared towards a nearby lake, with the white phantom fox swiftly following suit. Upon reaching the lake's edge, she immediately altered her gestures and recited, "Heaven and earth. The universe emerges from the primal origin. The primal origin's essence transforms the great Eon. Let the feeble waters flow, restoring 100 rivers from the depths of the underworld." Instantly, the lake's waters surged, crystallizing into a barrage of ice arrows that shot toward the phantom fox. The fox, struck by the relentless barrage, retreated, unleashing a furious roar as it gathered the lake's waters, forming an ice wall to withstand the little dragon maiden's assault. At that moment, Qing Wan arrived, exclaiming, "Sister, I am here to assist you." The little dragon maiden nodded in acknowledgement. Qing Wan promptly unleashed a series of magical attacks against the white phantom fox, alleviating the pressure on the little dragon maiden, who then shifted her gestures to invoke the essence of countless waters. The ice arrows, now imbued with her magic, began to penetrate the ice wall that the phantom fox had conjured. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi and Bai Zhe were engaged in a battle against the blue phantom fox. Observing the chicken spirit wielding a jade flute and jade brush in combat against the guardians of the divine mysterious mountain, Lei Zhenzi instructed Bai Zhe to hold steady while he attempted to seize the jade brush. Bai Zhe nodded in compliance. Lei Zhenzi retracted his magical energy, flapping his wings and propelling himself towards the chicken spirit and the fox Chi-Chi, swinging his staff toward the chicken spirit. The chicken spirit, sensing the impending blow, swiftly dodged and shouted, "Chi-Chi, catch!" as she tossed the jade flute to Chi-Chi. Lei Zhenzi reached out to snatch it, but was met with a flurry of attacks from the chicken spirit, which ensnared him. As Chi-Chi deftly caught the jade flute, she swiftly retreated while playing a mournful tune infused with magical energy. The melody drifted towards Lei Zhenzi, who was momentarily pushing the chicken spirit back to the ground. Just as he prepared to strike again, the chicken spirit cried out in alarm and raised her hand in defense. Suddenly, Lei Zhenzi was seized by a splitting headache. Halting his swing halfway, clutching his head, he was overcome by dizziness, losing consciousness and becoming eerily calm. On the battlefield, united in purpose, the group, having grasped the method to combat the phantom fox, began to push it back. The tide of battle seemed to be shifting favorably, but the lingering echoes of the mournful tune caused a disarray in consciousness, weakening their magical energies. As the situation threatened to reverse, Bai Zhe, Qing Wan, and the little dragon maiden felt increasingly strained. However, Neza remained unaffected, relentlessly driving the red phantom fox back, growing ever more adept. He shouted, "Cosmic Circle." At that moment, his entire being radiated with magical energy, and he conjured countless cosmic circles that tightly ensnared the white phantom fox. Observing this, Neza grinned confidently and declared, "Embrace your doom." Subsequently, with his arms crossed over his chest, the nine dragons' divine fire shield enveloped Neza, causing a radiant glow to emanate from him. Immediately, Neza brandished his fiery spear and charged towards the illusory fox. In an instant, he pierced through the fire fox's body, followed by a resounding explosion that resulted in the fire fox's disappearance. At that moment, Neza glanced at Lei Zhenzi, only to discover that he was under the control of the jade flute played by Fox Chi-Chi. Thus, he soared towards her. Seeing Neza approaching with intent to attack, Fox Chi-Chi hastily intensified her flute playing, instructing Lei Zhenzi to strike at Neza. Completely devoid of self-awareness, Lei Zhenzi obeyed her orders and gripped his golden staff tightly, swinging it towards Neza. Neza shouted, "Qiankuan Ring." The Qiankuan Ring then flew towards Fox Chi-Chi, who, while playing, dodged and attempted to deflect the attacks from the ring. Neza quickly lifted his fiery spear to block Lei Zhenzi's golden staff, exclaiming, Lei Zhenzi, awaken. It's me, Neza. Do not let yourself be controlled. Fox Chichi, feeling increasingly anxious as the Qianquan ring pursued her, amplified her magical power to play a lullaby, signaling Lei Zhenzi to unleash his full assault. Suddenly, Lei Zhenzi's eyes filled with electric light, and the crimson mark on his forehead flashed brilliantly. His entire being was surging with electricity, which repelled Neza. Fearing to harm Lei Zhenzi, Neza refrained from using excessive force. Lei Zhenzi then spread his wings and ascended into the sky, reciting, Wind and Thunderquake. Urgent summon of Huang Ning, ethereal transformations, come forth at my call. With a thunderous roar, the sky darkened instantly, filled with ominous clouds and crackling lightning. Dozens of lightning bolts converged upon Lei Zhenzi, who bellowed fiercely as the colossal and violent lightning surged toward Neza. At that moment, the little dragon girl, engrossed in her battle with the white illusory fox, was drawn to the celestial phenomenon and glanced towards Neza. She witnessed the frenzied lightning summoned by Lei Zhenzi poised to strike Neza, and with a cry of Neza, she withdrew her magical power and darted towards him with all her might. Bai Zhe, observing the impending lightning strike aimed at Neza, immediately gathered all his magical energy to repel the blue illusory fox. He rushed to Neza's side, forcefully pushing him away just as the tremendous lightning struck Bai Zhe. In that instant, Bai Zhe was struck by the powerful lightning, causing his true form to fluctuate. A brilliant white light radiated from his eyes, illuminating Lei Zhenzi, who instantly regained consciousness. He stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. In that fleeting moment, everything seemed to move in slow motion, yet transpired with remarkable swiftness. As Neza steadied himself, he shouted, Princess, and immediately flew over to catch the collapsing Bai Zhe, saying, Princess, why did you shield me? I am the immortal lotus and protected by the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. A few bolts of lightning cannot kill me. The princess coughed up blood, gazing at Neza as if she wished to convey something, but only managed a few more coughs of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 29. Bai Zhe in a coma. At that moment, Fox Chi-Chi's lullaby was shattered by Bai Zhe's intervention. Witnessing the chaos caused by Bai Zhe's grave injuries, she commanded the 9-headed chicken spirit, Hurry, let's go. In an instant, the two retracted their magical energies and fled, with the blue and white illusory 9-tailed fox vanishing alongside them. Qing Wan and the little dragon girl rushed towards Bai Zhe, filled with concern and anxiety, calling out, Elder sister. Qing Wan rushed to Neza's side, anxiously assisting him in lifting Baize to return her to her chamber. The group arrived at Baize's room, where Master Turtle also arrived, glancing at Baize's injuries and sighing, inquiring how she could have sustained such grievous wounds. Her primordial spirit was nearly shattered. Hearing this, Lei Zhenzi bowed his head in shame. Neza, observing Lei Zhenzi, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, furrowing his brow as he said, You mustn't blame yourself. If there is blame to be cast, it should fall upon that despicable chicken spirit and the 9-tailed fox demon. I will ensure her demise. Lei Zhenzi, casting a glance at the unconscious Baize lying on the bed, struck the wall in frustration, at a loss for words. At that moment, the little dragon maiden and Qing Wan, filled with urgency, implored Master Turtle, Please, we beseech you, save our elder sister. The divine anomaly mountain cannot be without her. Whatever it takes. Whatever elixirs or miraculous remedies are needed, we will procure them at any cost. Master Turtle replied, Baize's centuries of cultivation have fortified her being. Otherwise, her primordial spirit would have been completely shattered by now, leaving us with no recourse. For the time being, I can only sustain her life. You must quickly take the Grand Princess to the secret chamber of the Golden and Silver Water Orders. Perhaps their redemptive power can save her. The group nodded in agreement, transporting Baize to the secret chamber where the Water Spirit and Fire Lioli were cultivating. At that moment, Ao Jia paced anxiously within the chamber, and upon seeing the group supporting Baize, he hurried forward, asking, What has happened to the Grand Princess? The Water Spirit and Fire Lioli, hearing his voice, descended from their cultivation platform and rushed over, their faces etched with concern for Baize. Qing Wan urged, Do not crowd around. Saving our sister's life is of utmost importance. After placing Baize upon the cultivation platform, she turned to the Golden and Silver Water Orders, pleading, You are ancient artifacts of great power. Do you possess any means to rescue my elder sister? The Water Spirit and Fire Lioli exchanged glances and responded, We have only recently restored our elemental forms, and we cannot be certain of our ability to revive her, but we shall make an attempt. Thus, the Water Spirit and Fire Lioli approached Baize, simultaneously summoning the Golden and Silver Water Orders. The water spirit chanted, "Heaven and earth." The cosmos emerges from the mysterious womb. The essence of the mysterious womb. The great Yin transforms. Let the weak waters flow and restore the myriad rivers. Meanwhile, Fire Liuli recited, "Ice spirit, pure and clear, in the absence of Yin and Yang. Let us unite with the light." Following this, the golden and silver water orders emitted a powerful energy, simultaneously infusing Bei's body. After a considerable interval, the water spirit and Fire Liuli withdrew their powers and informed Qinghuan and the little dragon maiden. "We have restored the Grand Princess's primordial spirit using the power of the golden and silver water orders. However, it appears that she has been severely affected by a potent force of lightning, which has not only injured her primordial spirit, but also shaken her soul. We can only mend her primordial spirit. The rest will depend on her ability to endure and restore her own soul." Tears welled in Qinghuan's eyes as she gazed at her sister. Having shared countless years with Beis on the divine Anomaly Mountain, she had never imagined a day when her sister would be so gravely wounded and unconscious, teetering on the brink of life. The bond between sisters was profoundly deep, and overwhelmed with emotion, Qinghuan, in a fit of rage, turned and struck Neza across the face. The little dragon maiden gasped, "Second sister, this is not Neza's fault. Why strike him?" She then turned to gently touch Neza's face, checking for any injuries. Neza shook his head, signaling to the little dragon girl that all was well. He glanced at the unconscious Beis lying on the platform. Although he had received a slap, he bore no resentment, for Beis had endured such grievous injuries solely for his sake. Qinghuan remarked that ever since the last battle with the demon clan, our sacred mountain had remained tranquil and peaceful. Yet now, your arrival has brought forth such formidable adversaries, leaving my elder sister in this state. With tears brimming in her eyes, she cast an indignant glance at Neza. The bond between Qinghuan and Neza was tenuous. Yet her discontent towards Neza grew due to Bei's plight. Neza, determined, looked at the motionless Beis and declared, "I will surely capture the nine-headed rooster spirit and the nine-tailed fox to avenge Beis." With that, Neza turned and exited the secret chamber, followed closely by the 5 treasures. The little dragon girl cast one last worried glance at Beis before pursuing Neza, fearing that he might recklessly confront the nine-tailed fox alone. Thunderclap, bowing his head, murmured, "I shall not disturb the princess's rest." With that, he exited the chamber, filled with remorse. "Neza, wait for me," the little dragon girl anxiously called out. Catching up to him, grabbing his arm, Neza turned and reassured her, "I am fine. I will not act impulsively. I merely wish to clear my head and contemplate how to deal with the nine-tailed fox." "Fear not," the little dragon girl, with a tender gaze, replied, "Neza, my second sister did not mean any harm. She was simply overly concerned for my elder sister. Do not take it to heart. Regarding the nine-tailed fox, we shall devise a plan together." Neza, suddenly agitated, retorted, "The nine-tailed fox has consumed the Xian Shin poison fruit, significantly enhancing her powers. Now that the jade brush has been seized, you have all witnessed its formidable strength. Merely sketching a few talismans posed such a challenge. Now that it has returned to the nine-tailed fox, how shall we confront her?" With that, Neza, in exasperation, placed his hands on his hips and turned away. The 5 treasures exchanged glances, and the little dragon girl fell silent, as the events of the day and the significance of the jade brush weighed heavily on their minds. Chapter 30. Bei's memories. At this moment, Beis lay on the cultivation platform. His mind drifted back thousands of years to the eastern coast, where a young Beis, resembling a snow-white lion with 2 horns atop his head and a small goat beard, frolicked by the sea. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously as a fearsome beast plummeted from above, hurtling towards the playful young Beis. The young creature opened its adorable mouth in shock, gazing skyward, powerless to escape such a colossal threat. Was it destined for demise so soon after its birth? Closing its eyes, the young Beis awaited its inevitable end. Just then, a fiery red ball of flame surged forward, whisking the young Beis to safety, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. Moments later, the young Beis, realizing it had survived, slowly opened its eyes to find a handsome youth cradling it. The young Beis, instinctively calling out, "Ling Zhuzi." The confident and spirited Ling Zhuzi replied, "You have quite the discerning eye, little one. I am indeed Ling Zhuzi, servant of Nuwa." The young Baizhe gazed at the handsome, confident youth before him with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. The spirit orb gently set down the young beast and said, "Little one, swiftly depart to a safe haven. I shall vanquish the demons." With that, the young Baizhe dashed into the woods, glancing back at the youth as he ran farther away. As thousands of years passed, the world transformed, and the once youthful Baizhe evolved into a magnificent, wise deity, well-versed in the affairs of the universe and revered by mortals as a harbinger of good fortune. Time had elapsed so extensively that Bai Zhe had entirely forgotten the boy he encountered in his youth. However, after sustaining severe injuries, the violent thunderbolts had jolted long-buried memories to the surface. At the Xianyuan tomb, the nine-headed rooster demon and the fox Qi returned in a disheveled state. Yet their faces were alight with pride. The nine-headed rooster demon declared to the nine-tailed fox, "Sister, Qi and I have not failed your expectations. We successfully retrieved the jade brush." He presented the jade brush back to the nine-tailed fox, who accepted it with excitement and relief, caressing the brush as she exclaimed, "After thousands of years, you have finally returned to my side." Her laughter echoed with triumph, and she continued, "You both performed splendidly. I am immensely satisfied." The nine-tailed fox then extended her hand, channeling her magic to heal the wounds of the nine-headed rooster demon and fox Qi. As they felt their ailments dissipate, they joyfully chorused, "Thank you, sister." The nine-tailed fox responded, "Now that the jade brush has returned to me, I am confident that it will not be long before I reclaim my former glory. At that time, you two shall be my greatest contributors, and I shall not let you go unrewarded." Exchanging a knowing smile, the rooster demon and fox Qi bowed in reverence, proclaiming, "All hail the queen." To unify the realms of demons and mortals, achieving a legacy for the ages. The nine-tailed fox laughed heartily and, with a flourish of her sleeve, strode toward the throne in the grand hall. On the divine island, Qing Wan had been sitting beside Bai Zhe for days, her eyes brimming with concern as she pondered when her sister would awaken. Having stood guard over the divine mountain for millennia, all was peaceful and stable under her protection. Without her elder sister, what would become of the divine mountain? What would she do? Just then, Neza and the little dragon girl arrived in the secret chamber to visit Bai Zhe. The little dragon girl approached Bai Zhe, grasping her hand and imploring, "Sister, please awaken. If you do, I promise I will always heed your words." As she spoke, her eyes grew moist with tears. "I have never had an elder sister. Since coming to the divine mountain, I have regarded you as my own. You must endure. You must awaken. Sister, please wake up." Noticing her distress, Neza gently patted the little dragon girl's shoulder, offering comfort. "Worry not, princess. Such a noble soul as yours is destined to awaken." He then looked at the unconscious Bai Zhe with remorse, saying, "I, Li Neza, vow to capture the nine-tailed fox and avenge you. I am sorry for the trouble brought upon the divine mountain." Upon noticing that Bai Zhe showed no signs of awakening, Xiao Long turned to rush out, declaring, "I shall seek the assistance of Guanyin Bodhisattva. She must possess the means to save my elder sister." Just as Neza was about to intervene and stop her, Bai Zhe, lying on the cultivation platform, emitted a faint cough. Though subtle, Qing Wan immediately detected it, exclaiming in astonishment, "Elder sister has awoken. Elder sister has awoken." Xiao Long promptly turned and dashed back to Bai Zhe's side, closely followed by Neza. Bai Zhe's complexion remained pale, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes still closed. Yet her lips seemed to be murmuring something inaudibly. Qing Wan leaned in closer to discern her words. After a brief moment, she frowned in confusion, saying, "Elder sister keeps repeating Ling Zhuzi. Ling Zhuzi." She then cast a puzzled glance at Neza. Neza looked around at the others, equally bewildered, and replied, "Why do you all look at me? Am I mistaken?" Xiao Long also turned to Neza, her expression shifting from concern to confusion, then to an emerging hint of jealousy. Qing Wan asserted, "Elder sister has uttered it multiple times. I cannot be wrong." At that moment, Shui Jingling and Hua Luli approached, stating, "Regardless of what elder sister has said, it indicates she is conscious. As long as she is aware, there is hope for her awakening. Neza, since she has called for you, you ought to converse with her. Perhaps it will stimulate her and hasten her recovery." Neza hesitated, glancing at Xiao Long. She, however, rose and offered her place to him, turning away with a solemn plea, "Neza, save my elder sister." With that, she exited the chamber. Neza's heart ached as he watched Xiao Long depart, wanting to call after her, but recalling the need to focus on the unconscious princess. He refrained, understanding the urgency of the situation. Soon, the others also left the chamber. Neza approached the cultivation platform, sitting beside Bai Zhe, and spoke earnestly, "Princess, I know not the connection between you and the Ling Zhuzi of our past lives, but I genuinely wish for your awakening. You have cared for the spirit beasts and magical artifact clans of the divine anomaly mountain for millennia. They require you. You must be strong and awaken swiftly. Qing Wan, Xiao Long, Shui Jingling, Hualuli, we are all deeply concerned for you. Please awaken." After expressing a torrent of words, Neza felt at a loss for what more to say. Just as he prepared to turn away, Zhe stirred slightly, her fingers twitching as she struggled to open her eyes, clearly articulating, Ling Zhuzi. Ling Zhuzi. Instantly, Neza turned back, witnessing Zhe's eyes fluttering open weakly. He rushed to her side as she made a feeble attempt to raise her hand, signaling him to stay. Neza hesitated. Zhe's brow knitted in discomfort as she coughed a few times. Observing this, Neza grasped her hand firmly, exclaiming, Princess, you are awake. I shall summon them. He shouted. The princess has awakened. The princess has awakened. Upon hearing his call, the others hurriedly re-entered the chamber. Neza then released Zhe's hand and stepped aside. Little Dragon Maiden rushed in, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Neza, who, sensing her gaze, quickly diverted his eyes elsewhere. Chapter 31. Such quarrels? As night fell, Neza sat in his room, biting his fingers, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. What could possibly be wrong with the eldest princess? His thoughts then turned to Little Dragon Maiden. He wondered how she was faring. Surely, the eldest princess would be delighted upon awakening, but Neza found himself engulfed by an indescribable turmoil. He felt trapped, torn between conflicting emotions. Frustrated, he decided to take a stroll to clear his mind. Wandering aimlessly, he unexpectedly arrived at Little Dragon Maiden's chamber. The light within still flickered, casting shadows that revealed her sitting alone at the table, lost in thought. Neza furrowed his brow, uncertain whether he should enter. What would he even say? He was just as confused about the eldest princess's peculiar behavior as she was. He had done nothing to warrant any misunderstanding. If he ventured in to clarify, it might only confirm her suspicions. Yet, recalling the look in Little Dragon Maiden's eyes when she entered the secret chamber, he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of her distress. Sighing, he decided against entering. He truly had no words to offer. Meanwhile, Little Dragon Maiden, sensing someone at the door, approached and opened it, only to find Neza turning to leave. Upon hearing the door creak, Neza turned back, their eyes meeting in a moment of silent acknowledgement. Seeing Neza, Little Dragon Maiden shot him a glare and promptly turned away, returning to her seat at the table, refusing to engage with him. However, Neza, quick-witted as ever, noted her irritation but recognized that she had left the door ajar, prompting him to seize the opportunity to enter. He bounded into her room with a grin, teasingly asking, Oh, Little Dragon Maiden, still awake? Who occupies your thoughts? It wouldn't happen to be me, would it? He playfully turned his attention to her. Little Dragon Maiden rolled her eyes and retorted, Who would think of you? I'm thinking of the sea monster, not you. What brings you here instead of accompanying my elder sister? Neza, unfazed, replied, Is the sea monster as dashing as I am? Besides, why would I want to keep her company? He then playfully eyed her, continuing, You're not getting jealous, are you? Haraha. You are, aren't you? Little Dragon Maiden, feeling exposed and flustered by his shameless teasing, rose in indignation. You. Get out. I don't want to see you. She pushed him towards the door. Neza halted at the threshold, one hand bracing against the door as he looked back at her. I'm just curious. If you don't wish to see me, who do you wish to see? I don't understand why it concerns me at all. It's the eldest princess herself. He trailed off, then added, Didn't I tell you? I, Neza, am devoted solely to you, Little Dragon Maiden. I wouldn't even glance at any other demon, ghost, or deity. If you doubt me so, why do you choose to follow me? Little Dragon Maiden, exasperated, retorted, Follow you? Subsequently, he jested, Back then, I had no idea who hurriedly appeared before me. Who is truly following whom? I am the Bodhisattva Guanyin, sent to subdue demons and rescue the common folk. Neza retorted, extending a finger towards the Little Dragon Maiden. How can you be so ungrateful? If it weren't for me, you would have long since been drained of your essence by the fox demon. I saved you, yet you repay my kindness with such words. You, woman, are truly. The Little Dragon Maiden held her head high and interjected, Yes, 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 what is it? Speak. Neza pursed his lips and retracted his finger, swallowing his words before abruptly shifting his tone to flattery. You, indeed, are a remarkable woman, beautiful, with a sweet voice, an enchanting figure, kind-hearted, and skilled in magic. Loved by all, even praised by bodhisattvas. I, Neza, must have done a great deed in my past life to be able to accompany the most beautiful princess. The Little Dragon Maiden, across the realms. As he spoke, he casually walked into the Little Dragon Maiden's room. The Little Dragon Maiden cast a sidelong glance at Neza, then circled around him, appraising him before commenting, Is it not that you usually dress too handsomely? Yes, you are indeed quite dashing. From now on, you must tone it down a bit. I shall prepare some outfits for you. Do not always adorn yourself so attractively. Neza chuckled, I am naturally charming and irresistible. You had best keep a close watch on me and treat me well, otherwise, I might just leave you. The little dragon maiden playfully swatted Neza. It is you who lacks decorum and fidelity, yet you dare to say you might abandon me? Begone. I do not wish to see you. Neza, hearing her words, pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Lacking decorum? You must be mistaken. I have done nothing wrong. Your words are truly excessive. Apologize to me at once. The little dragon maiden, amused by his indignation, replied, Apologize? Did I hear you correctly? You want me to apologize to you? Pointing at him, then at herself, she continued, Dream on. Now, disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I cannot predict what I might do next. Neza, equally exasperated, retorted, Why must I always be the one to apologize? What have I done wrong to deserve this? You want me to leave? I refuse to go. With that, he plopped down. The little dragon maiden snapped. So you refuse to leave when I say so? Very well. Then I declare you shall not go. Neza immediately shot back. If you insist that I stay, then I shall leave. With that declaration, he prepared to rise. The little dragon maiden shouted, Get out. Neza, filled with rage, glared and muttered, If I must go, then I shall. Just as he stepped out and turned back, a teapot and teacups flew from the room, and the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Neza narrowly avoided the flying objects and, standing at the doorway, stomped in frustration before finally departing. Chapter 32. Unburdening the heart upon returning to his room, Neza wore a vexed expression. At that moment, the 5 magical treasures arrived in his chamber. Having just quarreled with the little dragon maiden and feeling disheartened, he turned away, ignoring them. Wind whistle song. With a mischievous grin, remarked, Boss. Certainly, even the grand princess of the divine mysterious mountain can be managed. I am truly in awe. Upon hearing this, Neza became infuriated and glared at Feng Xiaoga, demanding, Say that again if you dare. Observing Neza's expression, the magical treasures ceased their jesting. The divine fire maiden approached with concern, inquiring, Boss, did you have a quarrel with the little dragon maiden? Neza, unwilling to elaborate, turned away in silence. Duan Wuzhua remarked, This girl needs to be coaxed. Boss, at this moment, do not clash with the little dragon maiden. Simply indulge her a bit. The fire dragon chimed in, Indeed. It's evident that the little dragon maiden truly cares for you, boss. It's only natural for her to display some temper in such situations. Linger nodded in agreement with their sentiments. Neza retorted, Hey, are you my treasures or hers? She is the one throwing a fit at me. Yet you all side with her. The divine fire maiden, with a knowing expression, asked Neza, Boss, I must inquire, do you harbor any feelings for the grand princess? Neza immediately replied, Of course not. My heart belongs solely to the little dragon maiden. He then bashfully averted his gaze. The divine fire maiden continued, Then you must clarify things with the little dragon maiden. Neza, impatient, replied, I've already spoken to her and explained everything. Yet she refuses to listen and even kicked me out. He wore a look of grievance. The divine fire maiden persisted, What I mean is, you cannot merely avoid the grand princess. You must confront her and resolve the matter. We all know you and the little dragon maiden share mutual affection. It is crucial to address the issues at hand. The little dragon maiden craves a sense of security. Neza, agitated, exclaimed, Isn't it enough that I provide her with security? Have I let her down along the way? The divine fire maiden, smiling, clarified, The security I refer to is emotional. Our boss is dashing, charming, and handsome. The little dragon maiden, after dealing with the fox demon, may return to the side of Guanyin Bodhisattva for cultivation, and who knows when you will meet again. Leaving you alone below certainly does not instill a sense of security in her heart. Neza found the divine fire maiden's words to be quite reasonable and turned to ask, What should I do then? I can't just tell her that I will hide away and not be seen again, can I? That would be unacceptable. I still have to vanquish demons and fulfill my responsibilities. The divine fire maiden advised, Communicate clearly with the grand princess, and then provide the little dragon maiden with a sense of security. Surely, boss, you understand better than we do how to achieve this? Neza seemed to grasp the underlying truth and fell silent, contemplating how to reassure the little dragon maiden. That night, both Neza and the little dragon maiden tossed and turned, each in their respective rooms, pushing open their windows to gaze at the starry sky. Neza reflected on their shared trials and tribulations, recalling all that had transpired between him and the little dragon maiden. He remembered pledging before Guanyin Bodhisattva to rid the world of demons, while the little dragon maiden expressed her desire to remain by Guanyin's side for cultivation. He envisioned the moment they exchanged a high five, and the little dragon maiden looked at him with tears of joy. At that time, Neza could only suppress his heartache, smiling as he bid her farewell, not wanting her to witness his pain. Even in separation, he never once let go of his feelings for the little dragon maiden. Perhaps nothing could be more agonizing than the thought of being apart from her. Considering this, Neza resolved to visit the eldest princess the following day to clarify matters. Once the princess had recovered, he intended to bid her farewell. At that moment, the little dragon girl gazed at the starry sky, reflecting on Neza's words from earlier. Was she being too unreasonable? After all, Neza had done nothing wrong, yet she found herself inexplicably angry with him. Her elder sister, Baze, was both gentle and beautiful. What if she truly developed feelings for Neza? What then would Neza do? It was infuriating, yet it seemed implausible that her sister would vie for Neza's affection. Was it possible that she had indeed overstepped her bounds? She had once resolved to let go of her feelings for Neza, yet the more time passed, the stronger her longing grew. She could not persuade herself to relinquish her feelings. Neza had also promised that he would seek her out in the purple bamboo forest after fulfilling his mission. After all, Neza was the only man she truly loved. Her heart was set on marrying him, sharing a life filled with love and companionship for all eternity. With this in mind, the little dragon girl decided to have a heartfelt conversation with Neza the next day. She was reluctant to let their precious, albeit brief, reunion be marred by conflict. At dawn, the little dragon girl opened her door, preparing to find Neza. Just as she approached his room, she saw him hastily departing. Noticing that Neza was not heading towards her room, but rather towards her sister's, she pouted and considered turning back. However, jealousy and curiosity compelled her to follow him. Eager to discover Neza's intentions, Neza arrived at the eldest princess's chamber and knocked on the door. "Come in," Baze called. Meanwhile, the little dragon girl found a concealed spot to hide, aware that eavesdropping was improper, yet unable to resist the temptation. Upon entering, Neza was greeted by Baze's smile. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" she inquired. Neza hesitated before asking, "How is your injury? Are you feeling better?" Baze lowered her head with a smile, replying, "Yes. The water sprite and fire glass helped me recover with their magical powers. I believe with some rest, I will be fully healed." Neza nodded in acknowledgement. A silence enveloped them for a moment before Neza, biting his lip, ventured, "Princess, I wish to know the connection between you, my past life, and the spirit pearl." "Why you?" Since awakening, Baze had contemplated many things. As the princess of the divine anomaly mountain, she bore the responsibility of its protection. She was well aware of Neza's feelings for the fourth sister and understood that he could never remain in divine anomaly mountain for her sake, nor would he wish to jeopardize his relationship with her. After thousands of years of cultivation, Baze maintained a calm and rational heart. Although the spirit pearl had once saved her in her youth, and she had indeed experienced feelings for Neza, those feelings were fleeting. Reason dictated that a resolution was impossible. Perhaps having shielded Neza from the heavenly thunder was her way of repaying a debt. Her expectations of Neza would remain buried in her heart. However, as she contemplated this, a look of disappointment crossed her face as she said, "I feel nothing. It's merely a stone heart." She then added, "It's just old stories. Let us not dwell on them." Without a second thought, she blurted out, "Neza, could you please refrain from calling me princess? Just call me Baze, just this once." Neza hesitated, responding, "Princess." This Neza, feeling a sense of unease, explained to the grand princess, "From a young age, I have shared a bond with the little dragon maiden, a bond that has blossomed into a profound commitment. The moment I laid eyes on her, I resolved that she would be the sole person I would dedicate my life to protecting. I cannot bear to see her sorrow. Even if fate were to separate us across the realms, I shall strive earnestly to cultivate my abilities, ensuring that we remain together for eternity." Upon concluding his heartfelt declaration, Neza clasped his fists together in gratitude, saying, "Grand Princess, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance, and I vow to vanquish the nine-tailed fox demon to provide you with the justice you deserve." At this juncture, Baze understood that Neza's singular request was unattainable, yet he regained his usual calm demeanor, responding, "No matter. I sincerely hope you treat my fourth sister with kindness and never let her down." Neza nodded in agreement, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Meanwhile, the little dragon maiden, who had been eavesdropping, felt a rush of emotions, both touched and exhilarated, before pouting to herself, "How infuriating, Neza. He never expresses such sentiments to me. He liked me from the moment we met, yet was too stubborn to admit it." Neza turned to Baze and remarked, "I plan to depart from the Divine Mountain tomorrow. The nine-tailed fox demon has grown significantly stronger and remains at large, and I would feel remiss to impose further on your hospitality. Thus, I have decided to take my leave." Although Baze felt a tinge of reluctance, he composed himself and said, "Since you have made your decision, travel safely. You are always welcome to bring the Dragon Maiden to the Divine Mountain whenever you wish." Neza acknowledged with a nod, clasping his fists once more, "I shall not disturb the Grand Princess any longer." He then moved to exit the room. Upon hearing this, The little dragon maiden hurriedly dashed around the corridor's corner, her movements comically frantic. Phew, I'm glad I wasn't T-spotted, she whispered, peeking out to catch a glimpse of Neza while patting her chest in relief. Outside by Zay's chamber, Neza exhaled deeply, speaking to himself. All set. Now, to find the little dragon maiden. Just as the little dragon maiden felt relieved, she caught wind of Neza's intention to seek her out, prompting her to hurriedly return to her room, pushing the door open and slamming it shut behind her. She took a moment to catch her breath, and soon after, a knock echoed from the door. Composing herself, she opened it to reveal Neza, who greeted her with a beaming smile. Neza, gazing at her as if she were a rare treasure, inquired, "Are you no longer angry?" The little dragon maiden quickly clarified, I thought about it last night, and it seems I'm not as upset anymore, so I'm not angry now. Neza, tilting his head and observing her, stepped into her room, exclaiming, "I'm parched." Instantly, the little dragon maiden sprang into action, eagerly rushing to fetch water for Neza, who had just taken a seat. With a beaming smile and a sense of disbelief, Neza accepted the cup, feeling both honored and startled by her gesture. The little dragon maiden responded with a charming, toothy grin, and Neza, amused by her endearing antics, took a sip of water, setting the cup down as he turned to face her, gently taking her hand and asking, "Little fish, do you remember the time you fell into a trance? By the seaside, I nearly believed I was about to lose you. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sorrow. Nothing could bring me more anguish than the thought of losing you. It was then that I resolved, from this day forth, I, Neza, shall never engage in actions that would lead to regret, even if our paths diverge, whether in the heavens or on earth. And regardless of how arduous our journey of vanquishing demons may prove to be, I shall endure and persist. I am determined to marry you, no matter how long it takes or how challenging it may become. My love for you, Xiao Long, will remain unwavering through the ages. You must believe in me. I have never broken a promise made to you." Xiao Long, deeply moved, gazed upon the handsome and affectionate youth she cherished dearly, nodding as she spoke. "With you, a moment in this world is eternally unforgettable, and I have no regrets. I believe in you." With that, she nestled into Neza's embrace. Oh, how I wish this moment could last forever. Chapter 33. A new journey. The following day, Neza, Lei Zhenzi, and the 5 magical treasures bid farewell to the Grand Princess. "Where is Xiao Long?" "I have not seen her," Neza inquired. "I believe I saw her heading towards the secret chamber this morning. She must be saying her goodbyes." Lei Zhenzi replied. Neza nodded. "Then let us wait a moment." At that moment, Master Turtle approached Neza, saying, "Neza, your journey ahead will be exceedingly perilous." Alas, he sighed deeply. Neza reassured him, "Oh, Master Turtle, do not worry. I, Neza, have faced countless storms and adversities. I have even defeated the Demon Emperor. What could possibly daunt me?" With a benevolent smile, Master Turtle replied, "It is commendable for the young to possess confidence." Yet, with a furrowed brow, he continued, "However, you may not be aware that the nine-tailed fox, in its previous incarnation as Tamamonome, wreaked havoc across the realms of humanity and demons for millennia, unchecked by any force. This illustrates the strength of its power. Even if the heavenly realm summons the ancient artifact, Chiyun, to suppress all demons and beasts, Tamamonome can still contend with hundreds of them single-handedly. The mark upon the phantom nine-tailed fox called forth by that magical pen indicates that it is a power of its own making, sufficient to attest to its might. Although the current nine-tailed fox may not rival its former self, with this artifact in its possession, its strength cannot be underestimated." Master Turtle spoke earnestly to Neza and the others. This was precisely the concern that weighed upon Neza's mind. Moreover, the nine-tailed fox had previously consumed a piece of the Shin poisonous fruit, leaving uncertainty about its current capabilities. Since vanquishing the Demon Emperor, Neza had never felt such trepidation. Yet, regardless of how formidable the challenge may be, since it has come upon him, he must endeavor to confront it. 4. Righteousness shall prevail over evil. At that moment, Xiao Long approached and inquired, "What are you discussing?" Neza turned to her with a broad smile, replying, "Oh, nothing. Just bidding farewell to Master Turtle." Neza wished to shoulder any great troubles alone, wanting only to see Xiao Long joyful. After she embraced by Zay and Master Turtle, the group set forth, embarking on their new journey. As they soared over the sea, Lei Zhenzi asked Neza, "Where shall we go next?" Neza paused for a moment, contemplating, and then declared, "Let us first proceed to Greenlow Village, for it lies in close proximity to Zy Mountain. Once we have settled in, we shall ascend Zy Mountain and surely find the nine-tailed fox demon, eliminating it once and for all. We cannot allow it to continue wreaking havoc upon the world." The dragon girl approached Neza and remarked, "Neza, a thought has just crossed my mind." Neza turned to face her. The dragon girl continued, "During your assistance in reclaiming the four seas, we were incessantly assaulted by the minions of the demon palace. Later, the water sprite revealed to me that they had been using a crystal ball to surveil us. Thus they were aware of our every movement, haunting us relentlessly. Last time on ZY Mountain, despite our prolonged search, we were unable to locate the nine-tailed fox demon. Could it be that it has always been aware of our whereabouts? Which is why we failed to find it?" Neza stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. "Your reasoning is indeed sound." Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, "I have devised a plan. Since we cannot find the nine-tailed fox demon, we shall compel it to seek us out." With that, Neza exchanged glances with his companions and set off towards Greenlow Village. Upon their arrival at Greenlow Village, dusk had fallen. They chose to lodge at the same inn as before. Once inside their room, Neza and his companions closed the door and gathered around the table. Engaged in a hushed, secretive discussion, Neza then pointed towards the door and proclaimed loudly, "Tomorrow we shall ascend the mountain and vanquish the nine-tailed fox demon." In the Xinyuan tomb cave, the nine-tailed fox demon gazed upon Neza and his companions through the Yinyang rebirth mirror, yet could not discern their secretive gestures. Upon hearing Neza's audacious declaration of their intent to destroy her, she let out a derisive laugh, saying, "Fools, I am no longer the same nine-tailed fox demon of the past. Should you dare approach, you shall find no return." With that, she stowed away the mirror and summoned the chicken spirit and fox Chi-Chi to the grand hall. After the chicken spirit and fox Chi-Chi bowed in respect, the nine-tailed fox demon stated, "Tomorrow, Neza and his companions will ascend the mountain." She then summoned a jade flute and handed it to fox Chi-Chi, instructing, "Once you locate them, have the chicken spirit release poison in the woods, and then you shall play the soul requiem I taught you, capturing them all." In unison, the chicken spirit and fox Chi-Chi replied yes, and departed to make preparations. Having consumed a piece of the Xian Shun poisonous fruit and undergoing a period of cultivation, the nine-tailed fox demon's entire constitution had been reformed, significantly enhancing her power. The nine-tailed fox mused, "The time has come." She entered the stone chamber, closed her eyes, and seated herself within the center of the formation. Calling forth a jade brush, it spun rapidly before her, and golden runes proliferated around her, enveloping her in a dense embrace. Consequently, her magical power surged, lifting her into the air. As the golden runes continued to swirl, they eventually merged into her being. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox demon opened her eyes, her golden pupils shimmering brightly, and her skin intermittently displayed the golden runes, exuding an aura of overwhelming power and malevolence. With a fierce roar directed skyward, a cascade of starry nebulae materialized above the formation, illuminating the entire stone chamber. As the nine-tailed fox demon descended and surveyed her palms, she erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "The ultimate soul absorption technique of the celestial pivot has finally been perfected. Across the vast world, I wonder who could possibly stand against me." The following day, Neza and his companions ascended the mountain as usual. Neza remained ever vigilant, keeping the little dragon maiden close by his side. They searched the woods throughout the day, and as night fell, Neza and his party found themselves compelled to spend the night in the forest, having grown accustomed to the hardships of outdoor living. Wen Xiaogu discreetly cast a spell to dispel his powers and approached Neza, inquiring, "Boss, do you think our strategy will prove effective? It has been an entire day, yet we have not seen the nine-tailed fox or her two lackeys come looking for us." Neza gestured for Wen Xiaogu to remain silent. He exchanged a glance with the little dragon maiden before leaning against a tree to sleep. After a moment, a cloud of black smoke wafted towards Neza and his companions, rendering visibility in the dark woods nearly impossible. Sensing something amiss, Neza and the others held their breath. Suddenly, the sound of a flute filled the air, causing Neza and the little dragon maiden, who had their eyes closed, to frown slightly, prompting the group to feign collapse. Shortly thereafter, the chicken spirit and fox Chi-Chi approached their motionless forms. The chicken spirit mockingly laughed, "I thought you would be more formidable. It seems you fell for my tricks so easily." The two then captured the group and dragged them to the Xinyuan tomb cave. Chapter 34. The ultimate soul absorption technique. Neza and his companions lay sprawled across the grand hall. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox demon descended from the dais and proclaimed, "Well done, Neza. You wished to find and kill me, did you not? Here I am. Do you possess the capability to confront me? I have vowed that for the injury you inflicted upon me last time, I shall make you pay back tenfold, 100-fold." As she spoke, she approached the little dragon maiden and continued, You adore the little dragon maiden above all, do you not? If I were to employ the ultimate soul absorption technique to drain her essence and end her life, I am certain it would cause you great anguish. With that, the nine-tailed fox demon extended her wicked claws towards the little dragon maiden. Suddenly, Neza soared into the air and kicked at the demoness claws, swiftly pulling the little dragon maiden behind him and shielding her. The nine-tailed fox demon, taken aback, retreated a few steps. The chicken spirit and fox Chi-Chi hastened to her side. Neza then shouted, "Return, my treasures." At that moment, 5 magical artifacts soared into the air, returning to Neza. Thunderbolt Zhenzi also rose, and, exchanging a glance of mutual understanding, the 3 gazed disdainfully at the nine-tailed fox. The little dragon maiden remarked, "Did you not expect this? It was indeed Neza's clever idea that drew you to us." Thunderbolt Zhenzi pointed his golden staff at the nine-tailed fox demon, declaring, "Last time, you used the soul requiem against me. This time, we will settle the score." Neza, brandishing his fiery spear with one hand on his hip, taunted the nine-tailed fox demon. "Defeated foe, do you wish for me to remind you of the taste of defeat?" In response, the nine-tailed fox demon calmly smirked, "Ignorant fools. Today, I shall use you as practice and demonstrate my ultimate soul absorption technique." With that, she soared into the air, changing her gestures, suddenly conjuring 2, 4, 8, and increasingly more nine-tailed fox demons, not in their fox forms, but as humanoid duplicates of herself. Upon witnessing this, Neza seized his fiery spear and, leaping onto his wind-fire wheels, charged towards the central nine-tailed fox demon. Meanwhile, Thunderbolt Zhenzi wielded his golden staff, striking at the surrounding clones of the nine-tailed fox demon. "Neza, I am here to assist you." With that, the little dragon maiden summoned her sword to strike at the doppelgangers, initiating a fierce battle for survival. The nine-tailed fox demon scoffed at the approaching Neza. With fingers splayed, she conjured a phantom of a colossal fox paw that lunged toward the fire-tipped spear. Neza, perceiving the imminent threat, swiftly pivoted in midair to redirect his spear downward. The nine-tailed fox demon deftly evaded, her speed astonishing. Neza retracted the spear and, riding the wind-fire wheels, charged towards the airborne fox. In an instant, the fox darted in all directions, unleashing phantom claws upon Neza. Overwhelmed by the relentless barrage, Neza was sent crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Thunder Zhenzi was also forced back by the surrounding doppelgangers, mirroring Neza's plight. The protective barrier conjured by the little dragon maiden was shattered by multiple attacks, causing her to plummet from the sky. Observing this, Neza swiftly gathered his energy and struck the ground, propelling himself upwards to catch the falling little dragon maiden. Concerned, he inquired, "Are you hurt?" She shook her head, gazing at the doppelgangers. These manifestations are corporeal, immensely powerful, and extraordinarily swift. "Neza, I fear we may not prevail." Neza glared fiercely at the doppelgangers above, while the trio stood back to back, weapons clutched tightly, ever vigilant. At that moment, the fox demon Yu Zhao cackled, declaring, "Today, the Xianyuan tomb shall be your final resting place." As the doppelgangers surged towards the trio, Neza immediately pulled the little dragon maiden behind him, charging forward with crossed arms, summoning the form of 3 heads and 6 arms. Thunder Zhenzi cast a bewildered glance at Neza, incredulously exclaiming, "This is possible too?" He then plunged into a fierce battle against the surrounding nine-tailed fox doppelgangers. These doppelgangers were not only numerous, but also possessed remarkable speed. Even with the summoning of 3 heads and 6 arms, Neza found himself struggling against the relentless onslaught, unable to break free from the chaos. In that moment, Thunder Zhenzi roared, his body crackling with electricity as he struck at the doppelgangers. The nine-tailed fox doppelgangers, sensing the threat, collectively shifted their stances and chanted, "Heavenly Pivot Ultimate Soul Absorption Technique." Thunder Zhenzi unleashed dozens of bolts of lightning, only to have one of the nine-tailed fox doppelgangers absorb them entirely before rebounding the energy back at him. Thunder Zhenzi was left agape, extending his golden staff in a futile attempt to defend himself, yet was still propelled to the ground by the fierce backlash of his own lightning. Meanwhile, the doppelgangers converged, launching a barrage of lethal spells towards Thunder Zhenzi. Witnessing this, Neza shouted, "Qiankuan Circle." The Qiankuan Circle transformed into hundreds of projectiles, targeting the surrounding doppelgangers. Neza seized the opportunity to break free from the fray, lifting Thunder Zhenzi with the fire-tip spear just in time to evade the incoming attacks. The spot where Thunder Zhenzi had previously lain was blasted into a gaping pit, its depths unfathomable. Neza then soared to the side of the little dragon maiden to shield her from the surrounding assaults. Upon seeing Neza arrive, she promptly chanted, "Essence of the waters." Water elements coalesced around them, striking out at the doppelgangers. The nine-tailed fox demon swiftly absorbed the water element attack, redirecting it back at them. Neza and the little dragon maiden widened their eyes in shock as their own spell ricocheted towards the ground, amplified by the fox demon's power, creating an immensely powerful impact. As Neza and the little dragon girl fell to the ground, Neza never forgot to protect her. In that split second of falling, he swiftly exchanged positions with her, allowing the little dragon girl to land atop him. The impact shattered the earth beneath them, creating deep fissures. Immediately, the little dragon girl helped Neza to his feet. But before she could react, Neza bellowed for the Hunyuan silk, which instantly wrapped around her waist. He then forcefully propelled her away, commanding her to take refuge beside the Bodhisattva Guanyin. The little dragon girl widened her eyes, reaching out desperately to grasp Neza, but the Hunyuan silk moved with lightning speed, crashing through the mountainside. Witnessing this, the numerous manifestations of the nine-tailed fox demon soared into pursuit. Neza, riding on the wind and fire wheels, quickly caught up with those manifestations, striking them down one by one. Turning his gaze back to the little dragon girl, he saw the gathered manifestations channeling their power towards him, delivering heavy blows upon his form. Neza coughed up blood, yet continued to watch the little dragon girl ascend to safety. In the air, the little dragon girl reached out, frantically calling for Neza. As he lay on the ground, Lei Zhenzi was also unable to withstand the might of the nine-tailed fox demon, being struck down and losing his golden staff. Both fell to the ground simultaneously, blood spilling from their lips. Lei Zhenzi, looking at Neza, reached out, attempting to grasp him. Neza, gazing back, said, "Good brother, I have brought you trouble. Are you afraid to perish here with me?" Lei Zhenzi weakly chuckled. "Ha ha ha, I ask you, are you afraid?" A faint smile crept upon Neza's lips as he thought, as long as the little dragon girl is safe. He then lost consciousness. Lei Zhenzi too succumbed to the darkness. Chapter 35. Enlightenment. The Hunyuan silk tightly ensnared the little dragon girl as it flew at full speed towards the South Sea. She struggled in agony, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, overwhelmed by rage, she let out a piercing scream that shattered her hair ornament, causing her hair to cascade down. Her eyes turned crimson, and a surge of power coursed through her, breaking the Hunyuan silk's hold as she shouted, "Let me go." At that moment, a sacred and penetrating voice echoed from afar. Harmony. The little dragon girl found herself unable to move, roaring, "Let me go." Her desperate struggles yielded no results. Just as her words fell, the Bodhisattva Guanyin descended. With a finger dipped in the holy water from her pure vessel, Guanyin flicked it towards the little dragon girl. In an instant, she calmed, the red glow in her eyes gradually fading. Upon seeing Guanyin, she immediately collapsed to the ground, dazed. The Hunyuan silk then morphed into a human form, clasping its hands together in reverence to Guanyin. Guanyin nodded slightly, instructing, "You may go and assist Neza." Seeing that the little dragon girl was safe with Guanyin, the Hunyuan silk said, "Little dragon girl, I shall hasten to aid our leader. You must follow the Bodhisattva to dispel your inner demons and not cause him worry." After a swift farewell to Guanyin, it sped back along the path. Guanyin, observing the little dragon girl's state, gently advised, "Dragon child, you must remain calm. Neza is destined to face this trial. It is his fate." Upon hearing this, the little dragon girl knelt before Guanyin, hands clasped, and implored, "Bodhisattva, I am powerless and have failed to help Neza subdue the nine-tailed fox demon. Neza's life hangs in the balance. I beseech you, save him." The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara remarked, "How can you assist Neza when your own inner demons are not yet fully vanquished? Come with me to the purple bamboo forest and devote yourself to the cultivation of your spirit." Hearing this, the dragon girl bowed respectfully, contemplating that as long as Neza remained unharmed, she would diligently follow the Bodhisattva's guidance, purging her inner turmoil, and patiently await Neza's return, ensuring she would not be a source of worry or burden to him. Thus, she was taken back to the South Sea by the Bodhisattva. Meanwhile, in the Xian Yuan grave cave, the nine-tailed fox demon retracted its doppelganger and hovered over the unconscious Neza and Lei Zhenzi, a smug smile gracing its lips as it taunted, "With your meager abilities, you dare challenge me?" The rooster spirit and fox Chi-Chi immediately flattered, "Your Majesty, you are magnificent. But what shall we do with Neza and Lei Zhenzi? Shall we eliminate them now?" The nine-tailed fox demon scoffed, "To kill them so swiftly would be too lenient. I intend to make them suffer 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Lock them away. I shall slowly drain their essence." With that, it flicked its sleeve and burst into raucous laughter. Neza and Lei Zhenzi were taken to a stone prison by the fox and its kin. Everything unfolded unexpectedly, diverging entirely from Neza's anticipations. Although he understood that the nine-tailed fox demon had significantly increased its power by seizing the jade brush, he believed that, having mastered the method to counter the summoned phantoms of the fox, he could triumph over the demon with all his might. However, he never imagined such an outcome. The nine-tailed fox had completely absorbed the jade brush, mastering the ultimate soul-absorbing technique. It could absorb and expel any magical energy, consuming the heavens, the earth, and even the air, and could manifest countless entities of itself, each possessing its own intellect, strength, and essence. The odds of victory were utterly bleak. The scene shifted as Neza found himself in a void, surrounded by an expanse of white. As he wandered aimlessly, he wondered aloud, "Where am I? Am I dead? Is this the underworld?" Suddenly, a sacred flame gradually emerged before him, prompting Neza to approach it in curiosity. Then he heard a familiar voice calling, "Neza." Drawn by the sound, he turned to see Li Jing and, with eyes wide in excitement, exclaimed, "Father." He rushed over and knelt in reverence. Li Jing immediately helped him to his feet. Neza inquired, "Father, how did you come to be here? Where's this place?" Li Jing smiled and replied, "My child, you are within the realm of your own consciousness." Neza asked, "How did I arrive here?" He then bowed his head and continued, "Father, I have been unfilial. I may truly not return home this time." Li Jing shook his head with a smile, placing his hands on Neza's shoulders. "Do you know why I named you Neza?" Neza, puzzled, shook his head. Li Jing turned to explain. "When your mother was pregnant with you for 3 years and 6 months, she encountered a sage who foretold that you were extraordinary by nature and destined to save all living beings. Although his father was skeptical, he still bestowed upon you the name Neza, which signifies the dispelling of evil and the eradication of pestilence. Zha embodies righteousness, symbolizing the intimidation of malevolence, a veritable nemesis of all wickedness. Together, the two characters convey an indomitable power to vanquish demons and spirits without hindrance, implying an invincible might." Upon hearing this, Neza, contemplative, addressed Li Jing, "Father, I still could not overcome the nine-tailed fox demon. Her strength is overwhelming, and I am utterly outmatched." Li Jing chuckled softly, replying, "That is simply because you have yet to fully comprehend your own abilities." With that, his figure vanished. Neza immediately scanned his surroundings, calling out, "Father, what do your words truly mean? I am still perplexed." At that moment, Tai Jinren approached from the distance, exclaiming, "Neza." Upon seeing him, Neza promptly bowed in reverence. And his master, with a gentle smile, said, "Neza, you are the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, and with the Bodhisattva Guanyin personally shaping your lotus body, having purified your 3 souls and 7 spirits. If you earnestly seek to understand its essence, you shall gain immunity to all soul techniques and enhance your cultivation. Furthermore, do you know why the Jade Immortal Wheel chose you? Its power far exceeds what you perceive. Whosoever possesses the Jade Immortal Wheel may become the mightiest in the 3 realms. If your heart harbors the sacred fire and radiance, and you grasp the underlying principles, aligning with the true purpose of the Jade Immortal Wheel, you will attain unparalleled divine might, possessing the power to obliterate worlds. This shall aid you in overcoming this tribulation." Upon hearing this, Neza felt invigorated, bowing to Tai Jinren, declaring, "Disciple understands now. I shall strive to comprehend the profundities and defeat the nine-tailed fox demon to rescue the people of Zy Mountain." Tai Jinren smiled faintly, nodding his approval, before vanishing from Neza's consciousness. At this moment, Neza closed his eyes and began to meditate. Lei Zhenzi slowly opened his eyes, observing Neza, ensnared by demonic spells, still in a state of unconsciousness, and called out to him. Yet Neza remained unresponsive. Suddenly, the voice of the nine-tailed fox demon echoed, "Do not call. No matter how much you plead, it is a futile endeavor," she taunted, gracefully entering the stone prison. Lei Zhenzi, recognizing the fox demon, scoffed dismissively. The nine-tailed fox demon sauntered over, her fingers caressing Lei Zhenzi's pale yet handsome face, lamenting, "What a pity, such a striking individual, soon to meet his demise." With a mocking laugh, Lei Zhenzi swiftly turned, shaking off her hand, demanding, "If you wish to kill me, do so swiftly. Spare me your meaningless chatter." The nine-tailed fox demon retorted, "Do you wish to die? Not yet, it is not your turn." She then turned her attention to Neza, lifting his head with one hand, commenting, "Handsome indeed, yet foolish. You are still far too slow to compete with me. Today, I shall drain your essence and shatter your spirit, ensuring you never attain rebirth." Her expression twisted into a menacing glare. Subsequently, the nine-tailed fox demon conjured dark sorcery with both hands, chanting, "Heaven-S Pivot, Ultimate Soul Absorption Technique." Gradually, a black demonic energy enveloped the surroundings, slowly drifting toward Neza. Witnessing this, Lei Zhenzi roared, "Demon, If you wish to absorb, then take me first. Release Neza. He struggled desperately, filled with urgency. At this moment, Neza closed his eyes within his own realm, his legs crossed as he contemplated the primordial force. The universe, with its chaotic nature, defies the formation of order. The firmament represents rigidity, while the chaos silk embodies softness, harmonizing strength and gentleness, creating a universe of balance. The fire-tipped spear symbolizes sacred flame, and the wind fire will signify swift, fierce winds, sharp and piercing, with light that is eternally vibrant, charging forth to vanquish demons and dispel evil. Light, sharpness, radiance, and justice. Suddenly, Neza opened his eyes, revealing 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm wielding a magical artifact. The artifacts flew from his hands, spinning rapidly in the air. Observing this, Neza stood confidently, extending his hand to reclaim the 6 artifacts, exclaiming, "Now is the moment." Meanwhile, the 9-tailed fox demon was indulging in its feast, wearing a smug expression. Suddenly, radiant light emanated from Neza's chest, growing increasingly bright and blinding. The 9-tailed fox demon, sensing the intensity, intensified its magical absorption. With a thunderous explosion, the light reached its zenith, startling the fox demon into shielding its eyes with its sleeve. Thunderbolt Zhenzi also closed his eyes and turned away to shield himself from the glaring brightness. Chapter 36. Unmatched divine might. As the blinding light dissipated, the 9-tailed fox demon focused on the stone pillar binding Neza, trying to comprehend the situation. To its astonishment, Neza's form had vanished, leaving behind only a shimmering, fist-sized orb of golden light. The 9-tailed fox demon widened its eyes, eager to seize the orb, but it instantly shot away, circling Thunderbolt Zhenzi before he too disappeared from the stone pillar. Upon witnessing this, the 9-tailed fox demon swiftly vanished in pursuit. The 3 soon descended upon the grand hall. The golden orb floated in the air, gradually transforming into Neza, who donned a striking armor of gold and crimson, suspended in the air with an exuberant demeanor, surrounded by a halo of golden light that continuously radiated white light. At that moment, Neza was resplendent, transcending mere words to describe his captivating form. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing 3 heads and 6 arms, rotating gracefully in the air. At that instant, the chaos silk, previously piercing through the mountain, soared back, descending from the heavens. It approached Neza, and the magical artifacts in his 6 arms flew forth, spinning rapidly before him alongside the chaos silk. Subsequently, Neza crossed his 6 arms, and his 3 heads and 6 arms vanished. The 9-tailed fox demon stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, only to then brazenly declare that all efforts were futile. It unleashed its demonic powers, summoning numerous clones of itself, akin to the previous battle, charging at Neza with all their might. Thunderbolt Zhenzi, still nursing his wounds, recognized the urgency of the situation and promptly gathered his magical energy to summon back the golden staff, spreading his wings in preparation for battle. The clones of the 9-tailed fox demon moved with astonishing speed, encircling Neza in an instant. Yet, Neza maintained a confident and serene expression, unperturbed by their advance. As the clones reached him, they struck in unison, but before they could make contact, they were repelled by the golden light emanating from Neza, sent reeling back. Clearly, Neza, having attained enlightenment, had truly activated the essence of the lotus body. In this form, he was in a state of invulnerability. The 9-tailed fox demon, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of panic, muttering to itself, "Impossible! Impossible! How can this be? How could you possibly become so powerful?" At this moment, Neza intoned the word retract. Instantly, the golden light surrounding him withdrew, and the magical artifacts swirling in the air vanished. Neza then chanted, "Trembling heaven bow, trembling heaven arrow." The vanished artifacts materialized before him, manifesting as a bow intricately carved with golden patterns and an arrow. Neza, with a calm demeanor, grasped the bow and arrow with one hand and uttered, "A lotus flower for a lifetime of immortality. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." Since ancient times, righteousness has triumphed over evil. Pay the price for your own deeds. Upon witnessing this, the 9-tailed fox demon immediately altered the gestures of all its clones, shouting, "Ultimate soul absorption technique." As it unleashed a lethal strike towards Neza, it aimed to absorb what seemed to be a formidable blow. Neza, however, executed a remarkably graceful turn in midair, drawing the bow to its full tension while evading the powerful assault of the 9-tailed fox demon. The surrounding sacred white light was entirely absorbed into the trembling heaven arrow. With a swift motion, the trembling heaven arrow shot towards the 9-tailed fox demon, suddenly splitting into dozens of arrows mid-flight, targeting the numerous clones of the demon. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, all the clones of the nine-tailed fox demon vanished, and the remaining arrows rejoined into a single arrow, piercing through the heart of the nine-tailed fox demon. At that moment, the demon, with its arms outstretched in the air, leaned back, its ultimate soul absorption technique shattered. The nine-tailed fox demon coughed up blood, its eyes filled with terror and disbelief, before it let out a piercing scream. Ah! In an instant, the body of the nine-tailed fox demon disintegrated, its primordial spirit scattering into the air. Seizing the moment, Neza retracted the trembling heaven bow, which disappeared, and the magical artifacts reappeared on him. As Neza landed, he exchanged a beaming smile with Lei Zhenzi, who gazed back at Neza with admiration and reverence. In this battle, Neza not only achieved a resounding victory, but also comprehended and unlocked his true abilities, gaining unparalleled divine might. Chapter 37. Kunlun Mountain. As Lei Zhenzi tenderly touched his wounded chest, preparing to depart, Neza interjected, "Wait, there are still matters to resolve." With that, he vanished, searching both inside and outside the Xinyuan tomb, only to find that not a single demon remained. The skills of the rooster spirit and the offspring of the nine-tailed fox in escaping were indeed exceptional. Realizing the urgency, Neza was left with no choice. He brought his fingers together, gathering his magical power in front of his chest, and proclaimed in an exceptionally penetrating voice, "I am Li Neza, the one who specializes in vanquishing demons. Behold, beings of Zy Mountain, the nine-tailed fox demon is dead. If you all abide by your cultivation and do not cause mischief, I, Li Neza, am not one to slay the innocent. However, those who bring calamity to the world shall be met with my wrath. Take heed." At that moment, above Zy Mountain, the scattered primordial spirits of the nine-tailed fox demon floated through the air. A somewhat imposing Taoist, riding a white tiger, smirked slightly, flicking his hand holding a dust whisk. Subsequently, a small porcelain vial appeared in his palm, into which he gathered all the scattered primordial spirits of the nine-tailed fox demon before vanishing from the skies above Zy Mountain. At this time, the area surrounding Zy Mountain echoed with the youthful, resonant, and authoritative voice of a boy. The beings of Zy Mountain, frightened, dared not to act out of line any longer. Neza's reputation soared following this battle, and the villagers below Zy Mountain frequently recounted the tale of Neza's triumph over the nine-tailed fox demon. In the Jade Void Cave of the Kunlun Mountains, an elderly sage with a head of white hair and a youthful visage delivered a sermon to his disciples seated below on lotus cushions. Suddenly, a call from an old Taoist in his 60s interrupted the elder's discourse. The sage furrowed his brow, stroked his beard, and with a wave of his hand, the old Taoist immediately rose, still in a state of drowsiness. The sage, casting a disappointed glance at the Taoist, addressed him sternly, "Zia, you have followed me for decades yet remain unenlightened. I have discerned that you possess no celestial affinity in this lifetime. As you are disinterested in my teachings, I shall decree your descent to the mortal realm, where you will guide those with celestial potential towards their grand destinies. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing the words of the primordial supreme, Jiang Zia was jolted awake and knelt, pleading, "Master, I acknowledge my faults and beseech you not to expel your disciple." He bowed repeatedly in supplication. At this moment, a fellow Taoist seated at the back interjected on Jiang Zia's behalf, stating, "My senior brother simply made an inadvertent mistake. His cultivation is still nascent. Allow me to take on the task of guiding those destined for greatness. I assure you, I will not disappoint your expectations." With a subtle smirk, Shun Gongbao, adept at forging connections, was eager to seize this opportunity and interceded for Jiang Zia. Grateful, Jiang Zia glanced at Shun Gongbao and nodded to his master, "Master, please forgive your disciple this once." The primordial supreme huffed in response, seemingly agitated. "There is no room for negotiation. You must go." With a wave of his hand, Jiang Zia instantly vanished from his seat, plummeting to the mortal realm. Observing this, Shun Gongbao lowered his head and smirked, reflecting on the primordial supreme's evident favoritism. As he had referred to Jiang Zia, a mere 3,000 years his junior, as senior brother, Shun Gongbao's keen intellect discerned that the sage's displeasure was directed at him, not Jiang Zia. On that day, Neza awoke, stretching lazily as he opened the window, exclaiming, "Ah, what splendid weather today." He gazed into the distance, recalling the day he had heard from the Hunyuan silk about the little dragon girl suddenly succumbing to inner demons. Fortunately, she had safely reached the side of Guanyin Bodhisattva, who surely possessed the means to help her dispel these demons. With this thought, Neza touched the communication ring on his little finger and mused, "It is best not to disturb the little dragon girl's cultivation. Eliminating her inner demons is of utmost importance. Neza, accompanied by the 5 magical treasures, including Lei Zhenzi, departed from the inn, embarking on a new journey. Along their way, they roamed the mountains and rivers, vanquishing demons and enjoying themselves immensely. This adventure spanned over 3 months. In the bustling Fengxi town, Neza and his companions arrived at a lively marketplace. What a delightful name for this town, Fengxi, and how vibrant it is, Neza exclaimed with excitement. Lei Zhenzi, upon entering such a lively town, had already vanished in a flash, while Hunyuan Silk and Xinhua Inn had paired off to explore cosmetics and jewelry. Feng Xiaoge was too engrossed in the street stalls to be mentioned. Only Duan Wuzhua and the fire dragon remained by Neza's side. Curiously, Neza asked, "Aren't you too interested in purchasing anything?" Duan Wuzhua shook his head in unison with the fire dragon, stating, "Our priority is to stay close to our leader and ensure his safety." The fire dragon nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, after all, I am the most important treasure of our leader." Unwilling to concede, retorted, "What do you mean? The most important treasure is you? With me around, you can only play second fiddle." Thus, the two engaged in a spirited debate. Neza rolled his eyes and, dismissing the quarrel, proceeded forward. Not far ahead, he spotted a familiar figure engaged in conversation with the owner of a meat shop. With wide eyes, Neza exclaimed, "Senior brother," and waved his hand. Upon hearing the call, Yang Jian turned and, seeing Neza, responded with delight, "Neza." Neza rushed over and playfully slapped Yang Jian's shoulder, saying, "What brings you here, senior brother? What a coincidence." Yang Jian paused his discussion with the shop owner to reply, "My master sent me to the mortal realm for training, mentioning that I would encounter a fated individual to help awaken my heavenly eye." Neza, puzzled, asked, "Heavenly eye? What is that?" Yang Jian admitted, "I am not entirely certain myself. My master merely stated that secrets of the heavens must not be revealed and that I should comprehend it on my own. By the way, my master also mentioned that this fated person is connected to you and Lei Zhenzi." Neza, hands on his hips, grinned mischievously, "Is that so? I know not about the heavenly eye, but I do know that the goddess of divine fire is here as well." Yang Jian's expression turned serious, his eyes flickering as he replied, "Ah, I am aware." Neza, recalling the circumstances preventing Yang Jian and the goddess of divine fire from being together, ceased his jest and turned to the meat shop, asking, "Do you have a fondness for meat, senior brother?" Yang Jian shook his head with a smile, "Not particularly. I found this little black dog pitiable and could not bear to see it slaughtered for someone else's meal. So I intended to purchase it." He then looked down at the little black dog that the meat shop owner was holding. Neza noticed the small creature for the first time and nodded in agreement. After purchasing the little dog, Yang Jian felt a strong bond with it, as if it had always been his companion. The dog displayed remarkable affection towards Yang Jian, who took extra care of it. As Neza and Yang Jian walked and chatted, Neza suggested, "Senior brother, since we are both sent by our master to train, why not do so together? After all, we are both in search of fated individuals." Yang Jian nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. It has been a while since I last saw you. I have heard tales of your prowess on the journey. I would love to hear more." Neza, intrigued, asked, "Really? What have you heard? Please, share your stories with me." The two continued their light-hearted conversation until they arrived at an inn in Fengxi town, where the 5 treasures had also concluded their explorations and followed Neza. Upon seeing the goddess of divine fire, Yang Jian and she exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, "It has been a long time. How have you been?" They shared a knowing smile as Neza led them into the inn. Chapter 38. The Curious Old Man. The following day, Neza and his companions ventured to the outskirts of Fengxi town. Neza waved a willow branch as he strolled along the edge of a small lake, suddenly turning to walk backward while asking Yang Jian, "Hey, senior brother, did master mention what the fated individual looks like?" Yang Jian replied, "I inquired as well. Master said that a great person would naturally appear when the time is right and did not elaborate further." Neza gazed up at the sky, feeling disheartened, and murmured, "Is this for real? When will the opportune moment arrive? We are floundering about like headless flies." Yang Jian, with a calm smile, reassured, "Neza, do not fret. Our master has assured us that it will come to pass." As they ambled along, Neza inadvertently kicked over something with his heel and turned to see an elderly man clad in a raincoat and straw hat, fishing serenely. Neza promptly helped the toppled fishing basket upright, apologizing profusely to the old man. "My sincerest apologies, I did not see it." The elder merely closed his eyes, unperturbed, and continued his fishing. Neza glanced at his companions, feeling quite embarrassed that his apology had gone unacknowledged, and he thought it rather awkward. He then looked at the empty basket and inquired, "Sir, on such a scorching day, Why wear a raincoat when you have yet to catch any fish? Surely, you must be feeling hot. The elder cast a sidelong glance at Neza, placed a finger to his lips, and signaled for silence, returning to his fishing without further comment. Neza scratched his head, pondering how odd and haughty the old man was. If he wished to ignore him, so be it. He dismissed the thought with a huff. At that moment, the old man's fishing rod twitched, and he swiftly reeled it in, revealing a fish. The elder smiled contentedly as he placed the fish in his basket. To everyone's astonishment, the bait was absent, and the hook remained straight. Neza erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh, you old man. This fish must be quite foolish to bite a straight hook." "Huh." The elder rose, grasping his basket, and remarked, "The fish has fallen into the trap." He gestured towards the sky, saying to Neza, "Let us depart." Neza instantly sobered, glanced at his companions, and chose not to engage further, watching the elder walk away. Suddenly, the sky rumbled with thunder and lightning, and a torrential downpour ensued. Neza and the others instinctively shielded their heads, scrambling to find shelter as Neza exclaimed, "What a fine day, and now it rains out of nowhere." They dashed to a dilapidated temple to escape the rain, and Yang Jian, deep in thought, remarked, "Neza, did you not find that old man rather peculiar?" Neza brushed off the rain from his clothes and replied, "Isn't every old man strange? What is so remarkable about that?" Yang Jian shook his head, saying, "No, Neza, consider this. He was using a straight hook to fish and appeared to have been there all day without success. Yet, the moment we arrived, he caught a fish. It's as if he anticipated the rain." Neza pondered this, stroking his chin, and conceded, "You make a valid point." The others nodded in agreement, with Lei Zhenzi suggesting, "Could he possibly be an extraordinary figure?" Neza clapped his hands together, declaring, "Regardless of whether he is or not, we shall return to this place tomorrow to see if the old man is still here. We can inquire further." The group nodded in assent. The following day, they returned to the same spot, where Neza, with a twig from a willow tree in his mouth, approached the elder's fishing site. They found the old man fishing as usual. With a mischievous grin, Neza swaggered over, squatted beside the elder, and asked, "Are you the one fated to meet us?" Upon hearing this, the elder turned to Neza with a sly grin, but his expression quickly darkened as he replied, "That is not the case." Neza, taken aback by the elder's words, cast several puzzled glances in his direction, at a loss for words. At this moment, Yang Jian stepped forward, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, and addressed the elder, saying, "As a younger generation, my ignorance may have caused offense. Please forgive me, esteemed one. It is evident that you are no ordinary person. We have come in search of a fated individual. I humbly ask that you do not hold our indiscretions against us." After bowing again, Neza and Lei Zhenzi followed suit, offering their own respectful gestures. The elder then smiled faintly and remarked, "Today, I have caught my fish. It is time for me to return home." Just as he was about to depart, he added, "If you have an interest in fishing, I shall be here again tomorrow." Approaching Yang Jian, he looked at his forehead and said, "You are quite a fine young man, but alas, you lack something." With that, he turned and walked away without a glance back. Neza and the others exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, Yang Jian felt even more certain that this elder was indeed the fated individual spoken of by his master, a true sage. Neza, however, wore a perplexed expression and playfully nudged Yang Jian, asking, "What is it that you are missing?" Yang Jian ignored Neza's jest and pondered aloud, "It is the heavenly eye." After a leisurely day in the countryside, the group returned to the inn. On the third day, they arrived as promised. Approaching the elder, Neza, with a tone of flattery, said, "O esteemed one, you must acknowledge it. My master spoke of seeking a fated individual, and following such a person will lead to great accomplishments." The elder, finding the child's straightforwardness amusing, stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Very well, then. Here is the deal. You fish here, and when you catch something, come find me, and I shall help you achieve greatness. How does that sound?" Neza's jaw dropped in surprise. "But I don't know how to fish. Besides, you haven't provided any bait, and the hook is still bare." The elder, with a proud grin while stroking his beard, replied, "Yet I have managed to catch a fish, haven't I? Huh. Only those willing to take the bait shall succeed. Focus on catching your fish, and then come find me." With that, he handed the fishing rod to Neza and turned to Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, asking, "Do you both wish to follow the fated one to achieve great things as well?" After exchanging glances, Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi nodded in agreement, clasping their fists and saying, "We humbly request your guidance." The elder continued to stroke his beard and remarked, "Then come with me." He led the two away, disappearing into the distance. Neza and the 5 magical treasures settled down to fish. The 5 magical treasures frolicked by the lakeside. But Neza soon found their antics too distracting and called them back, striving to focus on fishing. As the second day of fishing wore on, Neza's patience began to wane. Under the blazing midday sun, he felt both hot and restless, yet the fishing rod remained still. Frustrated, he muttered to himself, "How is it possible to catch a fish? I've been at this for a whole day and night. There are simply no fish to be caught. I believe the only one here has already been caught by that old man." The longer he waited, the more impatient he grew, his frustration escalating. Suddenly, he leaped up and hurled the fishing rod into the lake, followed by the small bamboo stool, stomping his feet in fury. How infuriating. "I've been tricked by that old man. I'm going to find him." Chapter 39. The Enchantress Daji in the Grand Hall of the Shengqing Palace in Chaoga. Emperor Xian hurled the half-empty bronze cup forcefully at Yuhan, who was kneeling before him, and scolded, "Incompetent fool. It has been over half a year, and you cannot even manage this trivial matter. What use are you to me?" Yuhan, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied timidly, "Your Majesty, I shall seek out more beauties for your Majesty. Please, do not be angry." He bowed deeply, too fearful to meet Emperor Xian's gaze. Emperor Xian, filled with frustration, pointed an accusatory finger at Yuhan, rebuking, "Look at the wretches you have presented to me this past year. Are they not mere wilted flowers, unworthy of my attention? They either cower like mice before a cat or wail pitifully after their duties, ruining my mood. If you fail to find a woman that pleases me, do not expect to keep your head upon your shoulders." Shuddering at these words, Yuhan suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. He exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have heard of a captivating beauty. Recently, I learned that Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, has a daughter, Daji, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the region. Su Hu treasures her dearly. At that time, I was seeking a beauty for your Majesty, and I approached the Marquis to discuss bringing Daji to serve in your Majesty's palace. However, not only did he refuse, but he also expelled me and my treasure. It has delayed the matter, alas. Yet, I caught a glimpse of Daji at the Marquis's estate, and I assure you, her beauty is ethereal. Her figure is a rare sight indeed. Your Majesty will surely take a liking to her." He even extended a thumb in approval. Intrigued, Emperor Xian inquired, "Is that so? Truly, she is so exquisite?" Yuhan nodded vigorously and added, "However, the Marquis of Jizhou is unwilling to let Daji enter the palace to serve your Majesty." With disdain, Emperor Xian scoffed, "The women I desire are not limited to those at the Nuwa Temple." His eyes gleamed with longing as he gazed at the ceiling of the hall. He declared, "There is nothing I cannot obtain." Suddenly, his expression turned fierce as he commanded Yuhan, "I shall issue an edict immediately. Take a fortune of 10,000 taels in gold, a trove of jewels, and silks aplenty, along with an army of 200,000 to Jizhou. Persuade him to send Daji to the palace. If he complies, withdraw the forces. If not..." Emperor Xian caressed the ring on his thumb and remarked nonchalantly, "Then flatten Jizhou and seize Daji for myself." Yuhan, filled with confidence, bowed deeply and replied, "I shall obey your command." Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain at the Yushu Cave, Shen Gongbao calculated that the time had come. With a flick of his whisk, he released the essence of the nine-tailed fox spirit from the porcelain vial, murmuring incantations. The released essence gradually coalesced, forming the illusion of the fox spirit Yuzhao. The fox spirit opened her eyes and looked at her own form, exclaiming, What is this?" She touched her hands together, only to find them pass through one another, and turned her gaze to the Taoist before her. Shen Gongbao, esteemed and revered, flicked his whisk and smiled, saying, "You have barely gathered a semblance of your spirit. In truth, you have been shattered by Neza. Without my intervention, your spirit would have dissipated, never to reincarnate." The fox spirit Yuzhao immediately knelt before Shen Gongbao, pleading, "Master, please save me. I know you must have a way to restore me." Shen Gongbao stroked his beard, twitching his lips as he remarked, "Rescuing you is not out of the question, however." The fox demon Yuzhao immediately interjected, "As long as the Taoist is willing to save me, Yuzhao will surely repay your kindness with utmost devotion, working tirelessly in your service." Shen Gongbao chuckled with satisfaction and gestured upward, saying, "Rise. I do not require you to toil like a beast. Rather, you lack a corporeal form and thus require a physical body." Yuzhao pondered for a moment and inquired, "But where shall we seek a body?" Shen Gongbao calculated with a flick of his fingers and nodded. "The daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Daji, shall soon journey to Chaogu to serve the king. Dxin. If you can acquire her body, you may enter the palace and remain by Dxin's side. Should you earn his favor and influence the court, would it not be advantageous?" With a mischievous arch of his brow, Shen Gongbao regarded Yuzhao with a knowing smile. Yuzhao hesitated, expressing, "But what of my enmity with Neza?" Shun Gongbao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Ah, the father of Li Neza, Li Jing, is merely the general of Qintang Pass. As long as you gain Di Xian's affection and wield power over the court, do you fear that you cannot handle Li Jing and his family?" Upon hearing this, Yu Zhao quickly grasped the situation and, filled with excitement, declared, "I shall go to Jizhou to obtain Su Daji's body and proceed to Chaogu. Thank you, Daoist, for your guidance." Shun Gongbao nodded in satisfaction. "When the time comes, introduce me to the king so that I may become the national master. As for the rest, I have my own plans." At that moment, he thought to himself, "Master, you favor Jiang Zia, allowing him to fulfill the grand task of establishing the deities. I shall not yield. I will achieve greatness and demonstrate my capabilities to you. I shall reverse the tide and seize the Book of Gods." Chapter 40. Departing in discontent, Neza searched the outskirts of Fengxi town for quite some time without locating the master. Wandering aimlessly, he stumbled upon a humble dwelling and peered inside, discovering that the master was indeed there, sweeping the ground. He shouted, "Old man, you deceived me, making me search in vain." Jiang Zia turned at the sound and saw Neza standing with his hands on his hips, calling out to him. He set down the broom and opened the door for Neza, who stepped inside and inquired, "Where are my two friends? What have you done with them?" Jiang Zia, perplexed, asked, "Deceived? Why do you say that?" Neza waved his hand dismissively. "That fishing rod couldn't catch a single fish. You led me to believe I could fish there for an entire day and night without a bite. Is that not deception? And what are my two friends? Have you also tricked them away?" Jiang Zia chuckled. "Neza, did you not throw my fishing rod and nets into the lake after failing to catch anything?" Neza, feeling embarrassed, shot an indignant look at Jiang Zia and exclaimed, "Were you following me? How did you know my name?" Jiang Zia stroked his beard and replied, "You told me yourself." Neza scratched his head, mumbling, "Did I say that?" Jiang Zia, with a playful smile, continued, "Your father is Li Jing, your mother is Yao Chunchun, and you were taken as a disciple by Tai Junren at the age of 5. At 16, you returned flesh to your parents." As he spoke, he observed Neza's expression. Neza's eyes widened, and he pointed at Jiang Zia, utterly speechless. Jiang Zia continued, recounting how, in the same year, he assisted the little dragon girl in reclaiming the 4 seas and vanquished the demon emperor. A few months prior, he had slain the 9-tailed fox demon. "I even know the color of your undergarments. Shall I reveal it?" Jiang Zia teased, glancing at Neza with a playful gleam in his eyes. Neza retorted, "What color are they? Come on. Enough of this, old man." "Oh no, I mean, esteemed master." He quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, I concede. Please, no more." Suddenly, Neza felt a twinge of suspicion and, placing his hands on his hips, demanded, "Did my friends tell you these things? Speak. What have you done to them?" Jiang Zia unabashedly declared, "Your undergarments are red." Neza immediately shut his eyes, pressing his forehead and shielding his face. What an embarrassment. This was indeed a detail known only to him. Who was this old man? How could he know everything? Could he truly be a master? Had he inadvertently offended him? Not only had he failed to catch any fish, but he had also discarded his fishing rod and net, calling him a fraud. How could he rectify this situation now? Jiang Zia chuckled heartily. "Fear not, for I am Jiang Zia of Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Cave. I am a disciple of your master." Upon hearing this, Neza was instantly elated and knelt with cupped fists, proclaiming, "You are my revered uncle. Why did you not say so sooner? I thought you were a charlatan." Jiang Zia helped Neza to his feet and said, "Neza, although you possess a righteous heart and exceptional abilities, your youthful impetuosity and restlessness lead you to act impulsively. If you do not amend these flaws, you shall surely encounter difficulties in achieving great endeavors in the future." Neza bashfully scratched his head. Jiang Zia continued, "Your two friends are destined for greatness. I have sent them to cultivate their skills." Calculating the time, Yang Jian will soon attain the ability to open his heavenly eye and will return shortly. Be patient. That night, while observing the stars in the courtyard, Jiang Zia noticed the Big Dipper with the stars Tanshur and Pujuan flickering between brightness and darkness. Suddenly, a new star was born beside Pujuan. Jiang Zia's expression changed dramatically as he quickly performed calculations with his fingers, gazing at the night sky and lamenting, "The legacy of Chuntang spans 800 years." He shook his head and retreated into the house. The following day, Neza arrived at Jiang Zia's courtyard, where he was compelled to read and write under Jiang Zia's insistence, who urged him to cultivate himself in preparation for future greatness. Initially, Neza agreed with enthusiasm, but upon entering the room filled with mountains of bamboo slips, he realized his mistake. He had underestimated the challenge. He was tasked with reading various texts, including the Chronicles of Chuntang, military treatises, and even poetry collections. Neza was made to study from dawn until dusk, enduring several days of relentless study, until he felt utterly dazed, his hand nearly cramping from writing. He repeatedly pleaded with Jiang Zia for a moment of respite, but to no avail. Neza, a boy who despised reading and writing and preferred to play, found himself teetering on the brink of despair, suffocating from the monotony. On the fifth morning, while Neza was still asleep, Jiang Zia roused him with a broom. Neza, reluctant to rise, ignored him, remaining indifferent. Observing this, Jiang Zia exited the room. Hearing his master's footsteps leave, Neza felt a surge of relief, believing he had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, moments later, Jiang Zia returned with a larger broom and stormed into Neza's room, delivering a thorough beating. Neza sprang from his bed, clutching his backside, exclaiming, "Wow, Master Uncle, you truly have a heavy hand. I no longer wish to study. Please let me be today." Jiang Zia, wielding a broom, pointed at Neza and commanded, Go study, or I shall continue to strike you. Is it unbearable after just a few days? This is merely the beginning. You must accompany me in studying and writing from now on. This scene resembled that of a parent, frustrated by their child's lack of diligence. Neza, with his mouth agape, exclaimed, "What? I must follow you to study and write every day? I refuse. I shall not study. I do not wish to write." With that, he leaped from his bed and dashed out of the room. Jiang Zia immediately pursued him with the broom. The two engaged in a lively chase around the courtyard, Neza dodging Jiang Zia's broom strikes with fervor. Jiang Zia, pausing occasionally to catch his breath, resumed his pursuit of Neza. After some time, he leaned on his legs, panting, and said, You little rascal, will you not go and study? Oh, I am utterly exhausted." Neza, equally fatigued, leaned on his legs and protested, Beat me to death. I shall not study. Oh, truly, I cannot endure this. Master, uncle, please spare me. After catching his breath, Jiang Zia continued, "If you choose to follow me, I have the obligation to guide you and teach you well. If you refuse to heed my words, you need not accompany me on the path to greatness. You may leave." Neza, perplexed, questioned why one must study and write to achieve greatness. His father had never compelled him to do so, with boundless magical powers and an arsenal of treasures. Vanquishing demons sufficed. What use had he for such trivial pursuits? Jiang Zia shook his head and replied, "If you possess only power without knowledge, lacking understanding of principles, you may stray onto a perilous path, becoming a great calamity for the world. Should you refuse to learn, you need not follow me in pursuit of greatness." Infuriated, Neza retorted, "If I need not follow, then I shan't. I refuse to study or write." With that, Neza crossed his arms and shouted, "Treasures, return to your places." Subsequently, his magical artifacts flew back to him. Neza mounted his fiery wheel and departed. Jiang Zia reached out, taking a few steps in pursuit, breathless as he watched Neza vanish. Chapter 41. The Guidance of the Little Dragon Girl in the Sky. Neza reveled in the taste of freedom, shouting, "This is splendid. I am finally free. I felt suffocated these past few days." After spinning about in the air for a while, he pondered, had he perhaps gone too far? Yet, he truly did not wish to spend every day studying and writing. He simply was not cut out for it. His uncle refused to listen to his explanations, being overly strict with him. In Kunlun Academy, the little dragon girl had assisted him with his writing, but here under his uncle's watch, he was entirely alone. Without any help. I shall not return. That night, Neza flew to a mountaintop and gazed into the distance, lamenting, "How I long for my parents. I wish to return home and see them. Yet, if I go back, I will surely burden them. What should I do? Master Tai had also advised me to follow Uncle Jiang, but at this moment, Lei Zhenzi and my senior brother Yang Jian are nowhere to be found." With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Neza shouted into the forest, "Ah, how vexing. Is there truly no place for me, Neza, beneath the heavens?" After shouting, Neza calmed down, lowered his head, and gazed at the sound transmission ring on his pinky finger, muttering, "I miss the little dragon girl so much. It's been so long since I left her, and I have no idea how she is doing. I truly miss her." With that thought, Neza's eyes flickered as he stepped onto the wind-fire wheels and soared towards the South Sea. In the South Sea, the little dragon girl sat beside the lotus pond on a stone bench, staring blankly at the stone table. Ever since she was taken to the Bodhisattva Guanyin by the mysterious sky silk, she had not heard from Neza. Although the Bodhisattva had assured her that Neza was safe, she still worried for him. After all, she could not watch over him at all times, and she feared for his reckless nature. What if he got hurt? He always fought as if he were oblivious to danger, and it had been so long without a word from him. Lost in her thoughts, The little dragon girl suddenly heard that familiar voice. Little dragon girl. Neza called out as he approached the lotus pond. She turned in shock, and upon seeing Neza, she nearly burst into tears and ran to embrace him. Neza opened his arms to welcome the rushing little dragon girl. After a tender moment in his embrace, she released him and asked, "Why did you suddenly come? You didn't say a word for so long." Her expression was close to tears, and she continued, "I was so worried about you." Neza felt warmth in his heart and gently caressed the little dragon girl's cheek, affectionately saying, "It's all right, I'm fine. I just came to see you." She held onto his other hand, half pouting. Neza continued, "With my abilities, how could I be easily defeated by a nine-tailed fox demon? Besides, I've already vanquished that demon. By the way, I heard from the mysterious Sky Silk that you became possessed the other day. What happened? Has the demonic influence left by the demon emperor still not been eradicated?" The little dragon girl led Neza to sit by the stone table, saying, "I don't know. All I remember is that you pushed me away, and I was almost frantic. The Bodhisattva said that my inner demon had not been completely dispelled, and so I was brought back." As she spoke, a look of reproach crossed her face. Neza smiled and explained, "I told you I would protect you. Even if it costs me everything, I will keep you safe." The little dragon girl looked at him, touched, and after a moment's contemplation, she said, "Neza, I want you to promise me something." Neza, puzzled, straightened his posture and replied seriously, "What is it? What do you want me to promise?" She reached out and caressed his cheek, saying, "Promise me that no matter the circumstances, you will protect yourself. Even if not for your own sake, do it for mine. I know what you do is perilous, and you could be in danger at any moment. But losing you is something I cannot bear. Having witnessed your death at Chintang Pass, I cannot withstand it a second time. If you are no longer in this world, I shall follow you, whether in heaven or on earth. So please, promise me to take care of yourself, all right?" Neza looked at her with a gaze filled with emotion, reflecting, "I, Li Neza, once resolved to vanquish demons and protect the world, regardless of my own life or death. I never expected that one day I would hold such concerns for my own existence. Today, I have heard words of great significance. This woman will accompany me through all realms. I shall never betray her." Subsequently, Neza smiled gently and looked at the little dragon girl, saying, "You have wagered yourself. How could I let you lose? I promise you, I will not die, not for any other reason, but solely for you." The little dragon girl, enchanted by Neza's charming smile, shyly returned the smile. It was only in Neza's presence that her long-lost smile would resurface. The two then engaged in a leisurely conversation by the lotus pond, sharing stories of Neza's recent experiences. At that moment, Neza turned in frustration and sighed. "Master Jiang insists that I study and write all day long. You know me, I'm just not cut out for it. Yet he refuses to listen and even beats me with a broom." The little dragon girl, feeling a pang of sympathy, reached out and gently turned Neza's face, asking, "Where did he hit you? Does it hurt?" Neza shook his head and continued, "When Master Jiang saw my reluctance, he told me to stop following him. I dare not approach Master Tai, for he has instructed me to accompany Master Jiang to achieve great things in the future. If I leave like this, Master will undoubtedly scold me." Neza frowned in worry and sighed heavily. The little dragon girl chuckled softly, saying, "If only you had taken your studies seriously before. You wouldn't be struggling now, would you? Master Jiang is merely trying to refine your character and guide you. I believe he has your best interests at heart. You should not be so willful. Go back and apologize to him." Neza briskly withdrew his hand, declaring, "I won't go back. I refuse to study or write. You have no idea how I am forced to read an overwhelming pile of books from dawn till dusk." He exaggeratedly gestured as he spoke. Seeing Neza act like a child, the little dragon girl found him amusing and endearing. She approached him and said, "If you don't return and accompany Master Jiang on your journey, how will you ever marry me in the future? It seems you have no intention of fulfilling your mission and returning to wed me. You told me to wait for you, but I suspect you merely speak empty words." Neza widened his eyes and retorted, "Who said that? A man of honor keeps his word. If I say I will marry you, then I shall." The little dragon girl playfully asked, "So, will you apologize to Master Jiang and obediently study and write?" She believed it was just a temporary reluctance. He was so intelligent that he would learn swiftly, and then he could accompany Master Jiang to vanquish evil and fulfill his great destiny. Neza hesitated for a moment, remaining silent. The little dragon girl swayed his arm playfully, coaxing, "Please, for my sake." Neza extended a finger, hesitantly stuttering, "Well, if it's for you, then I suppose I can reluctantly go back and apologize to Master Jiang, study, and write." The little dragon girl nodded happily, finally persuading him. After a tender moment by the lotus pond, Neza took the little dragon girl's hand as they walked to the entrance of the Zillion Gate. Gazing at each other with reluctance, Neza spoke. Well, I'm off. The little dragon girl, feeling a sense of loss, replied, no matter when, always remember to think of me. And heed my words. Neza patted her hand, affirming, I know. I will think of you. I will study hard and write well. Ah, I shall remember. Now, I must take my leave. With that, he leaned in, presenting his cheek. The little dragon girl, blushing, lowered her head and then kissed Neza softly on the cheek. Neza smiled happily. Then with a graceful turn, he unfurled his cloak, instantly launching the wind-fire wheels before soaring into the sky. The dragon girl stood rooted in place, watching Neza gradually fade into the distance, shyly covering her mouth with her sleeve and chuckling to herself. Hee, still so handsome. Chapter 42. The eve of the great battle after departing from the South Sea. Neza felt a buoyant joy in his heart as he arrived at Jiang Ziya's doorstep early in the morning. Observing Jiang Ziya seated in the courtyard, engrossed in ancient bamboo slips, Neza cleared his throat twice. Ahem, ahem. Jiang Ziya glanced at Neza at the entrance but turned back, continuing to read without acknowledging him. Neza, awkwardly placing a hand on his hip and scratching his head, exclaimed with feigned nonchalance, Hee, Master Uncle, I have returned. He then pretended to casually push open the door and approached Jiang Ziya's side, saying, Master Uncle, you're up so early. Oh, look at this dirty ground. Let me sweep it for you. Jiang Ziya stole a glance and smirked slightly, maintaining his act of indifference as he continued reading. Neza danced around with the broom in front of Jiang Ziya, attempting to capture his attention. Suddenly, Jiang Ziya spoke. What brings you back here? Was it not your wish to avoid studying and following an old man like me to achieve greatness? Neza quickly scampered over with the broom, ingratiatingly replying, Oh, Master Uncle, that was just a moment of frustration. Please, do not hold it against your junior. Jiang Ziya leaned closer, inquiring frustration. Neza nodded vigorously, pleading, Master Uncle, please forgive me. Let us not be at odds. I promise to listen to you from now on, to join you in vanquishing demons and restoring peace to the world. And yes, also to study and write. Jiang Ziya smiled faintly, maintaining a stern demeanor. You won't run off again, will you? I doubt that. Neza raised 3 fingers, assuring, I promise. I will not run away again. He pointed towards the room, declaring, Isn't it just reading and writing? It's nothing for me. I'll dive right in and master it. Jiang Ziya gestured for Neza to enter. Swallowing hard, Neza steeled himself and walked inside, realizing he had to commit to the role he had taken on. Besides, he had promised the dragon girl, for her sake, he would endure any hardship. Upon entering the room, Neza noticed that Jiang Ziya had meticulously organized all the bamboo slips, which had previously been in disarray before Neza's earlier departure in anger. Now, not only was everything neatly arranged, but the desk held only a small collection of slips, categorized for daily reading and writing. Touched by Jiang Ziya's dedication to his affairs, Neza resolved to study diligently, determined not to disappoint the expectations of both his master and the dragon girl. He then sat down and earnestly began his studies. Jiang Ziya quietly approached the doorway, stroking his beard with a sense of satisfaction. He had long anticipated that Neza would become a crucial ally in his pursuit of greatness. Mastery of military strategy, history, and the art of warfare was essential, all in preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. Neza, possessing an inherently virtuous and upright nature, must, even against his will, be gently guided towards the right path. Time passed, and one night, as Jiang Ziya gazed at the stars, he suddenly noticed ominous stars frequently appearing around the greedy wolf star. The aura of the greedy wolf star was fluctuating ominously. Jiang Ziya raised his finger to calculate, and, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, muttered to himself that the circumstances were deteriorating rapidly. He could not ascertain whether Jian and Lei Zhenzi would be able to cope with the impending crisis. If all went well, Jian would successfully open his heavenly eye and, moreover, alleviate a significant trouble for the Shang and Zhou dynasties. However, the sudden emergence of these malevolent stars posed a formidable challenge for both Jian and Lei Zhenzi. Contemplating this, Jiang Ziya turned his gaze towards Neza, who was diligently studying by candlelight in his room. Jiang Ziya entered the study, and Neza, noticing his presence, rose to bow respectfully. Jiang Ziya nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the progress Neza had made in his studies, demonstrating a newfound humility and courtesy. He then said, Neza, it is getting late. You should retire early tonight. For tomorrow there is an important matter I need to entrust to you. Upon hearing that an important task awaited him, Neza's heart leaped with joy, and he eagerly inquired, Master Uncle, what is the matter? Jiang Ziya, deep in thought, replied, Recently, while observing the stars, I discerned that the people of Jizhou at dawn are in peril. Jizhou Marquis Su Hu and his daughter, Su Daji, are likely to face calamity. I have foretold that this situation is fraught with danger, and a great battle may ensue. Although I have sent young Jian and Lei Zhenzi to Jizhou to prevent this conflict, the matter appears far from simple. My heart is uneasy, and I wish to send you to assist." Before Jiang Zia could finish, Neza eagerly interjected, "I shall comply, and I will set out at dawn." Jiang Zia cautioned, "Do not rush. You must wait for Yang Jian to open his heavenly eye before you proceed to assist. Be mindful of the timing. The safety of the people of Jizhou at dawn must take precedence." Neza, filled with confidence, replied with a grin, "Do not worry, Master Uncle. You can trust me with this matter." He patted his chest, secretly delighted that he would finally be able to leave behind his studies and engage in battle. The next day, before dawn, Neza could hardly contain his excitement as he bid farewell to Jiang Zia and set forth on his windfire wheels towards Jizhou. Chapter 43. The eve of the great battle in Jizhou, at the residence of the Jizhou Marquis, Su had already received the imperial decree from Emperor Xian. Furrowing his brow, he paced back and forth, then clenched his fist in determination and commanded, "Come here." "Yes, my lord," replied a guard. "Summon Generals Li, Chun, and Song," the Marquis ordered. Soon after, Su Hu's 3 trusted generals arrived at the Marquis's residence. Upon their arrival, Su Hu clasped his fists and addressed them, "Gentlemen, the king has sent a decree mandating that my daughter, Su Daji, enter the palace to serve as the king's consort." He displayed the imperial edict for the generals to see and continued, "You are aware that my daughter, Su Daji, has been sheltered within our home since childhood. A wise sage once foretold at her birth that she would face a calamity at the age of 18, warning that she must never enter the palace. Should she do so, chaos would ensue, the throne would be usurped, and loyal subjects would suffer, leaving the common people in despair. Although I do not believe my daughter to be such a person, the will of heaven is inescapable. This year, she turns 18, and now the king's decree has arrived. The sage's words are coming to fruition." Su Hu's heart was heavy with foreboding. After expressing his anguish, Su Hu clutched his chest in torment. The 3 generals exchanged glances. And together with Su Hu, they resolved to defend Jizhou to the death, refusing to surrender Su Daji. Subsequently, the troops in Jizhou assembled, fortifying the city gates. At that moment, outside the city, a man with a short beard and piercing eyes, clad in iron armor and wielding a long spear, rode majestically upon a magnificent 5-colored divine ox, leading an imposing army of 200,000, gazing at the tightly shut gates of Jizhou. At this juncture, Yuhan approached with a peculiar demeanor and remarked to General Huang Tianhu, "General, we have already afforded much time for the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu, to deliberate. It appears he has no intention of surrendering Daji." With a seasoned background and commanding an army of 200,000, Huang Tianhu narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted, "Lord Yu, are you incapable of counting? It has only been 3 days of the 7 agreed upon. The time has not yet come. I am the commander. All decisions rest with me. Do not speak further." Aware of Huang Tianhu's esteemed reputation within the army, Yuhan refrained from pressing the matter any further. Meanwhile, within the city of Jizhou, preparations for war were in full swing. Inside the Marquis's hall, Su Hu was meticulously polishing the fire dragon spear when he received word. "My lord, there are 2 individuals outside seeking an audience, one of whom claims to be Zheng Luan." Upon hearing this, Su Hu's heart leapt with joy as he exclaimed, "Quick, let him in." A robust young man entered the hall, kneeling before Su Hu and stating, "Father, I have heard of the troubles in Jizhou and have returned to assist you." Su Hu promptly helped Zheng Luan to his feet, nodding vigorously. Zheng Luan then introduced, "Father, this is my senior brother, Chen Qi, who has come with me to support you. We shall ensure that Huang Tianhu faces defeat." Su Hu nodded in approval. In Jizhou, Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian had arrived early, observing the mounting anxiety among the townsfolk and the fortified city gates. Having learned of King Zhou's intention to crush Jizhou with his 200,000 troops, they took refuge in an inn within the city, awaiting developments. 3 days later, Neza also arrived near Jizhou, spotting a vast encampment outside the city. "This is quite a formidable force," Neza mused. "My master mentioned that Lei Zhenzi and my senior brother Yang Jian are also in Jizhou. I wonder if they are inside or outside the city." As the atmosphere hinted at an impending battle, Neza approached the extensive camp for a closer inspection and noticed the military flags emblazoned with the character for Huang. Could it be Huang Tianhu, the martial king of the 4 great heavenly kings of Chaoga? Neza pondered, recalling that this individual was renowned for his prowess and his divine steed, the 5-colored yellow ox. Shaking his head, Neza lamented, "What a shame for such talent to serve that foolish monarch." His study of Chun Tang's history had indeed proven beneficial. Neza then chose a nearby hill to await the unfolding events. At the Marquis's residence, Su Hu inquired of his 3 generals, "What is the current strength of our forces in Jizhou?" The generals exchanged glances and replied, "Fewer than 50,000. Su Hu furrowed his brow, stroking his beard with a sigh. "Then in tomorrow's battle, we shall have no choice but to resolutely defend the city gates. One must never allow Huang Tianhu to breach the city gates. Otherwise, the citizens of Jizhou shall suffer dire consequences." At this moment, Su Daji rushed out from the entrance, exclaiming, "Father, are you truly going to war? I have heard it is for my sake. Father, please hand me over to the king. Do not let innocent lives be lost because of me." Su Hu, in a state of distress, shouted, who allowed the young lady to leave her chamber. "Someone, take her back. She is not to step outside without my command." Su Daji shook her head, kneeling before Su Hu in tears, and insisted, "Father, I will not return to my room. I cannot bear to see the soldiers and citizens of Jizhou suffer. I am willing to enter the palace." Su Hu, unable to endure the sight, responded, "I cannot hand you over, my child. You do not understand." He then turned away and bellowed, "Take the young lady back to her room." At this juncture, Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian arrived at the city gates, just a day away from the impending battle. Not wishing for the innocent citizens of Jizhou to be caught in the turmoil, they sought to assist Jizhou. The soldiers guarding the city, upon seeing the two, announced, "With the great battle imminent, all idle individuals must vacate this area immediately." Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian exchanged glances, wishing to conceal their identities, and thus departed to a nearby grove, quietly observing the unfolding events, ready to intervene at any moment. The following morning, Huang Tianhu, brimming with vigor and wielding a golden spear, rode atop a resplendent yellow bull, leading an army of 200,000 to the foot of the Jizhou city tower. Huang Tianhu looked up at the tower and bellowed, "Jizhou Marquis Su Hu, by the king's command, I am here to escort Lady Su Daji to the palace as his consort. I implore you, Marquis, to open the gates and allow me to welcome the lady. Should you stubbornly refuse to relinquish her, I shall have no choice but to enter the city myself. Marquis," he continued, as a fellow officer in the court, "I cannot bear to see the innocent citizens of Jizhou suffer. I hope you will act with righteousness." At that moment, the Marquis of Jizhou approached the tower and coldly scoffed, "I, Su Hu, have lived a life of integrity. Yet the king would unleash an army of 200,000 for the sake of a mere beauty. I shall never surrender, Daji. If you possess the capability, you may attempt to step over my dead body." Huang Tianhu sighed silently and declared, "Do not blame me then." He then signaled 2 of his capable generals to step forward and challenge them. Suddenly, 2 imposing young men leaped down from the tower, exuding an aura of dominance. Huang Tianhu narrowed his eyes at them, sensing they were formidable opponents. The 2 generals exchanged glances before charging forward on horseback. Zheng Luan and Chen Qi exchanged disdainful smiles, clenched their fists, crossed their arms before their chests, and advanced with purposeful strides, one emitting a hum and the other a ha. As those sounds reverberated, it felt as if the eardrums might shatter, and the ground trembled violently, fissures appearing beneath the feet of Huang Tianhu's generals, sending them reeling back to his side in utter disarray. The 2 generals stood there, dazed, unresponsive to any call. The 200,000 soldiers were thrown into chaos, while Huang Tianhu stroked his beard, observing the remarkable prowess displayed by the 2 adversaries. Atop the mountain, Neza watched this spectacle in astonishment, marveling at such extraordinary talents. How splendid it was. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian covered their ears. Lei Zhenzi inquired about the identities of the 2 individuals, marveling at the sheer magnitude of their power. Yang Jian, scrutinizing the battlefield, replied that they were the disciples of the esteemed Dui Zhenren, known as the Humming and Hanji generals. Chapter 44. The heavenly eye. Huang Tianhu narrowed his eyes slightly, yet his imposing aura remained unyielding as he gazed at the duo, dismissing their skills as mere trifles. He then seized a spear and leapt into the air from atop the 5-colored yellow ox, landing with authority as he pointed the spear at the 2 and commanded, "Go forth and show them your true colors." In that moment, the 5-colored yellow ox shook its head and let out a powerful moo, instantly growing in stature. Towering over the pair, it advanced a few steps, raising its front hooves. Observing this, Deng Luan and Chen Qi quickly positioned themselves in a circle, one crouching in front while the other stood behind, channeling their inner magical energies to unleash a resonant humph. As if oblivious to their presence. The 5-colored yellow ox slammed its front hooves down, causing the entire battlefield to tremble violently. Neza, perched on the mountain, nearly lost his footing and stumbled down. He gaped at the unfolding scene below. At that moment, Deng Luan and Chen Qi exchanged a glance, feeling the shockwave disorienting their minds. Suddenly, with a resounding boom. The two were propelled backwards by the oncoming shockwave, vanishing into the air. Such force, it seemed, would take the burning of half a stick of incense to dissipate. Witnessing this, Su Hu gaped in disbelief at the sight of the two being flung into the sky. The soldiers under Huang Tianhu's command, upon witnessing the spectacle, were instantly invigorated. Huang Tianhu, with a confident smile, urged the five-colored yellow ox to shrink its form and retreat before soaring into the air to mount its back. He gestured commandingly, signaling for the assault to commence. Thus began an epic battle. Neza, crouching on the mountain, watched with rapt attention, licking his lips and extending a finger to touch them, fully engrossed in the thrilling and exhilarating spectacle below. Huang Tianhu's army of 200,000 was already poised for action, charging forth with vigor. The battlefield was engulfed in clouds of dust as soldiers surged forward. Smoke, billowing, and chaos reigning as they hurled stones against the gates of Jizhou City. Within the city walls, Su Hu and three generals busied themselves instructing their troops to unleash a barrage of arrows, each tip soaked in oil, as a volley of arrows soared into the air. Observing this, Huang Tianhu's forces raised their shields to defend. Huang Tianhu commanded the ballistae to fire. Soon, the shields parted, revealing dozens of large crossbows in the rear, all aimed at the incoming arrows. Each ballista was loaded with numerous projectiles, and as they were released, the arrowheads unfurled into three slender blades, spinning rapidly through the air and shredding the arrows launched from the city walls before they could reach their targets. Huang Tianhu, renowned as one of the four heavenly kings of the realm, was not only a valiant warrior but also a strategic mastermind, possessing profound knowledge of battlefield machinery. In the rear, Yu Han danced about like a jester, exclaiming with delight, "Excellent! Let us slay them and leave not a trace behind." Ha ha! Neza, observing this buffoonish display, cast a disdainful glare, recalling how this very individual had once denied him the comfort of home. As the battlefield descended into chaos, the gates of Jizhou were on the verge of being breached. Jian and Lei Zhenzi exchanged a resolute glance, and Jian proclaimed, "Now is the moment." One wielded a trident halberd, while the other brandished magnificent wings and a golden staff, descending from the heavens above the fray. Jian landed in the heart of the battlefield, positioning his weapon before him as he intoned, "Thunderous lightning, command the fiery meteor." Instantly, a surge of magical energy enveloped him, sending the advancing yellow sky tiger army sprawling in disarray. With the trident halberd in hand, Jian swiftly carved through the ranks of adversaries, vanquishing all who dared to obstruct him. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi soared above, extending his golden staff. His eyes ablaze with electricity as he recited, "Wind and thunder, shake the earth. Come forth, Huang Ning." As the mist transforms, thunder strikes, gathering lightning around his staff. He unleashed a devastating blow upon the soldiers at the gates of the yellow sky tiger army, sending a multitude of them flying, thus averting the imminent disaster of the gate being shattered, an awe-inspiring spectacle indeed. Furrowing his brow, the yellow sky tiger surveyed the battlefield, bewildered by the sudden emergence of these divine warriors. Such valor could easily reverse the tide of battle if left unchecked. Neza, witnessing the arrival of Lei Zhenzi and Jian, clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Splendid! My elder brother and Lei Zhenzi have taken the stage. They will undoubtedly triumph over the yellow sky tiger and save Jizhou." Eager to join the fray, Neza prepared to engage, but recalled his master's warning. Without Jian's celestial vision, he must refrain from intervening. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he decided to bide his time. Just as the yellow sky tiger found himself at a loss, high above the clouds outside Jizhou, Shen Gongbao, riding a white tiger, disdainfully observed Lei Zhenzi and Jian, muttering, "Obstacles in my path. Today, you shall suffer greatly." With a flick of his hand, he closed his eyes, fingers poised in a mystical gesture, silently chanting an incantation. A colossal magical array manifested around him, gradually descending from the clouds and enveloping the battlefield entirely, casting a shadow over the two warriors. Upon opening his eyes, Shen Gongbao summoned 5 yellow flags, casting them into the vast magical array at 5 distinct points. In an instant, a radiant starburst erupted in the center of the array, unleashing immense energy beams directed at Lei Zhenzi and Jian. The yellow sky tiger, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of elation and signaled his forces to persist in their assault on the gates. Neza, anxiously watching, wondered what was transpiring. Who was targeting Lei Zhenzi and his elder brother? The skies revealed nothing. Reacting swiftly, Lei Zhenzi flapped his wings to evade the incoming beams, while Jian began to withdraw his magic to avoid the onslaught. Yet, the colossal beams seemed to have an uncanny precision, relentlessly pursuing them at high velocity. Both warriors felt the pressure mounting, and in a fit of fury, Lei Zhenzi unleashed a ferocious roar, his eyes shimmering with electric fury. He extended his golden staff, releasing his full magical might, channeling hundreds of bolts of heavenly lightning towards the heart of the magical array. This strike was his most potent, achievable only on an open battlefield where he could harness the maximum power of lightning. In that instant, the sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbled, and the atmosphere turned murky. The yellow sky tiger and his army, struck with awe, halted in their tracks, gazing upward in trepidation, appeared as a celestial being. His very presence seemingly tearing apart the surrounding space with thunderous energy, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. Neza, perched atop the mountain, gaped in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Time seemed to slow as Shun Gongbao furrowed his brow, observing the earth-shattering blow delivered by. Yang Jian, too, gazed upward in disbelief at the incredible scene. As Shun Gongbao's expression hardened, he swiftly chanted an incantation, extending 2 fingers towards the heart of the immense formation, infusing it with his magical power. To challenge me. You are still too green. Swift thunder leopard, divine might of the heavens, reversal of the cosmos, boundless Tao. With that, unleashed a tremendous strike towards the radiant star at the center of the formation. Yet, the formation did not dissipate. In an instant, it expelled a torrent of potent lightning-infused magical attacks, illuminating the murky battlefield with blinding brilliance. The speed was so great that Yang Jian had no time to react as the assault. Carrying the force of hundreds of lightning strikes combined with the formation's powerful beam, surged towards his forehead. The light pierced through, continuing its path to the ground and expanding outward, flooding the battlefield. Yang Jian's skin around his forehead seemed on the brink of splitting, fissures emanating with crackling electricity. As he helplessly raised his hands to the heavens, letting out a tormented scream that resonated for miles. Witnessing this, watched in disbelief as the light faded from his eyes, staring at Yang Jian below. Neza stood frozen. The soldiers atop the city walls of Jizhou were similarly transfixed. And even Shun Gongbao, hidden among the clouds, was taken aback. Moments later, Yang Jian's anguished cries transformed into those of release. The beam directed at his forehead diminished, seemingly absorbed entirely by him. Shun Gongbao, wide-eyed, stammered in shock, "No. It's impossible. How could my formation be breached? How is he still alive?" Now alarmed, descended to investigate Yang Jian's condition. Suddenly, as the beam was fully consumed, darkness enveloped the battlefield. Was taken aback, standing beside Yang Jian in astonishment. At that moment, Yang Jian, with his hair cascading about him, stood motionless in the center of the battlefield, eyes closed, a new fissure appearing on his forehead. As he opened his eyes, the crack also widened, emanating a golden radiance. Yang Jian, unable to control the released force, sent the light shooting skyward, creating deep chasms in the ground below, effectively isolating the advancing army of Huang Tianhu. Exhausted, Yang Jian collapsed, his eyes and the fissure on his forehead closing simultaneously. Chapter 45. A difficult dilemma. Upon witnessing this, shouted Yang Jian, and rushed to his side. It was then that he noticed something peculiar. "Is this the heavenly eye?" he murmured to himself, observing the closed vertical eye that had appeared on Yang Jian's forehead, a most curious sight indeed. Subsequently, Huang Tianhu immediately signaled his army to charge towards the gates of Jizhou city with full force. Shun Gongbao, in frustration, cursed in the heavens, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. It was truly vexing. He had inadvertently aided Yang Jian in opening the heavenly eye. Nevertheless, the primary objective of this expedition was to assist Huang Tianhu in successfully seizing Sudaji, and thus he paid no heed to other matters. Observing the battlefield, where the tide was gradually turning, Huang Tianhu's forces surged like a raging torrent, suffering minimal losses aside from those inflicted by Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi. Excellent. Just as the city gates were about to be breached, Sudaji suddenly ascended the battlements, seizing a soldier's blade and pressing it against her own neck, tears streaming down her face as she implored her father, "Su-hu, father, we cannot withstand the might of 200,000 troops. I do not wish for Jizhou city to be trampled, nor for our soldiers to sacrifice their lives, nor for the common folk to suffer. Please, surrender me. Trust in your daughter. Even in death, I shall not bring harm to the innocent." At that moment, as Su-hu was rendered speechless, a gunshot rang out from outside the battlefield, piercing through Huang Tianhu's soldiers and striking down a swath of them. The bullet then embedded itself in the ground at the center of the battlefield, causing a tremor that knocked surrounding soldiers off their feet. At the same time, Neza descended from the heavens, kneeling on one knee and stirring up a cloud of dust. Rising, Neza fixed his piercing gaze upon Huang Tianhu. On the battlements, Su Hu and Su Daji witnessed this scene and turned to behold the battlefield. A spark of hope ignited within Su Hu. Was divine intervention at hand? Then, they beheld a young lad descending from the skies. Huang Tianhu scrutinized the confident and audacious youth before him, whose bright eyes and radiant smile complemented his handsome visage. Though not tall, he emanated a profound celestial aura, clad in exquisite armor of gold and crimson, with a flowing red ribbon trailing behind him, adorned with golden rings. Exuding an extraordinary demeanor, he clasped his fists and inquired, "I am Huang Tianhu. May I ask your esteemed name?" Neza gripped his fire-tipped spear, a confident smirk playing on his lips. With a swift kick, he sent the spear spinning in his hand before pointing it at Huang Tianhu, declaring, "Li Neza, the son of Li Jing from Qintang Pass." Huang Tianhu pondered this revelation. Neza, placing one hand on his hip, rested the fire-tipped spear upon his shoulder and affirmed, "Indeed. It is I." Huang Tianhu replied, "Your father and I are colleagues. Why must you stand against me? Withdraw at once, and I shall overlook the injuries to my soldiers." Neza scoffed, "In truth, I admire your resolve. However, you have chosen the wrong side. The citizens of Jizhou are innocent. Why not withdraw your troops? I shall not hold the fallen soldiers against you." He gestured towards the slain and wounded on the ground. With a cold snort, Huang Tianhu retorted, "Since you are so stubborn, then come forth." With that, he brandished his spear and leaped into battle against Neza. Though Huang Tianhu was a commanding general, he was still a mortal. Neza, sensing that Huang Tianhu did not harbor malicious intent, refrained from seeking his life, opting instead to hold back. As they exchanged blows, Huang Tianhu realized that Neza was not intent on killing him, allowing him to regain his composure. If he could merely delay Neza, his soldiers could breach the city, capture Su Daji, and then retreat, without the desire to slaughter the innocent citizens of Jizhou City. Neza observed the relentless struggle against Huang Tianhu. As the city gates had already been breached, the soldiers of Jizhou could not withstand the assault of 200,000 troops, resulting in countless casualties. Anxious within, he swiftly kicked Huang Tianhu away and soared towards the city walls, cutting down the advancing soldiers. However, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. Although Neza fought with remarkable skill, he was unable to attend to every front. Seeing Neza's valor and the inability to breach the main gate, many soldiers began to scale the ladders, and soon a large contingent ascended the city walls to engage in combat. Witnessing this, Neza charged up the wall, determined to confront the threat. At that moment, Huang Tianhu dispatched several of his most formidable warriors to seize Su Daji atop the walls. In response, Su Hu immediately shielded Su Daji behind him, standing resolutely with 3 generals before them. Huang Tianhu's elite warriors surged forth, intent on annihilating Su Hu and his companions. Observing this, Neza brandished his fiery spear and summoned his windfire wheels, rushing to their aid. Just as a vanguard from Huang Tianhu raised his blade to strike at Su Hu and his daughter, Neza bellowed, "Chinko circle." The mystical object flew forth, colliding with the vanguard and sending him sprawling. Neza landed protectively before Su Hu and Su Daji, who regarded him with profound gratitude, perceiving him as a savior. He turned to Su Hu, urging him to flee. Meanwhile, in the clouds, the sinister Shun Gongbao remarked, "Another meddler has arrived." He then joined his fingers, casting a spell to summon 2 demon soldiers, commanding them to seize Su Daji and deliver her to Huang Feihu's camp. The demon soldiers immediately took flight, descending to capture Su Daji. As Neza shielded Su Hu and his daughter while carving a bloody path forward, 2 masked demon soldiers appeared behind Daji. One grasped her arm, while the other used dark magic to hurl Su Hu away. Daji was dragged off, and Neza, witnessing this, swiftly turned to catch Su Hu. Su Hu implored Neza to ignore him and save Daji. Neza nodded and immediately pursued. Just as the demon soldiers prepared to fly down the wall with Su Daji, Neza reached out and grasped her arm. Daji turned to see the valiant youth who had tirelessly protected her and her father. He was strikingly handsome and youthful, with every expression exuding confidence and charm. In that moment, Daji felt an inexplicable sense of assurance, as if this young man could indeed keep her safe. Neza pulled Daji back, positioning her behind him, and launched into the air, delivering a series of 5 powerful kicks that sent one demon soldier hurtling away. The remaining demon soldier flew to Su Hu's side, brandishing a long knife against his throat, menacingly declaring, "Neza, surrender Su Daji to me, or Su Hu shall not survive." Both Neza and Daji turned to look at the captive Su Hu, and in a fit of rage, Neza pointed his fiery spear at the demon soldier, declaring, "Release him." Otherwise, I shall ensure your soul is shattered." He immediately recognized the two assailants as demons. The demon soldier retorted, "If you wish for me to release Su Hu, you must hand over Su Daji." With that, he pressed the blade harder against Su Hu's throat, drawing blood. Daji cried out, "Father," and then added, "Release my father, and I will go with you. Please, cease the fighting and spare the citizens of Jizhou City." Neza implored as he grasped the kneeling Su Daji, asserting, "There is no need to plead. I alone can vanquish them." Tears streamed down Su Daji's cheeks as she gazed at Neza, confessing, "If it is my life they seek, I willingly accept. Yet, I am merely a woman. If my sacrifice can ensure the peace and stability of Jizhou City, then let them take my life. My existence is trivial. However, my father is aged, and I cannot allow any harm to befall him." At that moment, Su Daji wept profusely, her enchanting visage resembling a flower drenched in rain, evoking profound sympathy. Truly, she was the most beautiful woman in Jizhou City, capable of captivating hearts even in sorrow. Neza, witnessing Su Daji's distress, felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. What should he do? His master had instructed him to prioritize the safety of Jizhou's citizens. Yet the battle threatened to obliterate the city and lead to a massacre. Caught in a dilemma, Neza grappled with the notion that he could not allow a woman to sacrifice herself for peace. Such an idea was utterly unacceptable in his worldview. Chapter 46. Such a night. Lei Zhenzi brought Yang Jian to a grove outside the battlefield, resting him against a grand tree. He anxiously shook Yang Jian. Yet there was no sign of awakening. Frantic, Lei Zhenzi glanced toward Neza in battle and then back at Yang Jian, realizing that if he left recklessly, Yang Jian might fall victim to an ambush from that celestial being. With this thought, Lei Zhenzi could only silently observe the unfolding battle from the safety of the woods. On the city wall, Neza found himself in a precarious position, threatened from all sides. As Su Daji signaled her willingness to exchange herself, Neza could not hinder her and allowed her to approach the demon soldiers. Just as Su Daji reached the demons, they, with smug confidence, prepared to exchange her for their weapon. In a swift motion, Neza launched a spell, striking the weapon from the demon-esque grasp. Su Daji turned to look at Neza, who was already at the demon's side, seizing the hand that aimed to capture her and piercing the demon-esque body with his fiery spear. The demon's anguished cries dissipated into black smoke. Neza turned to Su Hu, his brow furrowed, urging, "Let us go." He continued to clear a path for the father and daughter, yet the enemy surged forth in increasing numbers, making progress nearly impossible. Turning back, Neza saw more foes advancing towards Su Hu and his daughter, encircling them from both sides. He kicked aside the enemies before him and swiftly hurled the Qianquan circle, which rebounded against the city wall, repelling a multitude of adversaries and creating an escape route for Su Hu and his daughter. However, as he turned back, hundreds of enemies loomed before him. Neza brandished his fiery spear defensively, gritting his teeth against the relentless tide of foes that pressed him back. The situation grew increasingly dire. At this moment, Su Daji gazed upon Neza, who was valiantly resisting the onslaught, and surveyed the carnage below the city walls, where countless bodies lay strewn across the ground. The scene was equally grim atop the battlements, with heaps of corpses surrounding her. As she glanced towards the interior of Jizhou City, she witnessed waves of enemy soldiers flooding through the gates, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent citizens who had yet to flee. Never before had Su Daji encountered such a horrific spectacle, and her heart teetered on the brink of despair. With a gentle closing of her eyes, tears began to fall, and she approached the edge of the battlement. There, she beheld Huang Feihu, mounted upon a multicolored ox, and called out, "Stop the fighting. I am willing to enter the palace as a concubine. I implore General Huang to withdraw his forces and spare the people of Jizhou." Huang Feihu turned his gaze towards the battlement, and upon hearing Su Daji's declaration, calmly raised his hand to signal a cessation of hostilities. He then shouted, "Is your highness sincere in this request?" Su Daji, with unwavering resolve, replied, "I, Su Daji, am a woman of my word. In 3 days, General Huang shall come to escort me." A smile crept across Huang Feihu's face as he sighed in relief, pleasantly surprised by Su Daji's profound sense of responsibility, and spoke, "Then I shall send someone to deliver your wedding garments to my residence, and prepare for your arrival in 3 days. Neza, infuriated by this exchange, gathered his magical energy and forcefully pushed aside hundreds of enemies before proclaiming, "Why would you agree to enter the palace? I can still fight." With tears still glistening in her eyes, Su Daji turned to Neza, her heart heavy as she forced a smile and bowed, saying, "I am grateful for your efforts to save Jizhou from ruin, but the situation is now beyond reversal." She glanced at the surrounding carnage and added, I do not wish to bring calamity upon the nation. As long as the people of Jizhou are safe, it will all be worth it. Neza furrowed his brow, observing the lifeless bodies of both civilians and soldiers, but chose to remain silent. Subsequently, Huang Feihu lowered his hand, signaling a retreat, and the troops withdrew to camp outside Jizhou City, awaiting Su Daji's arrival in 3 days. Seeing the retreat of Huang Feihu's forces, Lei Zhenzi carried Yang Jian up to the battlements to join Neza. At the residence of the Jizhou Marquis, Neza and Lei Zhenzi brought Yang Jian to a guest room to rest. The Marquis clasped his hands in gratitude towards the trio, to which they promptly responded. You honor us too much, Marquis. It was our master who sent us to assist you. The Marquis, at a loss, lamented, Alas, Jizhou still faces peril. I can only hope that Daji will not fulfill the prophecy of that enigmatic figure. Neza and Lei Zhenzi exchanged puzzled glances, with Neza inquiring, What do you mean, Marquis? The Marquis then recounted the words of the mysterious sage who had foretold Su Daji's fate at her birth. Neza replied, I do not see Su Daji as such a person. There is no need for concern, Marquis. Lei Zhenzi sighed, remarking, It is merely a pity for Miss Su, who may have to sacrifice her lifelong happiness. At that moment, a guard entered, bearing splendid garments and announcing, Marquis, Lord Yu has sent the wedding attire for the young lady's entrance into the palace. Meanwhile, in her chamber, Su Daji sat before her vanity in silence, her heart heavy as ash. She had no desire to serve King Zhou in the palace, knowing the rumors of his debauchery. Few women who entered his service emerged alive, and she had already foreseen her fate. Contemplating this, she glanced at the scissors on the vanity, resolving that upon her arrival in the palace in 3 days, she would bring her life to an end. If King Zhou desired her, he could have her lifeless form instead. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, and the maid beside Daji wiped her tears before stepping forward to open it. Su Hu entered, clad in resplendent crimson attire, his eyes glistening with tears. Approaching the silent Daji, he uttered, Daji, your father has failed you and could not protect you. Remember, once you enter the palace, take good care of yourself. Avoid conflict with the king and do not disturb the state affairs. Your father. Upon hearing Su Hu's words, tears streamed down Daji's face uncontrollably. Who truly cared for her fate? Even her father seemed preoccupied solely with the words of that sage. Resolved to embrace death, how could she possibly disturb the governance? She turned her head away, no longer engaging with him. After returning to his guest room, Neza lay on his bed, clutching his legs and resting his head on his hands. He reflected, indeed, Su Daji is pitiable, forced into the palace by such a debauched tyrant, utterly devoid of the power to resist. This King Zhou is truly detestable. He once harmed me, and now has brought misfortune to Miss Su. Who knows how many more he will endanger in the future? Alas, how delightful it is to think of the little dragon girl, diligently cultivating in the bamboo forest, waiting for me. Once I achieve my great aspirations, I shall marry her at once to prevent anyone from stealing her away. To be unable to choose one's own destiny is a lamentable plight. Lost in these thoughts, Neza succumbed to insomnia. Rising from his bed, Neza muttered to himself, It's still early. I shall take a stroll. He exited his room, heading towards the direction of Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian, eager to check if Yang Jian had awakened. Upon reaching the chambers of Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, Neza found Lei Zhenzi still keeping vigil by Yang Jian's side. He patted Lei Zhenzi's shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not worry. Did not the doctor say that my senior brother is perfectly fine? He has always been robust and will awaken shortly. Lei Zhenzi nodded silently, expressing, I hope Brother Yang awakens soon. Alas, I inadvertently injured him, and I am genuinely concerned for his well-being. Neza continued, I heard from our master that this battle is an opportunity for my senior brother to open his heavenly eye. I believe our master anticipated this. So there is no need for you to feel guilty. Look, has not my senior brother's heavenly eye opened? I am certain he will be delighted upon awakening and might even express gratitude towards you. With a simple expression, Lei Zhenzi looked at Neza, a flicker of excitement crossing his face as he asked, Really? Neza feigned a serious demeanor and nodded affirmatively, indeed. After exchanging further words, Neza noted that the hour was growing late, advising Lei Zhenzi to rest well while he prepared to return to his own quarters. Upon stepping outside, Neza strolled aimlessly around the vicinity, unfamiliar with the Marquis's residence. After several twists and turns, he found himself captivated by a small lotus pond surrounded by the courtyard. Drawn by curiosity, he approached the pond, admiring the lotus flowers under the moonlight. Gazing at the sky, he recalled how the little dragon girl often lingered by the lotus pond in the bamboo forest. Meanwhile, in the bamboo forest, the little dragon girl, having finished her recitation, arrived at the lotus pond where she last met Neza. Missing him dearly, she took out a crystal ball, wishing to glimpse Neza's activities, curious if he was diligently studying and writing. At that moment, a window in the adjacent room swung open, revealing a graceful silhouette and a melancholic visage. Neza, drawn by the commotion, turned his gaze towards the window and inquired, "Is that you, Miss Su?" Su Daji caught sight of Neza, who, under the moonlight, sat on the railing beside the lotus pond, his eyes sparkling with a spirited glimmer, exuding an air of carefree charm. In the silvery glow of the moon, Neza appeared strikingly handsome, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. A gentle evening breeze swept by, lifting his cloak and evoking the image of a dashing young man. Captivated by Neza's alluring presence, Su Daji found herself momentarily speechless. Noticing her silent admiration, Neza assumed that Su Daji was in a melancholic mood and chose to remain quiet. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, he decided to leap down from the railing and return to his quarters. However, as he turned to leave, Su Daji inadvertently called out, "Young master." Neza glanced around, realizing they were alone, and turned back to her, inquiring, "Did you call for me?" The term struck him as peculiar. He was accustomed to being addressed as young hero. Hearing this unfamiliar title made him feel slightly bashful. Su Daji, seemingly a bit shy, lowered her head and softly replied, "Yes." Neza, feeling a touch of embarrassment, chuckled and asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" He continued, I was merely wandering about, lost, and did not intend to intrude upon your space. I shall take my leave at once." Realizing that Neza misunderstood her intentions, Su Daji hurriedly clarified, "Young master, you have misinterpreted my words. I did not mean to send you away." With that, she stepped out of her room, approached Neza, and bowed gracefully, saying, "Young master, I wish to express my gratitude for your timely rescue today. I would never wish to hasten your departure." Neza quickly extended his hand to assist Su Daji as she rose from her bow. "There is no need for such formality, my lady. It was but a trifling matter for me, Neza." Su Daji, feeling a flutter in her heart as she noticed the warmth of his hands, blushed slightly. Neza, equally flustered by their proximity, withdrew his hand hastily. After a brief silence, Su Daji turned her gaze to the moonlit lotus flowers and spoke, "Young master, might you accompany me in admiring the moon for a while? In just a few days, I shall no longer have the pleasure of witnessing such beauty." Neza furrowed his brow upon hearing her words, feeling a pang of sympathy within. Indeed, to be in the company of a tyrannical ruler would likely strip her of the joys of life, leaving little room for the appreciation of such exquisite moonlight. With this thought, he nodded in agreement. The moonlight illuminated Su Daji's enchanting silhouette as she stood gracefully at the railing, her back turned towards the moon, her beauty mingling with a hint of sorrow, rendering her even more captivating. Neza also turned his back to gaze at the moon alongside her. Unconsciously, Su Daji remarked, "What a beautiful moonlight." Neza, upon hearing her, turned to look at her and was struck by her beauty, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He quickly averted his gaze back to the sky, echoing, "Indeed, it is truly magnificent." At that moment, Su Daji turned to look at Neza, who was gazing up at the heavens, and unknowingly said, "Such beauty is fleeting, and I fear I shall not be fortunate enough to enjoy it for long." Upon hearing these words, Neza immediately turned his head and found himself locking eyes with Su Daji. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze, thinking to himself, "I cannot gaze too long. My heart already belongs to someone else. Yet, Lady Su is undeniably beautiful. A fleeting glance should be harmless, shouldn't it?" Alas, what a dreadful thought. Amused by Neza's adorable demeanor, Daji chuckled and asked, "My lord, what troubles you?" Neza hastily replied, "Oh, nothing at all. It's just that I am unaccustomed to being addressed as my lord by you. Simply calling me Neza will suffice." Tilting her head slightly, Su Daji smiled gently and called out, "Neza." This only deepened his embarrassment, especially given the tenderness in her voice. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Neza suggested, "Lady Su, the night has grown late. Perhaps we should conclude our enjoyment here and return to our chambers to rest." Daji's smile faded, replaced by a look of disappointment as she asked, "Do you find me bothersome? Have I disturbed your enjoyment?" Neza quickly shook his head, insisting, No, that is not my intent at all. How could you possibly be a nuisance, Lady Su?" "It's just," he feigned a yawn and continued, "Today's battle has left me a bit weary, and I wish to retire for the night. I hope you will not take offense." He added, "And remember, just call me Neza." With a gentle smile, Daji replied, "Very well. However, you need only call me Daji from now on. No need for formalities. Now, Neza, do rest well. I shall not intrude any longer." Neza nodded slightly, watching as she turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, he accidentally stepped on the hem of Daji's dress. As she turned, She lost her balance and began to fall. In an instant, Neza reached out, grasping her shoulder while swiftly positioning himself beneath her. Thus, Daji landed atop him, their faces nearly touching. Neza was taken aback by the sudden softness of her form, while Daji's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. His eyes widened in shock as he summoned his magical energy to elevate them both from the ground. Immediately, he released his hold and hurriedly departed, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Daji remained frozen for a moment, her heart racing, before finally retreating to her chamber. Chapter 47. Yang Jian awakens in the bamboo grove, beside a stone table. A young girl clad in white silk stood with clenched fists, glaring intently at the scene within a crystal ball. The little dragon maiden was fuming, wishing she could descend to the mortal realm and hurl Neza into the heavens to summon thunder. Taking a moment to compose herself, she closed her eyes and murmured, "Calm down. I must remain composed. I am a princess of the Eastern Sea, a fairy in the service of Guanyin. I must keep my cool." Suddenly, she sprang from her stone seat, exclaiming, "But I cannot remain calm. Every time I see what he is doing, it drives me mad." After a fit of frustration, the little dragon maiden sat back down, reflecting, "Guanyin forbids me from frequently visiting Neza, yet he is utterly oblivious, distracted by every beautiful maiden he encounters. And to think he is even enjoying the moonlight with them." Pouting slightly, she muttered, "Neza, oh Neza." At that moment, her gaze fell upon the communication ring on her hand. In the Jojo Marquette, Neza hurriedly returned to his chamber, closing the door behind him. He exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering to himself that it was fortunate the little dragon girl was not present. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have struck him dead. Approaching the table, he poured himself a glass of water. At that moment, the familiar voice emanating from his communication ring called out, "Neza, Neza, speak to me." Startled, Neza stumbled, inadvertently spraying water everywhere. He thought, "What on earth? The little dragon girl is contacting me now." Quickly placing his hand to his mouth, he replied, "Why yes. Little dragon girl, what is the matter?" Without a moment's hesitation, the little dragon girl demanded, "Is the moon beautiful?" Flustered and anxious, Neza stammered, "What moon? I haven't seen any moon." Hearing this, the little dragon girl became exasperated, declaring, "Don't think I don't know. You were admiring the moon with a beautiful woman. How romantic." Neza, feeling a mix of panic and pride, questioned, "How do you know? Are you spying on me?" Realizing her mistake, the little dragon girl stammered an explanation. "I am an immortal. With just a wave of my hand, I can see everything." Neza retorted, "Oh, so you possess such remarkable powers now? You must perform for me one day." The little dragon girl, momentarily distracted by his words, replied, "Of course. Each day, I practice my cultivation and refine my spells. But don't try to change the subject. Who was that woman? Why were you watching the moon with her?" Neza defended himself, saying, "It's not that I wanted to accompany her. She requested my presence. Besides, she is soon to serve that infamous King Zhou. What business is it of mine?" The little dragon girl glanced at the communication ring, muttering to herself about serving King Zhou. Neza recounted everything to her, feeling sympathy for Su Daji's plight. The little dragon girl remarked, "Even if she is indeed pitiful, you cannot embrace her. One must not comfort others with their own affections." She shot him a disapproving glance. Neza retorted, "Hey, it wasn't my intention to embrace her. It was an accident. Do you understand? It was purely unintentional." The little dragon girl replied, "In that case, I can reluctantly forgive you. However, you must keep your distance from such women. Did I not tell you? When you venture out, do not dress so attractively. You only attract trouble." Neza assured her, I understand, little dragon girl. Besides you, who would even take notice of me? You need not worry." Pleased, the little dragon girl smiled, but suddenly recalled something and continued, "Neza, do you think Su Daji is beautiful?" Neza let out a sigh of relief and casually replied, "She is indeed beautiful." The little dragon girl immediately frowned and looked at the communication ring, saying, "Is she more beautiful than me?" Realizing he had misspoken, Neza hastily clarified, "How could she possibly compare to you? One resides in the heavens while the other dwells on earth. Do you not understand? My dragon girl is more exquisite than any celestial being. She is the most beautiful princess in all realms." Blushing, the little dragon girl chuckled, "You're incorrigible. All right, I shall reluctantly believe your words. But remember what you have said. Now, I must not linger, for I have matters to attend to." Neza nodded and said, "I understand." The next day, Yuhan sent a procession of gold, silver, jewels, and fine silks to the residence of the Marquis of Jizhou. Upon hearing the commotion, Neza and his companions emerged to investigate. At that moment, Su Daji also appeared with her maid, instinctively locking eyes with Neza. Neza quickly turned away, engaging in casual conversation with Lei Zhenzi. Meanwhile, Su Daji, with an impassive expression, surveyed the wealth before her and then turned away, disinterested. Yuhan immediately bowed and addressed her, saying, I, Yuhan, pay my respects to your Highness Daji. Once tomorrow passes, I shall escort you to the palace. Please prepare yourself in the coming days and refrain from entertaining inappropriate thoughts, or else, well, I cannot guarantee what may transpire in Jizhou City. Yuhan spoke with a sardonic tone. Su Daji exhaled softly, closed her eyes momentarily, and replied, I understand. You may leave now. With that, she turned and departed. The atmosphere grew silent. Neza, along with the 5 magical treasures and Lei Zhenzi, made their way to Yang Jian's room, where Yang Jian had yet to awaken. Neza sighed and said, Elder brother, please wake up. We are waiting for you to return to our master with us. The goddess of divine fire stood beside Neza, anxiously watching Yang Jian. Just as Neza was speaking, Yang Jian's lips twitched slightly, prompting everyone to gather around him. Slowly, Yang Jian opened his eyes and, upon seeing Neza and the others, asked, How long have I been unconscious? Neza exclaimed excitedly, Elder brother, you've been out for 2 days. We've been so worried about you. Lei Zhenzi chimed in, Brother Yang, you're finally awake. You gave me quite a scare. Yang Jian sat up in bed, one hand pressed against his temple, complaining, My head hurts. Immediately, the goddess of divine fire assisted him, propping him up with a pillow for support. Yang Jian glanced at her, but remained silent. Neza, eager to break the tension, said, Elder brother, congratulations. You have gained an eye on your forehead. You've finally opened your heavenly eye. Yang Jian was taken aback by Neza's words and reached up to touch his forehead, exclaiming, Let me see a mirror. Lei Zhenzi handed him a mirror, and Yang Jian joyfully declared, How wonderful. My heavenly eye is finally opened. But how do I use it? He then blinked all 3 of his eyes in unison. Neza and the others exchanged looks, shaking their heads in confusion. Neza waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh well. It's open now. We can ask our master later how to use it. Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi nodded in agreement. Chapter 48. Su Daji enters the palace that night. Neza returned to his room and had just settled into bed when a knock interrupted his peace. Annoyed, he got up and called out, Who is it? A female voice responded from outside, Young master, my mistress invites you to the lotus pond for a gathering. Neza's eyes widened, and he swallowed nervously, thinking, Oh no, I cannot go. He replied, I'm sorry, but I'm preparing to rest. The maid hesitated for a moment, feeling pity for her mistress, and said, Young master, my mistress is about to enter the palace, and this is her only wish. Could you please grant her this request? Neza lay on the bed, thrashing his legs wildly, muttering to himself in frustration, This is so annoying. He felt unable to refuse, knowing that if the dragon girl found out, she would surely be angry with him. Suddenly, his eyes brightened with an idea, and he instructed the maid at the door. Understood. Please inform your mistress to wait a moment. I shall be there shortly. Rising, Neza summoned his 5 magical treasures and hurried towards the chambers of Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, coaxing and persuading them out of bed. The 8 of them, in high spirits, made their way to the small lotus pond. Upon spotting Su Daji's silhouette, Neza joyfully called out, Miss Su, I'm here. Hearing his voice, Su Daji turned, a shy smile gracing her lips, but her expression shifted as she noticed the crowd accompanying him. It appeared as though they were gathered for a celebration. Initially, her smile faded, only to be replaced by a forced grin as she asked, Neza, what brings you here? Neza, unreserved, exclaimed, They insisted on joining me to admire the moon. With such a beautiful moon and enchanting scenery, it's best enjoyed together. Why should one revel alone when joy can be shared? After speaking, he turned to Feng Xiaoga, remarking, Look at that lotus flower. It's splendid and so large. The group began to chatter animatedly. Understanding Neza's intentions, Su Daji felt a pang of realization. As a woman about to serve the king, what was she still hoping for? Observing the lively interaction among Neza and his companions, it was clear that he held no regard for her feelings. Why should she indulge in unrequited sentiments? Her childhood dream had been to encounter a dashing young man, and although she had, it was regrettably too late. This was her fate. For now, simply watching him from a distance would suffice. Resolving this in her mind, she exchanged a few perfunctory words with the group before feigning illness to retreat to her chamber. Noticing Su Daji's departure, Neza sighed inwardly, murmuring, Forgive me, Miss Su, for my heart belongs solely to the dragon girl. He then returned to his room, followed by the 5 magical treasures, closing the door behind him. The fire dragon, sensing the atmosphere, remarked, Boss, it seems your intentions tonight are not merely about enjoying the moon. What about that, Miss Su? Neza immediately retorted, What nonsense are you all talking about? There's nothing between us. Feng Xiaoge, teasingly, chimed in, "We didn't say anything, so why the haste to explain?" The Qianquan circle added, "Boss, you must not develop feelings for that Miss Su. She is soon to serve the king." Upon hearing this, Neza slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Can you all stop with the baseless gossip? There's absolutely nothing going on with Su." The Hunyuan Silk interjected as a woman. "I sense that Miss Su looks at you quite differently. You must not betray your fiancée. She is waiting for you in the purple bamboo forest." The Divine Fire Maiden chuckled and nodded in agreement. Neza, overwhelmed by their incessant teasing, felt exasperated by the 5 magical treasures. Rolling his eyes, he sprawled across the bed, too weary to explain further. The 5 companions immediately followed Neza, lying beside him, while Feng Xiaoge continued, "Boss, although this Miss Su possesses a beauty that could eclipse the moon and shy the flowers, with a delicate visage and a fair complexion that renders her captivating and enchanting, you must not allow your heart to waver." Upon hearing this, Neza, filled with indignation, turned away, only for Duan Wuzhua to interject, "Remember, the pursuit of a man by a woman is like a mountain, while the pursuit of a woman by a man is but a veil. You must steadfastly guard your heart. Personally, I find Miss Su's beauty pales in comparison to our sister-in-law." Neza could scarcely endure their chatter and turned to lie flat once more. At that moment, the fire goddess rose and said, "Do not heed Feng Xiaoge's nonsense, boss. I believe our sister-in-law possesses a grace that far surpasses that of any Miss Su." Hunty and Ling nodded in agreement, stating that they were entirely different types. Thus, the 5 engaged in a debate over the beauty of the little dragon maiden and Miss Su. Neza, covering his ears, shouted, "Get out all of you," and, with a combination of pushing and kicking, expelled them from the room. After shutting the door, Neza returned to his bedside, muttering to himself about the little dragon maiden, asserting that Miss Su was merely a fleeting encounter. No matter how gentle or beautiful she might be, she was not the one for him. Neza, sitting on the bed, he rested his chin on his hand and began to reflect. "Ah, I truly prefer the little dragon maiden. So cute, so beautiful, so kind to me. We have been childhood sweethearts, facing life and death together on numerous occasions. The bond we share is irreplaceable by a mere chance meeting." He could not fathom why they were speaking so foolishly. Indeed, Neza had harbored feelings for the little dragon maiden since childhood, unable to accommodate anyone else in his heart. Their connection transcended all. They understood each other intuitively, and regardless of the circumstances, their hearts belonged solely to one another. They would sacrifice themselves without hesitation in times of danger. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by. On one particular morning, Su Daji donned a crimson gown, and as her maid pushed open the door, Su Daji, though expressionless, remained breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, within the entire G State Marquis residence, not a single smile graced anyone's face as they watched Su Daji ascend the carriage prepared by Yuhan. Su Daji lifted the carriage curtain, casting a final glance at her father and at Neza among the crowd. Upon meeting her tear-filled gaze, Neza furrowed his brow and averted his face, unable to meet her eyes. With a sigh, Su Daji shed tears, closing the carriage curtain. Yuhan, with an exuberant and somewhat mocking tone, proclaimed, "Let us set forth and escort the Lady Su to the palace." The crowd watched as the grand carriage departed. This matter was now concluded, and Neza and the others bid farewell to the Marquis, departing from the G State Marquis' residence. The carriage carrying Su Daji had journeyed for half a day when it arrived at a grove. Throughout the journey, Su Daji wept profusely. Retrieving a pair of scissors she had prepared, contemplating the brevity of her life, she lamented her inability to repay her father's kindness. She also reflected on Neza's feelings for her, merely one-sided affection. If only she had more time, even to gaze at him from afar would constitute her greatest happiness. Alas, everything was but a fleeting illusion. Even the act of living had become a luxury. Upon this contemplation, Su Daji slowly raised the scissors, shedding her final tear before plunging them deep into herself. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the forest, causing her palanquin and the grand procession to sway perilously. The palanquin came crashing to the ground, yet the occupant remained unresponsive. The bloodied scissors slipped from Su Daji's grasp. Amidst the chaos wrought by the wind, a white shadow darted into the palanquin, and then the tempest ceased. Yuhan straightened his garments and shouted, "Hurry, lift the palanquin. We cannot afford to delay the king's affairs. Yuten cannot bear the consequences." The entourage resumed its journey. Within the palanquin, Su Daji suddenly opened her eyes, a glimmer of green light flashing within them, followed by a wicked smile. Chapter 49. A joyous occasion in the Western Sea. After Neza and his companions departed from the G Prefecture Marquis mansion, they traversed the road, preparing to report back to their master. In the bamboo grove, the little dragon girl recited her scriptures as usual when a red invitation suddenly appeared before her. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered it was an invitation from the Western Sea, announcing the grand wedding of the Dragon King Moong and the Northern Sea Princess Qin Yao. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she murmured, "So soon? Brother Moong is to be wed." Her face lit up with joy as she declared, "Indeed, I must attend and extend my blessings to Brother Moong. He is no longer young and has finally come to his senses." Western Sea Dragon Palace Missouri Ong sat pensively on a stool in his chamber, lost in thought and seemingly at a loss. Soon after, the old Dragon King entered and, upon seeing his son in such a state, offered words of comfort. "My son, I understand your feelings. However, you are now the Dragon King of the Western Sea, and you have temporarily taken on the responsibilities of the four seas. A king cannot remain without an heir, and you must marry Qin Yao to strengthen our ties among the four seas and ensure the continuation of our lineage. You must consider the greater good." Moong's eyes reddened as he replied, "Father, you know my heart belongs to the little dragon girl. We grew up together. I wish to wait for her." The old Dragon King retorted, "Nonsense. That little dragon girl is cultivating under the great Avalokiteshvara. Her future is boundless. Who knows when she will return? How long must you wait? You are the most outstanding talent of our generation. It is illogical for the Dragon King to delay taking a consort. Cease your fanciful thoughts. I have already sent invitations to the four seas and your fellow disciples. In 3 days, we shall celebrate an auspicious date. Prepare yourself to wed the Northern Sea Princess Qin Yao." Anxiously, Moong implored, "Father, how can you send invitations on my behalf?" Before he could finish, the old Dragon King swept out of the room. Moong, disheartened, slumped onto the stool, cradling his head in his hands, consumed by frustration. As he reminisced about the moments shared with the little dragon girl throughout their childhood, he felt the depth of their bond. Although she seemed to harbor affections for Neza, he believed he could wait patiently. Yet, the thought of suddenly marrying another woman was something he could not easily accept. Neza and his companions were playfully chasing each other along the road, when suddenly 2 red envelopes floated down from the sky. One landed in Yang Jian's hand, while the other fell before Neza. Neza eagerly snatched up the envelope and opened it. Upon reading its contents, he erupted with joy, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. Moong is getting married. This is splendid news. How wonderful that Moong is finally tying the knot. Just as Neza finished speaking, his communication ring on his pinky finger chimed. "Neza, Neza, are you there?" came the voice of the little dragon girl. Neza promptly replied, "Yes, little dragon girl. Did you hear? Your brother Moong is getting married." "Huh." The little dragon girl looked at the communication ring with a hint of disdain and said, "What do you mean your brother Moong? I'm here to talk about this too. In 3 days, Moong is having his grand wedding. Given our close relationship with him, are you going to attend the ceremony?" Neza pondered momentarily before mischievously declaring, "Of course, I must attend. Moong is my dear brother. How could I miss such a joyous occasion? Moreover, Master Yang Jian will be with me as well, so we both must go." The little dragon girl beamed. "Really? That is wonderful. Let us gather at the West Sea coast in 3 days to send our blessings to brother Moong." Neza nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's settled then." After their conversation, Yang Jian remarked on how swiftly time passes. "Remember when you, Moong, and the little dragon girl first entered the Immortal Academy? You were just children back then. Now, Moong has become the Dragon King of the West Sea and is about to marry. How delightful." Neza sighed. "I do not possess Moong's fortune. I bear the heavy responsibility of vanquishing demons in the mortal realm." Yang Jian chuckled. "Oh, come now, continue your charade." I wonder who was grinning ear to ear at the sound of the little dragon girl's voice. Neza, feeling embarrassed, retorted, "Was I? Surely you must be mistaken." He waved his hand dismissively. Thunderclap approached Neza, inquiring, "Neza, what is a wedding like? Can I go?" Neza, with an air of certainty, replied, "Of course. Weddings are incredibly fun, filled with many people and an abundance of delicious food." As they chatted, Neza suddenly turned and called out, "Hurry up. We need to report back to our master before heading to the West Sea for Moong's wedding." The group quickened their pace, opting to fly through the air with their magical abilities. Neza mounted his wind-fire wheels, while Thunderclap carried Yang Jian, and soon they returned to Jiang Ziya's courtyard. After recounting the events of the past few days to Jiang Ziya, Yang Jian asked, "Master, do you know how to utilize this heavenly eye?" Jiang Ziya gazed contentedly at the heavenly eye on Yang Jian's forehead and said, "Do you understand its purpose?" Yang Jian shook his head in confusion. Jiang Ziya explained, "This I can discern loyalty from treachery, virtue from vice, and distinguish right from wrong." It can reveal the timing of celestial events above and the advantages of terrain below. It can inflict fatal damage and make demons and monsters unable to escape. Yang Jian, Thunderclap, and Neza exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming in unison, "How extraordinary!" Jiang Zia nodded and continued, "It is said that when Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, one eye transformed into the sun, while the other became the moon, embodying both yin and yang. Time flowed like the tides, and eventually, the sun and moon birthed a treasure, known as the Black Heavenly Eye, devoid of intelligence. From the moment of its inception, it has been elusive, distinguishing not between good and evil, but rather selecting its destined bearer. Earlier, while observing Taihao's vital energy, I sensed a righteous force stirring, prompting me to divine. The Black Heavenly Eye is soon to emerge, choosing justice as its ally. Therefore, Yang Jian, you must harness the power of your third eye diligently, for it shall lead you to great achievements." He then imparted a series of incantations to Yang Jian, instructing him to practice daily to gradually awaken the abilities of the Black Heavenly Eye. After conversing with Jiang Zia, Neza spoke, "Master Uncle, my senior brother and I have a dear friend from Kunlun Academy, the Dragon King of the West Sea, Moang, who is to be wed in a couple of days. We wish to," Jiang Zia chuckled, stroking his beard, "Go. Just remember not to stir up trouble." Neza nodded eagerly, overjoyed at the prospect of adventure, free from the confines of study. Truly, the heavens are on my side." After bidding farewell, the trio set off towards the West Sea. Chapter 50. The wedding. The little dragon girl and Guanyin Bodhisattva, having made their preparations, descended to the West Sea, landing gracefully on its shore. At noon, the sun bathed the surface of the sea in shimmering silver light, illuminating the little dragon girl as she stretched her arms wide and inhaled deeply. Such a familiar scent," she said joyously, adorned in a blue and white gauzy gown. Her delicate features were accentuated by a silver floral ornament on her forehead, glimmering under the radiant sunlit sea. The sea breeze lifted her skirt, transforming the little dragon girl into a vision of ethereal beauty, exuding an aura untouched by the mundane world. After a moment of blissful reflection, she addressed the communication ring on her pinky. "Neza, how long until you arrive?" Neza replied, "Little dragon girl, my senior brother will arrive shortly, but I must gather a few things first." As the conversation fell silent, the little dragon girl patiently awaited their arrival. She then retrieved a translucent white jade pendant from her waist, its unique shape reminiscent of a lotus root, adorned with exquisite tassels. Gazing at the pendant, she smiled with delight, murmuring to herself, "This jade pendant, crafted from the lotus roots I personally nurtured with magic, wards off evil and transforms misfortune into fortune. Neza will surely cherish it." Neza swiftly glided on his wind fire wheels to the golden light cave of Tai Zhenren, where a pond of carp, nourished by celestial energy, glimmered within. Noticing the absence of others, Neza addressed the fish. "Oh, dear fish, I seek your assistance. I wish to select a small carp to present as a gift for the little dragon girl. Please." As soon as Neza finished speaking, he began to stir in the carp pond, selecting a small carp. He then blew a breath of celestial energy towards the fish and, with his fingers pressed together, muttered some incantations. Before long, the small carp transformed into a jade pendant that shimmered with golden light. Neza, filled with joy, murmured to himself that the jade pendant, nourished by celestial energy, was not only beautiful, but also invigorating and capable of warding off evil. Surely, the little dragon girl would adore it, far surpassing the shabby grass-woven fish that Moang had gifted her. Chuckling to himself, he retrieved a tassel that he had prepared earlier and hung it on the pendant. With that, Neza promptly departed from the Golden Light Cave, making his way towards the West Sea. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian had already reached the coastline of the West Sea. Upon seeing the little dragon girl, she inquired, puzzled, about Neza's whereabouts. Why had he not yet arrived? Yang Jian, equally confused, replied that he did not know. The three of them had discussed and prepared gifts along the way, but Neza had merely mentioned forgetting something and had taken a different path. He should be arriving shortly, so the little junior sister ought to wait a little longer. The little dragon girl nodded, idly kicking at the sand on the beach as she patiently awaited Neza's return. Moments later, a fiery sphere hurtled through the air towards her. Spotting it, the little dragon girl joyfully exclaimed, "Neza has arrived." As Neza landed gracefully before her, he greeted, "Thank you all for your patience. Let us head to the Dragon Palace of the West Sea." Upon their arrival at the West Sea Dragon Palace, they found Moang seated expressionlessly upon the grand throne, accompanied by a magnificently adorned lady. Neza leaned closer to the little dragon girl and whispered, "Do you know who Moang has married? Are we acquainted?" The little dragon girl turned her head slightly to respond. I am not very familiar either. I have only heard that she is the princess of the North Sea, named Qin Yao, the most cherished daughter of the North Sea Dragon King, beautiful and talented, a perfect match for brother Emoang. Neza nodded thoughtfully, and the group approached the banquet hall to extend their congratulations. Upon noticing the little dragon girl's presence, Emoang rose from his dragon chair. Qin Yao, following Emoang's gaze, spotted the little dragon girl and thought to herself that this must be the one. Indeed, she was exquisitely beautiful and possessed an extraordinary demeanor. No wonder brother Emoang was so infatuated. After a moment's hesitation, Emoang descended from the hall and approached the little dragon girl. She beamed at him, saying, Brother Emoang, congratulations. You have finally married a beautiful lady. I am truly happy for you. Hearing her words, Emoang's brows furrowed slightly as his eyes glistened with emotion. Little dragon sister, please come with me. I have something to discuss with you. The little dragon girl hesitated, exchanging a glance with Neza, who, feeling a twinge of jealousy, questioned, Is there anything that cannot be said here? The little dragon girl soothingly touched Neza's arm, assuring him, Neza, it's all right. Please wait for me here. Emoang then led the little dragon girl to a secluded area. Qin Yao observed everything with keen eyes. As the most favored princess of the North Sea, she wondered why Emoang would choose to take another woman aside in front of so many guests, despite their betrothal. Even if there were no feelings between them, she believed that with time, she could cultivate a bond with Emoang, and eventually, he would come to cherish her. After all, Emoang is the most outstanding among this generation of dragon sons. Qin Yao had long heard of Emoang's remarkable deeds and held him in deep admiration. However, at this moment, Emoang showed her no courtesy whatsoever. Realizing this, Qin Yao pouted in anger but refrained from expressing her feelings for the sake of maintaining harmony. Emoang gazed at the young dragon maiden in silence for a long while. The young dragon maiden, puzzled, looked at Emoang and innocently asked, Brother Emoang, what is troubling you? Didn't you have something to say to me? Now that we are alone, please speak your mind. Emoang replied, Do you remember the grass-crafted fish that Neja sent you at Kunlun Academy? The young dragon maiden nodded absent-mindedly. Of course. Emoang continued earnestly. That was actually a gift I asked Neja to deliver to you. The young dragon maiden, feeling a bit embarrassed, placed her hands behind her back and said, Oh, I see. Thank you, Brother Emoang. I had a feeling, but I thought it was unlikely for someone like Neja to think of giving me a gift. Emoang then asked, So, dear dragon sister, do you understand my feelings? The young dragon maiden thought to herself, how could she not understand? Yet, her heart belonged solely to Neja, leaving no room for another. I'm sorry, Brother Emoang, she said, her expression turning serious. I know you care for me deeply, and I consider you my brother, but that is all you will ever be. You must know who holds my heart. With tears in his eyes, Emoang nodded and said, I understand, but I cannot help but feel discontent. If I do not express these feelings today, I may never have the chance again. I truly envy Neja. As long as he is present, you will never see me. After saying this, Emoang forced a self-deprecating smile. The young dragon maiden, unable to bear Emoang's sorrowful demeanor, attempted to console him. Brother Emoang, please do not be this way. Princess Qin Yao is both beautiful and talented. Perhaps she is a wonderful girl. You must not break her heart, especially with so many watching at this wedding. Please, return to her. With tears still in his eyes, Emoang looked at the young dragon maiden and nodded, saying, All right. Since the dragon sister wishes for me to marry her, I shall do so. The two then returned to the banquet, where the young dragon maiden joined Neja at a table. Emoang, feeling lost, returned to his dragon throne and, mustering a forced smile, raised his cup, exclaiming, Thank you all for attending my wedding. I raise my glass to everyone. Today, let us drink until we are inebriated. He downed his drink in one go. The crowd echoed in unison. Congratulations to the West Sea Dragon King on his marriage. May you and Queen Xingse harmonize and enjoy a century of bliss. Everyone drank heartily. At this moment, Qin Yao filled another cup and approached the table of the young dragon maiden and Neja, raising her cup and declaring, This is the East Sea Princess, the future princess of the Four Seas, Ao Ling. Indeed, she is youthful and accomplished, possessing remarkable poise. Now following the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Her future is boundless. I toast to you, sister. With that, she drained her cup. The young dragon maiden glanced at Neja and immediately beamed, raising her cup. Oh, you flatter me, sister. She too finished her drink. Qin Yao then ordered her servants to refill her cup and, glancing at Neja, inquired, And who might this be? The young dragon maiden excitedly replied, This is Neja, the son of Li Jing, the general of Qintang Pass. Qing Yao glanced disdainfully at Neza and remarked, "Sister, with him?" The little dragon girl shyly responded, "Yes, he is the one I admire." Qing Yao smiled faintly and confidently asserted, "However, I perceive him as merely an ordinary mortal." She then shook her head and continued, "Sister, one must not be swayed by appearances. When seeking a partner, one should aspire for someone like Brother Moong, youthful, accomplished, and the Dragon King of the West Sea, with a future of boundless potential, truly a match made in heaven." Neza, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and was about to rise and speak, when suddenly the little dragon girl, displeased, furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is wrong with being immortal? It was Neza who aided me in defeating the demon emperor and restoring peace to the four seas. Without him, could you stand here now, preparing to wed Brother Moong?" Qing Yao retorted sarcastically, "A mortal is, after all, just a mortal. Oh sister, I am only looking out for your best interests." The little dragon girl, hands on her hips, replied disdainfully, "Looking out for me? That is unnecessary. In my heart, Neza is the mightiest of all, with a future that surpasses merely being a dragon king." With that, she cast a scornful glance at Qing Yao. At that moment, Moong, visibly irritated, interjected, "Qing Yao, cease your nonsense and return." Qing Yao, spoiled as a princess and accustomed to being pampered, was incensed by the little dragon girl's derision of the Dragon King's position. She exclaimed, "Even if he is formidable, he is still immortal. My brother Moong is the most outstanding talent of this generation. What of defeating the demon emperor? My brother Moong could do that as well." The little dragon girl, undeterred by Qing Yao's brashness, shot back, "Oh, do you not fear the consequences of your grandiose claims? The demon emperor was vanquished by Neza, not brother Moong." Qing Yao, losing her composure, blurted out, "What is the demon emperor compared to my brother Moong? He could defeat the heavenly emperor." The little dragon girl widened her eyes in disbelief and countered, "Oh really? Then can my Neza defeat the great immortal of the Western Paradise?" The two women grew increasingly agitated, seemingly on the verge of a conflict. Neza and Moong, witnessing this, promptly intervened to mediate, pulling the two apart and simultaneously explaining to the onlookers, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Chapter 51. Romance on the beach while other matters could be tolerated. The thought that Neza was already sensitive about his status made Qing Yao's comment about it, born of jealousy, ignite a fierce argument between them. After Neza and the East Sea Dragon King separated them, the East Sea Dragon King led the little dragon girl to a secluded area and said, "My daughter, it is their wedding day. Do not let this trouble you. Please, do not be upset." Seeing her father, the little dragon girl felt even more aggrieved. Rubbing her eyes and pouting, on the verge of tears as she said, "Father, she is bullying me. You do not even speak up for me." Neza, witnessing the East Sea Dragon King comforting the little dragon girl, felt it inappropriate to interject, merely nodding in agreement while glancing between the Dragon King and the little dragon girl. The East Sea Dragon King sighed, "Oh dear, do not cry. Surely, your father cannot argue with someone in front of so many people. After all, I am the Lord of the Seas." With no other recourse, the Dragon King subtly gestured to Neza, seeking his assistance in soothing her. Upon witnessing the situation, Neza immediately chimed in, Indeed, little dragon maiden. Please do not be upset. Uncle Dragon King only has your best interests at heart." As he spoke, he cast a glance towards the Dragon King. The little dragon maiden lowered her hands, gazing at Neza, who appeared to be on the verge of tears. Observing Neza's words having an effect, the Dragon King exchanged knowing glances with him, and then discreetly departed, leaving the two to converse privately. Once the Dragon King had distanced himself, Neza placed a reassuring hand on the little dragon maiden's shoulder and declared, "Fear not, for I shall prove my worth to everyone one day. I refuse to let anyone underestimate me. Little dragon maiden, please do not be disheartened. Your sorrow weighs heavily on my heart." The little dragon maiden pouted as she looked at Neza. Then, feeling vulnerable, she embraced his waist and said, "Neza, I simply do not wish for others to speak ill of you. In my heart, you shall forever remain the greatest." Releasing him, she earnestly continued, "Neza, please do not let Qing Yao's words affect you. I do not care about your status. Even if you were nothing at all, my feelings for you would remain unchanged." Initially, Neza felt a flicker of anger, but upon hearing the little dragon maiden's heartfelt words, he was comforted and replied, "I certainly understand. I merely wish to earn respect and prove myself. Do not worry. I shall strive diligently and achieve great things, ensuring that no one dares to look down upon me. I will make it known that the one favored by the princess of the East Sea is a man of great stature." Upon hearing Neza's declaration, the little dragon maiden transitioned from sobbing to a shy smile. Simultaneously, they each retrieved a jade pendant from their waists, lifting their gazes to one another, their eyes sparkling with delight. "Little dragon maiden, what is this?" Neza exclaimed, pointing at the pendant in her hand. They both burst into joyous laughter. Neza then said, "This is a gift for you. I regret not giving you anything for your previous birthday, and as yours approaches, I cannot be by your side to celebrate. So I prepared this for you. Whenever you miss me, just look at it, and it will be as if you are seeing me." The little dragon maiden beamed at Neza and replied, "I feel the same. I made this for you, to keep you company in my absence." Neza gazed at the lotus root jade pendant with admiration, exclaiming, "It is truly beautiful." The little dragon maiden, filled with joy, fastened it around Neza's waist. He reciprocated by tying hers around her waist, and they exchanged blissful smiles. Neza then took the little dragon maiden's hand and suggested, "Since you have no desire to see that woman in the grand hall, why don't we take a stroll nearby instead? What do you say?" At that moment, the little dragon maiden nodded enthusiastically, her heart agreeing with whatever Neza proposed. Meanwhile, Emoang, pulling along the still fuming Qing Yao, reproached her. "Why on earth did you argue with Dragon Sister? Now that she has stormed off, are you satisfied?" Upon hearing Emoang's words, Qing Yao's eyes filled with tears, and she looked at him, saying, "Today is our wedding, and before all these witnesses, you choose to leave with another woman and now defend her. What do I mean to you? I have always spoken on your behalf, yet you now question me. If you despise me so much, why agree to the union?" Emoang, upon witnessing Qing Yao's demeanor, felt a tinge of guilt and decided against further probing. "Very well," he conceded, "let us put this matter to rest. Given the presence of so many today, please consider your reputation and cease this quarrel. Let us return to the main hall." As they made their way back, Qing Yao's gaze fell upon the vacant seats of Xiao Long Nu and Neza, igniting a surge of resentment within her. She thought, "Emoang's heart is solely occupied by this woman, utterly disregarding me. I have never endured such humiliation throughout my life. Time is on my side. I shall erase her from Emoang's heart. He is meant for me alone." The complexities of a woman's heart can be as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, particularly when jealousy takes root for the sake of love. Neza escorted Xiao Long Nu to the shores of the West Sea. In that moment, the two no longer engaged in their customary bickering. Having laid bare their feelings, they cherished their time together. Neza perched upon a rock, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Long Nu, who had grown even more ethereal in her cultivation beside Guanyin. He could not help but admire her beauty as she strolled along the beach, savoring the gentle breeze, her heart brimming with joy in the presence of her beloved. With a sense of elation, she twirled gracefully by the water's edge, captivated by Xiao Long Nu's elegance as she spun, illuminated by the shimmering sea. Neza conjured a flute and began to play. The melodious notes reached Xiao Long Nu, who danced in harmony with the rhythm, occasionally circling Neza and gently caressing his cheek as she twirled away. Her movements were exquisite, a vision of grace that left Neza spellbound, for he had never witnessed her dance before. As the music waned, Xiao Long Nu twirled back to Neza, her hands resting on his neck. Unable to resist, he embraced her, drawing her onto his lap, their eyes locking in a profound gaze. The scene was nothing short of romantic. Chapter 52. The jealousy of a woman. As night fell, the guests from the wedding banquet gradually departed. Hand in hand, Xiao Long Nu and Neza exchanged tender glances as they returned to the Dragon Palace of the West Sea. Upon noticing their prolonged absence, Emoang approached them, saying, "Dragon Sister, Neza, it is getting late. The 3 Sea Dragon Kings and your friends have arranged accommodations for you. Would you consider staying here for the night and departing tomorrow?" Neza and Xiao Long Nu exchanged knowing smiles, nodding in unison, "Indeed. Then I shall have the shrimp soldiers escort you each to your chambers," Emoang replied. However, he soon noticed the lotus root and little carp jade pendants entwined at their waists, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. Choosing silence, he turned back towards the main hall and commanded, "See the queen back to her quarters." He then lifted his cup, drinking deeply, solitary in his revelry until all the guests had departed. In the late hours of the night, after returning to their respective rooms, Neza and Xiao Long Nu simultaneously removed their jade pendants, caressing and gazing at them. Eventually, they lay in bed, placing the pendants close to their pillows, clutching them as they drifted into slumber, their faces aglow with happiness. At this moment, Emoang remained in the grand hall, indulging in cup after cup of wine, his heart tormented by an unbearable anguish as he pondered, Why is it that despite being the sovereign of the seas and ruling over the 4 oceans, I can never attain what I desire? What use is my claim to the title of Dragon King?" As the thought of his beloved dragon sister crossed his mind, he gulped down more drink, drowning his sorrows. In the West Sea Dragon King's palace, Qing Yao paced restlessly. It was the wedding night, and the hour was late. Emoang had yet to arrive. "Is anyone here?" she called out. Her personal maid responded, "Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Why is the king not yet come? Go summon him back to the chambers." Qing Yao instructed. The maid complied and made her way to the grand hall, where she found the Dragon King still engrossed in his drinking. She bowed and announced, "Your Majesty, the queen awaits in the chambers. I implore you, do not let this auspicious hour slip away. Please return to your quarters." Emoang, inebriated, cast a dismissive glance at the maid and retorted, "Leave me be. I have not yet had my fill." With that, he continued to drink deeply. The maid, feeling helpless, positioned herself beside the Dragon King, patiently waiting. Suddenly, Emoang, in his drunken stupor, leaned over the table, accidentally toppling the wine jug before him. The maid swiftly supported him, signaling to those around to assist in carrying the Dragon King back to his chambers. As they lifted him, a flicker of consciousness returned, and in a fit of agitation, he thrust them away, bellowing, "Get off! All of you, leave me! Do you not heed my words?" The onlookers, startled, quickly knelt in submission. Soon after, Emoang succumbed to his intoxication and collapsed. Witnessing this, the attendants hastened to transport the Dragon King back to his quarters. Qing Yao, upon seeing Emoang returned inebriated, felt a pang of compassion and promptly laid him down on the bed as the others exited the chamber. She gently took a towel and began to tenderly wipe his face. With eyes closed and in a daze, Emoang grasped Qing Yao's hand, repeatedly murmuring, "Dragon sister, Dragon sister, do not leave me." Tears streamed down Qing Yao's cheeks, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Addressing him, she lamented, "Emoang, my brother, I cherish you dearly, yet on our wedding night, you utter the name of another woman. Do I hold so little significance in your eyes? Why is it not me whom you adore?" Throughout the night, Qing Yao remained vigilantly by Emoang's side, tending to him without rest. As dawn broke, Emoang stirred, pressing his forehead as he awoke and sat up in bed. The commotion roused Qing Yao, who immediately assisted him in sitting upright. "Qing Yao, what time is it now? Has my dragon sister departed?" he inquired, shaking off the remnants of his stupor. With a tone of disappointment, Qing Yao replied, "It is still early. They should not have left yet, Emoang. Are you only concerned with your dragon sister while neglecting your own well-being?" Emoang appeared oblivious to her words, rising from the bed and exiting the chamber. Qing Yao watched his retreating figure, her heart heavy with sorrow, clenching her fists in frustration. Upon leaving the chamber, Emoang sought out a nearby shrimp soldier, asking, "Have my dragon sisters departed?" "They have not," the soldier replied. "Then take me to them," Emoang commanded. Qing Yao promptly instructed her maid to discover where the king was hastily heading. Moments later, the maid returned with the news. "Your Majesty has gone to the East Sea Princess's palace." Qing Yao shed a tear, overwhelmed by disappointment, as she sat despondently on a bench. After a moment of sorrow, her expression suddenly sharpened, and she murmured to herself that her happiness could only be fought for by herself. As long as this little dragon girl existed, there would be no place for her in Emoang's heart. The grievances she suffered today, she vowed to reclaim. She resolved to make the girl vanish. Once she disappeared, Emoang would be hers alone. With that, Qing Yao dismissed everyone from the palace. Seeing no one around, she conjured a bronze mirror and cast a spell upon it. From the mirror emerged a man with darkened lips, a sinister gaze, and peculiar behavior, seemingly of the demon clan. With a wicked smile, he said, "Qing Yao, have you had a change of heart? Finally thought of me? Just say the word, and I shall take you away at once." Qing Yao glanced at him and retorted, "You, the evil lord of the underworld, spare me your chatter. I once saved you, and now I have a request. Will you assist me?" The demon in the mirror replied, "As long as you need me, I, the evil lord, shall be at your service, wherever and whenever." Qing Yao, satisfied, smiled and said, "I need you to eliminate someone. You are the evil lord. This person should be easy for you to handle. I want her to vanish from this world. She must leave the West Sea today. We must act before she returns to Guanyin in the South Sea, or else there will be no second chance." At that moment, Emoang and Neza arrived simultaneously at the door of the little dragon girl's chamber. They exchanged a glance and were about to knock when the little dragon girl suddenly opened the door, spotting the two. "Neza, Emoang, brother," she exclaimed joyfully. Neza and Emoang nodded in unison. Emoang asked, "Sister Long, are you leaving today? You've returned after such a long time. Why not stay a few more days? Uncle Wang is eager to see you." The little dragon girl replied, "No, brother Emoang, I only asked for leave from Guanyin to attend a wedding. If I linger in the mortal realm, Guanyin will surely scold me for indulging and delaying my cultivation. I appreciate your kindness." But you should spend more time with your new love, Yenner. Seeing her resolve, Emoang refrained from insisting she stay. He turned to pat Neza on the shoulder, saying, Neza, you must take good care of Sister Long from now on. I know you bear great responsibilities, but she is devoted to you. Do not let her down, or I shall not spare you. Neza confidently chuckled and playfully punched Emoang's arm. Oh, come now. Do you think I am that kind of person? Rest assured. The little dragon girl smiled gently at the two. Emoang then escorted Neza and the others out of the dragon palace to the western coast. After embracing the East Sea Dragon King for a farewell, the little dragon girl reluctantly gazed at Neza, with her hands shyly clasped behind her back. She approached him and softly said, Well, I'm off then. Neza, smiling, nodded and replied, Yes, don't worry, I will miss you. He even shook the jade pendant at his waist playfully. They exchanged reluctant glances, and then the little dragon girl turned, transforming into a beam of white light and vanished. The Dragon King approached Neza, placing his hands on Neza's shoulders with a look of appreciation. Neza, you and Longer have endured much. However, I admire your determination. Keep striving. Young man, I hope my Longer has not misjudged your character. Neza clasped his fists and replied, Uncle Dragon King, I shall. After bidding farewell, Neza set off with Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian. Chapter 53. The Lord of the Underworld. At this moment, Neza was in high spirits. Every encounter with the dragon girl filled him with an invigorating energy, as if there was nothing in this world to fear. The dragon girl soared through the air, occasionally thinking of Neza, unable to suppress a smile. Though the path of cultivation is long and often solitary, having you by my side makes it exceptionally sweet. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a brief, chilling laugh approaching from afar. The sound was eerie and unsettling. The dragon girl quickly wiped the smile from her face, becoming alert. Who goes there? Since you have followed me, why hide? Show yourself. She hovered among the clouds, scanning her surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, a silent rift tore open in the space behind her, revealing a demonic blade that lunged toward her. Sensing danger, the dragon girl swiftly gathered her power and turned to counter the attack with a palm strike, colliding with the wicked blade. In an instant, the space behind her healed, so rapidly that she could not discern her assailant's identity. With a cold snort, the dragon girl shifted her stance and declared, Sneaky, are we? Afraid to reveal yourself? A sinister voice echoed, Those who have seen me are already dead. The voice then erupted into a chilling laugh. I am the one who will end your life. This lord of the underworld was undeniably formidable, capable of killing unseen, existing beyond the 3 realms and transcending the 5 elements. His cultivation techniques were exceptionally peculiar. Indeed, he spoke the truth. None who had encountered him had ever seen his true visage, nor did they know how they had met their demise. His agility was unmatched, elusive and intangible, rendering him nearly undetectable. Thus, few in the realms were aware of his existence. During a particularly bizarre cultivation session, he had fallen into madness and plummeted into the North Sea, where he was rescued by Qing Yao, leading to an instant infatuation. You boast greatly, but let us see if you possess the skill. The dragon girl summoned her trusty sword with a wave of her hand. Suddenly, space around her tore open simultaneously, revealing a sinister, enchanting smile as a flash of blade light surged toward her. The speed was so overwhelming that she barely had time to react. The dragon girl thrust her sword in front of her, forming a barrier to defend against the onslaught, then struck at the rift surrounding her, but found nothing but illusions. Frowning, she pondered, what manner of technique is this? It is exceedingly strange. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows, with the dragon girl exerting herself to fend off the attacks. Suddenly, large hands materialized from the nearby space, aiming to seize her by the neck. Instantly, she retreated. But just then, a blade light flashed behind her, splitting the space open. Sensing this with her peripheral vision, she soared upward, evading the dual assaults. From the air came the Lord's ghostly laughter. Huh? This is quite amusing. The dragon girl, unwilling to continue this entanglement, swiftly altered her gestures and chanted, Essence of 10,000 waters. Subsequently, a vast array of water elements converged around, launching simultaneous assaults in all directions. The eerie voice of the evil lord echoed, claiming that the evil lord would play with you. He then invoked the heaven and earth prison. At that moment, the space seemed to freeze. The little dragon maiden stood motionless. The clouds remained still, and even the surrounding winds, as well as the water elements emanating from her, lingered suspended in the air. The evil lord then tore through the fabric of space directly in front of the little dragon maiden, stepping forth with measured grace, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Approaching her, he traced a finger across her cheek with a sinister smile, uttering, Perish. With that, He gently extended his hand, and dozens of black, demonic blades materialized, emanating a sinister energy. The corners of the evil lord's mouth curled upwards in confidence as he snapped his fingers, sending the blades hurtling towards the little dragon maiden's form, piercing through her. Soon after, a rift appeared behind the evil lord, who turned and vanished into it. At that instant, the space surrounding the little dragon maiden returned to normal, and she was suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Gradually, dozens of gashes began to surface, blood seeping forth, pulsating with malevolent energy. She then coughed up a mouthful of crimson, plummeting downward from the clouds, her mind flooded with memories of Neza. Could it truly end like this? But Neza is still waiting for me. I long to be with him. Everything transpired so swiftly, the evil lord's assassination taking but a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, Neza was en route when he was suddenly gripped by a searing pain in his chest, nearly causing him to stumble. Seeing this, Lei Zhenzi quickly rushed to support him. The others gathered around, expressing concern. Neza, what ails you? Are you fatigued? Neza tightened his grip on Lei Zhenzi's arm, his eyes darting. Visions of the little dragon maiden flashing incessantly in his mind, the pain in his chest intensifying. The last time he felt this sensation was when the little dragon maiden was in peril, her essence being drained by the nine-tailed fox demon, and now it surged back, even more potent than before. Could it be? Realizing this, Neza's eyes widened as he looked up and shouted, "Little dragon maiden." With that, he soared into the air, vanishing towards the South Sea, prompting the others to hastily follow him. At this moment, Neza's speed reached its zenith, his heart ablaze with urgency. The agony in his chest escalating relentlessly as he frantically searched for the little dragon maiden. Not long after, he spotted a brilliant white light plummeting from the clouds, his eyes widening as he crossed his arms and dashed toward the radiance at full speed. Upon nearing, he discerned that it was indeed the little dragon maiden. A pang of dread struck his heart, and just before she reached the ground, he managed to catch her, observing her in a state of near demise. Blood continuously trickling from her lips, Neza was engulfed in desperation, exclaiming, "Little dragon maiden, what has happened to you? Who did this? Who could be responsible?" He then let out a furious roar towards the heavens. In her near-fatal state, the little dragon maiden heard Neza's voice, struggling to open her eyes. But with a mere effort, the pain from her numerous wounds surged, and she tasted blood in her throat, spitting it forth. Upon witnessing the scene, Neza hastily extended his hands to wipe the blood from the little dragon maiden, tears cascading down his cheeks, his hands trembling in a state of confusion. His voice quivered as he implored, "Little dragon maiden, do not frighten me. What has befallen you? Do not leave me. Tell me what I should do." At that moment, Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian arrived, their eyes widening in shock as they gathered around. Yang Jian exclaimed, "How could this happen? Who is responsible?" Neza shook his head, clutching the little dragon maiden tighter, tears continuing to flow as he murmured her name. Chapter 54. The commotion at the Western Sea. Seeing that Neza seemed unable to heed anyone else's words, Yang Jian shouted, "Neza, enough. Concern breeds confusion. Quickly take the little dragon maiden before Guanyin Bodhisattva. Perhaps she can save her." Neza, with tears streaming down his face, looked at Yang Jian, seemingly coming to his senses. He immediately embraced the little dragon maiden and ascended on his wind-fire wheels, heading towards the Southern Sea. Throughout the journey, Neza reassured her, "Hold on, little dragon maiden. Do not leave me. We are almost there, just hang in there." Upon their arrival at the Southern Sea, Guanyin Bodhisattva had anticipated their arrival and awaited them. Neza dismounted the wind-fire wheels and knelt down with the little dragon maiden in his arms, pleading, "Guanyin Bodhisattva, I implore you, save the little dragon maiden." Tears still glistened on his face. The others, upon seeing Guanyin Bodhisattva, quickly joined him in prayer, hands clasped in reverence. Guanyin Bodhisattva, upon observing the anxious expressions on their faces and the gravely wounded little dragon maiden, felt a pang of compassion. She raised her hand, levitating the little dragon maiden into the air, and said, "Goodness, goodness. The little dragon maiden has cultivated profound essence while by my side. Her injuries are not fatal. This external wound is treatable, but the poison from the demon sword star requires the blood of the demon lord himself to be neutralized. I can suspend her life with celestial energy, but you must act swiftly." Neza's gaze transformed into one of fierce determination as he declared, "Demon Lord, we harbor no enmity. Why would he inflict such harm upon the little dragon maiden?" Guanyin Bodhisattva replied, "The reasons are beyond your comprehension. You must seek them out yourselves. However, the demon lord transcends the three realms and is not bound by the five elements. Even I cannot accurately determine his position. I shall turn the world upside down to capture him." Neza proclaimed, Guanyin Bodhisattva shook her head and cautioned, the demon lord practices the art of spatial manipulation. You may not be his equal. Exercise utmost caution. Neza, you must journey to the Western Sea and consult the Queen of the Western Sea, Qing Yao. She may provide insights into the demon lord's whereabouts. The group exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Qing Yao? Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded and continued, you must proceed with caution. The little dragon maiden is safe with me for the time being, but you must return swiftly. After hearing this, Neza and the others bowed deeply to Guanyin Bodhisattva before departing the Southern Sea, heading towards the Western Sea. Along the way, Neza pondered the conflict between Qing Yao and the little dragon maiden. This matter must be connected to Qing Yao, as the little dragon maiden would not have been attacked by the demon lord without reason. Cursed Qing Yao, he thought. The little dragon maiden quarreled with her for my sake. If the demon lord is indeed instigated by Qing Yao, I shall ensure she pays dearly for her actions. In a short span of time, Neza arrived at the Western Sea. Fueled by anger, he stormed into the dragon palace of the Western Sea, shouting, Qing Yao, come out. He then summoned his magical treasures, instantly donning a golden red armor and wielding a fiery spear, striking the ground with great force. The entire dragon palace trembled with the wrath of Neza. Observing this, Emoang appeared in the grand hall, irate, and exclaimed, Neza, have you lost your senses? You dare to stir trouble in my Western Sea? Have you become addicted to chaos? Neza, brimming with anger, pointed his fiery spear at Emoang and demanded, summon your queen. Otherwise, I shall raise your dragon palace and drag her out myself. Emoang, taken aback by Neza's audacity, slammed his hand on the table and retorted, Neza, do not overstep your bounds. You come here to wreak havoc after just leaving, seeking my queen for what purpose? Neza disdainfully replied, you ought to inquire about your esteemed queen's misdeeds. The moment the little dragon maiden departed the Western Sea, she was ambushed by the malevolent monarch. Now, she lies on the brink of death. If you still regard her as a sister, summon your queen forth at once. Otherwise, do not expect me to show any camaraderie. Upon hearing Neza's words, Emoang's expression shifted dramatically as he asked, what has happened to the dragon maiden? This cannot be. Qing Yao, despite her capriciousness, would never act so recklessly. Are you certain you have not mistaken the facts? Neza, filled with urgency and fury, insisted, will you yield Qing Yao or not? I have no time for your nonsense. Qianquan circle. With that, Neza thrust his fist towards Emoang, and the Qianquan circle swiftly launched from his wrist, hurtling towards Emoang. Emoang shouted, Neza, are you mad? And swiftly leapt from his dragon throne to evade the attack. Lei Zhenzi, witnessing this, blocked the approaching shrimp and crab warriors. Yang Jian then addressed Emoang, Emoang, you must promptly bring Qing Yao out to clarify matters. Neza speaks the truth this time. Consumed by urgency and having lost all rationality, Neza brandished his fiery spear, filled with magical energy, and charged at Emoang. Emoang, unwilling to engage in conflict with Neza, evaded his strikes. However, Neza's determination intensified, and he thrust his spear repeatedly at Emoang. Growing increasingly incensed, Emoang summoned his three-edged mace, and the two unleashed their formidable powers, causing the dragon palace to tremble and the seas to churn. As Neza's fervor escalated, his attacks became more forceful, and Emoang struggled to defend himself. Transforming into a dragon, he soared above the waves, but Neza pursued him into the sky. Riding the wind and fire wheels, Neza swiftly approached Emoang's dragon form, slashing along its spine. Emoang felt a searing heat on his back and let out a furious roar, thrashing in the air. Neza moved with unparalleled speed, striking Emoang's dragon body multiple times, causing several scales to fall. Taken aback by Neza's newfound strength, Emoang found himself unable to counterattack, repeatedly being struck down from the air. At that moment, Neza soared above Emoang's dragon form, executed a sideways flip, and plunged his fiery spear towards Emoang's head. The spear, engulfed in flames, pierced deep into Emoang's dragon skin, sending him crashing to the ground. Transforming back into human form, Emoang lay injured, and Neza, with the spear pointed at him, declared, Emoang, will you submit? Quickly surrender Qing Yao, and I shall spare your life. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp cry echoed from the sea. Neza, do not harm my husband. Qing Yao shouted. Soon after, Qing Yao swiftly flew over, helping the injured Emoang, her heart aching with concern. She turned to scold Neza, calling him a reckless brute, exclaiming, look at how you have harmed my brother Emoang. Upon witnessing the fury blazing in Qing Yao's eyes, Neza seized her by the neck with one hand while brandishing his fiery spear against her throat, gritting his teeth as he demanded, tell me honestly, where is the evil lord? At that moment, Lei Zhenzi and Jian arrived promptly, urging Neza not to act impulsively. Noticing that Qin Yao remained silent, glaring at him, Neza pressed the spear forcefully against her neck, causing a trickle of blood to appear. Realizing that Neza was serious, Qin Yao, feeling a twinge of fear, stammered, "If you let me go, I will tell you." Moang, having regained his composure, immediately rose to grasp Neza's spear, shouting, "Neza, are you out of your mind?" Neza shoved Qin Yao away, demanding, "Speak. Where is the evil lord?" Moang turned, gazing at Qin Yao with disbelief, asking, "Is it truly you?" Qin Yao, her eyes flickering, grasped Moang's arm, saying, "Brother Moang, I did this for your sake." In disappointment and anger, Moang shook off her grasp, exclaiming, "I am utterly disappointed in you." Neza, growing impatient, stated, "I will ask you one last time, where is the evil lord?" Faced with Moang's demeanor, Qin Yao resolved to defy him, declaring, "I will not tell you, humph. You deserve death for opposing me, Qin Yao. Even if you kill me, I will not reveal anything." Enraged, Neza trembled, gripping his spear, prepared to strike at Qin Yao. Suddenly, the surrounding space tore apart, and glimmers of blades emerged from the rift. Neza, reacting swiftly, deflected the approaching demonic blades with his spear, retreating swiftly. Observing his surroundings, he smirked disdainfully, proclaiming, "Come forth. Today, I shall slay you in vengeance for the little dragon maiden." Chapter 55, The Awakening of the Heavenly Eye. Witnessing this, Jian and Lei Zhenzi rushed to Neza's side, summoning their weapons. Moang, nursing his wounded chest, saw the bizarre scene unfold and chose to arm himself, siding with Neza. After all, it was the little dragon maiden who had been grievously harmed, and it was a mistake made by his queen. He could only do his utmost to atone for it. He then bellowed at Qin Yao, "Leave this place at once." Seeing the situation unfold, and realizing that even brother Moang was no match for Neza, Qin Yao, whose abilities were modest, decided her presence was futile and quickly departed. The Dark Lord of the Underworld chuckled scornfully, "Ha ha ha. If you wish to harm my sister Qin Yao, you shall all perish." Neza and the others heard the voice, yet could not see its source. It seemed to echo right beside them, an eerie occurrence indeed. Neza, filled with rage, challenged, "Cowardly turtle, come out and face me in a duel of 300 rounds." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space instantaneously split open, revealing numerous dark figures at an incredible speed. Neza, Lei Zhenzi, Jian, and Moang swiftly spun their weapons, managing to deflect dozens of attacks in that brief moment. The four were taken aback, astonished by the rapidity of their adversary, questioning how such swiftness was achievable. Heightened vigilance enveloped them as they positioned themselves back to back, wary of where the next ambush might emerge from. How infuriating! Soon, a spatial rift swiftly appeared beside Moang, and a shadowy figure emerged, delivering a powerful kick that sent Moang flying. A wicked voice echoed, "You are Qin Yao's husband. I shall spare your life for now." The tremendous impact rendered Moang unconscious. Neza and his companions gripped their weapons tightly, with Lei Zhenzi inquiring, "Neza, did you catch a glimpse of that person's appearance?" Both Neza and Jian shook their heads simultaneously, too fast. Suddenly, the surrounding space erupted with fissures like lightning, and blades of light surged forth. The trio struggled to counter the rapid and elusive onslaught, and they were simultaneously hurled to the sandy shore. Frustrated, Neza clenched his fists, thinking, "I cannot afford to lose. The little dragon maiden awaits my return with the evil lord. I must not fail." Resolute, Neza soared into the air, closing his eyes to manifest his formidable form of 3 heads and 6 arms, engaging in a life-and-death battle with the shadow. During the combat, the shadow leisurely remarked, 3 heads and 6 arms, how intriguing." Neza's 6 eyes swiftly tracked the shadow's movements as they fought in a whirlwind of instant teleportation along the coastline, moving so swiftly that Lei Zhenzi and Jian could only watch helplessly as the 2 figures flickered from left to right, then to the front, and across the surface of the sea. As the battle reached a critical point, the evil lord revealed his deep, enchanting eyes before creating a powerful gravitational force around them. Suddenly, a colossal black vortex appeared before Neza, who was immediately drawn into its depths. Dozens of sinister claws emerged from the void, grasping at Neza's neck. Despite his 3 heads and 6 arms, Neza found himself ensnared by the evil lord's grip. He desperately attempted to escape the vortex using his wind-fire wheels, but found himself unable to break free. Reluctantly, he withdrew his 3 heads and 6 arms, feeling the tightening grip around his neck intensifying. Neza's body surged with magical energy as he fought to prevent the evil lord from breaking his neck. Clenching his teeth, Neza vowed, I cannot die. I must not perish. At that moment, Jian and Lei Zhenzi charged forward, aiming to strike at the evil lord's outstretched hand. Yet, the evil lord moved with blinding speed, retracting his hand just as it grasped Neza's neck, only to reappear and kick the trio back to the ground. As they struggled to rise, the evil lord proclaimed, "Heaven and earth prison." Instantly, the space surrounding them was locked down, as if time itself had come to a halt. The sea surface frozen in place. The evil lord emitted a sinister laugh, proclaiming his signature phrase, "Die." He then brandished his demonic blade, projecting 3 shadows that aimed for the trio's necks. In this dire moment, Yang Jian's third eye on his forehead suddenly opened, its gaze following the movement of the evil lord. The evil lord's eyes met Yang Jian's third eye, momentarily startled by the uncanny sight. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. No one had ever been able to capture his figure before. Just as the demonic blade was about to slice into the trio's necks, Yang Jian's third eye seemed to come alive, unleashing 3 golden magical attacks that accurately struck the evil lord's 3 shadows, sending him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Yang Jian's third eye blazed with brilliance, instantly unlocking the surrounding space and granting the 3 a swift return to freedom. They were struck by a wave of cold sweat as they recalled the previous scene. They had narrowly escaped the sinister lord's deadly grasp. Now, for the first time, they truly beheld the malevolent figure before them, cloaked in a dark robe that obscured the upper half of his face, revealing only a wicked mouth adorned with black markings, an undeniably sinister sight. At that moment, Yang Jian plunged his 3-pronged, double-edged blade into the ground, his hands swiftly forming a mystical seal as he intoned the incantation of the infinite void seal. With his celestial eye manifesting its divine powers, he commanded, "Demons, reveal your true forms and be ensnared." Just as Neza prepared to charge forth with his fiery spear, the fallen sinister lord seized the opportunity to tear through the fabric of space and escape, vanishing in an instant. Yang Jian, with 2 fingers pressed to his temple, unleashed a beam of golden light from his celestial eye, attempting to trace the fleeing figure's path, but was thwarted by the barriers of space. He withdrew his hand and closed his eyes, relying on his third eye to sense the malevolent one's whereabouts. As it spun rapidly, keenly observing the surroundings, Yang Jian abruptly pivoted, extending his hand to forcibly extract a shadowy figure from the void. The sinister lord looked on in disbelief. Neza wasted no time, brandishing his fiery spear to sever the limbs of the dark figure, who collapsed to the ground, rendered powerless. Neza, Yang Jian, and Lei Zhenzi all aimed their weapons at the fallen adversary. Neza glared fiercely at the sinister lord, exclaiming, "You are the one who gravely injured the little dragon maiden." With that, he plunged his spear into the lord's shoulder, eliciting a pained howl. The sinister lord, with a twisted grin and raised eyebrows, mockingly challenged Neza, "Go on. Kill me." "Ha ha." Unyielding, Neza retorted with a smirk, "It won't be that easy for you to die. You will return with me to meet the Bodhisattva Guanyin." With that, he seized the collar of the sinister lord, and the 3 figures vanished, soaring at full speed towards the South Sea. Chapter 56. Awakening the little dragon maiden. Neza and his companions brought the sinister lord before Guanyin, kneeling in reverence with their hands clasped in prayer. Guanyin, with a nod of approval, acknowledged their efforts, stating, "Neza, Lei Zhenzi, Yang Jian, your united strength in capturing the malevolent lord is truly commendable." She then extracted a drop of essence from the sinister lord's brow, gradually merging it into the little dragon maiden's forehead. Neza watched with a heavy heart as Guanyin tended to the little dragon maiden, whose numerous wounds had begun to heal. Though her complexion remained pale and her lips darkened by the toxic aura of the demon blade star's curse. After the essence was absorbed, Guanyin sprinkled a few drops of celestial dew and addressed Neza. "Neza, those afflicted by the demon blade star's curse cannot be reincarnated after death, doomed to a lifetime as a demon. The toxicity is profound. This sinister lord's essence may dispel the curse, but it carries its own potent venom. Whether the little dragon maiden can survive this trial depends on your ability to awaken her will to live." Neza, filled with concern, glanced between the little dragon maiden and Guanyin, nodding in understanding. Guanyin then turned to the sinister lord, declaring, "Ethereal lord of shadows, you have committed countless atrocities, harming my disciples. Your capture by Neza and his companions is a fitting consequence. Do you confess your crimes?" The malevolent lord continued to smirk wickedly. "Since the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara has spoken thus, what can I do but acknowledge it? Blame my lack of skill." Upon hearing this, Neza tightened his grip on the fiery spear and charged forward, intent on striking him down. However, the Bodhisattva swiftly intervened. "Neza, you must not take his life. In a fit of anger, Neza retorted, "Why not kill him outright for his countless misdeeds? What purpose does it serve to spare him?" The Bodhisattva replied, "Amitba, indeed, indeed. In the past, when the Tathagata Buddha was still the guide in the Western paradise, he once meditated in the woods. An ant crawled upon him and bit him, breaking his concentration. Yet, the Buddha did not harbor resentment towards the ant. Instead, he felt remorse, thinking perhaps he had wronged the ant in a previous life, leading it to bite him in this existence. Thus, he acted with compassion, allowing the ant to descend from his hand and liberating it. If the Buddha could show such kindness to an ant that harmed him, what right do we possess to determine the fate of another? To slay for a transgression is no different from the ruthless slaughter of the innocent by the wicked. Neza, your heart is burdened with wrath. You must cultivate your understanding over time." Neza and his companions clasped their hands together, bowing in unison before the Bodhisattva, exclaiming, "We are enlightened, Master." The Bodhisattva then addressed the malevolent Lord, "I shall spare your life, and you will remain here as a guardian, protecting the South Sea for eternity." With that, the Bodhisattva extended a hand, and the malevolent Lord transformed into a black and crimson orb, floating to the entrance of the bamboo grove, embedded into the stone gate, slowly revolving. Subsequently, the Bodhisattva vanished from sight. Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian patted Neza on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Go now, awaken the Dragon Maiden. We shall await your return." Neza nodded in acknowledgement and approached the Dragon Maiden. With eyes full of tenderness and concern, Neza gazed at her and lifted her gently, carrying her to the sacred place where she often practiced, the lotus pond in the purple bamboo grove. He set her down on a large stone beside the pond, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder as he admired the blooming lotuses. "Do you remember our first encounter, Dragon Maiden? It was by the seaside when I was just 5 years old, and then we were captured by the great eagle." Memories flooded Neza's mind, recounting every moment spent together, his voice quivering with emotion. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Leaning his cheek against her forehead, he murmured, "You once said you could not bear my death, my departure. But do you know? I cannot endure your absence either. Without you, how can I persevere? How can I fulfill my destiny? You have taken root deep within my heart, and without your support, I lack the courage to move forward. I implore you, awaken and look at me." As he spoke, Neza's tears cascaded onto the Dragon Maiden's hand. He continued to gaze at the lotus pond, inhaling deeply, "Dragon Maiden, we vowed to be together through countless lifetimes. If you awaken, I promise you, I shall abandon all notions of destiny and saving the world. I only wish to be with you for eternity. Do not leave me. Do not forsake me." Neza cried out, unable to continue, as his tears fell one by one into the palm of the Dragon Maiden. As the delicate fingers of the little Dragon Maiden stirred slightly upon hearing Neza's heartfelt words, a profound desire to survive surged within her. She longed to awaken and wipe away the tears cascading down Neza's face. With great effort, the little Dragon Maiden forced her eyes open, yearning to behold Neza. Suddenly, she regained consciousness, her body trembling slightly, prompting Neza to turn his gaze toward her. However, tears continued to flow uncontrollably down his cheeks as he sobbed her name. "Little Dragon Maiden." In a feeble voice, she responded, "Neza, I have returned." Summoning every ounce of her strength, she raised her hand to caress Neza's cheek, tenderly wiping away his tears. Neza, witnessing the frailty of the little Dragon Maiden, immediately grasped her hand, feeling her weakness enveloping him with a profound sense of sorrow. He gazed at her intently as she struggled to muster a faint smile, speaking softly, "Neza, I am sorry for causing you worry again." Neza shook his head resolutely, saying, "Do not move. I know you are utterly exhausted. Allow me to lend you some strength." With that, he leaned in and kissed her. In an instant, he felt the soft, tender lips of the little Dragon Maiden, and he entwined his tongue with hers in a passionate dance. She felt as though an electric current coursed through her body, and she wrapped her arms around Neza's neck, as they shared a deep kiss by the lotus pond. Neza cradled her head with one hand while the other encircled her waist, gently pressing her against the stones. The little Dragon Maiden, devoid of any strength, surrendered to Neza's embrace, reveling in the kiss, for he was the one she cherished above all. As Neza's breaths grew heavier, he pulled away, gazing deeply into her eyes, asking, "Do you feel better now?" Shyly, the little Dragon Maiden looked at Neza and nodded. Neza assisted her to sit up, resting her head on his shoulder as they admired the lotus pond. Contemplating Neza's words, the little Dragon Maiden made a resolve: as long as she awakened, she would relinquish her destiny and any notion of saving the world. She understood Neza's obligations and could not bear to see him sacrifice his future for her. Thus, she spoke, "Neza, I am fine now. Do not worry about me. I wish to continue my cultivation in the purple bamboo forest. Promise me you will fulfill your mission and not forsake your future for me. I, too, promise to wait here for you. Wait until you complete your mission and return to marry me. Will you? Neza rose, looking at the little dragon maiden, fully comprehending her sentiments. He nodded, affirming, "Whatever you say shall be so. I will do as you wish, as long as you are alive. I ask for nothing more." With that, they exchanged a knowing smile, leaning against the serene lotus pond. Chapter 57. A new journey. After sharing tender moments by the lotus pond, Jian and Lei Zhenzi and the 5 magical treasures approached. Upon seeing the little dragon maiden awake, their faces were filled with emotion and relief. Yet, happiness is often fleeting. Jian slowly walked over to Neza and the little dragon maiden, saying, "The hour grows late. Neza, we must set forth. Only by hastening to fulfill our grand endeavor can you and the little dragon maiden enjoy a lasting reunion." Neza and the little dragon maiden rose, exchanging nods with the others. The crowd gathered at the entrance of the purple bamboo forest, patiently awaiting the arrival of the two. Neza, holding the hand of the little dragon maiden, walked reluctantly to the entrance. Casting a glance at the expectant faces, Neza turned to the little dragon maiden with a solemn expression and said, "I must take my leave." The little dragon maiden, filled with sorrow, nodded in response, covering her mouth as she fought back tears. Yet, despite her resolve, tears betrayed her, cascading down her cheeks as she pouted and said, "Neza, take care of yourself on the journey. I shall await your return." With a gentle smile, Neza wiped away her tears with one hand, cradled her head tenderly, and whispered in her ear, "Little fish dried, take good care of your health. When I return, we shall have 10 or 8 little fish dried." The little dragon maiden suddenly burst into laughter, playfully swatting Neza as she teased, "You shameless big lotus root. How annoying. Let us go?" Seeing her smile, Neza nodded and joined the others, swiftly taking to the skies. The little dragon maiden remained behind, watching until he vanished from sight before she entered the purple bamboo forest. Meanwhile, soaring over the West Sea, Neza turned to Lei Zhenzi and Jian, saying, "Please wait a moment. There is one matter I must resolve." Understanding his intent, both nodded in agreement. The trio flew directly into the dragon palace of the West Sea. Upon landing in the grand hall, they encountered Moang and Qing Yao descending the steps. The moment Qing Yao spotted Neza, she gasped and hurriedly concealed herself behind Moang. With her clandestine ally, the underworld evil sovereign, subdued by Neza and his companions, she found herself without support. Not only did her father from the North Sea abandon her, but she also had enmity with the Dragon King of the East Sea. Though Moang had personally apologized and taken all the blame, Neza, known for his fiery temper, was not easily fooled. Seeing Neza was akin to a mouse encountering a cat, Moang rushed towards Neza, grasping his arm with urgency, inquiring, "How is the dragon maiden? Is she all right? Has Guanyin Bodhisattva saved her?" Neza shot a sidelong glance at Moang, pushing him aside with his fiery spear, pointing directly at Qing Yao. Qing Yao, feeling the weight of his gaze, instinctively retreated behind Moang, clutching his arm. With trembling courage, she stammered, "What do you intend?" "Moang is here." Neza scoffed dismissively and replied, "From this moment forth, I hope you will no longer cast your eyes upon the little dragon maiden. If she loses even a single strand of hair in the future." He turned away, extending his fist towards a massive underwater rock in the distance, striking it with a forceful blow that reduced it to mere dust. He then turned back to fix his gaze on Qing Yao, continuing, "I shall ensure your fate mirrors that of this stone, reduced to nothing. You would do well to heed my words." Startled by the explosion of the rock, Qing Yao trembled, nodding vigorously, I won tea. As long as she doesn't vie for Moang, why should I trouble her?" Neza, with a disdainful posture, laughed and casually proclaimed, "Utter nonsense." Moang glanced at Qing Yao, freeing himself from her grasp, and approached Neza. He bowed deeply before the three of them and addressed Neza, saying, "Since Qing Yao has married into the West Sea, I bear an unavoidable responsibility for her recent misdeeds. From now on, I shall ensure she remains within the Dragon Palace, and I am deeply grateful for your rescue of Sister Long. I offer my sincerest apologies." Recognizing Moang's sense of accountability and recalling their past brotherhood, Neza, wishing to spare Qing Yao further hardship, replied, "I hope you will keep your word. I will take it upon myself to rescue the little dragon maiden. Henceforth, her affairs will be solely my concern. Should anyone dare to harm her, I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth." With a glare at Qing Yao, Neza departed the West Sea alongside Lei Zhenzi and Jian. As Moang watched Neza leave, he pondered that Neza was indeed the one who held the deepest affection for the little dragon maiden. possessing the unwavering ability to protect her at all times, while he lacked even the courage to strive for her. Neza, Jian, and Lei Zhenzi hastened towards Jiangzia's residence. Along the way, Neza resolved, I can no longer evade my responsibilities. I must strive diligently. Only by accomplishing my great task will I be able to remain by the little dragon maiden's side and shield her from any harm. Regardless of the obstacles that lie ahead, he vowed to exert every effort to save the world and honor the little dragon maiden. The recent experience of nearly losing her had shaken him to his core as he recalled the sight of her battered body, blood pouring from her wounds. Neza had never felt such despair. Even the prospect of the heavens collapsing could not compare to the anguish of seeing her so grievously harmed. Faced with the malevolent lord of the underworld, he had not only been outmatched, but had nearly lost his life. Had it not been for Yang Jian's celestial eye, he feared he might have condemned his brothers to a similar fate. Neza silently vowed never to allow the little dragon maiden to endure such suffering again and to shield his brothers from peril. Resolving to grow stronger, he looked at Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian and smiled, saying, Thank you both. Without your aid, I fear the little dragon maiden and I might have met our end at the hands of that malevolent lord. Rest assured, I shall strive to become more powerful so that I can protect you. Hearing Neza's words, Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi exchanged smiles, responding, We are brothers. There's no need for such formalities. From now on, we shall fight together, vanquishing evil and defending the innocent, sharing both life and death. Yang Jian looked at Neza with pride and continued, After all you have endured, you have truly matured. You are no longer the child you once were. Laughter echoed among the clouds as the three of them rejoiced. The path ahead promises to be fraught with challenges and dangers. What adversaries and adventures await Neza? Along with his 5 treasures, Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian. Thus concludes this chapter of Neza's personal adventures, paving the way for preparations leading up to the campaign against King Zhou. Will the little dragon maiden make another appearance? What further trials will Neza face? Anticipation builds for the grand assembly of forces against King Zhou. As for you, Li Jing, the wayward son, I, Li Jing, have been a loyal servant through generations. The Li family must never produce a traitor such as you. If you insist on opposing the court of Chaogu, then I shall consider you no longer my son. In the ethereal bamboo grove, a woman draped in delicate gauze, her forehead adorned with a beautiful silver floral ornament, contemplatively gazes at the lotus pond while holding a small fish-shaped jade pendant. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices interrupts her reverie. Sister Long Nu, are you thinking of Neza again? Looking down, Long Nu sees that her playful, ethereal creations resembling little lotus roots have gathered around her, some even climbing onto the stone table. Each day that passes without Neza prompts Long Nu to pluck a lotus root, infusing it with celestial energy to bestow it with sentience. Over time, the lotus pond becomes filled with these little lotus root beings. Neza, bound upon an iron rack, bears numerous iron chains piercing his body. Gritting his teeth, he asserts with piercing eyes, I do not believe in fate. Even if I must die, I shall not accept my destiny. If this is my fate, why should I not defy the heavens? With a heart-wrenching cry, he calls out, Ah, Long Nu. Long Nu summons her sword, channeling her magical essence as she declares, You shall pay with your life for harming my lotus root beings. Though she cannot grasp your hand, she feels your gentleness. Though she cannot see your face, she recalls your smile. She longs to see you, often dreaming of you, wishing to express her love. Yet she can only harbor it within her heart. Truly, she misses you dearly. Tears in her eyes, Long Nu cries out with fury, Neza, you promised me you would not leave me alone. You said you would have me wait for your return. Long Nu, we have endured countless trials of life and death together. You have persevered. Now I stand before you, and I believe you can endure. Look at me. You promised you would never abandon me. If you are determined to leave, then I shall let you go. Chapter 58. The first encounter after much circling and delay. Uncertain if our master would reproach us for our tardiness in returning from the banquet in the West Sea, Neza and his companions hastened towards the residence of Jiangzia by the banks of the Fish River Valley. As they soar through the sky, a colossal barrier of magic suddenly appears before them, formless and colorless. Unaware, Neza, Lei Zhenzi, and Yang Jian collide head-on with this obstruction. Boom. They plummet from the sky, the descent rapid enough to create friction in the air around them. Neza quickly steadies himself, shouting, Wind fire wheels. The wind fire wheels are repelled by the barrier, but, upon Neza's call, return with great speed to catch him. Neza glances at Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian, who have faced a similar fate. Lei Zhenzi performs several flips in midair before stabilizing his wings and swiftly flying towards Yang Jian, catching him just before they touch the ground. The three land in a rather disheveled state, with Neza pointing at the sky, exclaiming in frustration, "Who is this blind fool, obstructing my path?" At that moment, a short-bearded figure with a sharp visage appears nearby, the corners of his mouth twitching in amusement as he speaks. "I am Shen Gongbao. Where are you three young friends in such a hurry to go?" Neza and his companions size up this unexpected figure, and Neza, puzzled, responds, "Revered Taoist. We are merely returning to report to Master Jiangxia. Why do you impede our way?" Shen Gongbao chuckled and said, "My young friend, do not be angered. I too am a practitioner from Kunlun Mountain, and Jiangxia is my senior brother. My cultivation at the Jade Void Cave of Kunlun has spanned merely 40 years, vastly different from my own. Allow me to recount my tale slowly. I, Shen Gongbao, have mastered the 5 elements true beginning technique, capable of moving mountains and parting seas, controlling dragons and subduing tigers at will, soaring into the heavens with the grace of a crane and the power of a dragon, with purple energy ascending to great heights. I joyfully cultivate the golden lotus within the imperial palace, frolicking amidst the clouds, and have enjoyed a carefree existence for several millennia." Proudly stroking his short beard, he continued, "What prowess does Jiangxia possess? I see that the three of you are exceptional in skill. Why not follow me, Shen Gongbao, for a different fortune?" Neza, hands on his hips, disdainfully retorted, "You can boast all you want." Lei Zhenzi, with innocent admiration in his eyes, asked Shen Gongbao, "Are you truly that formidable? Are you not speaking of a genuine golden immortal?" Yang Jian scrutinized this mysterious figure, pondering why he had never encountered such an individual before. His aura was peculiar, yet it was difficult to pinpoint the source of its strangeness. Noticing Lei Zhenzi's expression, Neza promptly pulled him back, saying, "Forgive me, but my master only permits me to follow Uncle Jiangxia. We do not know you. How can we discern if you are a good or bad person?" Shen Gongbao remained unperturbed and replied, "Neza, follow me, set aside your prejudices, and pledge loyalty to King Zhou of Chaoga. I assure you, you will have a home to return to and a future of boundless potential." He then turned to Yang Jian, saying, "Yang Jian, your third eye's awakening is thanks to me. I have conferred blessings upon you. You witnessed my abilities that day, mere surface skills. Follow me, and I will ensure you become a golden immortal, a person of great renown." Then, Shen Gongbao addressed Lei Zhenzi, proclaiming, "You possess extraordinary talent by nature." Neza immediately interrupted, "Enough. I have no affinity with that King Zhou. Serving him is out of the question." Yang Jian, infuriated, exclaimed, "So it was you who ambushed us in the clouds that day. You claim to be a golden immortal, yet your demeanor is intolerable." Lei Zhenzi nodded in agreement, stating, "Let it be so. Do not speak further. We are returning to our master." Seeing the three stubbornly refuse his persuasion, Shen Gongbao scoffed, "Your ignorance of power is quite apparent." Neza tilted his head and laughed. "From your words, it seems you wish to fight. Very well. I have been flying all day and am quite fatigued." Yang Jian pointed at Shen Gongbao, declaring, "You, arrogant old Taoist, since you refuse to yield, do you intend to challenge us?" Shen Gongbao twitched his lips, replying, "I am not even inclined to engage with you. You three are not worthy of my effort." With that, he vanished from sight. Neza and the others exchanged glances. Thinking the old man must be deranged, he made threats, yet disappeared. "Is he truly letting us go?" Neza scoffed. "I thought he was formidable, but clearly, he was wise to flee from us." Just as Neza finished speaking, a purple aura began to rise from a distant mountain peak. Yang Jian, witnessing this, exclaimed with astonishment, "What he said is true. He is indeed a golden immortal. Look at the swirling purple energy, the gathering of 3 flowers atop his head, and the 5 breaths converging." Neza, praised by Yang Jian for his extraordinary prowess, and Lei Zhenzi, gazed intently at the distant mountain peak, where a radiant object was swiftly approaching them. Yang Jian squinted and declared, "This is not good. It is a magical artifact." Neza immediately commanded, "Return the artifact to its rightful place." Gripping his fiery spear in readiness for battle, Lei Zhenzi also summoned his golden staff, vigilantly watching the advancing entity. As the dazzling object drew nearer, Neza discerned its true form, a colossal orb. In the blink of an eye, the three found themselves ensconced within this immense sphere. They exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the orb's purpose. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao, lurking atop the distant mountain, smirked to himself, saying, "These three are my greatest obstacle in dealing with Jiangxia. Since they refuse to serve my purposes, it is best to eliminate them swiftly. Using the Kaition Pearl against you is a mark of my esteem. Enjoy the experience." The exterior of the Kaition Pearl crackled with electricity and flames, and from within, it exuded an increasingly ominous aura. Neza and his companions, armed with their weapons, struck the orb's surface in an attempt to break free. However, upon impact, they were rebuffed by a tremendous force, the pearl remaining unscathed as they were hurled back to their original positions. Neza exclaimed in frustration, "What manner of object is this? So bizarre?" Lei Zhenzi shook his head in confusion. Yang Jian, having observed intently, addressed Neza and Lei Zhenzi. "This appears to be the Kaitian pearl. I have only heard my master speak of it, but have never encountered it myself. Our misfortune to face such a magical artifact." Neza furrowed his brow and queried, "Is this artifact truly so formidable?" Before Yang Jian could respond, the interior of the gigantic Kaitian pearl unleashed a barrage of lightning-like attacks towards the trio. Thousands of strikes surged forth simultaneously. Neza's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the deluge of fine, thread-like lightning converging upon them. His mind felt as if it had short-circuited, overwhelmed by the density of the onslaught. Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian were shaken by the relentless strikes, and they collapsed simultaneously. Neza knelt on one knee, clutching his fiery spear, desperately preventing himself from toppling over. In that moment, their bodies seemed almost translucent, as if their very skeletal structures were visible. Neza attempted to calm his mind and devise a strategy, but the searing pain coursing through him hindered his concentration. Yang Jian lay on the ground, enduring the agony, swiftly forming a magical seal with his hands. He then brought 2 fingers together to his temple, and his celestial eye opened wide, scanning the interior of the Kaitian pearl. The magical energy unleashed by Yang Jian merged with the orb, amplifying its potency and intensifying the assault against the trio. Upon realizing this, Yang Jian ceased his scanning. In a fit of rage, Lei Zhenzi thrust his golden staff forcefully into the ground, attempting to absorb the surrounding lightning. Miraculously, the lightning was indeed drawn towards the staff, but within moments, it trembled violently, threatening to explode. The 3, enduring excruciating pain, scattered in haste. The ground erupted with a cacophony of explosive energy around the golden staff. Neza and his companions cried out in agony, never having faced such a dire predicament. With no means to contend with the orb, Neza shouted, "Wind and fire wheels." The wind-fire wheels soared as Neza unleashed a fervent assault upon the inner wall of the Kaitian pearl. Yet, scarcely had Neza mounted the wind-fire wheels when he was struck down. Undeterred, he rose repeatedly, each time resolutely pressing on with his attacks. Observing this, Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian clenched their fists, struggling to their feet to join Neza in a valiant defense against the relentless onslaught. In mere moments, however, the trio found themselves once again toppled, kneeling upon one knee in exhaustion. They were now at their wits' end, devoid of options, their magical powers nearly depleted. Grasping one another's arms, they pondered if this day would mark their demise within the Kaitian pearl. Chapter 59. The Kaitian pearl just as the dire moment approached. When the trio's magical energies were all but spent, the Kaitian pearl abruptly ceased its assault. It swiftly shrank and vanished from sight. Neza, Lei Zhenzi, and Yang Jian lay on the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. With a dazed gaze, Neza could scarcely discern the world around him. But just before succumbing to darkness, he seemed to glimpse a familiar figure, murmuring, "Master Uncle, ah? Save me." Suddenly, Neza jolted awake, his hand instinctively touching his chest as he sprang upright from his bed. Upon regaining focus, he recognized that he was in his master uncle's abode. Glancing around, he noticed Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi sprawled beside him, sleeping soundly. Seemingly still in slumber, Neza exhaled a sigh of relief, then leapt from the bed. Exiting the room, he spotted Zhang Zia stroking his beard while gazing outside the courtyard. With excitement, Neza rushed over and embraced Zhang Zia, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, I've missed you dearly. You saved us, didn't you?" Zhang Zia smiled warmly, replying, "Ah, Neza, you have awoken. Do you feel any peculiarities with your body?" Neza rolled his eyes and assessed his condition, stating, "I don't feel anything amiss. Master Uncle, did you heal our injuries? You are truly remarkable." Zhang Zia nodded with satisfaction, saying, "You all fainted for 3 days. If you hadn't awakened, I would have had no choice but to bury you." With a chuckle, Neza inquired, "Master Uncle, how did you manage to bring us back? What is the origin of that pearl? It is extraordinarily powerful." Zhang Zia paused, pondering for a moment, playfully teasing Neza's curiosity. At that moment, Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian also stirred, drawn out of their rooms by Neza's animated voice. Lei Zhenzi approached with keen interest, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, please share the details with us." The 3 of them quickly gathered around, eager to hear Zhang Zia's explanation. Zhang Zia moved to a stool and began. "The pearl is known as the Kaitian pearl. There are 2 such pearls. One has gone missing. rumored to be in the possession of the 4 sacred beasts on 9 Dragon Island, while the other belongs to my elder brother, Shen Gongbao. This pearl was forged during the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, composed of the essence of heaven and earth. Its power is boundless, enabling attacks from vast distances. Once unleashed, regardless of the profundity of one's magical prowess, it will inflict injury without fail. The trio gasped in astonishment. Neza questioned, if this treasure is so formidable, how did you manage to rescue us, Master Uncle? Jiang Zia, with a sense of pride, stroked his beard and declared, as it is my elder brother Shen Gongbao's possession. I assuredly have the means to reclaim this pearl. In a fit of anger, Neza slapped his thigh and exclaimed, since that Xing Wangbao is your senior brother, why does he urge us to follow him and refuses to use the Kaitian pearl against us? How infuriating. Yang Jian inquired whether there was a past grievance between his master and Xing Wangbao. Though they belonged to the same sect, their opinions diverged, leading to conflict with his master. Jiang Zia sighed and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Neza and the others exchanged glances, sensing that Yang Jian had hit the nail on the head. Neza immediately forced a smile and flatteringly assured Jiang Zia, Master, rest assured, we would never betray you. We shall follow you to vanquish demons and achieve great deeds. Jiang Zia, however, shook his head dismissively and remarked, today, I witnessed my senior brother wielding the Kaitian pearl against you. It seems he has already intervened in this matter. My senior brother is a formidable individual. The path ahead will likely be fraught with challenges, and it would be wise for you to steer clear of him. He is eloquent, possesses profound magical abilities, and is a master strategist with a wide circle of friends. However, there is no need for undue concern, as the Kaitian pearl, once summoned, cannot be used again for a time. Neza let out a sigh of relief, saying, that is good to hear. If I encounter that pearl again, it would spell disaster for me. Lei Zhenzi innocently asked, if Xing Wangbao possesses such a powerful artifact, surely Master must have a formidable treasure as well. Why not show it to us? Unfazed by the situation, Lei Zhenzi remained a curious child at heart. Jiang Zia smiled and extended his hands, replying, are you not my most potent treasures? Neza and the others exchanged exasperated glances. For several days, Neza, Lei Zhenzi, and Yang Jian had been diligently training alongside Jiang Zia. One night, while standing beneath the starry sky, Jiang Zia was engaged in divination when he suddenly furrowed his brow. He then entered Neza's room and called him out, where Neza was absorbed in examining a scroll. Master, Neza inquired, why did you call me out? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zia replied, Neza, you should return to Chintang Pass tomorrow. I have just performed calculations, and it seems your father may be in some trouble. You must go and assist him. Upon hearing Jiang Zia's words, Neza's expression turned anxious and urgent as he immediately questioned, Master, what has happened to my father? I haven't been home for so long. Has anything happened to him? Jiang Zia shook his head and continued, you will find out when you arrive, but I must warn you. This journey may be fraught with great danger. Yet, as it involves your father, I have no choice but to send you. Alas, Neza, wholly absorbed in concern for his father's safety, declared, Master, he is my father. No matter how perilous it may be, I must go to rescue him. I shall set off for Chintang Pass tomorrow. Jiang Zia cautioned him, Neza, remember to be cautious on your journey and do not act recklessly. I shall await your return. The following morning, Neza bid farewell to his master, Lei Zhenzi, and Yang Jian, embarking alone on his journey back to Chintang Pass. Lei Zhenzi, with concern, asked, Master, are you truly not allowing us to accompany Neza? Did you not say he would encounter danger this time? Jiang Zia shook his head and remarked, Neza's journey may lead to his own destiny. You all have your own matters to attend to. Should Neza encounter peril, I shall dispatch you for his rescue. In a few days, a noble individual will arrive. You need only wait in peace. In Chintang Pass, Yuhan addressed Li Jing, saying, you cannot blame me this time. It is all the doing of your beloved son. Alas, the king has decreed that as long as Neza remains unpunished, you shall remain imprisoned. Li Jing coldly retorted, my son Neza is no traitor. The Li family has served loyally for generations, and my son would never rebel. It is you who, taking advantage of my son's absence, have maliciously slandered him before the king. Yuhan, uninterested in further discourse, commanded, take him away. Several soldiers seized Li Jing and led him into the dungeon. As Li Jing gazed at the prison from outside, he sighed and murmured, Neza, though others may not believe in you, your father does. I have faith that you would never oppose the king. It is the treacherous Yuhan who spreads these lies to harm me. Neza, I regret not being able to protect you, allowing you to bear the stigma of a traitor. On his way to Chintang Pass, Neza heard tales of King Zhou's tyranny and learned that since Su Daji entered the palace, the king had undergone a drastic transformation, cruelly persecuting many loyal subjects. Even the Duke of Shibua had been imprisoned, and his eldest son was en route to Chaoga to rescue him. Along the journey, he witnessed the plight of the common folk, suffering under the oppression of officials, while the king sought rare treasures to appease the new concubine, Daji. Many loyal ministers had been imprisoned for their counsel, and upon hearing all this, Neza's disdain and fury towards King Zhou grew, especially as his own father had been incarcerated. A fierce desire to charge into Chaoga and slay the tyrant welled within him. One day, upon arriving at the Lei residence, Neza shouted, "Mother, Aunt Yang, I have returned." "How is father?" As he entered, a battalion of soldiers surrounded him. He soon saw his mother and Aunt Yang trapped in the hall, unable to approach him due to the soldiers' blockade. Enraged, Neza clenched his fists, glaring at the soldiers around him. At that moment, Johannes' mocking voice echoed, "Ah, Neza has returned. It seems capturing your father was effective, for now we have you." Lady Li cried out, "Neza, run. Don't worry about us." Neza furrowed his brows, glaring at Johann with hatred, and declared, "You scoundrel, release my parents, or I shall kill you." Johann scoffed, "Kill me? Your parents are in my grasp. Go ahead and try. Furthermore, this predicament is of your own making. You have no one to blame but yourself. Who instructed you to oppose us during the battle in Jizhou, slaying so many of our soldiers? I have reported every single one of your misdeeds to the king. As a traitor, the king has decreed that you shall be dealt with immediately." Neza tightened his fists and shouted, "That was my doing alone, and I shall bear the consequences. Release my parents. If that foolish king has the courage, let him come for my life. I await him here." Johann immediately rebuked. "Impudent. A traitor dares to insult the king. Your punishment shall be even greater. Neza, do not think you are invincible. I assure you, Chaoga is filled with capable individuals. Prepare to see your head roll. Bring the young Neza here, bind him, and deliver him to the court of Chaoga to await the king's decree." As Neza contemplated resistance, Johann immediately exchanged a knowing glance with the guards beside Lady Li, prompting them to draw their swords and press them against her throat. Upon witnessing this, Neza's expression shifted to one of deep concern for his mother, leading him to unclench his fists and relinquish his defiance. Satisfied with the outcome, Johann swaggered out of the Lei residence, bellowing, "What are you waiting for? Take Neza away." Without a moment's delay, he escorted Neza back to Chaoga. In the prison, Li Jing was at a loss when suddenly several guards arrived, unlocking his cell and declaring, "Li Jing, you are free to go." In disbelief, Li Jing gazed at the guards, stammering, I can leave?" He then exclaimed with excitement, "Has the king uncovered the truth? My son is not a traitor. So I am released?" The lead guard scoffed derisively, "You are mistaken. Your son has surrendered, and thus you are set free." Upon hearing this, Li Jing's legs buckled against the cell wall as he cried out, "What? How can this be? My son is no traitor. I demand to see the king. I must see the king." The guards, uninterested in his pleas, dragged him from the prison. Li Jing raced home, only to find Lady Li and Aunt Yang collapsed on the floor, weeping. He hurried to support his wife, asking, "Where is Neza? My dear, where is Neza?" Lady Li, tearfully beseeching him, replied, "Husband, save Neza. He has been taken. Rescue our son." Crumpling to the ground, Li Jing shouted, "Bring me a horse. I must go to Chaoga to see the king." In Chaoga, Johann hastened on horseback, delivering Neza to the palace, where he arrived, breathless, beside Emperor Exine. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Your Majesty, Neza has been captured and awaits your judgment in the Great Hall." Emperor Exine, upon hearing this, erupted in joyous laughter, pulling the enchanting Daji closer, exclaiming, "My dear, the traitor has been caught. Tell me, how shall we execute him?" Daji, with a seductive charm, inquired, "Who, my king?" Emperor Exine jubilantly commanded, "Summon Neza." At the mere mention of Neza's name, Daji felt a pang of hatred mixed with heartache. After all, the memories and emotions of the nine-tailed fox spirit she embodied often surged to the forefront of her mind. Hearing Neza's name, the feeling she had for him flooded back with overwhelming intensity. Moments later, soldiers escorted a defiant young man into the grand hall, his demeanor radiating an unyielding spirit and fearless resolve. Upon entering, Neza tilted his head disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Emperor Exine. Johann, taken aback by Neza's insolence, barked, "What audacity! He dares not kneel before the king. Soldiers, force him to the ground." Despite the guards' relentless attempts to subdue him, Neza remained steadfast, unmoving against their efforts. Eventually, the soldiers, at a loss, stood beside him with bowed heads. Emperor Exine waved his hand, observing Neza with a mix of amusement and intrigue. Signaling the guards to withdraw, he He then addressed Neza. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Neza chuckled and remarked, I only do what I believe is right. What crime is there in that? Xin, observing Neza, retracted his mocking demeanor and continued, what you deem to be right. What exactly do you refer to? Neza replied, for instance, punishing the wicked and eradicating evil, such as slaying treacherous ministers. Furthermore, Neza gazed pointedly at Xin and continued, killing tyrannical rulers to uphold justice. Xin picked up a fruit knife from the table, playing with it, and inquired, do you believe I am a tyrant? Neza laughed and responded, the answer is well known across the realm. Why ask when you already know? Xin, discarding the fruit knife and slamming his hand on the table, pointed at Neza, exclaiming, you possess an audacious spirit to defy me and insinuate that I am a tyrant. Neza, continuing to scoff, retorted, I did not say it. You have admitted it yourself. It seems you are aware of your own predicament. Just as Xin was about to erupt in anger, Daji intervened, interrupting him. Oh, my king, do not let yourself be angered by a mere child. It would be detrimental to your health. This boy is clearly unaware of his place. I propose we imprison him for now. Since he is so defiant, why not take your time in taming him, then dispose of him? It would be far more entertaining than simply executing him. Neza turned to Daji, perplexed, when he had encountered her at the Ji Prefecture Marquis's residence. She had not been like this. Truly, one must reconsider after 3 days apart. How had she transformed into such an enchanting figure? Could it be that the common folk spoke the truth? Was the fable of the Taoist, as recounted by the Marquis of Ji, indeed real? At this moment, Daji also regarded Neza with a peculiar expression, her demeanor occasionally betraying a sense of shame as she averted her gaze from him, seemingly reluctant for him to look upon her. Chapter 61. Neza returns to prison upon hearing Daji's words. Xin immediately transformed his anger into amusement, proclaiming, ah, my beloved, your insight is commendable. As you suggest, killing him outright is far too mundane. This audacious lad ought to endure some hardship before his demise. He then averted his gaze from Neza, embracing Daji and lifting her chin, saying, take him away and keep a close watch on him. Ensure he does not escape again. The guards escorted Neza back to the prison, to the same cell as before, though now surrounded by a greater number of prisoners. Upon entering, Neza casually reclined on the cot, crossing his legs nonchalantly, and remarked, ah, back again. He then contemplated devising a plan to escape in a few days, intending to take his father and mother with him to seek out his master. He had no desire to remain under the control of this tyrant. Indeed, it is settled. In the Xianqing Hall, Li Jing was kneeling before the throne, pleading, my king, my son Neza is certainly no traitor. He must be the victim of some nefarious intrigues. Our family has served loyally for generations. We would never dare to rebel. I implore you to see the truth. Xin, disinterested in Li Jing's protests, impatiently replied, I have already investigated this matter. Moreover, your son Neza has openly confessed and brazenly declared his intent to kill me. If you do not believe me, go and question him in the prison yourself. I am busy with state affairs. Do not trouble me further. My king, Li Jing began, but Xin interrupted, commanding, bring Li Jing to the prison for a confrontation with Neza. Subsequently, Li Jing followed the guards to the prison. Upon hearing the commotion, Neza glanced towards the cell door and was suddenly thrilled to see Li Jing approaching. He immediately sprang to his feet and exclaimed, Father, Father, I'm here. Upon hearing Neza's voice, Li Jing hurried to the entrance of Neza's cell. He surveyed the surrounding guards, who, after a brief glance, retrieved a key and unlocked the door, permitting Li Jing to enter and converse with Neza. With excitement, Neza inquired, Father, are you all right? Did they trouble you? Li Jing shook his head and replied anxiously, no. They said that after your surrender, I would be released without charges. Neza beamed and said, that is wonderful. Father, what brings you here? Did you come to see me? I am fine, truly. Li Jing placed both hands on Neza's shoulders and solemnly asked, Neza, tell me, have you rebelled? During the battle in Jizhou, did you oppose King Wuqing? Furthermore, is it true that the king claims you wish to kill him? Neza, dismissively shrugging off Li Jing's hands, retorted, yes, I said that. That tyrant has caused the people to suffer and has wronged loyal subjects. During the battle in Jizhou, I went to save lives. I rescued the Marquis of Jizhou and prevented the massacre of the entire city. Father, I did a good deed. That tyrant deserves his fate. Hearing Neza's words, Li Jing's fists clenched tightly, his body trembling with anger. Neza, oblivious to the change in Li Jing's expression, continued, do you remember? Last time, he sought to kill me simply because of a dream he had. If he is not a tyrant, who is? I am merely acting in accordance with heaven's will, doing what is right. In a sudden fit of rage, Li Jing struck Neza, leaving him momentarily stunned, clutching his face as he looked at Li Jing. Trembling, Li Jing exclaimed, "I warned you last time. I can tolerate your recklessness, but I will not permit you to err on matters of loyalty to family and country. The king is the sovereign of the realm. Under heaven, all lands belong to him. For 800 years, the kingdom has been preserved through the arduous efforts of loyal ministers and valiant generals. You ought to be loyal to the state, not rebel against it, plotting treason, while claiming to act on behalf of heaven. It is not for you to judge the king's virtue. Our duty as loyal subjects is to assist him and offer sage counsel. Instead, you have chosen to confront our soldiers in Chang'e. What have you learned while being out here?" Neza listened, incredulous at Li Jing's words, and then replied, "Father, if he were a wise ruler, I would surely assist him. If he were a wise ruler, would he abduct commoners and force rebellion? If you remain loyal to such a king, then you are a fool for loyalty." Li Jing, shaking with rage, declared, "Neza, how have I raised you? How did you become this way? I always believed it was their instigation. I had faith that my son, Li Jing, would never be a traitor or a rebel. It appears I was gravely mistaken." Neza took a deep breath, wishing to cease the quarrel with Li Jing, and patiently stated, "Father, Master Zhang Zia has informed me that soon, a figure embodying the great righteousness of the world will emerge. This individual shall be a wise ruler, and together we shall assist him in overthrowing Chang'e. It is not worth our loyalty to serve this foolish monarch any longer." Upon hearing such rebellious words from Neza, Li Jing was incensed, pointing at him and exclaiming, You ungrateful child. I, Li Jing, have been loyal for generations. The Li family cannot produce a traitorous wretch like you. If you persist in opposing Chang'e, then I shall consider you no son of mine." With that, he huffed heavily and swept out of the prison cell. Neza, leaning against the cell door, called out, "Father." He could hardly fathom his father's obstinacy, utterly disregarding his counsel and clinging to his foolish loyalty. What was he to do? He could no longer leave the prison freely to rescue his parents. Li Jing would not heed his advice and would never betray Chang'e. If he rashly departed, his father and mother, along with the Li family, would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As these thoughts plagued him, Neza scratched his head in frustration. "No, I cannot simply leave like this, yet I cannot court death again. I must devise a plan. The king has not decreed my immediate execution, so I have time to strategize. Surely, there is a way." The next day, in the Xiangqing Hall, a guard reported, "Your Majesty, what is it? Do you not see that I and my beloved consort are busy enjoying the performances?" The guard lowered his head and replied, "Your Majesty, Master Wen has transmitted a message, announcing his imminent return to court." Upon hearing this, Xian dropped the grapes from his hand, panic overtaking him. "You say? When will he return?" The guard raised his head and answered, "He will return shortly." Xian, as if struck by a heavy blow, collapsed onto the dragon throne and waved his hand, dismissing the guard. Seeing this, Daji queried in confusion, "Your Majesty, who is this Master Wen? Why are you so frightened?" "He is merely a grand master, after all, and does not surpass your authority." Xian immediately poured himself a cup of wine and said, "My dear, for the next few days, we shall refrain from meeting. After some time, I will seek you out when I am free." Daji, alluringly wrapping her arms around Xian's neck, protested, "Oh, but why, Your Majesty? What do you fear from him?" Xian released Daji's embrace, explaining, "My dear, you do not understand. Master Wen is the regent entrusted by my father, a pillar of the nation, with a special status and remarkable skills in the arts. He is akin to half of our Chang'e's strength. Do you grasp my meaning? Hence, we should avoid each other for now. I must hasten to the Longda Hall to review the memorials, as I have neglected them for far too long." Having said this, Xian hurriedly exited the Xiangqing Hall. Daji watched him depart, her expression one of disdain, letting out a cold huff. Chapter 62, The Whipping Punishment in the Chang'e Prison. The following day, Neza was contemplating strategies while hanging onto a straw. Suddenly, Yuhan arrived with a group of people at Neza's cell. Neza cast a glance and chose to ignore them. Yuhan signaled the guards to open the prison door. Neza chuckled and remarked, "Ah, I see you've come to your senses and are afraid of me. Are you here to release me?" Yuhan, awkwardly twisting and speaking in a sarcastic tone, replied, "You think too highly of yourself. The king is concerned you might be bored, so he specifically instructed me to arrange some entertainment for you. Bring Neza out." Subsequently, several guards escorted Neza to the place where prisoners were punished, binding him to a cross. Neza, with his mind racing, thought, "With the protection of the 9-dragon divine fire shield, these trifling human devices are merely a tickle to me." He then snorted disdainfully, curious to see what the old eunuch would concoct. Yu Huan, filled with self-satisfaction, stepped in front of Neza and declared, The king has decreed that since you are so defiant, you shall receive 100 lashes every day until you submit. Neza rolled his eyes and said, "What do you take me for? Hurry up, I still have to catch some sleep." Yu Huan, his eyes twitching with anger, retorted, "We'll see how arrogant you are in a moment." With that, he signaled the guards to commence the punishment. The guards began to whip Neza, but the 9-dragon divine fire shield slowly emanated its power, absorbing the blows. Neza glanced up and down, observing the guards as he asked, "Are you tired? Your arms must be sore by now." Yu Huan, infuriated by Neza's nonchalance, pointed his delicate finger at him and shouted, "Put some effort into it. Strike harder." The guards then exerted all their strength in whipping Neza, yet he maintained an expressionless demeanor. Observing Neza closely, Yu Huan realized that Neza seemed completely unscathed. Despite the numerous heavy lashes, there was not a mark on him. Suddenly enlightened, he commanded, "Stop." Neza sneered, "Are you tired now? Need a break?" Yu Huan, with a wicked smile, ordered, "Remove the magical artifacts from Neza." Neza's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" "Don't touch me," Yu Huan replied. "I almost forgot you possess many magical treasures. No wonder you remain unfazed. You must be relying on these artifacts." Sensing the external force, Neza's treasures flashed with golden light, repelling the surrounding guards. Yu Huan, in a fit of rage, pointed at Neza and warned, "Neza, you better obediently remove your treasures for the punishment. Don't forget, your father is still in Chaoga, and your mother is under my control." Neza glared at Yu Huan and angrily shouted, "You old eunuch, if you harm my parents, I will kill you." Yu Huan mockingly retorted, "Whether your parents are safe depends on your behavior." Neza then shouted loudly, "Treasures, disperse." The 5 magical artifacts instantly scattered and vanished. "Are you satisfied now?" Neza challenged. Yu Huan waved his hand, signaling the guards to continue the whipping. Soon, a searing pain coursed through Neza's body. Although he had cultivated celestial arts, making his physical form stronger than that of ordinary humans, he could endure the blows, but not the pain. Each lash struck his flesh with undeniable force. Neza bore the punishment in silence, sweat beading on his forehead. After a moment, the whipping ceased, and Neza released his clenched teeth, exhaling a breath of relief. Upon seeing Neza, Yu Huan nodded in satisfaction and instructed to bring Neza back to the prison. "Let us depart." Upon returning to his cell, Neza examined his wounds, each marked by streaks of blood mingled with his own sweat, causing him to grimace in pain. Subsequently, each day, Yu Huan would arrive at the prison accompanied by others, administering 100 lashes to Neza daily. Afterward, he would inquire whether Neza submitted. Neza would retort with the same defiance, "I submit to your grandfather." In Longda Hall, Master One, clad in resplendent iron armor, strode in with a commanding presence and bowed to Emperor Xian. "I, Wenzhong, pay my respects to your majesty." The emperor immediately rose from his dragon throne, rushing down to assist Master One, saying, "Your Excellency, your arduous efforts have not gone unnoticed. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you. Please, allow me to lead you there." He gestured graciously. Master One then guided 3 valiant generals behind him to the side hall. Once seated, he addressed Emperor Xian, "Your Majesty, have you been diligent in attending morning court recently? It is imperative to review memorials promptly." The emperor replied eagerly, "Indeed, I have been industrious, perusing memorials late into the night. I remain ever mindful of your counsel." "My lord," Master One stroked his beard and inquired, "Oh, yet I have heard whispers that you have been preoccupied with courtesans, neglecting state affairs. Is it not true that many capable officials languish unjustly in prison?" The emperor, slightly flustered, wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, "Your Excellency, you worry unnecessarily. These are mere rumors. I assure you, I attend court daily, diligently reviewing memorials and striving for the welfare of the people. I have scarcely visited the inner palace of late. You may inquire with them." He gestured toward Yu Huan and the others. They all nodded in affirmation. Being the emperor, Master Wen deemed it prudent not to be overly critical, choosing instead to turn a blind eye. He then pointed to the 3 capable generals, saying, "These 3 are my esteemed warriors, distinguished within the Chan sect. They accompany me to alleviate your burdens and enrich our court." The emperor nodded in approval. Meanwhile, in the prison of Chao Go, Neza had just finished enduring his punishment and was preparing to lie down when several guards arrived, opening his cell. "Li Neza, come forth. We are to escort you." Neza, irritated and touching his wounds, protested, "Didn't I just endure a beating? Why again? The Empress Daji wishes to see you for questioning." "Hurry," the guards insisted. Thus, Neza was escorted to Daji's palace. Upon arrival, he found the chamber empty and chose a spot to sit, wincing at his injuries. Suddenly, Daji called from behind, "Neza." He turned immediately, asking, "What do you need me for?" After speaking, he returned to his seated position. Seeing Neza's discomfort, Daji approached with a medicine bottle, saying, "Let me examine your wounds." Neza shrugged off her hand, replying, "It's nothing serious. Just tell me what you want." Daji lowered her gaze and said, "Neza, do you hold me in contempt because of my current state?" Upon witnessing the sorrowful countenance of Daji, Neza was reminded that she too was once a pitiable soul, forced into the palace. He clarified, "No, it is not that. I merely heard that you have been manipulating the king to harm loyal subjects, and I was somewhat astonished." After speaking, he winced, touching his wound. Daji immediately shed tears. Gazing at Neza as she lamented, "Neza, do you too believe their words? I am but a frail woman, and all the dirt is cast upon me. I am powerless to refute it, and can only serve as a shield for the king. What capability do I possess to defend myself?" Neza, upon hearing Daji's words, found some merit in her argument. The tyrannical King Zhou was indeed a formidable foe, and how could a weak woman like her contend with him? Perhaps her actions were merely a means of survival. After all, during his time at the Jizhou Marquis' residence, Daji had not left a negative impression. Subsequently, Neza accepted the medicine vial from Daji's hand, stating, "That is not my intention. It is not easy for you as a woman. However, I am currently beset by numerous troubles and cannot take you with me." Upon hearing this, Daji smiled reassuringly, saying, "Neza, I am unperturbed. For the next few days, the king is preoccupied with Wenzhong and dares not approach the harem. You may stay here with me. I will tend to your wounds. Rest assured, I will find a way to save you." Neza turned his head away, exclaiming, "If I wished to escape, I would have long since done so. Who could possibly stop me? However, if I flee, my parents will inevitably face repercussions." As Neza expressed his frustrations, he suddenly felt delicate arms encircle him. He immediately withdrew, standing upright and turning to face Daji in astonishment, asking, "What are you doing?" With tears in her eyes, Daji replied, "Neza, ever since we parted, I have missed you dearly, thinking of you every day. Now that I finally see you, here, apart from the king, I hold the greatest power. Why not remain with me? I can protect your life and ensure the safety of the Li family." Neza gaped in disbelief at Daji, pondering how, after such a brief separation, she seemed like an entirely different person. This was not the Daji he once knew. Indeed, the nine-tailed fox spirit had taken residence within Daji. While she still retained memories from her past life, the essence of the fox spirit twisted her nature, transforming her from the original Su Daji. Neza remained silent, scrutinizing the figure of Su Daji before him. Seeing Neza's silence, Daji lunged toward him again. Neza quickly retreated a few steps, saying, "Do not come any closer." He thought to himself, something is amiss. Her aura is overwhelmingly demonic. She cannot be the true Su Daji. Neza then stepped forward, grasping Su Daji's wrist, his gaze piercing as he demanded, "You are not Su Daji. Who are you really? Where's the true Su Daji?" Su Daji appeared to ignore Neza's words, simply gazing intently at his weary yet handsome face. She tilted her lips toward him and leaned in closer. Neza swiftly dodged, pushing her away and sharply inquiring, "Speak. Where have you taken the real Su Daji? You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. Your aura is heavily tainted with demonic energy." Chapter 63. The exquisite pagoda. The nine-tailed fox demon flicked her sleeve, revealing her alluring shoulder, and seductively proclaimed, "What of it? Su Daji has long perished on her way to Chaoga. I merely inhabit her body. Should you choose to align with me, I shall ensure your future is resplendent. Truly, I am fond of you." Neza glared fiercely at Su Daji, accusingly stating, "It is you who caused her demise." With that, Neza summoned his powers and struck towards Su Daji. In a flash of green light in her eyes, Su Daji evaded his attack and taunted, "Li Neza, I desire you. Yet you remain so ungrateful. I shall ask you once more, will you join me or not?" Neza disdainfully retorted, "I refuse. The thought of yielding to a vile creature like you is repulsive." Su Daji's demeanor shifted dramatically as she replied, "Very well, Li Neza. Do not come to regret this." With that, she turned and alluringly reclined upon the steps, tearing her garments with a wicked smile, exclaiming, "Help. Neza has escaped. Save me, he seeks to kill me." Furious, Neza pointed at Su Daji, exclaiming, "You shameless demon, how dare you betray me?" No sooner had he spoken than several guards rushed into Su Daji's chamber, weapons drawn. Facing Neza, realizing the futility of his situation, Neza clenched his fists and addressed the guards. "You fail to recognize the true villain and instead choose to slander me. Today, I, Neza, shall rebel." With a loud declaration, he crossed his arms and commanded, "Return to me, my treasures." The 5 magical artifacts swiftly returned to his possession as Neza mounted his wind-fire wheels and soared out of Su Daji's palace. At that moment, King Zhou arrived at the scene, gazing at Neza suspended in the air, and anxiously inquired of Su Daji, "My beloved concubine, are you unharmed? Bring me that traitor." Summon Grandmaster Wan and King Wu Cheng. Emperor Xian tenderly supported Su Daji, wiping her tears as he comforted her. "Fear not, my love. I am here, and all shall be well. I shall flay him alive to avenge you." Clad in golden red armor, with his long celestial silk billowing behind him, Neza tightened his grip on the fire-pointed spear and addressed the assembly. "You unjustly accuse the innocent. Should you fall victim to demons in the future, it will be your own doing." He then pointed the spear at Emperor Xian, vowing, "Foolish monarch, I, Neza, swear that I shall one day overthrow your tyrannical reign and slay your demon queen." Enraged by Neza's words, Emperor Xian bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Bring me Neza's head." As his command echoed, Wen Zhong descended on a black qilin, wielding dual whips, declaring, "Ignorant child, cease your arrogance. You treasonous wretch. Come and meet your end." Accompanying Wen Zhong were King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu, and 3 formidable generals, encircling Neza. Observing the growing number of adversaries, Neza felt the encroaching threat as Li Jing appeared, looking up at Neza and shouting, "Rebel, come down and bow to the king, confess your sins, and descend at once." Neza cried out, "Father, they have wronged me. It was that demonist Daji who deceived me." Before he could finish, Li Jing, filled with rage, interrupted, "Enough. Neza, do you still not repent? Do you not find that the havoc you have wreaked is already substantial enough? Should you descend now and bow your head in contrition, I might still plead for leniency from the king on your behalf, considering our father-son bond. However, if you remain obstinate and refuse to see reason, do not blame me for disregarding our relationship and seizing you myself." Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Neza felt a chill run through him, his eyes brimming with tears as he spoke. "Father, in order to avoid implicating you and mother, I endured humiliation without a thought of leaving. Yet now, when I proclaim my innocence, you do not believe me. You would willingly send me to my death for this foolish monarch. Father, you have disappointed me gravely. I have come to realize that submission only exacerbates the problem. Today, I shall break free from this place. If you still regard me as your son, do not interfere. I wish not for our father-son bond to culminate in violence." Li Jing gritted his teeth, muttering the words, "Ungrateful child." Subsequently, Neza brandished his fiery spear and engaged in combat with the 5 individuals surrounding him. These 5 proved to be formidable opponents, matching Neza blow for blow in the air for several hundred exchanges without yielding. Wen Zhong and Huang Feihu retreated a few meters, altering their stances to unleash magical attacks, as Neza contended with them in an aerial duel. Seeing this, Xian furiously rebuked Li Jing, saying, "Look at the rebellious son you have raised. He openly defies authority. You, Li Jing, who pride yourself on being a loyal minister for generations, cannot even bring yourself to uphold righteousness against your kin. What then do you have to say about being a loyal minister?" Li Jing lowered his head, a tear escaping his eye, before slowly drawing his blade and launching it towards Neza. Gazing at Li Jing, Neza's mouth gradually opened as he softly uttered, "Father, you, Li Jing, are no longer my son." Though his voice was faint, Neza heard every word clearly. Tears fell from Neza's eyes. He did not withdraw his powers to evade Li Jing's strike, and the blade pierced his chest. Li Jing widened his eyes, utterly astonished that Neza did not dodge, exclaiming his name in shock. Neza, stepping back a few meters on his windfire wheel to steady himself, spat out blood and declared, "Since you do not cherish our bond, when we meet again, I shall show no mercy." His disappointment in Li Jing had transformed into despair, and the pain in his heart now surpassed the agony of the blade. With that, he turned and soared away on his windfire wheel towards the palace's outskirts. Wen Zhong, Huang Feihu, and the others mounted their steeds and swiftly pursued him, while Li Jing exerted himself to follow closely behind. Neza descended into a grove outside the palace, leaning against a large tree, wiping away his tears and spitting out more blood. Suddenly, he heard Li Jing's voice behind him. "Neza, do not err further. Return with me and bow in repentance." Li Jing stood behind Neza, asserting his authority. Neza wiped the blood from his lips and laughed maniacally. "What sin have I committed? My only error was in returning." Li Jing, pointing at Neza in anger, replied, "I have given you chance after chance, yet you remain unrepentant. Do you not understand that when Taisher possesses profound magical abilities, and with the aid of the martial king Huang Feihu, escape is impossible?" Neza tightened his grip on the fiery spear, aiming it at Li Jing as he retorted, "Then let us see." Li Jing tightened his grip on the blade, stating resolutely, "Neza, I would rather slay you with my own hands than allow you to continue as a rebellious traitor." Neza was utterly despondent, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he proclaimed, "Do not blame me then." With that, he swiftly appeared beside Li Jing, poised to strike him with his fiery spear, only to find that Li Jing had vanished before him. Momentarily bewildered, Neza scanned his surroundings and muttered to himself, "It is perhaps for the best that he is no longer in sight. It spares us the tragedy of father and son turning against each other." Just as Neza was about to turn away, several figures descended from above, prompting him to retreat a few steps, his gaze filled with animosity towards them. Huang Feihu, riding a 5-colored ox, declared, "Neza, surrender. You shall not escape today." In the Zizhu forest, Li Jing opened his eyes to behold the Bodhisattva Guanyin. He immediately dropped the ice blade in his hand, kneeling in reverence. "I pay my respects to the Bodhisattva." Guanyin responded, "Li Tianwang, there is no need for such formalities." Yet Li Jing merely raised his hands in prayer, gazing at the Bodhisattva without rising. Guanyin continued, "Umitba, well done, well done." Neza acts impulsively, yet he is not fundamentally in the wrong. "I cannot bear to see you two harm one another and jeopardize Neza's future. Though you may not yet see the full picture, the time has not come. You are a loyal minister and a capable general, destined for great deeds. To prevent Neza from acting recklessly against you again, I shall bestow upon you a magical artifact, specifically designed to subdue him." With that, Guanyin extended her hand, revealing the exquisite pagoda, which gently floated before Li Jing. Upon seeing this, Li Jing hastily received the pagoda with both hands. Guanyin elaborated, "This pagoda was crafted by Neza on the island of no return, absorbing the immense goodwill of the world. Anyone with murderous intent or heavy malice shall be drawn in by this pagoda, compelled to submit and refrain from folly. Come closer, I shall impart the incantation to you." Li Jing approached, leaning in to listen intently as the Bodhisattva shared the spell. Subsequently, he expressed his profound gratitude for the bestowed treasure. Guanyin instructed, "Now go. Do not take Neza's life." Li Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld Neza engaged in a fierce battle with Wen Taisher and others. Despite sustaining injuries, Neza was undeterred. Wen Taisher recited an incantation, and suddenly, a fissure opened on his forehead, revealing a single eye that shot forth golden light towards Neza. Observing this, Neza thought, "How does this old man possess a heavenly eye as well? This is troublesome." He promptly activated his wind-fire wheel, darting through the trees to evade Wen Zhong's attack. In midair, Neza spun rapidly with the wind-fire wheel, his speed astonishing. The fiery spear blazed as it lunged toward Wen Zhong, who raised his dual whips to defend. The clash of their weapons ignited sparks, and Neza executed a swift maneuver, kicking Wen Zhong from the air. Immediately, he dashed towards Huang Feihu, sweeping past him with the wind-fire wheel, sending Huang Feihu flying. Neza then shouted, "Qian Kuan Circle." As the Qian Kuan Circle swiftly soared forth, transforming into dozens of rings, it rapidly struck the three opponents. Unable to withstand such an onslaught, they were all knocked down. With a stylish turn, Neza remounted the wind-fire wheel, the Qian Kuan Circle returning to his chest. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at the fallen adversaries and remarked, "Is that all there is to it?" Wen Zhong rose from the ground, and upon seeing Li Jing holding the exquisite pagoda, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He urged Li Jing, "Why do you not take action to reclaim this child? Are you willing to allow him to persist in his rebellion?" Hearing Wen Taisher's words, Li Jing closed his eyes and recited, "Life is born, grievances dissipate. May life continue endlessly. The great path is boundless. Heaven and earth do not abandon. Exquisite pagoda, open." Neza gazed at the pagoda in Li Jing's hand, feeling a strange familiarity. Before he could ponder further, the pagoda suddenly expanded to a height of over 10 meters, enveloping Neza beneath it. Sensing the imminent danger, Neza promptly activated his wind-fire wheels to escape. However, the golden light from the base of the exquisite pagoda completely enveloped him, and the overwhelming pull rendered Neza unable to flee. In an instant, the beam of light from the base vanished, and Neza was drawn into the pagoda. Chapter 64. I do not accept fate. Once inside the pagoda, Neza surveyed his surroundings. Finding them eerily familiar, he glanced at the 4 characters inscribed within, "Exquisite Pagoda." A self-deprecating smile crept across Neza's face as he mused, "How ironic. I once created this pagoda on Wujian Island, yet now it is used against me. Truly, fate is capricious." With that, Neza gripped his fire-tipped spear and began launching attacks against the walls of the pagoda. After capturing Neza, the pagoda immediately shrank back into Li Jing's hand, who stared at it, his heart heavy with sorrow. Wen Zhong and the others exchanged relieved smiles before leading Li Jing into the palace to meet the king. Upon their arrival at the Grand Hall to pay their respects to Emperor Xian, Wen Zhong proclaimed, "Your Majesty, Li Jing has acted with righteousness and has personally captured the rebel Neza, who is now imprisoned within this exquisite pagoda." Li Jing remained lost in thought. Gazing at the pagoda, suddenly, it began to shake, accompanied by the sound of metal clanging from within. Wen Zhong and the others instantly changed expressions, gathering around the pagoda. Emperor Xian, too, fixed his gaze on the exquisite pagoda, not daring to breathe. Moments later, the pagoda stabilized and the metallic sound ceased, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Neza's face appeared at a small window of the pagoda, shouting, "You foolish monarch and your old, slippery advisors. If you dare, release me and let us battle openly for 300 rounds. I shall make you regret your decision." Emperor Xian, somewhat intimidated, pointed at the pagoda and looked to Wen Zhong. Wen Zhong quickly reassured him, "Your Majesty, do not worry. Li Neza cannot escape." At that moment, a voice called from outside the hall, "The National Master, Shen Gongbao, requests an audience." Emperor Xian waved his hand, ordering, "Let him enter." Shen Gongbao strode confidently into the hall and declared, "Your Majesty, this Neza is cunning and treacherous, with profound magical powers. We must remain vigilant." Wen Zhong scrutinized the entering Taoist with a look of disdain and replied, "What insightful advice do you offer?" Shen Gongbao shrugged with a smile, stroking his mustache. "Simply allow Li Jing to place the pagoda in an open area, open the door, and send someone inside to secure Neza. I possess an item known as the soul-locking scepter that will ensure Neza cannot escape." He then produced a scepter, about the width of a finger and half the length of his arm. Emperor Xian nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "This plan is excellent, indeed. Li Jing has acted with righteousness and captured the rebel. As long as Neza remains imprisoned within this pagoda for life, I shall spare his life." Li Jing gazed intently at the king, tears welling in his eyes, as he bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I thank the king for sparing my son's life. I shall certainly repay your great kindness by serving in the vanguard, risking my life for Chaoga." Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, enough. Quickly do as the National Master instructed. Lock Neza in the tower." Subsequently, the group made their way to an open area outside the palace, where everyone turned their gaze towards Li Jing. Slowly, he raised the exquisite pagoda and recited the incantation once more, watching as the pagoda gradually enlarged. Inside the pagoda, Neza lay limp on the ground, muttering to himself, "What is happening to me? My power is waning, my treasured artifacts." He glanced at the scattered magical items around him, furrowing his brow. Could it be that this pagoda not only siphons my power, but also drains that of my artifacts? Stricken with discomfort, he cried out, "Let me out. I feel so awful." Suddenly, the door of the pagoda swung open, and Neza looked up with great effort, barely able to see several guards approaching with iron chains and hooks. Helpless and unable to move, he was lifted by the guards to the top of the tower, where they bound him to a stone pillar with heavy iron chains. The guards then produced a long iron hook, piercing through Neza's collarbone. He immediately gasped, his eyes widening in horror as he screamed in agony. Soon, both his hands and feet were similarly pierced by thick iron hooks. "Ah, father, I was wrong. Please spare me." Outside the tower, Li Jing heard Neza's cries of torment and averted his gaze, tears streaming down his face. His heart ached as he thought, "My child, endure this. The king has already spared your life. If you repent inside the tower, I will surely plead with the king for your release." The guards then retrieved a stout, arm-length needle, aiming it at Neza's abdomen, forcefully driving it through his body and nailing him to the stone pillar. In an instant, Neza's pupils dilated as he shrieked in pain, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth. Blood flowed profusely from his body, painting a horrific scene. What filled Neza with despair was the realization that all of this anguish was tacitly approved by his very own father. He had never experienced such excruciating pain, especially not from the hand of his father. Tears streamed down Neza's face as blood gushed forth, and he fainted from the torment. After closing the exquisite pagoda, Li Jing collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant. Shen Gongbao wore a sinister smile and set up a complex and powerful formation around the pagoda, ensuring that Neza could not escape and no one could come to his aid. Time passed, and Neza seemed to hear a voice. Gradually, he began to move his body, only to be jolted awake by a surge of agonizing pain. Opening his eyes, he saw Li Jing standing before him, weeping profusely, heartbroken as he gazed at Neza. He longed to reach out and comfort his son, but was at a loss as to how. Neza, covered in wounds and still bleeding, made Li Jing's heart ache unbearably. With blood trickling from his lips, Neza forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry, whispering, "Why do you weep? Isn't this what you wish to see?" Li Jing, in great distress, wept, "My son, this is your fate. Let us accept our destiny, shall we? As long as you sincerely repent and promise me to bow to the king and admit your guilt, even if I kneel in the Longda Hall for eternity, I shall plead with the king to spare you from this suffering." Neza closed his eyes, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, contemplating that such torment would be better resolved with a single stroke, allowing him to escape his misery. His body ached. Every fiber of him was in pain. His heart was shattered into 1,000 pieces. Yet, no one believed in his innocence. No one was willing to trust him, not even his own father, who plunged a knife into his heart. He felt utterly exhausted, teetering on the brink of despair, but he had promised her that no matter how arduous the path ahead, he would grit his teeth and persevere. Yet, fatigue overwhelmed him. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure this torment, crying out to the heavens and the earth, who would come to his rescue. If there was anything worth cherishing in this world, it was only the little dragon girl. Little dragon girl, little dragon girl, little dragon girl. Suddenly, Neza opened his eyes wide, lifted his head to the sky, and felt a sudden, intense tearing pain throughout his body. Clenching his teeth, he glared fiercely at the heavens above the Linglong Pagoda and shouted, "I refuse to accept my fate. Even in death, I will not bow to destiny. If this is truly my fate, why must I defy the heavens?" With a heart-rending cry, he shouted into the void, "Ah, little dragon girl." After expending all his strength to yell these words, Neza's body trembled, and blood gushed from his mouth before he fainted once more. Chapter 65. Mutual Destruction in the Purple Bamboo Forest. The little dragon girl was meditating when she suddenly felt an unsettling twitch in her eyelids and a pang in her chest. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and the first thought that crossed her mind was of Neza. Furrowing her brow, she immediately rose and sat at the stone table, conjuring a crystal ball. She then summoned her magical powers to discern what Neza was doing, wondering why she felt such anxiety. Moments later, the image that materialized in the crystal ball left the little dragon girl in disbelief. She could hardly comprehend that the blood-soaked figure, pierced by iron chains and hooks, who hung his head in unconsciousness, was none other than Neza. Trembling, she clutched the fish-shaped jade pendant he had given her, covering her mouth with one hand in shock. Without delay, the little dragon girl swiftly gathered her robes and flew towards the outskirts of the purple bamboo forest, transforming into a streak of white light. Soon, she arrived near the Linglong Pagoda, gazing at it in astonishment and murmuring, "Linglong Pagoda." Then, she softly called out, "Neza, wait for me to rescue you." She soared towards the entrance of the pagoda, but before she could approach, a powerful barrier repelled her. Instantly, she retreated and, gathering her magical energy, cried out, 10,000 Waters Essence. Boom, boom, boom. A series of formidable attacks ensued, yet the barrier remained unyielding. The little dragon girl was frantic when she suddenly noticed Li Jing sitting dazedly before the Linglong Pagoda. She rushed over, exclaiming, "Uncle, uncle, it's me, the little dragon girl." She hurried to Li Jing's side. Li Jing glanced at her briefly before lowering his head again, lost in thought. The little dragon girl, filled with urgency, implored, "Uncle Li, Neza is inside. Please find a way to save him." Li Jing, in a state of despair, shook his head and declared, "Without the king's command, no one may enter. No one may enter." The little dragon maiden, with tears streaming down her face, exclaimed, "But inside is your son, Neza. What has he done to deserve such torment? I beg you, please let me in." Suddenly, Li Jing recalled something and responded, "Yes, Neza listens to you the most. Go in and persuade him. He will surely heed your words. Help me convince Neza to cease opposing the king and to bow in repentance. The king will surely release him." The little dragon maiden quickly wiped her tears, steadied Li Jing, and nodded in agreement. Li Jing retrieved a small array flag from his possession and waved it a few times, stating, "This barrier was not set by me. My flag can only pass through once before becoming ineffective. You must go in and counsel Neza while I summon Master One and the others to free you." Like a man possessed, Li Jing nodded fervently, muttering to himself as he hurried towards the palace. Upon entering the barrier, the little dragon maiden made her way to the Linglong Pagoda, transforming into a beam of white light that ascended to the top floor where Neza awaited. Seeing Neza before her, the little dragon maiden covered her mouth with both hands, tears welling in her eyes. "Oh, Neza, what have you endured? Why must they torment you so?" She yearned to embrace him, but his body was marred with injuries and blood. Helpless, she gently cradled his face in her hands, pressing her forehead against his, weeping with anguish as she caressed his features. Moments later, sensing that the Linglong Pagoda seemed to be absorbing magical energy. She quickly wiped away her tears and said, "Neza, I will rescue you now. Hold on." The little dragon maiden then formed a magical seal and pointed at the two large iron hooks embedded in Neza's shoulders. As the hooks fell away, tears streamed down her face. Next, she noticed a long needle lodged in Neza's abdomen, with one hand gripping the needle and the other covering her mouth. She fought back tears, unable to suppress a sob. Gathering her strength, she forcefully withdrew the needle. Neza instantly opened his eyes wide, gasping for air, the pain jolting him into clarity. Slowly, his gaze sharpened, and he barely recognized the little dragon maiden before him. In that moment, he could not discern whether he was awake or entrapped in a nightmare, but the pain in his body was all too real. The little dragon maiden, crying, held Neza's face and called out, "Neza, Neza, it's me, the little dragon maiden. Please hold on, I will save you." She quickly concentrated her magical power to free Neza from the iron hooks binding his hands and feet, as well as the chains enveloping his body. Neza collapsed from the stone pillar, and the little dragon maiden caught him, slowly dragging him out of the pagoda. His eyes were half open. Although he was awake, he remained unresponsive. He longed to call her name, yet the slightest movement of his throat caused him excruciating pain, rendering him unable to breathe. Despite his urge to cry, he found himself devoid of tears after days of suffering within the tower. Once outside the pagoda, the little dragon maiden supported Neza and called out, "Neza, Neza, how are you?" In an instant, Neza sensed the magical energy around him coalescing. He then raised his head, and his eyes began to move. At this moment, Neza quickly closed his eyes to concentrate his energy. Feeling his spirit rejuvenate somewhat, he opened his eyes, gazing at the little dragon maiden with a mix of excitement and sorrow. He yearned to embrace her, but his body remained immobile, and he murmured her name. The little dragon maiden, heartbroken, shed tears as she urged, "Neza, do not move. Just lean on me, and I will take you away to heal." Just as she prepared to lead Neza away, when Zhong and his companions arrived, shouting, "How audacious! Who dares to rescue the traitor Neza? Surrender him at once." Ignoring their threats, the little dragon maiden clutched Neza tightly and charged toward the barrier. Seeing this, Wen Zhong and his companions swiftly flew in front of her to block her path. Coldly, the little dragon maiden commanded, "Step aside." Wen Zhong replied, "You may leave, but Neza cannot accompany you." Gently, the little dragon maiden set Neza down, conjured her sword, and pointed it at the group, declaring, "I must take Neza with me today." With that, she dashed forward, engaging the group in fierce combat without uttering another word. Initially, the onlookers, taken aback by the ethereal presence of the celestial maiden, hesitated and refrained from attacking. However, the little dragon maiden's lethal strikes left them no room to retreat, and a fierce battle ensued. Neza lay on the ground, watching anxiously as the little dragon maiden fought valiantly against the 5 adversaries, hastening to gather and absorb the magical energy surrounding him. The little dragon maiden, frantic with worry, poured all her strength into the battle. With swift hand seals, she cried, "Essence of countless waters, the void of yin and yang." A colossal water column materialized, pursuing the 5 assailants. With the barrier's limited area, they found no escape and were soon surrounded by the water element. With a sharp gaze, the little dragon maiden waved her hand, instantly freezing the 5 in midair. Gathering her magical energy, she struck the barrier, hoping to shatter it and flee with Neza. However, despite the powerful impact, the barrier remained unyielding, showing no signs of a crack. Realizing that such a barrier could only have been crafted by a golden immortal with millennia of cultivation, the little dragon maiden felt a wave of despair. Her spell seemed futile against it. Hovering in the air, she was filled with urgency but refused to surrender. With a series of relentless attacks against the barrier, she continued to face disappointment. At that moment, the ice imprisoning the 5 began to crack, shattering with a series of explosive sounds. As the ice broke apart, the little dragon maiden swiftly descended, scooping up Neza and retreating from the 5, sword in hand, ever vigilant. As when Zhong and his companions broke free from the ice, they immediately launched an assault against the little dragon maiden. A barrage of magical attacks ensued, and while she cradled Neza, her concern for his injuries mingled with her determination to withstand the onslaught. The battle reached a critical impasse. Just then, Wen Zhong gathered his magical energy, wielding dual whips, unleashing a flurry of rapid and powerful strikes, 2 aimed at the little dragon maiden and the other 2 targeting Neza in her grasp. The little dragon maiden valiantly deflected the initial 2 assaults from Wen Zhong, yet the impact left her hand aching, and her sword shattered into fragments. Witnessing 2 more strikes poised to strike Neza, she unhesitatingly embraced him, swapping their positions, with her back turned towards Wen Zhong and his cohort, while Neza leaned against her shoulder, facing their adversaries. The little dragon maiden resolved to shield Neza with her own body, determined that he must not sustain further injuries. If they could not escape today, they would face death together. At that critical juncture, Neza fixed his gaze upon Wen Zhong and his allies, his eyes ablaze with fury. He then bellowed and pushed the little dragon maiden aside, extending his arm to gather his magical energy and counter the subsequent 2 attacks from Wen Zhong. In that fleeting moment, everything unfolded as if in slow motion. Neza, unwilling to see the little dragon maiden harmed, endured the excruciating pain of his body while channeling his powers to resist. Subsequently, he was hurled away by the force of the attacks, crashing against the barrier and collapsing to the ground, as the little dragon maiden cried out for him. She soared to catch Neza, who, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, glanced at Wen Zhong's group and laughed heartily. At that moment, Neza did not contemplate his own survival. His sole concern was for the little dragon maiden's safety. Rather than allow her to return to the hellish confines of the Linglong Pagoda, he would prefer to perish alongside them. Neza's laughter faded as he regarded the little dragon maiden, who shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Little dragon maiden, I am so weary, truly weary. I long to accompany you until the end, through countless lifetimes. Yet this time, I must break my promise. With that, Neza let out a mighty roar, channeling his energy with a forceful strike against the ground, propelling himself to the apex of the barrier. He declared to the onlookers below, I, Neza, will never allow you to capture me again. As his words echoed, he closed his eyes, a brilliant light radiating from his chest as he seemed to absorb all surrounding magical energy and essence, intending to shatter the barrier with his own explosion. The little dragon maiden, in tears, cried out, Neza, you promised me you wouldn't leave me alone. You told me to wait for you. You swore you wouldn't deceive me. Her anguished cries were heart-wrenching. As her words faded, the magical energy around Neza surged, producing a sound that, though subtle, resonated with immense power. The blinding brilliance at his chest vanished, and the barrier exploded outward, creating a gaping breach in the direction of his chest. The little dragon maiden soared to catch Neza's limp form as they descended to the ground. Wen Zhong and his companions stared in shock at the two, then approached to ascertain whether Neza had truly perished. The little dragon maiden clutched Neza, weeping and screaming, "Begone!" as she gathered her formidable magical energy. She sent the 5 adversaries flying. They soared several meters before regaining their footing, only to find Neza and the little dragon maiden had vanished. Chapter 66. Healing in the Bamboo Grove, Sweet Moments. The little dragon maiden, cradling Neza, flew with all her might towards the South Sea. Along the way, she wiped her tears, anxiously glancing at Neza, murmuring, "You must not be harmed. I know you are the true embodiment of the lotus and cannot die. Wait for me. I shall arrive soon." Suddenly, a swift streak of white light shot across the sky like a meteor. After the little dragon maiden brought Neza to the purple bamboo forest, Avalokiteshvara foresaw the imminent danger to Neza and awaited their arrival. Soon, the little dragon maiden returned with Neza, and upon seeing Avalokiteshvara, she immediately wiped her tears and bowed respectfully. Observing the little dragon maiden's distress and Neza's grievous state, Avalokiteshvara compassionately reassured her that Neza, being the true embodiment of the lotus, would not perish. He was merely gravely injured and had exhausted his internal magical essence and blood, resulting in his current condition. She instructed the little dragon maiden to immerse Neza in the lotus pool to rejuvenate him. Gratefully, the little dragon maiden acknowledged Avalokiteshvara and recalled that during Neza's rebirth, Avalokiteshvara had used lotus dew as his blood. With resolve, she embraced Neza and carefully placed him on a large rock beside the lotus pool. She then took out a handkerchief and, reaching towards the pool, summoned droplets of water that coalesced above the fabric, dampening it. Gently, she wiped the blood from Neza's face. As she unfastened his garment, she was horrified to discover his body marred by countless scars, old whip marks and fresh bloodstains, along with gaping wounds on his abdomen and shoulder. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she stifled a cry, lamenting the depth of Neza's suffering. Determined, the little dragon maiden continued to cleanse his wounds, carefully removing his clothing to tend to his injuries, her tears falling freely at the sight of his battered form. After a long while, she managed to clean all the wounds and blood from Neza's body. Gently, she lifted his bare form and flew to the center of the lotus pool, slowly descending into the healing waters alongside him. As she gazed at Neza's pale visage, she reached out to touch his face, linking their palms together, and began to rotate gently in the pool, facilitating the healing of his wounds. Time passed, and noticing the gradual healing of Neza's injuries, the little dragon maiden moved closer. tenderly caressing his cheek and softly kissing his lips. Together, they submerged deeper into the lotus pool, the scene a perfect blend of romance and intimacy. Allowing the lotus water to enter Neza's mouth, while she occasionally provided him with air. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, Neza absorbed enough lotus dew, and his wounds fully healed, restoring his vitality. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see the little dragon maiden before him, lips touching. As he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, a sudden realization struck him. He was unclothed. Startled, he instinctively pulled away, inadvertently inhaling water and choking. The little dragon maiden quickly opened her eyes, grasped Neza, and swam to the surface, her concern evident as she gently touched his cheek and asked, "Neza, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Neza coughed violently a few times, then locked eyes with the little dragon maiden. At that moment, she was drenched and pressed against his bare skin. Neza gazed intently at her, and she returned his stare. Suddenly, he embraced her tightly and fervently pressed his lips against hers. In such a passionate moment, who could maintain their composure? The two then sank into the lotus pool, where Neza held the little dragon maiden by the waist, his hands roaming over her body. Moments later, her garments slipped away, and within the lotus pool, everything unfolded with such intensity, yet felt entirely natural. Their bodies intertwined. Neza kissed her lips, her cheeks, and the nape of her neck, while the little dragon maiden clung to his head, allowing him to indulge himself upon her. Shortly thereafter, the vast expanse of lotus blossoms began to bloom, vibrant and exquisite. Chapter 67. Simply love. At the bottom of the lotus pool, a healed Neza remained strikingly handsome, his bright eyes and radiant smile revealing an even more refined visage beneath the water. He lay on the stones at the pool's bottom, his skin as white as snow, flashing a charming smile at the little dragon maiden, who floated before him, breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a graceful and pure mermaid. Her hair cascaded through the water, and she gently caressed Neza's cheek, while he wrapped an arm around her waist, their eyes locked in a deep, satisfied gaze. After a moment, Neza lifted the little dragon maiden from the water, her delicate hands encircling his neck. Their gaze never wavered from one another. He carried her slowly to the shore, and in a flash of white light, they donned their garments. The little dragon maiden leaned against Neza's embrace, her expression shy. He then led her to a large stone beside the lotus pool, where they sat in mutual support. After a moment of silence, Neza spoke, "If it weren't for you, I might have perished in the Linglong Pagoda." The little dragon maiden stood and looked at him, saying, "Neza, you must not speak such nonsense. I would never allow your demise." Neza managed a strained smile before lowering his head, saying, "Do you know? I have contemplated much these days and gained clarity on many things. I devoted myself to the welfare of the world, to save my father, yet in the end, I was misunderstood by all, captured by my own father, and subjected to torment and humiliation. The only reason that sustained my will to live was you." The little dragon maiden gazed at him with concern, saying, "Neza, it is all my fault for arriving late, causing you such distress." Neza tightened his hold on her and shook his head. "If it weren't for you, I would have perished long ago. How could I blame you? If blame is to be assigned, let it be to that tyrant and the deceitful Sudaji. They are the ones who wronged me, causing a father-son conflict." At this point, Neza's eyes blazed with indignation. Little dragon maiden gently stroked Neza's chest, offering comfort. "Neza, your father is merely overly loyal. He does not truly wish to deny you. I can see that he genuinely desires to save you while remaining faithful to King Zhou." Neza interrupted her with resentment, saying, "If he truly wanted to rescue me, he would not have left me in prison for so many days, enduring countless beatings without once visiting. If he truly regarded me as his son, he would not have stood idly by, watching me suffer in the Linglong Pagoda. I despise him." Little dragon maiden gazed at Neza with compassion, remaining silent for a moment until Neza's anger subsided slightly. She continued, "Historically, loyal ministers and valiant generals have always been this way. The more your father behaves like this, the more it attests to his rare loyalty to the nation, making him a valuable asset for defending our homeland. How many in this world can match the integrity of Uncle Li? Neza, consider whether what I say holds truth. When my father mistakenly believed you had slain my third brother, he disregarded all advice and insisted on burying the entire Chintang Pass alongside my brother, even forcing your death without regard for the common folk. Do you think such actions were justified? You are the biological son of Uncle Li. His willingness to sacrifice familial ties for the greater good reflects the immense pressure and struggle he bears within. As the chosen one, you are destined for greatness. And that means enduring burdens beyond what ordinary people can bear, such as the misunderstandings of the world. Do you understand, Neza?" Upon hearing little dragon maiden's words, Neza found himself at a loss for words, subtly recognizing the validity of her arguments. Yet, despite everything, he could never fully forgive Li Jing. This matter remained a thorn in his heart. Turning away, Neza sulked, ignoring little dragon maiden. She gently nudged him, saying, "Are you still angry with me?" Neza obediently turned back and replied, "I understand your reasoning, but I still feel quite uncomfortable. After all, I am truly wronged. If he does not apologize, I cannot simply forgive him." Little dragon maiden, fully aware of Neza's feelings, indulgently said, all right. No need to forgive him if you're not ready. What do you plan to do next?" Neza sighed, "I don't know what to do. Let's return to Master. He mentioned that my trip to Chuntang Pass was fraught with danger. Fortunately, I had you, which allowed me to escape safely. Master is waiting for my return." Little dragon maiden nodded happily, saying, "You used to protect me. It feels quite nice to protect you just this once. From now on, you shall protect the world, and I shall protect you." Neza felt warmth spread through him at her words, gazing at little dragon maiden with a sweet smile. "Having you by my side is my greatest fortune." Little dragon maiden turned to Neza with earnest eyes. "I feel the same." It must be noted that during the past year, little dragon maiden, under the guidance of Guanyin Bodhisattva, had indeed experienced significant growth. She was no longer the willful and proud princess of the East China Sea, but had transformed into a wise mentor and beloved companion on Neza's future journey, solidifying his confidence and serving as his emotional support. In this world, there are originally no saints. Only love can empower the heart, and only love can render it steadfast as a rock, impartial and unwavering. It is love that, like the tides, washes away the sands, cleansing faith and forging magnificent myths. Love, indeed, is relentless, sparing none but oneself. With a mere pressing of the lips, countless words are swallowed, and in waiting, the future transforms into the distant horizon. We silently count the days we have spent together, gently reminding ourselves to remain unperturbed until the end. The unquenchable flames of passion and the ceaseless waves of tumult are, in truth, expressions of love. Yet, how could love ever crumble? Even if it means biting down hard, one cannot relinquish it. Regardless of the vastness of the heavens and earth, even if destined to plummet into the abyss, there shall be no regret for the love given. As for the spirit of Neza, it surged forth. He then stood and addressed the little dragon maiden, declaring, "I shall return to my master. I will muster my strength. No matter how arduous the path, I shall persevere and accomplish my great undertaking, returning to marry you, my little fish." The little dragon maiden, shyly smiling, rose to accompany Neza, gently taking his hand as she escorted him out of the bamboo grove. She earnestly urged him to take care of himself, forbidding any thoughts of reckless sacrifice or abandonment. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed with shyness, she softly added, "After all, you have treated me thus. You must bear responsibility." Neza, recalling the romantic lotus pond, felt a flush of shyness but was overwhelmingly joyful, offering a sweet smile as he vowed, "I shall be completely responsible for you. I, Neza, swear to marry you, my little fish. No more thoughts of sacrifice. No matter how difficult, I will endure. Even if I find myself at the brink of life and death, I shall hold on until you come to rescue me." The bond between Neza and the little dragon maiden had deepened, and the earlier notions of prideful endurance had vanished. They were now willing to sacrifice their lives for one another, entrusting their very existence and last hopes to each other. Fully aware that neither could bear the loss of the other, the little dragon maiden, her eyes sparkling with happiness, nodded affirmatively, saying, "Go, Neza. I shall await your return." Neza nodded, casting a charming smile at her. With a flourish, he tossed aside his cloak and summoned the wind and fire wheels, vanishing into the air. The little dragon maiden continued to gaze after him until he disappeared, before returning to the bamboo grove. In chapter 68, Ground to Minced Meat, at Chaoga, the sinner Bo Yikao presented himself before the king. "Your Majesty, I come to pay my respects," he said. "Please, no need for formalities," replied the king, DXing with indifference. "What brings you here to Chaoga?" Bo Yikao, addressing the king, continued, "Your Majesty, I am aware of your recent fondness for collecting rare treasures. I, unworthy as I am, have prepared 3 treasures from Shichi to present to you, hoping they will please you." Sudaji, swaying beside DXine, inquired, "Oh? What rare treasures do you bring?" The king commanded his concubine to open her eyes. DXine smiled indulgently, saying, "All right, my beloved, do not fidget." Turning to Bo Yikao, he said, "Bo Yikao, present your 3 treasures." "Yes, Your Majesty," Bo Yikao replied. He then instructed his retinue to bring forth the 3 treasures. DXIN observed, with curiosity, the peculiar vehicle, a monkey, and a wine mat that were brought into the grand hall. With a hint of disdain, he inquired, "What is so extraordinary about these items?" Bo Yikao clasped his hands and explained, "Your Majesty, these are the 3 treasures of Shiqi, the 7 fragrance car, the sobering mat, and the white-faced monkey." He gestured to each item as he spoke. Bo Yikao continued, "The 7 fragrance car, crafted from various fragrant woods, serves as a miraculous mode of transportation capable of turning misfortune into fortune." He then approached the sobering mat, stating, "This mat, known as the sobering mat, allows a person who is heavily intoxicated to awaken after resting upon it for only a brief moment." Lastly, he moved to the white-faced monkey, saying, "This monkey is a white-faced monkey, a sage of 1,000 years, skilled in performing 3,000 minor tunes and 800 grand melodies. It excels in the dance of the palm and can discern the charms of the mortal realm." Dian stroked his beard, intrigued, and exclaimed, "Oh, such wonders exist? Quickly, demonstrate for me and my beloved." Bo Yikao nodded eagerly. Approaching the white-faced monkey, he gently patted its head, took out a flute, and began to play. Before long, the monkey danced in time with Bo Yikao's melody, amusing Dian and Deji, who burst into laughter. After the performance, seeing the joy on Dian and Deji's faces eased Bo Yikao's tension, and he felt more confident about his unspoken request. With a self-assured bow, he stood before them. Deji, covering her mouth, remarked, "My king, look at it. How delightful. I wish to play with it as well." Dian, holding Deji's hand, cautioned, "Indeed, my beloved, please be careful." With that, Deji descended from the dais. As the white-faced monkey beheld Deji approaching, it suddenly displayed signs of alarm, shrieking, "Monster! Monster!" After several cries, it leaped towards Deji, clawing wildly. Bo Yikao, witnessing this alarming behavior, broke into a sweat and quickly intervened to separate the monkey from Deji. Dian rushed down from the dais, embracing Deji to comfort her. Deji, visibly shaken, felt her mood plummet. Furiously, Dian pointed at Bo Yikao and scolded, "You, Bo Yikao, have unleashed a beast upon my beloved. What audacity you possess." Bo Yikao immediately knelt, perspiration streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Your Majesty, I was unaware. The white-faced monkey has always been gentle and has never behaved in such a manner. It must have seen something." Just as Bo Yikao was about to elaborate, he hesitated, realizing he could not suggest it had seen a supernatural entity, for that would imply the queen herself was a monster. After a brief moment of silence, he continued, "Your Majesty, I have 2 more treasures that will surely not cause any trouble. I implore you to grant me an opportunity for redemption." Dian snorted coldly, dismissing Bo Yikao's plea. At that moment, Daji cast a fierce glance at the white-faced monkey, and then, as if struck by an idea, she gracefully embraced Emperor Xian and said, "My lord, I am quite well. I too wish to witness the other 2 treasures." Emperor Xian, leading Daji back to the dragon throne, replied, "Since my beloved consort wishes to see, I shall have it demonstrated for you." He then turned to Bo Yikao with a stern countenance and declared, "My beloved consort is kind-hearted and wishes to grant you an opportunity. Therefore, you shall perform well, or I shall not spare you." Bo Yikao repeatedly bowed and nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached the sobering mat, and stated, "My lord, any inebriated individual may lean against this mat for a moment and be refreshed." Emperor Xian stroked his beard and ordered someone to bring forth a drunken man, who was tossed onto the sobering mat. Upon witnessing this, Daji discreetly changed her gestures to cast a spell, causing the recovering drunkard to faint once more, which brought her a sense of satisfaction and a sly smile. After a considerable wait, when it became evident that the drunken man showed no signs of recovery, Emperor Xian lost his patience and waved for him to be removed. He looked at Bo Yikao and declared, "This contraption is utterly useless. How dare you deceive me?" Uncertain about the cause of today's failures of these 2 treasures, Bo Yikao knelt down, at a loss for words. At that moment, Daji gently caressed Emperor Xian's chest and said, "My lord, do not be angry. Is there not another treasure? Let us complete the demonstrations. And if these treasures fail to live up to their claims, we can punish him then." Emperor Xian, finding merit in Daji's words, nodded and instructed Bo Yikao, "Hurry and begin." Bo Yikao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lady. This 7-fragrance chariot, once a person sits upon it, will move in the direction indicated without the need for any valves, making it exceedingly convenient. If my lord still trusts this guilty servant, you may come and try it." Bo Yikao knew he had to take a chance. If the chariot could please the emperor and the consort, he might have a glimmer of hope. While Emperor Xian wore a skeptical expression, Daji appeared quite excited. She took his hand and, as they descended, said, "My lord, how intriguing. Let us give it a try. After all, if it fails, it is of no consequence." Thus, Emperor Xian, like Daji, took a seat in the seven-fragrance chariot. After a glance at Bowie Cow, Emperor Xian extended his hand and gestured to the left, commanding, "To the left, to the left." Immediately, the chariot began to move in the direction indicated by the emperor. Intrigued, Emperor Xian excitedly gestured to the right and commanded, "To the right, to the right." The chariot obediently followed his instructions. Laughing heartily, Emperor Xian embraced Daji and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, my beloved consort, look. This chariot is truly fascinating." Daji quickly mirrored his laughter, nodding in agreement. However, her gaze subtly shifted to one of cunning as she secretly cast a spell upon the seven-fragrance chariot. Just as Emperor Xian was reveling in laughter, the chariot suddenly went haywire, moving erratically in all directions and shaking violently before ultimately flipping over, throwing both Emperor Xian and Daji out. Startled, both the emperor and Daji, along with the crowd, were taken aback, and everyone, including Bo Yikao, rushed over to assist them. After Emperor Xian rose, he struck down on Bo Yikao with a resounding slap, bellowing, "How dare you, Bo Yikao? Have you truly toyed with both me and my beloved concubine at your whim? You dare to mock me with false treasures. Someone, take him and imprison him." Bo Yikao, taken aback, fell to his knees, pleading for the king's mercy. "Please, I beg for your compassion," he cried, only to be forcibly dragged away by the guards. Emperor Xian, taking Daiji by the hand, returned to his dragon throne and remarked with irritation, "Bo Yikao is utterly despicable. His life must be taken to quell my deep-seated resentment." Daiji, stroking Emperor Xian's arm, concurred indeed. "Look how enraged our king is. Putting him to death would be a mercy." Emperor Xian then turned to Daiji and inquired, "My beloved concubine, what wisdom do you possess?" Daiji's eyes gleamed as she proposed, "Is it not true that the Western Marquis Ji Chang is confined in the prison of Chaoga? I have heard that he possesses the gift of foresight and divination." Emperor Xian dismissed her suggestion with a nonchalant hum. Daiji continued, "If that is the case, why not chop Bo Yikao into minced meat, fashion him into meatballs, and present them to Ji Chang? If Ji Chang refuses to eat, it would reveal that he truly foresaw that it was his son Bo Yikao's flesh. If he consumes it unwittingly, it would indicate that his abilities are mere illusions. Since the king fears his prophetic skills, if it turns out he lacks true power, then the king may release him." Emperor Xian gazed at Daiji in astonishment and clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "My beloved, you are truly brilliant. Those old ministers have persistently petitioned me to release Ji Chang, and your plan has resolved my dilemma. Henceforth, you shall assist me with your insights." With that, Emperor Xian embraced Daiji and returned to his chambers. The following day, in the Chaoga prison, the Western Marquis Ji Chang wept bitterly as he gazed through a small window of his cell, tormented by despair. He silently vowed to escape and not let Bo Yikao's sacrifice be in vain. Once free, he would seek the assistance of Jiang Taigong to overthrow the tyrant's oppressive rule. Ji Chang swore an oath. Even if it drained his frail body, he would return to Shiqi, not seeking glory but striving for peace and the end of the tyrant's reign, to usher in an era of tranquility for the people. With tears wiped away, he vowed anew. Suddenly, a group arrived to deliver food. Ji Chang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly dried his tears, taking a deep breath. The guard opened the cell door and announced, "Western Marquis Ji Chang, it is time to eat. Today, the king, recognizing your old age, has prepared meatballs for you as a special treat. Enjoy." Ji Chang's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Really? I am grateful for the king's kindness. It has been ages since I tasted meat." Grabbing a large bowl of meatballs, he eagerly devoured them, one after another. Seeing Ji Chang's delight, the guards mocked him before leaving the cell. Once the guards were out of sight, Ji Chang collapsed to the ground, holding the bowl and weeping silently. The next day, he received a royal decree that stated Emperor Xian, out of consideration for Ji Chang's advanced age, permitted him to return home to spend his remaining years peacefully. Ji Chang accepted the decree and, without delay, departed Chaoga, making his way back to Shiqi. Chapter 69. The Noble Benefactor in Fengxi Town. Zhang Zia was seated at a stone table in the courtyard, engrossed in calculations. As he discerned that the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chang, was in peril, he called upon young Jian and Lei Zhenzi. Upon arriving, they inquired, "Master Uncle, what is your summons?" Zhang Zia addressed them. "I have foreseen that a noble benefactor is in distress. You must hasten to his aid." Curious, Lei Zhenzi asked, "Who is this benefactor?" Zhang Zia replied, This benefactor is none other than the one who found you as a child and entrusted you to your master, your adoptive father, Duke Jichong of Shibua. Lei Zhenzi turned to Yang Jian and promptly declared, "Very well, I shall accompany brother Yang to rescue him at once." With that, they vanished in an instant. Barely had they departed when Neza descended from the heavens, startling Jiang Zia, who had just turned around. Neza clasped his hands together in salute and exclaimed, "Master Uncle, I have returned." Overjoyed, Jiang Zia grasped Neza's arms and said, "Neza, you have returned. You must have faced many hardships. Did you encounter any dangers?" Neza, his expression turning somber, lowered his head and replied, "It is all resolved now." Noticing Neza's discontent, Jiang Zia chose not to pry further. At the Shiqing Hall of Chaoga, an attendant reported, "Your Majesty," to which the king, Xin, responded, "What is it?" The attendant continued, "While we were cleaning the prison of Duke Jichong, we discovered this." Yu Han, seizing the tattered cloth from the attendant's hands, examined it closely, his eyes widening in shock as he presented it to Xin. Upon seeing the cloth, Xin slammed his hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, "This Duke Jichong has deceived me. Summon my men. Deploy them to search for and capture Duke Jichong. Bring him to me at once." The cloth bore the divinations and edicts penned by the Duke. At that moment, Duke Jichong, clad in tattered robes and worn shoes, leaned against a tree, gasping for breath before continuing his journey toward Shiqi. Within half a day, he reached a small stream, preparing to quench his thirst when he suddenly heard the thunderous sound of hooves behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he resumed his flight. However, his aging legs could not match the speed of the galloping steeds, and soon he was surrounded by a troop of mounted soldiers. The commanding general dismounted and seized Jichong, binding his hands before mounting his horse and dragging him along. Jichong, unable to keep pace, fell to the ground, being dragged along, his frail body unable to withstand such treatment. Just then, a bolt of lightning cleaved the ropes binding Jichong. Weakly, he lifted his gaze to see a strikingly handsome youth soaring above, brandishing magnificent wings and a golden staff, exuding an aura of valor. Upon witnessing this, the leading general drew his sword and urged his horse toward the Duke. Suddenly, Yang Jian appeared before Jichong with a resounding crash, thrusting his three-pronged blade forward and toppling the charging general from his steed. Yang Jian swiftly turned to support Jichong, saying, "My lord, we have come to escort you home." Tears of gratitude streamed down Jichang's face as he nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi had already seized the mounted soldiers one by one, hurling them from their horses, and within moments, those soldiers were either slain or fled in terror. After the completion of the task, Lei Zhenzi immediately descended to the ground and knelt before Jichong, the Duke of Shibua, bowing respectfully and saying, "Father, I, your son Lei Zhenzi, have arrived late and caused you suffering." Jichong, walking with difficulty, approached Lei Zhenzi and helped him up, exclaiming with excitement, You are Chen Gang, Lei Zhenzi's previous name." Lei Zhenzi nodded vigorously in response. Yang Jian then addressed the two, saying, "This place is not suitable for lingering. We must depart quickly. Our master awaits us to escort the Duke of Shibua back." The trio nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Let us go." Subsequently, Lei Zhenzi carried the Duke on his back, spreading his wings, and together with Yang Jian, they soared towards Fengxi town. In less than half a day, they returned to the residence of Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia immediately emerged to greet them, clasping his hands and saying, "Your Grace, you have endured much hardship." Zia pays his respects here. Duke Jichong reciprocated the gesture, saying, "I presume you are the divine figure foretold in my divination, Jiang Taigong." Jichong then bowed deeply to Jiang Taigong. As he began to kneel, Jiang Zia quickly supported him, saying, "Your Grace, there is no need for excessive formality. I merely assist you as a strategist in your grand endeavors. All must still heed your command, for you are the true champion of righteousness in the world. Your Grace has traveled a difficult road. Come, let me lead you into the courtyard." With the assistance of Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, Duke Jichong entered the courtyard. Jiang Zia instructed Neza and Lei Zhenzi to go to the Duke's residence to inform them of his arrival, requesting the household to send someone to receive him. Neza and Lei Zhenzi then swiftly departed. Once inside the courtyard, Duke Jichong gazed tearfully at the sky, leaning against Jiang Zia's stone table. Suddenly, he was seized by a wave of nausea and expelled the meatballs he had consumed the previous night. As the meatballs hit the ground, they disintegrated into dust. Duke Jichong attempted to grasp them, but found nothing in his hands. Overwhelmed with grief, he murmured, Ikao, my son," before collapsing onto the stone bench. Wiping away his tears, Jiang Zia sighed, stroking his white beard. Throughout the journey, Lei Zhenzi and Neza remained silent. Neza, still grappling with the emotional turmoil of rescuing his father, was curious as to why Lei Zhenzi was also quiet. Had the two brothers, having not seen each other for days, nothing to converse about? Previously, Neza would often engage Lei Zhenzi in various discussions. After a moment, Neza could no longer hold back and asked, Lei Zhenzi, why are you so quiet today? Are you unhappy to see me back? Lei Zhenzi smiled gently at Neza and replied, not at all. How could I be unhappy to see you? It is just that today is my first meeting with my adoptive father, and I am feeling a bit overwhelmed. Neza, taken aback, exclaimed, so that Duke of Shibwa is your adoptive father? Lei Zhenzi affirmed, I mentioned him to you before. He found me, adopted me as his son, and sent me to my master to learn my skills. Neza, enlightened, remarked, oh, so it was he. He seems quite amiable and looks kind-hearted, far better than that tyrant. Lei Zhenzi and Neza exchanged smiles and accelerated their flight, soon arriving at the Duke's residence. Upon their arrival, an elderly woman, accompanied by several young individuals, rushed out. Her eyes filled with excitement as she gazed upon Neza and Lei Zhenzi. The elderly woman exclaimed, is it true? Has the Duke returned? Where is he? One could easily recognize her as Ta Si, the wife of Duke Jichong. Neza replied with a smile, please do not be overly excited. The Duke is with our master and is quite safe. We have come to inform you that you are to send someone to accompany us in retrieving the Marquis. Lei Zhenzi nodded in agreement. Jichong, the Marquis of Shibwa, returned to the Marquis, accompanied by Jiang Zia, Neza, Lei Zhenzi, and Yang Jian. The group waited in the grand hall. After changing his clothes and grooming himself, Jichong entered the grand hall. Upon seeing his family, whom he had not met for 2 years, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down his face, he grasped his wife's hand and sorrowfully confessed, my dear, I have failed you. I could not protect our cower. As he spoke of their child, Jichong wiped his tears with his sleeve. Hearing this, Tai Si shook Jichang's arm in agitation, asking, what do you mean? What has happened to Cower? Speak. Where is he? What has happened to him? Jichang's tears flowed freely as he replied, Cower is gone. He clenched his fists in anger and continued, he was ground into meat paste by King Zhou, and I was forced to consume it. I feigned indifference while swallowing it down, and only then was I allowed to return. I, Jichong, vow to overturn the tyrannical reign of the foolish king and avenge Cower. Upon hearing this, Ji Madam could not bear the blow and immediately fainted. The maidservants rushed to assist her back to her chamber. Neza clenched his fists and declared, this tyrant is utterly ruthless. I have had enough. I shall go to Chaoga and slay him. Jiang Zia stopped Neza, saying, Neza, do not act impulsively. We have our master to consider. Neza turned back to Jiang Zia and insisted, last time I was injured, but now I am fully healed. No one in Chaoga can match me. I will go and kill that foolish king. The others restrained Neza, and Jiang Zia admonished, do you wish to create a greater error out of impulse and risk being imprisoned in the Linglong Tower again? The memory of his time in the Linglong Tower flooded back to Neza, and the fear it instilled was unbearable. He hesitated, replying to Jiang Zia, but as long as that tyrant lives, the world will know no peace. At this moment, Jichong approached Jiang Zia and knelt before him. Jiang Zia quickly assisted him, but Jichong refused to rise. Jiang Zia asked, what are you doing, my lord? Jichong replied, I, Jichong, though unworthy, am willing to take on the responsibility for the world and become the leader of the first righteous army to overthrow Chaoga. I implore you, Grand Duke Jiang, to assist me with your wisdom and strategies to restore justice to the world. Bowing deeply, Jichong paid his respects to Jiang Zia 3 times. Seeing this, Jiang Zia did not stop him. He slowly walked to the door, gazing solemnly at the sky, and declared, very well, I, Jiang Zia, in the name of upholding righteousness, once again vow to assist Marquis Shibwa in rising against the tyranny of King Zhou. Neza and the others exchanged joyful glances. Chapter 70. The vanguard of the campaign against Zhou and Chaoga, Emperor Xian furiously slammed the scroll onto the hall floor, his anger palpable as he exclaimed, what audacity! Jichong, he dares to declare himself king in Shiqi and establish a campaign against me. I should have killed him in prison. He scoffed at the notion of this clown challenging him. Bring forth Wen Taisher. Wen Taisher entered the hall and saluted, your servant, Wen Zhong, pays his respects to your majesty. Emperor Xian immediately descended from the dragon throne and assisted Wen Zhong, saying, Master Wen, are you aware that the Duke of Shibwa, Jichong, has rebelled? He is proclaiming a campaign against me in Shiqi. Wen Zhong scoffed, replying, he is merely an ignorant and audacious traitor, insufficiently strong to pose any threat. I, as the Grand Master, shall promptly assemble our generals to eradicate him." Subsequently, when Zhong turned to Emperor Xian, advising, "Your Majesty must amend your ways and refrain from indulging in pleasures daily. Focus your heart on governance. After my departure for battle, I implore you to remember my words." With heartfelt sincerity, when Zhong exited the Grand Hall, as Jiang Zia and others arrived, Ji Chang donned the imperial robe and took his place upon the throne. After the officials of Shiqi paid their respects to the new king, Ji Chang addressed the ministers, stating, "I, Ji Chang, declare myself the king of Zhou, establishing our state with the name Zhou, with the aim of overthrowing the tyrant of Chaoga. My life's mission is to liberate the common people from Emperor Xian's oppressive rule and to form the first righteous army, with the strategist Jiang Taigong by my side. I appoint him as the first chancellor and military advisor of the Shangzhou alliance. Henceforth, I delegate authority to Chancellor Taigong to appoint and command all generals." Jiang Zia bowed respectfully and immediately called out, "To all generals, heed the decree." Neza, filled with excitement, stepped forward, clasped his fists, and knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Neza is present." Jiang Zia announced, "Neza shall serve as the vanguard commander of the righteous army against Zhou." Neza nodded enthusiastically, affirming his role. Jiang Zia then called, Jian and Lei Zhenzi, heed the decree." Jian and Lei Zhenzi stepped forward, clasping their fists and kneeling, responding, "We are here," Jiang Zia declared. In the preparation for the army, Jian will oversee the logistics, while Lei Zhenzi will lead the charge. The two exchanged excited glances, affirming their roles. After bestowing titles upon all, Jiang Zia urged, "May each of you fulfill your duties with utmost dedication as we strive together for this grand endeavor." The assembly knelt once more, chanting their resolve. As night descended, Neza, having dined with the 5 magical treasures, ventured alone to the lakeside in the back courtyard of the Marquis's residence. Perched on the railing, he gazed at the sky, his face aglow with joy and anticipation, reflecting, "At last, my mission begins. Learning from my master and witnessing the enduring legacy of Chun Tang's empire, I shall advance step by step. I cannot predict how long it will take, but this marks a promising start. I must exert all my efforts to assist King Wen of Zhou, charging bravely into the fray to fulfill our great mission against Zhou." Ah, how delightful. I wonder what the little dragon girl is doing now. If she knew I had become the vanguard commander, she would surely be overjoyed. With that thought, Neza touched the lotus root jade pendant at his waist, snapped his fingers, and murmured, "I shall inform her right away." He then raised his hand to the communication ring, softly calling, little dragon girl," in the purple bamboo forest. Upon hearing Neza's voice, the little dragon girl hurried to the pavilion by the lotus pond, sitting on the railing and raising her hand, exclaiming, "Neza finally thought of me." Neza chuckled, "Little dragon girl, I have wonderful news for you." The little dragon girl inquired, "What good news?" Neza teased, "Why not take a guess?" The little dragon girl was about to guess when Neza interrupted, exclaiming, "Correct. I have become the vanguard commander." "Ha ha, isn't that impressive?" The little dragon maiden cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "I have yet to begin guessing. What do you mean by advance officer?" Neza exclaimed, "Oh, how foolish you are. It refers to the advance officer of the anti-Zhou righteous army. Impressive, isn't it?" The little dragon maiden chuckled softly, "Is that so? You find joy in such a trivial title?" Neza immediately furrowed his brow and retorted, "Trivial? My title holds great significance. In the army, aside from Uncle Jiang, I am the highest-ranking officer." He proudly extended his thumb in affirmation. The little dragon maiden laughed, "Really? How remarkable. Congratulations. By the way, Neza, have you fully recovered from your injuries?" Neza pounded his chest, declaring, "Those minor injuries of mine are long healed." With a mischievous grin, he continued, "Little fish, once I have some free time, I shall visit you at the lotus pool." Upon hearing Neza's peculiar tone, the little dragon maiden shyly retorted, "You shameless creature. I shall strike you down." Neza, undeterred, replied with mock seriousness, "Strike me down? Are you plotting to murder your husband? Alas, my fate is so cruel. Before I even marry you, you already contemplate my demise." The little dragon maiden gritted her teeth, "You wretched Neza, what are you talking about? Plotting murder? Who do you think you are?" Neza promptly stood up, frowning, "You women are all the same. Your change of heart is swifter than turning a page. Now you deny it? Do you not recall what you have done? You seek to absolve yourself of all responsibility." The little dragon maiden rose to counter. "What have I done to you? It was you who initiated everything. How dare you blame me?" Neza suddenly chuckled, "Regardless of your denial, I remain your husband." "Huh. Just admit it. Apart from me, who else would dare claim you?" The little dragon maiden, feeling somewhat aggrieved, protested, "Neza, you are bullying me." Upon noticing her distress, Neza quickly consoled her. Hey, little dragon maiden, do not cry. I was wrong, all right. I shall never speak carelessly again. It is I who am unwanted. I am the one pleading for your affection. Please do not weep. The little dragon maiden's expression softened as she responded, now that's more like it, before covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Neza shot her an exasperated look. The little dragon maiden then turned serious. Neza, in future battles, swords and blades are merciless. You must be cautious and avoid injury. Neza smiled. Fear not, I shall be careful. I am quite formidable. Who could possibly harm me? The little dragon maiden, puzzled, asked. What do you mean? Neza's expression turned grave as he sighed deeply. While facing enemies poses no concern, my greatest fear is encountering him. I am now the advance officer of Shichi, while he is stationed at Chaoga. I dread the thought of crossing swords on the battlefield. The little dragon maiden, regaining her composure, hesitated before advising. Neza, Avalokiteshvara says that everything is predestined. You should remain at ease. If fate decrees a meeting, simply avoid him and ensure they do not harm your father. Neza nodded. That seems the only course. May we not meet? After their conversation concluded, Neza returned to his chamber, lying in bed, feeling a mixture of excitement and concern as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 71. The Army Awaits. Supplies first in the realm of Chaoga. After witnessing Emperor Xian in a deep slumber, Daji swiftly vanished and ascended to the summit of Ziwai Mountain. There, she unleashed formidable sorcery, summoning all the spirits of the mountain. At that moment, the nine-headed rooster spirit and fox Chi-Chi sensed this familiar energy and hastened towards the mountain's peak, soon beholding the enchanting figure of the beautiful noble lady hovering above. Fox Chi-Chi howled towards the sky. Instantly, a green glimmer flickered in Daji's eyes, and 9 magnificent white tails emerged from behind her, emitting a faint luminescence against the night sky, exuding an air of dominance and grandeur. Fox Chi-Chi transformed into human form and soared to Daji's side, gazing at her with heartfelt admiration. Sister, you have finally returned. We thought you had perished at the hands of Neza, she exclaimed, kneeling before Daji. In no time, the 9-headed rooster spirit and Daji's fox kin gathered around her. With an expression of authority, Daji declared, In the mortal realm, I now stand above all but one. I have returned to bring you with me to the palace, to revel in luxury and glory, and to devise strategies against Shichi and Neza. The 9-headed rooster spirit and fox Chi-Chi exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement, pledging to accompany Daji into the palace to bewitch King Zhou and seize control over the domain of Chaoga. In Shichi, Jiang Zia had been diligently assembling forces alongside Neza, Jian and Lei Zhenzi, recruiting soldiers and preparing the first army to oppose the tyrant. The month passed swiftly amidst their bustling endeavors. One day, Jiang Zia brought Neza to a desolate expanse, stroking his white beard as he inquired, Neza, what are your thoughts on this land? Neza surveyed the vast wasteland and replied, It's particularly desolate, particularly spacious, and indeed, particularly desolate. Nothing more to be gleaned. Jiang Zia chuckled softly. Neza, do you understand? Before the army mobilizes, provisions must be secured. Currently, our first army consists of fewer than 30,000 soldiers, while the bulk of the military power lies in King Zhou's hands. If we are to challenge him, we must prepare meticulously, continuously recruiting more soldiers. Yet, Shichi is not a land of abundance. Furrowing his brows, Neza asked, Master, what then shall we do? I have heard that the Chun family has flourished for 8 centuries, effortlessly commanding over 170,000 soldiers. With our meager forces, are we not like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot? Jiang Zia nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must remain patient and strategic. The foremost task is to resolve our issues of manpower and supplies. Yang Jian has calculated that the provisions needed for our 30,000 troops in a year would deplete Shichi's granaries. If we do not devise a solution, we shall exhaust our supplies before even engaging in battle. As Neza gazed upon the desolate landscape, an idea sparked within him. He pointed at the vast expanse and exclaimed, Oh master, you wouldn't suggest that we cultivate this barren land, would you? With a satisfied nod, Jiang Zia responded, Precisely. If we lack provisions, we shall grow our own. I have decided that you shall lead 30,000 soldiers here to cultivate the land. When we harvest the grains, that shall mark the moment we initiate our first campaign against the tyrant. Neza stood bewildered, pondering to himself that while he was adept at combat, farming was an entirely foreign concept to him. How on earth could he cultivate crops? It was a complete mystery. Jiang Zia, seemingly reading Neza's thoughts, reassured him, Fear not. I shall impart to you the methods of tillage. With your leadership, the soldiers shall successfully cultivate the land. Neza, taking a deep breath, inquired, But how long must this take? Does this not mean we will be delayed in our campaign against Zhou? I can hardly bear to wait. Jiang Zia patiently responded. I understand your urgency. However, every endeavor must progress step by step. First, we must prepare the land and gather provisions for war, and then there will be no shortage of battles for you to engage in. Neza furrowed his brow, nodded, and sighed deeply. The following day, Neza organized his troops and, accompanied by a vast multitude of soldiers, began the arduous task of farming. Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao observed from the clouds, watching Neza and his legion laboriously tilling the soil. Shun Gongbao smirked to himself, scoffing, with such efforts, they dare to challenge Zhou? It is a futile endeavor, laughably absurd. He then swiftly made his way to Wenzhong's encampment. Since hearing of the rebellion in Shiqi, Wenzhong had assembled his forces and stationed them several hundred miles from Shiqi, yet no signs of conflict had emerged. Upon Shun Gongbao's unexpected arrival, Wenzhong turned dismissively back to his scrolls. Unperturbed, Shun Gongbao remarked, The rebellion in Shiqi is but a swarm of ants, lacking wings. They could be crushed without the expenditure of a single soldier. Wenzhong scoffed, You speak as if in a dream. No effort required? Shun Gongbao waved his feathered fan and countered, Not so. After a moment's hesitation, Wenzhong turned to him, What is your plan? Speak plainly. If indeed we need not expend a single soldier, I am eager to hear your insights. Shun Gongbao continued, Today, while observing from above Shiqi, I witnessed Neza and his soldiers tirelessly cultivating the land. It would appear that Shiqi is not a land of plenty. To mount a rebellion, they must gather strength and resources, which will require substantial provisions. I suspect they intend to grow their own food. If that is the case, I need only to arrange a formation above Shiqi, ensuring that it does not rain for 3 years. In a prolonged drought, Neza and his men will surely harvest nothing. Without provisions, the mere tens of thousands of soldiers in Shiqi will crumble without a fight. Wenzhong, upon hearing this, stroked his beard with satisfaction. Excellent. This way, not a single soldier of ours need be sacrificed. Summon my 3 disciples to the tent. Thereafter, Wenzhong instructed his 3 disciples to accompany Shun Gongbao to Shiqi to find a concealed location to assist in the formation. Upon arriving in Shiqi, Shun Gongbao directed the trio to position themselves at the 4 cardinal points, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. They then simultaneously invoked their powers, changing gestures and reciting, Great Master Taiyuan, Essence of Thunder and Fire, scatter the Yin and seal the Yang in Thunder City. Command the mighty Taiwa, and let the emperors will be swift. Open the heavens to withhold rain at once, and stop the dragons and halt the electricity. I now invoke this spell with urgency. It is the decree of the Jade Emperor. Those who dare to bring rain shall face grave consequences. Urgently, as the law commands. As the incantation concluded, the 4 points of the formation simultaneously emanated light, connecting their positions and gradually ascending into the sky. Upon reaching the clouds, a myriad of intricate seals flickered and vanished. Suddenly, the dark clouds above Shiqi gradually dispersed, revealing a radiant sun. The temperature began to rise, and with the absence of any cloud cover, Neza and his companions felt an unmistakable heat reminiscent of summer, despite it being a refreshingly cool autumn day, causing sweat to pour down their brows. Xingguobao, witnessing the retreat of the clouds, erupted in a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, my dear master, how do you propose to resolve this situation? At that moment, Jiang Zia was indulging in an afternoon nap. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, sensing an ominous premonition. He calculated with his fingers and discerned only the unusual weather, without any other peculiarities, so he dismissed it without further thought. Chapter 72. In search of the little dragon girl to bring rain, Neza lay sprawled on the ground, chewing on a blade of straw, gazing at the sky while shielding his eyes from the sun with his outstretched fingers. Suddenly, a face appeared upside down before him, prompting Neza to spring up, only to find it was Lei Zhenzi. Neza, with a lopsided grin, quipped, What's the big idea? You nearly scared me to death with your sudden appearance. Lei Zhenzi inquired, What are you up to, Neza? Neza retorted, Can't you see? I'm farming. With a chuckle, Lei Zhenzi settled beside Neza, remarking, Neza, what is going on with the weather? It's suddenly become so sweltering. Look at the soldiers. They're drenched in sweat. He pointed at the soldiers laboring in the fields, each one perspiring profusely. Neza glanced over and replied, I have no idea why this wretched weather has changed so drastically. Just look at that sun. It's enormous. Lei Zhenzi reassured him, Don't worry, Neza. It will rain soon and cool things down. Keep your spirits up. Come, let us eat. Yang Jian and I have brought you some food. Instantly, Neza sprang up, eager to eat. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a year had passed. Neza lay sprawled on the ridge of the field. His lips parched as he gazed at the sky, crying out, "Heavenly Lord, please send down some rain. It has been nearly 6 months without a drop. If you seek to test my patience, this is quite sufficient. For half a year, I have reaped nothing. I beseech you, send rain." The soldiers collapsed one by one on the ridge, parched and despairing after 6 months with no rain. At that moment, Jiang Zia approached the field, furrowing his brows as he stroked his white beard before making his way to Neza's side. Neza remained on the ground, looking up at Jiang Zia, lamenting, "Master, it has been 6 months without a single drop of rain, and we have harvested nothing. You must devise a solution. I cannot endure this any longer." Jiang Zia replied, "Neza, do you recall how the prolonged drought at Chintang Pass was resolved?" Neza pondered for a moment before sitting up abruptly. He then recounted, "At that time, I sought rain from the Dragon King of the East Sea, but an unfortunate incident occurred. The Dragon King mistakenly believed I had killed Ao Bing, and he forced me to my demise. However, I later heard that a torrential rain fell at Chintang Pass, so I presumed that after my death, the Dragon King's wrath subsided, leading to the rain at Chintang Pass." Jiang Zia shook his head, saying, "Not so. The Dragon King of the East Sea, believing you had slain Ao Bing, would have gladly sacrificed all of Chintang Pass in revenge. Even in your death, he would not have brought rain." Neza, with a look of disdain, scoffed, "Then who else could have brought the rain?" Just as he finished speaking, a thought crossed his mind. Upon his resurrection, Neza sought out the little dragon girl. Upon his arrival, she revealed that she had been present during his suicide. Could it be? Neza sprang to his feet in astonishment and exclaimed, "Master Uncle, I have realized it. It was the little dragon girl." She wept. As soon as he uttered these words, Neza's expression darkened. He pondered to himself that the long-awaited first rain in Chintang Pass was, in fact, the tears of the little dragon girl. With determination, Neza clasped his fists and addressed Jiang Zia, "Master Uncle, I shall summon the Dragon King of the East Sea to bring us rain. Our relationship is quite amicable. I am certain he will oblige." Jiang Zia immediately interjected, "Neza, this is not within the jurisdiction of the East Sea Dragon King. He possesses no authority to bring rain here." Gritting his teeth, Neza retorted, "Then I shall seek the little dragon girl. She is the sovereign of the 4 seas, endowed with the power to command rivers and lakes from birth. I will persuade her to grant us rain." Jiang Zia nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "This indeed presents a viable solution." Neza nodded resolutely and turned to his communication ring, calling out, "Little dragon girl, I am en route to the bamboo grove. There is an urgent matter to discuss." With that, Neza took flight on his wind-fire wheels. Meanwhile, in Xiaogu, Daji and Shun Gongbao stood before the celestial yin-yang reincarnation mirror, observing every move and word exchanged between Neza and Jiang Zia. Daji, with a seductive turn, caressed her long nails and inquired, "Master, what is your perspective?" After a moment's contemplation, Shun Gongbao replied, "We cannot allow the little dragon girl to assist Neza in summoning rain, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. We must thwart him." Daji paused, a thought striking her, and proposed, "I shall send Fox Chi-Chi and her companions to delay Neza. You must head to the South Sea, disguise yourself as Neza, and lure the little dragon girl out. As long as we can find her and prevent her from aiding Neza, our plan will succeed." Shun Gongbao nodded in agreement, declaring, "There is no time to waste." He vanished in an instant. At the same moment, the 9-headed rooster spirit and Fox Chi-Chi set out to intercept Neza, who was racing towards the South Sea. As Neza soared through the skies, an unexpected attack came from ahead. His eyes widened in alarm, and he executed a backflip to evade it, shouting, "Who dares to challenge me?" He tightened his grip on his fire-tipped spear, remaining vigilant. Before him appeared the 9-headed rooster spirit and Fox Chi-Chi, the former covering her mouth with a mischievous smile and saying, "Neza, long time no see. I trust you are well." Neza glared sharply at them, his voice cold as he retorted, "You two again. Last time you escaped from ZY Mountain. This time, you shall not return." With that, he hurled his Qianquan circle at them. The duo swiftly dodged to either side, and Neza charged at the 9-headed rooster spirit, engaging her in combat. They exchanged blows, with the rooster spirit and Fox Chi-Chi taking turns to battle Neza in a relentless wheel of combat. In the bamboo grove, the little dragon girl, having heard Neza's urgent call, awaited him at the entrance. Suddenly, Neza descended from the heavens, exclaiming, "Little dragon girl, come with me at once. I have something of great importance to discuss." The little dragon girl inquired of Neza, "Do not rush. What urgent matter is at hand?" Neza, filled with impatience, replied, "Oh, just follow me and you will see. It is quite urgent. We cannot afford to delay." With that, he took her hand and led her away from the purple bamboo forest. Observing Neza's fervor, the little dragon girl thought little of it. assuming there was indeed an urgent matter to attend to, and thus she took flight alongside him. As they soared through the skies, Neza pulled her along at great speed. The little dragon girl, having not seen him for some time, gazed intently at him. After a while, noticing that Neza was directing them towards Chaoga, she curiously asked, "Neza, weren't you and Shichi preparing to confront King Zhou with your uncle Jiang? Why are you taking me to Chaoga?" Neza, evading her question, merely turned his gaze and continued to guide her along a secluded mountain path. Upon reaching a clearing, they encountered a stone formation that resembled a magical array. Observing that Neza was not adorned with his usual lotus root jade pendant, the little dragon girl felt an air of strangeness about him. She broke free from his grasp and halted, casting a suspicious look at Neza. Neza swiftly turned to her, declaring, "I summoned you here. You need not question my intentions." The little dragon girl retorted, "You are not Neza. Who are you really?" Suddenly, Neza grinned wickedly and said, "Guess." With that, he channeled his magical power and struck a palm towards her. The little dragon girl quickly evaded, forming a barrier to effortlessly dissipate the incoming attack. Neza then vanished from her sight, reappearing behind her, a smirk on his lips as his fiery spear transformed into a whisk, revealing his true form as he lunged at her. The little dragon girl spun gracefully in the air to evade his assault. Shen Gongbao brought his fingers together and muttered incantations. Suddenly, multiple illusions of Shen Gongbao surrounded the little dragon girl. Each manifestation flicked their whisks and continued chanting spells, causing her to feel the scenery around her shift to a pitch-black, infernal island. Echoing laughter from Shen Gongbao filled the air. The little dragon girl called out, "Demon, reveal yourself and cease this charade." Shen Gongbao's voice resonated from all directions, taunting, "You shall wait here in this phantom realm for your demise." Ha ha. And with that, the laughter faded away. In chapter 73, the little dragon girl assists Neza in summoning rain. Neza sensed that these two demons were stalling for time, leading him to suspect foul play. It was unusual for them to confront him while he sought the little dragon girl for assistance in calling forth rain. Realizing this, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. Suddenly, he set his sights on the rooster demon, engaging in a wild chase and a flurry of strikes. Neza emerged from the left, swiftly landing a kick before appearing on the right to deliver a punch. Following that, he dashed forward on his wind-fire wheels, overwhelming the nine-headed rooster demon, who immediately begged for mercy. "Stop. Why do you only pursue me?" Neza retorted, "I have no time for your nonsense." Conjuring his magical energy, he charged at the nine-headed rooster demon with his fiery spear. In a desperate bid for escape, Fox Chi-Chi rushed forward to pull the rooster demon away, exclaiming, "It's meal time. We shall continue this another day. Farewell." As Neza prepared to pursue, he was reminded of the little dragon girl and Master Jiang, who awaited his return with her to summon the rains. Consequently, he abandoned the chase and swiftly leapt onto his wind-fire wheels, continuing towards the bamboo grove. Moments later, Neza arrived at the bamboo grove, calling out for the little dragon girl. However, he found no trace of her there, nor at the lotus pond. Anxiously, Neza searched everywhere and reached the place where Guanyin Bodhisattva practiced. To his dismay, Guanyin was absent, leaving only the acolyte in attendance. Neza rushed over, palms pressed together, and inquired, "Acolyte, have you seen Guanyin Bodhisattva?" The acolyte, also with hands clasped, replied, "Guanyin Bodhisattva has gone to the Western Paradise to preach and will be away for some time. What business do you have with her?" Impatiently, Neza waved his hand and asked, "But have you seen the little dragon girl?" The acolyte, puzzled, responded, "Isn't she waiting for you in the bamboo grove? I saw you hurriedly leaving with her not long ago. Why do you ask me now?" Neza was taken aback and exclaimed, "What did you say? You mean I left with the little dragon girl?" "Indeed, it was you," the acolyte confirmed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Neza clenched his fists and stomped his foot, exclaiming, "This is terrible." In an instant, he vanished from sight. As Neza soared on his wind-fire wheels, he pondered who could have impersonated him to deceive the little dragon girl and where they could have taken her. Moreover, he recalled the earlier encounter with the rooster spirit and Fox Chi-Chi, who had delayed him. These two incidents must be interconnected. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Where could they have taken the little dragon girl? He flew and called out through his communication ring, yet there was no response. In the realm of the abyssal mirage, the little dragon girl wandered through the dark expanse of the endless island, circling endlessly without finding an exit. It felt as though she were trapped in a perpetual loop. This island, shrouded in darkness, bore resemblance to the endless island, yet felt distinctly different. Here, she was utterly alone, surrounded by an aura of malevolent spirits that drained her magical energy. Growing increasingly anxious, the little dragon girl found her communication ring rendered ineffective. Neza had mentioned he needed her for something, and surely he must be growing frantic. I must devise a way to escape. In that moment, she arrived at the very spot that had once ensnared her in an illusion, where she had mistakenly believed her father was imprisoned. Ignoring Neza's counsel, she had resolved to rescue him. It was here, among the entwined vines. At that time, she had lamented her lack of resolve, unable to break free from the illusion. And now, she realized that it was all merely an illusion. With steadfast determination, she could surely escape this wretched place. Resolving herself, the little dragon girl averted her gaze from the surrounding scenery and sat down to meditate. She focused her breath and closed her eyes, recalling the last battle with Shen Gongbao. Meanwhile, Neza traversed the path to Chaoga, searching for any sign of the little dragon girl. He suspected that his adversaries, intent on thwarting his efforts to summon the rains with her, were likely from Chaoga, and that they had deceived the little dragon girl along this very route. Moments later, Neza arrived near the mountain path where the little dragon girl had fallen into the illusion. He began to search meticulously, sensing a heavier presence of malevolent energy in the area, indicating potential danger. Yet, after circling the vicinity, he found no trace of the little dragon girl. Neza was in a state of profound anxiety. The overwhelming aura of malevolence surrounded him, yet he could discern nothing. What if the dragon maiden were in peril? At this moment, he could not locate her at all. His impatience reached a fever pitch. Neza understood that such haste was futile. He needed to employ his intellect. Calm down, he reminded himself. He must find the dragon maiden. With this thought, Neza swiftly crossed his arms and shouted, "9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield." The 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield erupted from his waist, spiraling rapidly over the mountain path before returning to him, declaring, "Boss, 300 meters ahead. The aura of malevolence is strongest there, and it seems to be concentrated and bound by a formation." Neza focused his gaze ahead and, crossing his arms once more, propelled himself forward at full speed. The dragon maiden held her breath, recalling the last location she had engaged with Shen Gongbao. It was an open mountain path, with a formation situated amidst it, surrounded by several large stones. With her eyes still closed, she rose and, guided by her memory, sought the position of the last few large stones she had seen. Upon reaching the location indicated by the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield, Neza beheld an expansive mountain path, marked by 8 large stones in the center, from which black mist emanated, signifying a potent aura of malevolence, evidence that a formation had been laid here. Driven by a fervent desire to find the dragon maiden, Neza thoughtlessly soared toward the center of the formation. As he arrived above the formation, the sky suddenly darkened, and he descended to the ground, only to witness the surroundings transform. Neza gasped, "Isn't this the Isle of Infinite Suffering?" He then called out loudly, "Dragon Maiden, are you there? Dragon Maiden." Suddenly, the dragon maiden heard Neza's voice, and her heart leaped with joy. She immediately opened her eyes and responded, "Neza, I'm here." Neza, closing his eyes to sense her presence, seemed to hear her voice and flew toward its source. Moments later, amidst the pitch-black Isle of Infinite Suffering, he spotted a familiar silhouette. Neza widened his eyes in astonishment. It was indeed the dragon maiden. He called out, "Dragon Maiden." She promptly turned and, upon recognizing Neza, exclaimed while waving, "Neza, I'm here." The two raced toward one another, the dragon maiden seeing her savior, while Neza finally found her. The heavy stone that had weighed on his heart was finally lifted. As long as the dragon maiden was with Neza, she feared nothing. Neza grasped her hands tenderly, asking, "Dragon Maiden, how did you end up here?" The dragon maiden looked at him with a hint of grievance, explaining, "Neza, after you said you had urgent business to find me, I waited for you in the bamboo grove. Then, that Shen Gongbao disguised himself as you and tricked me here. How did you arrive?" Neza replied, "On my way to find you, I encountered an ambush. By the time I reached the bamboo grove, you had already left. The Taoist boy informed me that someone had taken you away in my guise. So, I came here as it was on my way." In unison, they then asked, "Did you sustain any injuries?" They both shook their heads and simultaneously declared, "I will take you out." The dragon maiden chuckled softly, holding Neza's hand, and asked, "Neza, do you know how to get out?" As Neza scratched his head and surveyed the surroundings, he remarked, "I am unsure. But even if I must raze this wretched place to the ground, I am determined to lead you out." The dragon girl, shyly smiling, replied, "Neza, close your eyes and follow me. I already know the way out." Neza nodded and, with eyes shut, followed her. As they walked, the dragon girl explained, "Though this formation appears complex, it is quite simple. It must have been hastily arranged by someone pressed for time, a rudimentary illusion array. Do you recall the 8 large stones we saw before entering? They are the focal points of the formation, corresponding to Qian, Kuan, Jian, Sun, Can, Li, Zhen, and Dui. If we can remember their locations and shatter them in order, we can break the array. Neza listened intently, though the dragon girl's assertion of simplicity made it seem quite intricate to him. Nonetheless, he followed her lead. Suddenly, the dragon girl halted, opened her eyes, and said, Neza, the first stone is right here. Neza opened his eyes to find that they were facing a wall of the island of no return, and they were seemingly trapped within it. The dragon girl, smiling, said, It's merely an illusion. Neza, use your powers to strike ahead. Neza nodded, rotated his hand, and then, with a clenched fist, struck forward, creating a genuine void in front of them. The dragon girl continued to lead him with closed eyes to another location. After a series of twists and turns, they shattered 7 stones, feeling a significant reduction in the surrounding demonic aura, which no longer corroded their powers. They quickly located the final stone, and as Neza smashed it, he was suddenly blinded by the dazzling sunlight. When he opened his eyes again, they stood on an open mountain path, surrounded by shattered stone fragments. Neza and the dragon girl exchanged knowing smiles. You are remarkable, dragon girl. You broke the array so quickly, Neza exclaimed, laughing heartily. The dragon girl, flattered by his praise, raised her chin and swept her hair back with 2 fingers, declaring, I jest, this fairy is quite knowledgeable and talented. Neza grasped her hand and urged, Dragon girl, let us hurry. Uncle Jiang is waiting for me to bring you back to summon the rain. The dragon girl nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, they vanished, soaring swiftly toward Shichi. Chapter 74. The banquet soon. The dragon girl and Neza arrived at Shichi. King Wen stood with his second son, GFA, along with numerous officials and Jiang Zia, gazing at the scorching sun and the parched, cracked fields. They all exchanged worried glances, lamenting Neza's absence for several days, uncertain if he had succeeded. Just as their brows furrowed in concern, Neza and the dragon girl materialized before them. Neza rushed forward, clasping his fists, and announced, Your Majesty. Second Prince, Uncle Jiang, I have returned with the dragon girl. The dragon girl followed suit, nodding and greeting everyone. Ji Chang, with great courtesy, clasped his hands and said, General Li and the dragon girl have endured much on this journey. Your efforts for the grain supply of Shichi are deeply appreciated. Neza immediately supported Ji Chang, saying, Uncle Ji, that is unnecessary. Tending to the grain supply is indeed my duty. It is no trouble at all. Subsequently, she turned around, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she addressed the little dragon maiden. Let us begin. The little dragon maiden returned the smile and nodded gently at Neza. Then, she closed her eyes, lifted her head, and felt her body grow light, slowly ascending into the air until she reached a height of over 10 meters. Suddenly, the little dragon maiden opened her eyes, gracefully twirling her hands as she performed elegant gestures in the air, releasing energy. Soon, a silver floral adornment appeared on her forehead, shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. She chanted, with the essence of myriad waters, in the void of yin and yang, the great transformation of the lunar, one vein reviving 100 rivers. At that moment, blue water elements began to drift towards her from all directions, gradually coalescing into a flowing stream that grew thicker and more abundant, swirling around the little dragon maiden and lifting her higher into the air. The surrounding water continued to gather. Neza and the others felt a sudden coolness and dampness enveloping them as they beheld the little dragon maiden's exquisite performance. A truly magnificent visual feast. The crowd, including the soldiers, had never witnessed such a spectacular and beautiful scene, leaving them utterly spellbound. As the waters encircling the little dragon maiden reached a certain height, they came to a halt. She reversed her gestures, and with a thunderous roar, the water coalescing in the air, spanning several hundred meters, erupted like a tidal wave, forming clouds high above. A soft blue glow flickered in the little dragon maiden's eyes, and the clouds, hundreds of meters above, poured down like the Milky Way, unleashing a torrential downpour. Upon witnessing such a deluge and the looming dark clouds, the crowd erupted with excitement, with soldiers dancing joyously and laughing heartily towards the heavens. Jiang Zia and Ji Chang, too, were filled with exhilaration, stroking their beards and nodding in delight. Seeing her grand achievement, the little dragon maiden swiftly vanished from the high altitude and appeared beside Neza in an instant. Ecstatic, Neza raised his hands to welcome the rain, and, upon noticing the little dragon maiden, he grabbed her hand and began to leap and spin joyfully, exclaiming, Oh, little dragon maiden, you are truly incredible. Haha, it hasn't rained for half a year, and finally, it is raining. The little dragon maiden, witnessing Neza's childlike joy, could not help but smile in return. Once the crowd had appreciated the downpour, they all gathered in the grand hall of King Jichang's palace. Jichang, overwhelmed with emotion, approached the little dragon maiden, tears streaming down his face as he said, "Fairy little dragon maiden, you are indeed the savior of our West Qi. You have resolved our drought and saved our food supply. You are a great benefactor to us. Please allow me to bow to you." The little dragon maiden quickly supported Jichang, replying, "There is no need for such formalities, King One. Neza brought me here. It was but a small effort." GFA, with grace and refinement, also bowed respectfully, saying, "Brother Neza, the little dragon maiden's magic is profound. She is indeed a great benefactor to our West Qi. If she does not accept the bow from my father, then let me bow to her." He then attempted to kneel. Seeing this, Neza hurried to assist him, saying, "Your Highness, that is unnecessary. It truly was not a grand matter. You are the sovereign. There is no need for such gestures, for that would only demean us." Jiangxia nodded in agreement, adding, "My lord, there is no need for such actions. It is our duty as subjects to alleviate the worries of the people." Neza and the little dragon maiden exchanged knowing smiles. The gazes of the crowd lingered upon the enchanting figure of the little dragon maiden, a celestial beauty whose exquisite grace only intensified with each glance. Jichang proclaimed, "Prepare a feast. I wish to celebrate the rain and extend a warm welcome to the little dragon maiden." "Yes," replied the guards. Jichang continued, "Everyone has been drenched. Please change into dry attire and join me in the grand hall for the banquet." Nods of agreement were exchanged as the guests retreated to their chambers to change. At this moment, Neza was in high spirits as he accompanied the little dragon maiden to her guest room before returning to his own to change. He donned a striking white outfit with red trim, adorned his waist and wrists with a gemstone, and draped a flamboyant red cloak over his shoulders. After admiring himself in the mirror, he mused, "How dashing I am. It is indeed a burden to awaken each day to my own handsomeness." With that, he exited his room in search of the little dragon maiden. Upon reaching her door, he saw her emerging as well. Neza approached, puffing out his chest, and said, "Ahem. Little dragon maiden, you are the great benefactor of the Western Qi. I have come to escort you to the banquet." The little dragon maiden, stifling a giggle at Neza's antics, replied, "Oh, you amusing Neza. Let us not keep everyone waiting." Nodding in agreement, they made their way to the grand hall. Finding a table for two, the little dragon maiden and Neza took their seats. Once all were gathered, Jichang raised his glass and declared, "Esteemed guests, with your support, I, Jichang, have overcome numerous challenges over the past 6 months. As we embark on the monumental task of overthrowing the tyrant Zhou, we may face even greater trials ahead. I implore you all to unite in our efforts to dismantle the oppressive reign of King Zhou and vanquish the demonist Daji." Jichang raised his glass once more in salute to the heroes present. The assembly rose to their feet, raising their glasses in unison to honor Jichang. Afterward, Jichang refilled his cup and continued, "Though we have remained in Western Qi, our hearts have always been with the common people. In this time, the demonist Daji has ensnared King Zhou, leaving the populace in despair and leading to the execution of loyal ministers. Many have lost faith and have reached out to me, wishing to join our righteous cause against the tyrant. Even my former comrade, the Chancellor, has suffered at her hands." Jichang spoke with deep sorrow, which only fortified his resolve. "Let us raise our glasses once more," he urged, "and strive together not only to address our logistical needs, but also to support those noble souls who wish to join our righteous army." With that, Jichang downed his drink. The assembly raised their glasses once again, drinking in solidarity. Jiangxia clasped his hands in respect to Jichang, saying, "There are indeed those who wish to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Rest assured, my lord." Jichang nodded, refilling his glass before descending from the dais to the table of the little dragon maiden. He raised his cup and said, "This toast is for the little dragon maiden. Throughout history, heroes have emerged in youth, and your extraordinary skills and journey to aid us in Western Qi's time of need fills me with immense gratitude. Such generosity cannot be adequately expressed. I drink to you first." The little dragon maiden smiled at Neza, who returned her gaze with a beaming expression. The little dragon maiden immediately raised her wine cup and said, "Oh no, King Wen, you flatter me. To assist a virtuous man like you is truly a blessing for me." After finishing her drink, she continued, "Since you are close to Neza, please refrain from calling me fairy. Simply refer to me as the little dragon maiden." Jichang regarded her with admiration and nodded. Subsequently, Jichang returned to his dragon throne and discreetly signaled GFA with a glance. GFA instantly understood the implication, lifted his wine cup, and approached the little dragon maiden's table with courtesy, saying, I have heard that you are the princess of the East Sea. Meeting you today confirms your extraordinary grace. Not only are your magical skills remarkable, but you are also stunningly beautiful. As a friend of Neza, having you as a companion is indeed a blessing for us in the West Chi. I would like to toast to you and Neza. Neza quickly stood up, raised his cup, and waved his hand, saying, Brother GFA, you are overly gracious. The three then drank heartily. After the toast, the guests began to engage in lively conversation and enjoy their feast. The atmosphere was delightful, largely due to the presence of the little dragon maiden, who infused a unique vibrancy into the otherwise tense preparations for the impending battle in the West Chi. Chapter 75. GFA takes the little dragon maiden shopping. During the banquet, Ji Chong approached the table of the little dragon maiden and Neza, kindly inquiring, Neza, what is your relationship with the little dragon maiden? Neza, feeling somewhat shy with so many people around, replied, Uncle Ji Chong, why do you ask such a thing? I have known the little dragon maiden since childhood. Before Neza could finish, the little dragon maiden interjected, we are very good friends. Neza awkwardly chuckled, ah yes, good friends. The little dragon maiden then leaned close to Neza's ear and whispered, given that you are currently engaged in preparations for the great endeavor against Zhou, how could we possibly discuss matters of romance publicly? Neza understood her intent and nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Ji Chong was even more delighted and said to the little dragon maiden, ah, I see. Little dragon maiden, I know you are a friend of Neza. I am also close to him, treating him as my own child, so I will speak candidly. The supplies in the West Chi are critically low, and we require water sources for our grain. Would you be willing to stay in the West Chi for a while to help us bring rain? Once the harvest is collected, I will send someone to escort you back. The little dragon maiden glanced at Neza and then smiled, saying, Rest assured, King One. Since I have already arrived, I will certainly assist in ensuring a bountiful harvest before I depart. Ji Chong nodded in satisfaction, saying, That would be splendid. Since you are friends with Neza, there is no need to call me King One. Privately, you may refer to me as Uncle Ji. The little dragon maiden sweetly smiled and called out, Uncle Ji. Ji Chang's eyes sparkled with joy. After the banquet concluded and the guests dispersed, Neza escorted the little dragon maiden back to her room. They arrived at her chamber. After a moment of reluctant silence, Neza gazed at the dragon girl, who was adorned in a flowing gown of pure white and silver threads, draped with a delicate white shawl, with a faint floral adornment upon her forehead. She appeared exceptionally fresh and ethereal under the moonlight, embodying the essence of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Having taken on the role of a commander and led soldiers in agricultural endeavors, Neza had been unable to leave without permission for over 6 months, making his longing for the dragon girl palpable. As he beheld her, he unconsciously uttered, You are so beautiful, dragon girl. Initially shy, with her hands clasped behind her back and her head lowered, the dragon girl lifted her gaze upon hearing Neza's words, noting his charming appearance after their long separation. Her heart swelled with joy, and she timidly proposed, Neza, you've been standing at my door for quite a while. Would you like to come in and sit for a moment? Neza's eyes sparkled with delight as he readily accepted, yes. They then entered her room together. Beneath the soft glow of candlelight, they exchanged tender glances. The dragon girl, feeling bashful, broke the silence. Neza, it's been half a year. Don't you have anything to say to me? Scratching his head, Neza replied, I have so much to tell you, but now that I see you, I scarcely know where to begin. As he spoke, he gently took her hands in his and continued, The journey to defeat the tyrant will be even more arduous. After this reunion, I fear we may not see each other for quite some time, as I cannot leave without orders. The dragon girl's expression grew somber upon hearing this, and she lowered her head, saying, I understand. Then, mustering a reassuring smile, she added, Neza, I promised I would wait for you. Neza tenderly caressed her cheek, and they nestled closely together. Time slipped away unnoticed until the dragon girl eventually rose and said, Neza, it's getting late. You need to oversee the planting tomorrow. You should return to your room and rest. With a sigh, Neza looked at her and replied, Ah, you too. Rest well. Once I finish my tasks tomorrow, I will come find you and show you around Shichi. Please wait for me. The dragon girl nodded obediently, watching as Neza departed. Upon returning to his room, Neza removed his clothing and, noticing the lotus root jade pendant, picked it up and caressed it, smiling at the charm before drifting into slumber. The following day, Neza rose early and joined the soldiers in the fields. As he surveyed the land nourished by rain, his heart felt similarly refreshed, filled with boundless joy. Meanwhile, the dragon girl prepared to visit Neza in the fields. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Prince GFA approaching. With a slight nod, she greeted, Good morning, Your Highness. GFA returned the courtesy with a respectful bow. Good morning, Princess Dragon Girl. Since it is your first visit to Shichi, I thought it only fitting to extend my hospitality. Would you care to accompany me to the marketplace today? After a moment of contemplation, the Dragon Girl considered that she had yet to see the Shichi Neza called home and decided it would be a delightful excursion. She smiled and replied, very well. I would be grateful for your guidance, Your Highness. Seeing her agreement, GFA beamed and gestured for her to follow him as they exited the royal palace together. As they journeyed along, GFA escorted the little dragon maiden through the vibrant streets of Shichi, filled with blooming flowers and renowned delicacies, alongside unique trinkets indigenous to Shichi. Having not wandered through the mortal realm for quite some time, the little dragon maiden found these peculiar items both refreshing and delightful. For women are naturally inclined to indulge in shopping. GFA, ever attentive to the little dragon maiden's preferences, hastily purchased any items that caught her fancy. Despite her repeated refusals, insisting she could pay for herself. Unyielding, GFA insisted on covering the expenses, cheerfully snatching the opportunity to pay at every turn. The little dragon maiden, recognizing GFA's steadfastness and courteous demeanor, decided to forego further argument. As they arrived at the marketplace, her royal nature soon revealed itself. As she eagerly selected items without a moment's hesitation, GFA's attendants soon found themselves burdened with numerous packages. Witnessing the innocent and charming side of the little dragon maiden for the first time, GFA's affection for her deepened significantly, his eyes unable to part from her. When the time for a meal arrived, GFA led the little dragon maiden to the renowned Wifulu, where he ordered an extravagant feast. However, upon seeing the table laden with dishes, the little dragon maiden, mindful of her vegetarian practice, offered an embarrassed smile and gently informed, Your Highness, I am a vegetarian. GFA, equally embarrassed, replied, No matter, I shall request the waiter to bring you vegetarian dishes immediately. We must not waste this food. I will have my attendants pack the leftovers for the soldiers. The little dragon maiden, appreciating that despite his noble status as the second prince, he exhibited neither extravagance nor wastefulness, found GFA to be quite commendable. His politeness throughout their outing assured her that Neza had indeed chosen a worthy royal family to assist. Glancing at the feast before her, the little dragon maiden thought of Neza and, resting her hands on the table, mused aloud, I wonder if Neza has eaten yet. GFA, overhearing her, reassured, rest assured. Judging by the time, Neza and his companions should be dining as well. Is the cuisine at Wifulu not to your liking, princess? I can take you elsewhere. The little dragon maiden immediately shook her head. Oh, no need for that. I find it quite satisfactory. I appreciate your kindness, Your Highness. GFA responded with a smile. You may call me GFA, or simply GFA Gidge, as Neza does. The little dragon maiden, with her innocent demeanor, nodded eagerly. All right, thank you, GFA Gidge. She then picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. In the afternoon, GFA took the little dragon maiden to explore the scenic wonders of Shichi. Meanwhile, Neza, having completed his tasks early, hurried back to the royal residence and arrived at the little dragon maiden's room, only to find her absent. Scratching his head and placing his hands on his hips, he wondered aloud, where could she have gone? Did we not agree to meet upon my return? Neza began to pace back and forth outside her room, waiting. Suddenly, he noticed a passing maid and inquired about the little dragon maiden's whereabouts. The maid bowed respectfully and replied, General Li, the second prince took the little dragon maiden out early this morning. Neza pressed on. Did they mention when they would return? The maid shook her head, I do not know, and then departed. Left with no choice, Neza settled down to wait quietly, observing the darkening sky as he sat on the steps. Just then, he heard footsteps and turned to see the little dragon maiden and GFA approaching, engaged in cheerful conversation. Upon noticing Neza seated on the steps at her door, little dragon girl joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, Neza, you're here. Neza, with an expressionless demeanor, merely responded with a soft Upon spotting GFA, he approached and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, Second Prince. GFA, smiling awkwardly, explained, Neza, have you been waiting for little dragon girl all this time? I took it upon myself to show her around Shichi, since she just arrived. I had no idea you would be here. I should have returned sooner, my apologies. Neza, dismissing GFA's words with a wave of his hand, replied with a smile. Oh, with brother GFA keeping an eye on this little demoness, I should be grateful rather than apologetic. It's no trouble at all. Little dragon girl, hearing this, playfully nudged Neza's arm, glaring at him while muttering, I'll get you for that. GFA, ever courteous, interjected, Nonsense, little dragon girl is simply charming and innocent. How could she be a little demoness? I shan't intrude further. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. Once GFA had walked away, Neza pushed open the door to little dragon girl's room, entering with her close behind. Nonchalantly, he asked, "Did you enjoy your outing today?" Little dragon girl, seeing Neza's demeanor, chuckled and replied, "It was delightful. Brother GFA is quite nice and very polite." Neza rolled his eyes, agreeing, "Yes. Brother GFA is indeed a good person." Curious, little dragon girl inquired, "Neza, what's wrong?" "He came this morning insisting on taking me to explore Shichi. It's not as if I deliberately chose to ignore you." Neza rose, casually saying, "If you wish to go out, then do so. It's nothing to me. I didn't voice any complaints." Little dragon girl shot him a teasing glance, making a strange face and saying, "Tsk, how sour." Neza immediately stood tall, proudly declaring, "How could that be? I'm not bothered at all. I'm tired. I'm going back to rest." Seeing Neza's reaction, little dragon girl placed her hands on her hips and said, "Let us go. Go on." She then made a face at his departing back. Chapter 76. I disagree. For several consecutive days, GFA invited little dragon girl to stroll around, sharing many amusing tales about Neza from the past 6 months. Little dragon girl often laughed until her eyes disappeared, and GFA, noticing her delight at hearing about Neza, continued to recount stories of him. He also mentioned plans to take her to places Neza frequently visited the next day, locations where Neza sometimes quarreled with Master Jiang, places he would run off to, and spots where he sparred with Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian, as well as his favorite hideaways when he sought to slack off. Meanwhile, Neza had been busy for several days, returning home to find little dragon girl enjoying herself with GFA. He would quickly find a place to hide, watching them with a sense of envy, his hands nearly digging holes into the pillar. Too proud to admit his jealousy, he remained silent, never revealing to little dragon girl that he waited outside her room for her to return each day. On this particular day, as Neza rested, King Wenjichang extended an invitation to Jiang Zia, Neza, little dragon girl, Lei Zhenzi, Yang Jian, and others to a banquet at the royal palace, stating that he had matters to announce. As the gathering convened in the grand hall, Ji Chang raised his cup and expressed his gratitude to all present for attending the feast. He continued, "You are all aware that my eldest son, Bo Yikao, fell victim to the malevolence of King Zhou and Daji, and when he perished, he left no spouse and no heirs. Now my second son, GFA, embodies all my hopes for the future. My health has deteriorated in recent years, and GFA shall be the leader of our Western Qi. It is my earnest desire, while I still draw breath, to find a virtuous companion for my son GFA. When he inherits the throne, she will become the queen of Western Qi, assisting him in achieving great endeavors." Jiang Zia nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the second prince has surpassed the age for marriage. It is time for him to seek a wise partner. Might the king have a suitable candidate in mind? I would be delighted to serve as a matchmaker for this auspicious union." Neza and the little dragon girl exchanged knowing smiles, and the assembly radiated with anticipation and joy upon hearing of this potential union. Ji Chang chuckled heartily, revealing, "I do have someone in mind, although I have yet to inquire about her sentiments." Jiang Zia stroked his beard curiously, asking, "Oh, who might she be?" With a beaming smile, Ji Chang approached the little dragon girl and declared, "Little dragon girl, my son GFA possesses both virtue and good looks. I have heard that you and he have shared delightful conversations recently, and he holds you in high esteem. Would you consider forging this bond with the Ji family?" Upon hearing Ji Chang's words, both the little dragon girl and Neza widened their eyes, their smiles fading as they exchanged glances. Ji Chang, noticing their silent communication, pressed on with his inquiry, "Little dragon girl, do you wish to establish this auspicious union with my family?" The little dragon girl quickly responded, "Uncle Ji, you misunderstand. My relationship with the second prince is purely that of friendship. There are no romantic intentions. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I do not harbor such feelings." Ji Chang, mistaking her shyness for modesty, continued, "In matters of marriage, one should not feel embarrassed. You are a remarkable young woman, and it would be a splendid match. Do not think my son GFA unworthy of you." Neza, seated nearby, felt a tumult of emotions as he listened, his grip tightening around his wine cup. The little dragon girl quickly clarified, No, that is not what I mean. I genuinely do not have those feelings for the second prince." Suddenly, Neza's cup shattered in his grasp with a resounding crash, interrupting her words. He stood up, his expression darkened, declaring, "I do not agree. The little dragon girl has someone she cares for, and she is not suited for the second prince. Uncle Ji, please seek another candidate." Ji Chang and the others were left speechless, while Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian had been anxiously watching Neza. Ji Chang stroked his beard, incredulous. For the little dragon girl was indeed exceptional, with striking beauty and an ethereal grace, being the princess of the East Sea, making her an appropriate match for Prince Gfa. He inquired, Neza, who is the one that the little dragon girl holds dear? Neza, maintaining a serious demeanor, stepped closer to the little dragon girl, who was also gazing at him. Subsequently, Neza took the hand of the little dragon maiden, gazing at her with earnest determination, declaring, "The one you hold dear is none other than me." The little dragon maiden, with affectionate eyes, replied, "Indeed, it is Neza." With that, the two exchanged smiles, their gazes filled with mutual affection. Ji Chong, feeling somewhat awkward, stroked his beard and turned away, lamenting, "In the end, my son lacks the fortune to win her heart." Gfa, disheartened, observed the deep gaze shared between Neza and the little dragon maiden, pondering, "I should have realized that the little dragon maiden's heart belongs to Neza, given her keen interest in him. Yet, my own hopes have deceived me." At this thought, Gfa envied Neza, a young general significantly younger than himself, for capturing the heart of the little dragon maiden, and he felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Regaining his composure, Gfa reminded himself of his upbringing. He should not force matters nor succumb to envy. Neza was not only a friend but also a beacon of hope for the Western Shi. He realized he must not let personal feelings overshadow his loyalty to his friend, prioritizing the greater mission of defeating the tyrant. With this resolve, Gfa put on a forced smile and clasped his hands, addressing his father. "Father, I wish to devote myself wholeheartedly to our grand ambitions, setting aside personal matters for the time being." Furthermore, Neza and the little dragon maiden are indeed well matched, deeply in love. I may have been hasty, and I hope you can put this matter to rest. Gfa also intended to apologize to the little dragon maiden for his previous intrusions, acknowledging his thoughtlessness. Upon finishing, he performed a respectful bow. The little dragon maiden quickly responded, "I am the one who should apologize. Your Highness, there is no need for such formality." As she slightly curtsied in return, Neza, too, clasped his hands before the assembly, expressing, "I apologize for my previous neglect of this matter, as my focus has been on my significant duties. I regret any misunderstandings that may have arisen regarding my relationship with the little dragon maiden." He then declared that he and the little dragon maiden had matters to attend to before taking their leave. Jiang Zia, seemingly unfazed, stroked his beard, admiring Neza and muttering to himself, "The lad shows quite a sense of responsibility." After speaking, Neza led the little dragon maiden out of the grand hall. They soon departed the royal palace, as Neza sought solace away from the gathering, leading her to a secluded lakeside, a place he often visited to ponder when feeling discontented. Neza held the little dragon maiden's wrist tightly, reluctant to release her. The little dragon maiden, noticing his grip, frowned and remarked, "Neza, you're hurting me." He then loosened his hold, wearing an unhappy expression as he confessed, "I have indeed been rather preoccupied lately and have not cared for you as I should. However, you must not associate with that second prince." Neza faltered mid-sentence, unsure how to articulate his feelings, turning away in frustration to gaze at the lake. The little dragon maiden, rubbing her wrist, pouted as she approached the sullen Neza from behind, wrapping her arms around him. "Neza, Gfa has merely been speaking of taking me to your favorite places, recounting events from the past 6 months. I was only interested in you, which is why I agreed to accompany him. I truly had no idea it would lead to misunderstandings. Please, do not be angry." Neza found himself utterly disarmed by the unexpected tenderness of the little dragon maiden, causing his fiery temper to dissipate entirely. Each time her soulful gaze met his, it extinguished the flames burning within his heart. Recently, he had seldom seen her, and each encounter where she returned from her conversations with Jifa, filled with laughter, ignited a surge of jealousy within him. Yet, as the little dragon maiden spoke to him with such gentleness, Neza's heart melted instantaneously. With a sigh, he turned slowly, his eyes filled with a sense of grievance as he addressed her, "Though we have yet to bear the title of husband and wife, on that day by the lotus pool, we already shared the essence of such a bond. In my heart, you have long been my wife, Neza. Do you still remember the illusory realm? Every night, I dream of that fantasy being real, and you being my beloved." At once, the little dragon maiden's cheeks flushed crimson, and with a shy demeanor, she replied, "You must believe me. My heart can accommodate no one but you." As she spoke, she lowered her head, overwhelmed by shyness, grasping Neza's collar and burying her forehead against his chest, murmuring softly, "The way you call me my lady sounds so delightful, it makes me blush." Neza chuckled heartily, captivated by her adorableness. He embraced her and whispered in her ear, "Then tonight, I shall remain in your chamber." The little dragon maiden bit her lip and hesitated before managing to utter 2 indistinct words, "My lord." Neza playfully exclaimed, "What did you say? I didn't catch that." "Speak louder." She playfully punched his chest, retorting, "If you didn't hear, then forget it. Good words should not be repeated." He pointed at her, demanding, "Will you speak or not?" In response, she darted away, teasingly saying, "I won't say a word." Neza immediately pursued her, declaring, "If you refuse to speak, I shall toss you into the lake." The little dragon maiden laughed as she fled. "Come on. I am of the water tribe. What fear do I have of a mere lake? I shan't say anything. Haha." Thus, beneath the moonlight by the lakeside, they engaged in playful banter. Chapter 77. Such breakfast? Time had slipped away. Neza, holding the little dragon maiden, gazed out over the lake. She rose and said, "Neza, let us return." He nodded, taking her hand as they soared back to the royal residence, entering her chamber. This time, Neza felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Suddenly, the little dragon maiden, with a hint of pride, led him to the bedside, proclaiming, "Neza, I have discovered something." He fixed his gaze upon her, inquiring, "What is it?" With a serious expression, she stated, "In these past 6 months apart, our Neza has grown taller. You were only a smidge taller than me." As she spoke, she gestured with her fingers, indicating the almost imperceptible difference. Neza immediately countered, "What are you talking about? I was always taller. By this much." He exaggeratedly extended his hand to illustrate. The little dragon maiden scoffed, "Clearly, you are just a smidge taller." Neza seized her hand and, with newfound seriousness, suggested, "Why not verify this for yourself?" With that, he playfully pinned her down. As he invoked his magic, the bed curtains descended, concealing the scene from view. Laughter and playful scuffles ensued within, along with the little dragon maidens sweetly chiding, "My lord." Their night was immersed in boundless joy. Neza's impulsive and reckless movements caused an incessant downpour in Shichi throughout the night. The flora and fauna within the royal courtyard blossomed vibrantly, filling the garden with the exuberance of spring. In the harem of Daji and Chaoga, Shen Gongbao gritted his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "How infuriating." Not only did the little dragon girl escape, but she also brought rain to Shichi, thwarting my grand plans. I shall ensure she pays dearly for this. Daji scoffed. "And what do you intend to do?" She is currently in Shichi, surrounded not only by Neza but also by numerous others. What can you possibly do to her? Shen Gongbao stroked his mustache, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he contemplated. "I will not allow them to succeed. The little dragon girl may have summoned the rain once, but if she can summon rain, then I shall kill her, rendering her powerless. Without the little dragon girl, I wonder how they will continue to oppose us." Daji, dismissive, retorted, "You speak in vain. Have you devised any plans?" Shen Gongbao, agitated, paced back and forth until suddenly clapping his hands, he exclaimed, "I have a plan." He then grinned maliciously. Intrigued, Daji asked, "What scheme do you propose to eliminate that little wretch?" With growing confidence, Shen Gongbao continued, "Isn't the venom within your Fox clan's fangs highly toxic? Particularly to the Dragon clan? The essence of Qianlong contains your clan's poison. Neza, being immortal, is impervious to any toxin. But the little dragon girl is not beyond our reach. If you can persuade Fox Chi-Chi to accompany me into Shichi, I assure you I will devise a means to ensure the little dragon girl meets her untimely demise." After a moment of contemplation, Daji eagerly consented. The next morning, upon awakening, the little dragon girl opened her eyes to find Neza propped on his elbow, gazing at her. She immediately buried her face in his embrace and bashfully inquired, "Neza, why are you awake, staring at me?" Neza grinned, "Because you are beautiful. After all, in the vast realms of the 9 provinces, from the 7 mountains to the 6 harmonies, the 5 lakes to the 4 seas, and across the 3 realms, you are the singularly most beautiful and kind-hearted princess." The little dragon girl turned away. "You flatterer. Weren't you the one who always claimed I was ugly and unappealing, resembling a sea monster?" Neza awkwardly replied, "Oh, that was in the past. We often bickered, and I thought you were enamored with him along. I was puzzled. You always praised him and never me. I only said those things out of jealousy." Pouting, the little dragon girl retorted, "Regardless, you still say I am ugly, so I shall ignore you." Neza wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Please don't ignore me. I was wrong. I won't call you ugly again. Besides, yesterday my mother was nearly taken away. Why must you be so beautiful and ethereal, always getting me into trouble?" The little dragon girl stifled a laugh and then declared, "I won't bicker with you any longer. I shall get up and prepare breakfast for you. Aren't you heading to the field soon? Don't delay." Neza waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not going. I arranged for my master uncle to go today. You've been here for quite some time, and I haven't had the chance to properly spend time with you. Today, I shall take you out for a stroll." As the petite figure of the little dragon girl dressed, she remarked, "Well, the places you often frequent." Brother Gfa has taken me to. Where do you intend to take me? Immediately, Neza shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, Huh? I know many places, and he cannot possibly know them all. I have a secret base. Just follow me. Approaching the bedside, the little dragon girl tidied Neza's garments and urged, Then hurry up and take me there. A secret base, you say? Humph. Have you taken anyone else along? Neza rose, asserting, Of course not. When I discovered it, I thought of bringing you to experience it firsthand. Why would I take anyone else? With a smile, the little dragon girl encouraged Neza, Get up quickly, and extended her hand. Neza complied, and the little dragon girl assisted him in donning his attire, meticulously arranging it until she was satisfied, nodding and saying, Now go wash your face. I shall prepare your breakfast. Neza grasped her arm, saying, Little dragon girl, I will accompany you. Thus, early that morning, the two arrived at the kitchen of the royal residence. Neza scratched his head, uncertain where to begin. The little dragon girl, affectionately regarding him, suggested, Perhaps you should return to your room and wait for me to bring it to you. It seems you lack experience. With hands on his hips and head held high, Neza protested, Who says that? Have I never seen a pig run after eating one? Declaring this, he rolled up his sleeves and pointed at the basin in the kitchen, proclaiming, I shall knead the dough to make buns for you. The little dragon girl crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, indicating, If you are so skilled, then proceed. Neza began to knead the dough with a semblance of expertise, while the little dragon girl moved to the stove to prepare porridge. After placing rice in the pot, she instructed Neza, Neza, please fetch me some water. Neza responded with an enthusiastic "Oh," and promptly set down the basin, bringing a bucket of water to the little dragon girl, exclaiming, Here. She took the spatula and instructed, Pour it in. To her astonishment, Neza tipped the entire bucket of water into the pot, causing it to overflow. The little dragon girl widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Are you a fool? Did you not see the water spilling over? She then sighed, All right, you need not assist any longer. I shall handle this myself. Neza replied, Oh, and refrained from further interference, allowing the porridge to cook successfully. As the little dragon girl turned around, she was startled to see Neza, whose face was covered in flour. Displeased, she glanced at the basin, which resembled a muddy mess due to Neza's efforts. After another exasperated sigh, she retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the flour from his face, inquiring, How did you manage to create such a mess of flour? Neza explained, Well, I thought the flour was too dry, so I added a lot of water. Then, when that became too much, I added more flour, and it turned out like this. The little dragon girl chuckled helplessly, stating, All right, I will take over. Just keep an eye on the pot for me, and refrain from further meddling. Neza agreed. Okay, I will watch the pot for you. Shortly after, the little dragon girl kneaded the dough, and with a flourish of her hand, translucent lotus petals appeared, which she transformed into a fine powder and sprinkled into the filling for the buns. She then began to wrap the buns, casually instructing Neza, Remember to add salt to the pot. Neza, how much should I add? The little dragon girl replied, Just a little, merely a pinch. Neza nodded in agreement, assuring her, No problem. Moments later, the steamed buns and porridge were ready. They each filled a bowl with porridge. The little dragon girl blew on it before taking a sip. It was a mistake, as that one taste nearly sent her into a faint. Rolling her eyes, she pinched her philtrum. Neza quickly supported her, asking, Little dragon girl, what's wrong? Is the porridge so delicious that it almost made you swoon? The little dragon girl rolled her eyes again and retorted, How much salt did you actually put in? Neza pondered for a moment before replying, Did you not say just a little? I thought a little meant just a tad less than rice. The little dragon girl rolled her eyes once more, on the verge of fainting. Unfazed, Neza scratched his head in disbelief, took the bowl from her hand, and tasted it himself. Before he could swallow, the bowl slipped from his grasp, and he too began rolling his eyes, pinching his philtrum. Upon witnessing this, the little dragon girl laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Neza eventually recovered, lowering his head and apologizing. I'm sorry, the porridge is inedible. The little dragon girl chuckled, It's all right. Fortunately, you didn't meddle with the buns. Come, try the buns I made. She lifted a bun to Neza's mouth, and as he took a bite, his eyes widened in surprise. He eagerly took the bun, devouring it in large bites, occasionally giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, Delicious. So fragrant. How did you manage this? After finishing, he was left with a lingering taste of lotus in his mouth. Truly a delightful aftertaste. The little dragon girl smiled, It's a secret. After their meal, they exited the royal palace. Chapter 78. The tragic prodigal son Shun Gongbao and Hu Qiqi arrived in Qiqi, strolling through the bustling marketplace. Hu Qiqi inquired, Master, now that we are in Qiqi, what is the method to kill the little dragon girl? And that Neza, who always follows her, how can we approach her? Shun Gongbao, cunning and crafty, replied, Patience. My dear, we shall wait for the opportune moment. Once you see the little dragon girl emerge, disguise yourself as a pregnant woman to approach her and seek her assistance. With her compassionate heart nurtured by Guanyin, she will surely help you. At that point, you will be able to get close. Hu Qiqi, enlightened, gave a thumbs up, praising, Master. You are brilliant. However, she soon expressed dissatisfaction. But why must I dress as a woman? I am male, why not you? Shen Gongbao awkwardly countered, as a demon. What does gender matter? Besides, I lack the charm to pull it off. This task falls to you. With that, they entered a secluded alley and spotted Neza and the little dragon girl exiting the royal palace, strolling confidently down the street. Hu Qiqi immediately prepared to rush out, but Shen Gongbao pulled her back, saying, What are you doing? Hu Qiqi protested, Why are you holding me back? They are out. Hurry and get into your disguise. Shen Gongbao glared at her in exasperation. You are truly foolish. With so many people on the street, what makes you think the little dragon girl would come to your aid? We must accompany them to a secluded place. How is it that you grow taller, but not wiser? Fox Qiqi glanced at him with a hint of grievance. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden crash announced the arrival of Daji, startling the two. Shen Gongbao and Fox Qiqi clutched their chests, with Fox Qiqi exclaiming, Sister, what are you doing? Scaring a demon will frighten a demon to death. Daji, feigning modesty, replied, All right. I am merely concerned with Qingqing, the nine-headed chicken spirit, preoccupying the king. I finally have the time to assist you in eliminating Neza and the dragon girl. Shen Gongbao and Fox Qiqi exchanged confident smiles. Meanwhile, the dragon girl strolled through the marketplace, hand in hand with Neza. This outing felt remarkably different from their previous one. When GFA accompanied the dragon girl, both had been quite reserved. But with Neza by her side this time, her spirits soared. Neza leaned closer, covering his mouth with his hand, and whispered, Little dried fish. Did you bring any shell coins this time? I've been away from home for quite a while now, and I've shared my military allowance with the soldiers. My pockets are emptier than my face. The dragon girl confidently patted Neza's shoulder, gestured towards the bustling street, and proclaimed, Fear not. Just look at this entire street. Whatever catches your eye, just tell me. I shall purchase it all. This fairy has an abundance of shell coins. She then brandished a jingling pouch of coins, weighing it in her hand. Neza's eyes widened as he stared at the pouch, greedily accepting it with both hands. Wow. Haha, we've struck gold. This means we won't have to worry about food, clothing, or entertainment for a while. Haha, let us go shopping. The dragon girl excitedly nodded. Let us go. The two strutted down the street like affluent patrons, drawing the attention of onlookers. At that moment, a dashing young scion, accompanied by 3 lackeys, fixated on the dragon girl. He licked his lips and remarked, What a beautiful young lady. I, Zhang Deco of the esteemed West Qi, am fortunate to behold such beauty. He beckoned his followers to join him. The dragon girl approached a stall selling jewelry, captivated by the trinkets, while Neza, spotting a vendor selling sweetened water sticks, gleefully dashed ahead to make a purchase. Seeing Neza run off, the dragon girl decided to leave the jewelry and prepared to depart. Just then, the young scion stepped forward, blocking her path with an insistent grin. Where are you headed, fair maiden? I am Zhang Deco, the renowned son of a wealthy merchant from West Qi. The dragon girl initially felt a wave of disdain for his frivolous demeanor. However, upon hearing his name, she burst into laughter. Ha! You're quite ugly. How could anyone bear such a name? It suits you rather well. The young scion was mortified by her mockery. Fanning himself awkwardly, he stammered, My lady, let me be direct. I find you extraordinarily beautiful. I wish to make you my 9th wife. Accompany me, and you shall indulge in a life of luxury and delight. What say you? As the young dandy prepared to reach out and tease the delicate cheek of the little dragon maiden, she instinctively retreated 2 steps to evade his grasp. However, upon stepping back, she found herself colliding with someone. Turning around, she discovered that the dandy's lackey was blocking her path, his gaze lecherous. Neza, having purchased a sweet candy stick, turned to see the scene beside the little dragon maiden and approached her with curiosity. With her arms crossed defiantly, the little dragon maiden cast a disdainful glance and exclaimed, Good heavens! In this day and age, one can encounter such individuals anywhere. Step aside, or I shall make you regret it. The dandy, amused, looked at her and remarked, Ah, a fiery little vixen, how delightful. At this moment, Neza reached the little dragon maiden's side, holding a candy stick in one hand, and inquired, What is happening here? The little dragon maiden nonchalantly replied, Nothing much. Just encountering a few who seek their own demise. With that, she sighed and closed her eyes. Observing her demeanor, Neza instinctively took 2 steps back. Meanwhile, the dandy and his followers were preparing to make a move against her. Suddenly, The little dragon maiden opened her eyes, subtly channeling her magical power. And with a swift motion, she sent all 4 of them flying. The dandy, in particular, was struck so hard that he lost a tooth and rose with a vividly bruised handprint on his face, utterly dazed. After the encounter, the little dragon maiden dusted off her hands and took the other candy stick from Neza, declaring, "All done, let us be off." Neza followed eagerly, and as they passed the dandy, he sighed and shook his head, saying, "How unfortunate." Chapter 79. A battle with no retreat after a lengthy journey. Neza led the little dragon maiden to a mountain gorge, where the sound of rushing water filled the air. Hearing the water, Neza guided her to a magnificent waterfall, surrounded by towering mountains. Cascading from the highest peak, the waterfall flowed powerfully into a pool of crystal-clear blue water, adorned with lush flowers and grass. The scenery was breathtaking. The little dragon maiden gazed in wonder at the beautiful landscape. The artistry of nature was truly awe-inspiring. Neza, noticing the joy in her eyes, smiled warmly. Suddenly, he wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "Come with me." With that, he lifted her into the air and flew to a grand, vibrant peach blossom tree, where delicate pink petals danced in the breeze, accompanied by colorful butterflies fluttering about, all set against the backdrop of the clear waters and majestic waterfall. The scene was incredibly romantic and beautiful. Captivated by the splendor, the little dragon maiden reached out to catch the fallen peach petals, savoring the enchanting view. Turning to see Neza, who wore a sweet smile as he gazed intently at her, their eyes met. In that moment, Neza's world revolved solely around her. Nothing else compared to her radiant smile. If only time could freeze at this instant, he wished to behold her joyful countenance forever. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Neza flashed a brilliant smile, their eyes locked in a shared moment of pure happiness. The little dragon maiden felt a profound sense of bliss. His smile was captivating, evoking a feeling that would linger for a millennium. Even if it were just a fleeting moment with him in this world, it would be a moment without regret. Xiao Longnu joyfully extended her arms to embrace Neza, who reciprocated by wrapping his arms around her waist beneath the enchanting peach blossom tree, blissfully enveloped in each other's warmth. After a brief interlude, Neza seated himself beneath the tree, while Xiao Longnu reclined against his legs. Her eyes closed as she savored the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms around her, delighting in the soothing flow of water nearby, a scene of pure contentment. Neza gazed down at Xiao Longnu, who was peacefully enjoying the moment on his lap, and he, too, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. They lingered in this idyllic setting for quite some time. Time slipped by swiftly, and before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. Xiao Longnu rose and looked at Neza, who exclaimed, "Let us go. I shall take you to savor some delicious food." Xiao Longnu nodded in agreement, and hand in hand, they descended the mountain. As they walked along the mountain path, they passed by a dilapidated temple. Neza animatedly boasted to Xiao Longnu about his past 6 months, during which, apart from cultivating crops, he had encountered various minor demons, recounting how he valiantly vanquished them and performed good deeds. Xiao Longnu listened, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao and his companions observed from a distance, hesitant to draw closer. Seizing the opportunity when the surroundings were deserted, Shen Gongbao discreetly nodded to Hu Qiqi, who immediately transformed into a heavily pregnant woman. Shen Gongbao, with 2 fingers pressed together, cast a spell to dispel the demonic aura surrounding her. Just as Xiao Longnu and Neza were joyfully conversing, a staggering, pale-faced pregnant woman suddenly approached, on the verge of collapsing. Alas, the unfortunate woman fainted beside Xiao Longnu. Neza, quick to react, rushed to support her before Xiao Longnu could, exclaiming, "Are you all right? I see you are heavily pregnant. What brings you alone to this mountain gorge?" The woman, weak and breathless, replied, "My husband is away, and I live on this mountain. I am about to give birth and cannot delay any longer." As she spoke, she clutched her belly in agony, continuing, "I think I am going into labor. Please, noble heroes, assist me." Neza sensed that the woman bore no demonic energy and looked at Xiao Longnu in confusion. Xiao Longnu, equally concerned, said, "Neza, we must help her. She looks truly pitiful." Neza nodded in agreement. Xiao Longnu reassured the woman, "Do not worry. We will certainly help you." Neza added, "But we have no experience in childbirth. What are we to do?" Xiao Longnu furrowed her brow and suggested, "Neza, I noticed a dilapidated temple as we passed earlier. Let us take this lady there. She cannot give birth on the road." Neza nodded, and together they assisted the woman to the temple. They carefully laid her on the straw inside, and the woman cried out in pain, "It hurts. I am going to give birth. Please help me." Neza paced anxiously, and seeing this, Xiao Longnu promptly pushed him forward, saying, Neza, please fetch some water for me. Although I am inexperienced, I must try. Saving a life is of utmost importance. Neza, worried yet resolute, glanced between Xiao Longnu and the suffering woman, nodded, and promptly vanished in search of water. At this moment, the lady cast a sly glance, and upon seeing Neza depart, she revealed a triumphant smile, which was swiftly replaced by a fade of sorrowful wailing. Little dragon maiden approached the woman, flustered, and inquired, "How may I assist you?" The woman, drenched in sweat, replied slowly, "You need only to help me deliver the child. Let the baby be born." Little dragon maiden nodded in understanding. Moments later, the resounding cries of an infant echoed, and despite a few beads of sweat on her forehead, little dragon maiden joyfully exclaimed, "Look, he has arrived." Just then, Neza also arrived, descending from the sky with a bucket of water in hand, in a moment of unguarded excitement. As little dragon maiden was still reveling in the joyous occasion, the infant in her arms abruptly transformed into a fox with a sharp snout. Neza's eyes widened in alarm as he hurled the bucket aside, shouting, "Be careful!" But it was too swift. In the blink of an eye, the fox leapt up and bit little dragon maiden's neck before attempting to flee. Neza quickly extended his hand, clenched his fist, and called out, "Qiankuan circle." The Qiankuan circle immediately soared forth, striking the little fox dead. Neza hurried to little dragon maiden's side, embracing her and retreating several paces while anxiously asking, "Little dragon maiden, are you all right? Is there anything wrong?" She pressed her hand against her neck, shaking her head, and weakly replied, "Neza, I feel so weak." Suddenly, the woman revealed her true form. Neza turned to glare fiercely at the unveiled fox Chi, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You again. Today, I shall see to your demise." Fox Chi, seeing that little dragon maiden had been successfully poisoned, laughed with glee, exclaiming, "It is indeed I. Did you not expect this?" Haha. Neza supported little dragon maiden to the entrance of the dilapidated temple, instructing her to lean against the door as he urged, "Hold on. Wait for me." Little dragon maiden weakly nodded in response. Neza summoned the fire spear, gripping the Qiankuan circle in one hand as he charged toward Fox Chi. Fox Chi, perceiving the danger, instantly vanished in an effort to escape. Neza, undeterred, called out, "Fire spear, go!" as he directed the Qiankuan circle to encircle the fire spear. The fire spear swiftly lunged toward the spot where Fox Chi had disappeared. Suddenly, Fox Chi reappeared ahead, impaled through the chest by the fire spear, plummeting from the sky. She gasped, spewing blood, before transforming back into a fox. The fire spear still lodged within her form. Neza withdrew the fire spear, observing Fox Chi's lifeless body to confirm her demise before reclaiming both the fire spear and the Qiankuan circle. He rushed to little dragon maiden, who had become so weak that she could no longer stand, crouching at the doorway. Abruptly, little dragon maiden shrank, reverting to her childhood appearance. Neza glanced at the bite mark on her neck, which emanated a dark mist, the wound darkening as black threads began to spread around it. Frowning with worry, Neza called out, "Little dragon maiden, wake up, do not sleep. I will take you back immediately. My master possesses profound powers, and surely there is a way to rid you of this poison." The diminutive little dragon maiden weakly uttered, "Big lotus root." Neza promptly cradled her in his arms, exiting the dilapidated temple, vanishing in a flash, soaring through the air at full speed toward the royal palace. As Neza soared into the sky, he suddenly encountered Shen Gongbao and Su Daji ahead. Furrowing his brow, Neza muttered in disdain while casting a sidelong glance at the feeble little dragon girl resting on his shoulder, helplessly returning to the ground. Shen Gongbao and Su Daji followed suit, descending alongside Neza. Tightening his embrace around the little dragon girl, Neza summoned his fire-tipped spear, vigilantly directing it at Shen Gongbao, declaring, "You truly are a persistent pest. Today, I have no time to spar with you. Step aside if you value your lives." Hearing the commotion, the little dragon girl weakly urged, "Don't worry about me, big lotus root." Upon hearing her words, Neza held her even tighter, whispering, "Rest assured, I will bring you home. Hold on to me tightly. No matter what happens, do not let go." Su Daji scoffed, "What a pair of deeply affectionate lovers. Alas, today, you must perish here. The little dragon girl possesses something I desire." With a cold smirk, Shen Gongbao sneered, "Neza, do not engage in futile resistance. Your demise is inevitable." With that, he flicked his dust, unleashing a fierce attack towards Neza and the little dragon girl. Gritting his teeth, Neza quickly retreated a few paces before soaring into the air to evade the blow, gradually descending while shouting, "Return, my treasure." Instantly, a golden-red armor adorned his form, the mystic cloud silk billowing gracefully behind him, and as he neared the ground, the the wind-fire wheels returned to his feet. With a mighty shout, Neza charged at the two adversaries. Shen Gongbao's gaze sharpened as he spat, seeking death. He then launched himself into combat with Neza, clutching the little dragon girl. Neza fought with one hand against foes who had cultivated for millennia, one a golden immortal, the other a 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox spirit. Sweat beaded on Neza's forehead as he gritted his teeth, embroiled in a fierce struggle. However, Neza's combat experience was extensive. His strikes were swift and varied. While continuously defending in midair, he also mounted counterattacks. The three engaged in a dazzling flurry of movements, Neza wielding the fire-tipped spear with precision, launching spells that spiraled beautifully between his foes. Realizing Neza was a formidable opponent, Shun Gongbao and the nine-tailed fox spirit retreated several meters after hundreds of exchanges, coordinating their efforts seamlessly to launch a combined magical assault. Simultaneously, Shun Gongbao and Su Daji confronted Neza from either side, while Neza parried Shun Gongbao's spells with his spear. Yet, the nine-tailed fox spirit unleashed a powerful magical strike, compelling Neza to release his grip on the little dragon girl to contend with Su Daji's assault. Both Shun Gongbao and Su Daji were taken aback, astonished that Neza's magical prowess had advanced so swiftly, enabling him to withstand their combined might without faltering. At this moment, Neza poured all his magical energy into the confrontation, gritting his teeth in desperation, muttering, "Little dragon girl, you must hold on, I will bring you home." With this determination, Neza let out a resounding cry. As the relentless magical assaults from Shun Gongbao and Su Daji intensified, Neza struggled to endure. At that moment, the feeble little dragon maiden could no longer cling to Neza's neck. The potent toxins overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. Her delicate limbs fell away from Neza, plummeting through the air. Alarmed, Neza cried out, "Little dragon maiden." Subsequently, he unleashed the full force of his mystical powers, roaring with fervor. The surge of his magic erupted, dispelling Shun Gongbao and Su Daji's attacks, forcing them to retreat several steps in the air. Without delay, Neza cast aside his fire-pointed spear and dove to catch the little dragon maiden. Desperately extending his hand, he softly called, "Little dragon maiden." Hearing his tender voice, she slowly opened her weary eyes and reached out for him. Seeing this, Neza accelerated, managing to grasp her hand just before she touched the ground. He swiftly spun around, drawing her close in a protective embrace. He then seized the fire-pointed spear, executing a 360-degree turn to face Shun Gongbao and Su Daji, who were landing beside him. Neza thought to himself, "Now, I have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. If I must perish today, I will safeguard the little dragon maiden." He whispered to her, "Dragon maiden, you must hold on." In Chapter 80, as Jiang Zia arrived to lend aid, Neza gripped his fire-pointed spear tightly. Exchanging glances with the two adversaries, Shun Gongbao signaled to Su Daji, indicating that they should employ their ultimate technique for a swift resolution. Su Daji nodded, immediately spreading her arms wide. Her magic surged, and 9 enormous tails manifested behind her. Neza's eyes widened, sensing impending doom. Not this again, he thought, retreating swiftly and conjuring a magical barrier in front of him. With an imperious voice, Su Daji intoned, "9 heavens' mystical origin, flying fire and flowing clouds, with my spirit, I will obliterate the celestial and annihilate form." The 9-tailed fox demon's colossal tails unleashed thousands of white threads, sharp as needles, hurtling toward Neza. In response, the mysterious heaven silk flew forth to assist Neza, simultaneously darting towards Su Daji, attempting to ensnare her as before. Shun Gongbao swiftly moved to Su Daji's side, his whisk transforming into several meters in length, engaging in a fierce struggle with the mysterious heaven silk. Being a powerful golden immortal, Shun Gongbao quickly unleashed his magic, nearly tearing the mysterious heaven silk apart. Sensing the danger, the silk exerted all its strength to escape back to Neza, continuing to channel its magic alongside him to resist the overwhelming onslaught. The intensity of the attack surpassed even that of the previous encounter on ZY Mountain. Neza's protective barrier faltered against such a deluge of strikes. Casting a worried glance at the little dragon maiden in his arms, he turned and spread his cloak wide, enveloping her completely, using his body to shield her from the penetrating assaults. Neza clenched his teeth tightly. At that moment, Jiang Zia, accompanied by Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian, had just returned to the royal residence from the fields, discussing the matter of the Jizhou Marquis seeking to surrender but being thwarted by his foster son, Zhenglin, thus unable to join them. Suddenly, Jiang Zia halted, sensing an ominous premonition. He quickly extended his hand to calculate and declared, "This is not good. Neza and the little dragon maiden are in peril." Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian exchanged worried glances, and the three of them vanished simultaneously. At this moment, Neza felt a sharp, burning pain radiating from his back, as if his insides were ablaze. The relentless assault seemed never-ending. When would it cease? Despite the intensity of the attack, Neza's lotus body allowed him to withstand the onslaught. Observing Neza's unwavering stance, Shun Gongbao's lips curled into a sinister smile as he contemplated the reason behind it. He swiftly ascended into the air, fingers poised together, and loudly intoned, "Divine Demon Sword." Suddenly, an oddly shaped colossal sword materialized in the sky. With a sly grin, Shun Gongbao taunted, "Let us see if your lotus body can withstand my divine demon sword." With that, he spread his arms wide, and the enormous sword immediately split into hundreds of smaller swords, all hovering in the air, poised to strike. Neza, glancing sideways at this development, furrowed his brows. Yet, he could not flee. If he abandoned his embrace of the petite dragon girl, what would become of her should this formidable divine demon sword attack? Shun Gongbao pointed forward with both hands, and the array of divine demon swords swiftly darted toward Neza's rear. Remaining on one knee, Neza shielded the dragon girl in his arms, stealing a glance at the incoming swords before shutting his eyes tightly and holding the girl close. In this critical moment, 3 beams of golden light erupted before Neza, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Surprisingly, Neza felt the pain lessen. What could this mean? Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold 3 familiar figures before him. Jiangxia, with a flourish of his sleeve, unleashed a potent attack that collided with the oncoming divine demon swords. Thunderous Zhenzi flapped his wings, wielding a golden staff, and rapidly defended against the swords in front of Neza. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, with fingers poised at his temples, directed his celestial eye to scan the divine demon swords surrounding Neza. Subsequently, Jiangxia extended his hand and conjured a peculiar sword that soared into the sky as he chanted, "Tianqi's sword." Witnessing this, Shun Gongbao's eyes widened in shock, nearly causing him to stumble. He hastily recalled the divine demon's swords and, grasping Su Daji, vanished into the air, leaving behind the echo of his voice. "Brother, I have matters to attend to. We shall battle another day." Yang Jian and Thunderous Zhenzi prepared to pursue, but Jiangxia called out, "Do not chase. We must prioritize the dragon girl's rescue." They halted and quickly rushed to Neza's side, assisting him as they inquired, "Neza, are you and the dragon girl unharmed?" Neza rose, his eyes sparkling with gratitude as he retracted his powers and artifacts. He gently placed the dragon girl into Jiangxia's hands, a relieved smile gracing his face before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yang Jian and Thunderous Zhenzi immediately cradled the fainted Neza, and Thunderous Zhenzi, feeling the sticky warmth on his arms, glanced down to find them stained with blood. Upon looking behind, he noticed fine, thread-like wounds, blood seeping through his cloak, saturating his back and arms. The 3 exchanged worried glances. Neza gradually opened his eyes, realizing he lay in his own chamber. He sprang up, a jolt of agony shooting through his back, and instinctively covered his shoulder with his hand. Observing this, Thunderous Zhenzi rushed to Neza's bedside, saying, "Neza, you are awake. Do not move about. Your wounds have yet to heal." Neza, baring his teeth, proclaimed, "I am the true embodiment of the lotus. This mere injury is of no consequence." "What of the little dragon girl?" inquired Lei Zhenzi with concern. "Neza, you are gravely wounded. You must first focus on your recovery." Neza cast a glance, unwilling to expend further effort in conversation, and resolutely rose to seek out the little dragon girl. Despite Lei Zhenzi's attempts to dissuade him, he ultimately assisted Neza to the little dragon girl's chamber. At that moment, Jiangxia, Yang Jian, the venerable Lady Ji, and GFA were all present in the room. Neza observed the little dragon girl, now returned to her adult form, lying upon the bed. His eyes widened as he swiftly approached, supporting himself on her shoulder, and inquired urgently of his master Jiangxia, "How is the little dragon girl? Can the poison be cured?" Jiangxia stroked his beard and replied, "Neza, the poison within her is potent, a unique toxin of the Fox clan, particularly effective against the dragon lineage. Fortunately, the little dragon girl possesses a robust vitality. I have administered a life-saving elixir. She will not succumb immediately, so do not fret. I am devising a method to cleanse her of the poison." Neza, anxious, implored, "Master, do you have any means? Whatever is required, I shall procure it at once. We must rid the little dragon girl of this venom." After a moment of contemplation, Jiangxia responded, "I, along with Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, shall employ our magical prowess to expel the poison from the little dragon girl. You must rest and recuperate. Trust in your master, for we shall endeavor to save her." With a heavy heart, Neza gazed at the afflicted little dragon girl, grasping her hand. His eyes moist with concern. Little fish dried. He urged, "You must persevere. It is I who failed to recognize the threat in time, neglecting to protect you from harm. Recover swiftly, strike me, and teach me a lesson." The profound bond between Neza and the little dragon girl moved those present. Jiangxia placed a reassuring hand on Neza's shoulder, saying, "Trust in your master." Neza nodded in affirmation, reluctantly releasing the little dragon girl's hand as he exited the room with the others, leaving only Lei Zhenzi, Yang Jian, and Jiangxia behind. Chapter 81. It is as such Jiangxia, Lei Zhenzi, and Yang Jian exchanged glances. Lei Zhenzi inquired, "Master, can we, with our combined strength, rid the little dragon girl of this toxin?" Jiangxia shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "The poison has penetrated deeply, and time has been lost. We can only attempt our best. May the little dragon girl endure." With that, Jiangxia gazed at the table nearby, sweeping his sleeve to make the tea set vanish instantaneously. He then brought his fingers together and cast a spell, levitating the unconscious little dragon girl and positioning her cross-legged atop the table. The three immediately began their incantations, one shielding her heart, another guiding the toxins, and the third channeling her meridians to infuse her with vitality. They worked in concert, meticulously casting their spells to purify the little dragon girl of the poison. Jiangxia, utilizing his magical abilities, discerned that the toxin within the little dragon maiden was spreading rapidly. The excessive amount of fox venom, having made direct contact with her skin and bloodstream, accelerated its proliferation. The reason this fox poison proved particularly effective against the dragon clan was due to its inherent antagonism with their cultivated essence, causing the essence within the dragons to fall into an instantaneous dormancy, rendering them incapable of employing protective spells. Consequently, if the toxin remained unchecked and unexpelled, it would ravage her body until it culminated in death. However, should only a trace amount of the toxin be present, it would merely induce fatigue, temporarily incapacitating her ability to cast spells. With rest, the toxin could be expelled naturally, allowing for recovery. Yet, in the case of the little dragon maiden, the depth of her poisoning was such that she could no longer expel it on her own. The toxin had nearly spread to her heart's meridians, and her essence remained dormant, placing her in grave peril. With this realization, Jiangxia resolved to take a risk. He gradually infused his abundant essence into her, attempting to awaken her own essence to collaborate in detoxification. This internal and external synergy would significantly enhance the likelihood of success. After his essence circumnavigated her body, he furrowed his brow in dismay. The entirety of his essence was being corroded by the toxin. Just as despair began to set in, a sudden joy surged within him. This was a dragon pearl. Astonishingly, the little dragon maiden possessed a dragon pearl within her. Such pearls were typically the result of millennia of cultivation by dragon kings, forged with external forces. How could it be that she had won? It must have been left inside her by the old dragon king of the East Sea to safeguard her. The presence of the dragon pearl simplified matters considerably. Jiangxia carefully directed his spell around the dragon pearl, rotating it gently to activate the pearl. Suddenly, the dormant dragon pearl erupted into life, quaking violently within her. The little dragon maiden frowned, and Jiangxia retracted his magical influence, observing the pearl's movements with cautious anticipation. The dragon pearl radiated brilliance, dispersing powerful and rich dragon essence throughout her entire meridian system. The corrupted meridians of the little dragon maiden rejuvenated, expelling the toxins as if reborn. Within moments, the toxins within her were repelled by the robust essence. Jiangxia promptly ceased his efforts, producing a piece of white cloth which he held to the little dragon maiden's lips. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a copious amount of black blood before slipping back into unconsciousness. Seeing this, Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian also withdrew their spells, watching as the little dragon maiden purged the toxic blood and turning their gaze toward Jiangxia. With a satisfied smile, Jiangxia proclaimed that the little dragon maiden was out of danger. The toxins had been entirely expelled, and with a few days of rest, she would recover fully. Upon hearing this good news, Lei Zhenzi and Yang Jian exchanged smiles. In a whirlwind of excitement, Lei Zhenzi rushed to open the door, calling for Neza, knowing that he must be deeply concerned. Sharing this good news would undoubtedly bring him joy. Neza, seated on the steps outside the little dragon maiden's room, sprang up upon hearing the call and dashed inside, inquiring with urgency about her condition. Upon seeing the large stain of toxic blood on the white cloth in Jiangxia's hand, his heart leapt into his throat, and he stared wide-eyed at Jiangxia, his brow furrowed in anxiety. With a smile, Jiangxia stroked his beard and remarked, The toxins within the little dragon maiden have been completely expelled. She is now out of danger. After a couple of days of rest, she will be as lively as ever. Neza exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly assisted the little dragon maiden back to her bed. Turning to Jian and Lei Zhenzi, he clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Uncle Master, Senior Brother, Lei Zhenzi, thank you for saving the little dragon maiden. I am at a loss for how to repay you." Jiang Zia interjected, "The little dragon maiden is a great benefactor to the West Qi, and she represents the hope for our future provisions. We had to save her, especially since it was the little dragon maiden herself who ultimately saved her life. We merely aided her in activating the dragon pearl within her." Neza, astonished, inquired, "The dragon pearl? The little dragon maiden possesses a dragon pearl?" Jiang Zia explained, "The dragon pearl is a precious artifact, surely bestowed upon her by the dragon king of the East Sea to protect her." Neza nodded in understanding. "I see." He then smiled at the three. Seeing that the little dragon maiden was out of danger, the others left her room, allowing Neza some solitude to converse with her. Sitting beside her bed, Neza reflected on the joy they shared just yesterday, now overshadowed by the sight of the little dragon maiden lying weakly before him. He felt both sorrow and guilt, relieved that she had not suffered any grave harm. Otherwise, he believed he could never forgive himself for failing to protect the one he vowed to safeguard. Clenching his fists, he declared, "I refuse to accept that I cannot even protect the one I cherish most. I must become stronger. Only then can I ensure the little dragon maiden's safety. Shen Gongbao and Su Daji, I shall settle this score." Neza gazed at the little dragon maiden while contemplating these thoughts. He then gently placed her hand against his cheek and said, "Little fish dried, I know you were battling the toxins within you just now. You must be exhausted. It's all right, I will stay by your side." With that, he remained quietly beside her, never leaving her side. The following morning, the little dragon maiden's complexion had returned to a healthy hue as she slowly opened her eyes. She felt a warm hand clasping her own and turned her head to see Neza sleeping at her bedside, holding her hand. She pondered how long she had been unconscious, realizing that Neza must have remained vigilantly by her side, undoubtedly worrying incessantly. With this thought, she carefully rose from the bed and tiptoed to fetch a blanket to cover Neza. Just as she draped it over him, he awoke, looking at her with immediate clarity. "Little fish dried, you're awake? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" With a tender gaze, the little dragon maiden caressed Neza's cheek and replied, "Neza, I am fine. Have you been here all along?" Neza, feeling somewhat aggrieved, nodded, placing his hand over hers as it rested on his face. "I was so worried. It was Uncle Master and the others who saved you." The little dragon maiden joined Neza on the edge of the bed, leaning into his embrace, and confessed, "I made you worry again. I had such a long dream. In it, you rode on the wind and fire wheels, wielding the fire spear, adorned with the cosmic circle, wearing the 9-dragon divine fire cloak, draped in the heavenly silk, and carrying a sweet water stick to come to the purple bamboo forest to fetch me. Never shall I leave you again," Neza said with a faint smile. "That is not a mere dream. Once I fulfill my great undertaking against King Zhou, I shall go to the bamboo grove to bring you back. We have promised each other, for eternity, we shall never be apart."